Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. Pirates gave us another heartbreaker. They were down big early. They came back. They had a lead at one point. There were a bunch of heroes offensively, but the bullpen could not save the game. David Bednar, another blown one. Now the Pirates are going to go out west. They're going to play the Dodgers in their next series. And tonight's a football night. The Steelers are playing the Houston Texans in the first preseason game for the Steelers this year. Game time is at 7 o'clock. Oh, and no official word on Brandon Aiyuk, by the way. Yeah, that's no headlines about him. No updates. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis in Monroeville, now open. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. The Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callis. That's coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What's wrong with Rick? He's kind of spacey.
That's Rick's identical twin, Scott. He's not used to answering to Rick.
What's going on?
Rick asked me to keep it secret, but he asked his twin to cover his shift so he could go to Diamonds Direct to shop.
But this is a jewelry store.
Exactly. But the prices and selection are so much better at Diamonds Direct. Rick doesn't want the boss to get suspicious, so Scott's here in case the boss sees Rick at Diamonds Direct.
But that would mean that the boss is at Diamonds Direct, too.
Yeah, we have a lot of secrets.
You never know who you'll run into at Diamonds Direct with unbeatable direct importer prices, the highest quality diamonds, the most sought-after designer rings, the best customer service, the strongest guarantees in the industry. It's just a no-brainer.
You think if Scott had a mustache, he'd look like me?
Go where everyone goes. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Sharing with roommates is hard. Like sharing a thin wall with a wannabe music major. But you know what's easy to share? Xfinity Internet. Get fast, reliable internet that's powerful enough for all your roommates to be online at the same time. That means while your roommate streams trumpet tutorials, you can put your headphones on and play your favorite video games. With the volume turned up, of course. Like, way up. Get a special student offer on Xfinity Internet for just $25 a month for 1 year. Plus, there's no annual contract, which means you're not locked in if you move out next year. What's even better, you'll also get Wi-Fi equipment and a free self-install kit included. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com/student, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. New off-campus students with qualifying Xfinity Internet.
With a 90-year reputation, LGKG is known for its highest standards and ethics among injury attorneys. I promise you, we're different from the others. Fighting for the little guy is what we do. I'm Joe George. Find us at lgkg.com as we expand into Pittsburgh. LGKG, your home team.
Download the Parmar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrili here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Parmar stores. Remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole.
Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Over on Ale, Islands Venture, Shanapin Country Club, Butler's Golf, Hickory Heights, and Western PA Golf Association. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Good morning.
Good morning.
Time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Bases loaded. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball towards second. Slowly hit. They'll go to second to get one. Relay thrown away. And the tying run and go-ahead run will score. And now it is 6-5 San Diego. Two-strike pitch. Struck him out. Threw it right down the middle at 100. And the game ends. Another one-run defeat. This time the Padres earn the sweep as they come back in the ninth and win 7-6.
Yeah, no, that's just unacceptable. The guys battled back both games, and just a big time letdown on my end. And today was incredibly frustrating. Just a lot of free stuff, and that just can't happen.
The song kind of lies this morning, though it is a Friday. Actually, I lied. Maybe it's not lying. It's all right. It's all right. Yeah, not for the Pirates' sake. Steelers, they play tonight, though, against the Houston Texans. So if you're looking forward to something, that'd be what you're looking forward to the most, I'm sure. The Pirates, they're struggling. And, yeah, I mean, it's different when they don't get swept, because then you're like, they're still winning a game. They're still circling. Well, they just got swept in a heartbreaking series. Tuesday was rough. They got shut out. But, man, Wednesday and Thursday, Pirates had an opportunity. They were given plenty of opportunities by the Padres. It was not a cleanly played series this week between these two teams. Big error there, by the way, you heard. O'Neal Cruz, his relay throw to first was not accurate, and a run came around to score. Bednar was charged with 3 earned runs when he pitched in the ninth and did not make it out of the ninth. Aroldis Chapman was still pretty solid. He's still throwing with high velocity, so that's good to see. Luis Ortiz giving up 4 earned runs, not ideal. Pretty similar start to his start against the Diamondbacks last time he pitched, except this time instead of giving up 5 runs in 1 inning, he gave up 2 in each of the first 2 innings. So it's not looking great. I was watching on TV, and Bob Walk was talking about how it looked like the velocity for Luis Ortiz was higher when he would come out of the bullpen. And over these last couple starts, his velocity was down. It clearly seemed like teams were hitting him better. And in the first inning, with a runner on base, he hit Jurickson Profar, which did not make the Padres happy. But with Jurickson Profar on base, Manny Machado hit that 2-run home run, and the Pirates were down early. Now, David Bednar, you heard him there. That was David Bednar talking. David Bednar expressed his frustration and took responsibility for that loss. And again, even with that error, he still gave up 3 earned runs. 3 earned runs were charged to him, so that's definitely, I mean, if anything's frustrating, that's got to be it too, because the Pirates, they were in good shape. And I hate that they just, everything can't be working at the same time. We were so frustrated. I mean, think about what a time March was. March, April, May, even with the Steelers too, and all the changes that happened. I mean, March with all the transactions. I mean, if you're in March of 2024, like, think about the world you're living in here. The Pirates had a lot of high hopes. They were still in spring training. All these transactions happen for the Steelers. And think about where we're at now. Right, we were talking about the Pirates having a powerful bullpen and how they got some solid offensive pieces. And for the Steelers, Kenny Pickett was still on the team. They had not yet acquired Russell Wilson or Justin Fields at that point. There's a lot more defensive decisions made up until that point. And, man, we're just... Think about where we are now. Think about what happens in like 4 or 5 short months. Where now the Steelers have a lot more hope because they're refreshed. And they are seemingly better seasoned going into this season. Their first preseason game tonight. And think about it. Like, we're still talking about the Pirates, which is exciting, which is great. Because, I mean, they've been in the race for a long time now, but it's not really looking like that anymore. It's not looking like they can hang or compete. They're going out west again. And they're going to play the Dodgers and the Padres and some upcoming series before they come back to PNC Park. But just, I mean, think about where we were, though, earlier on in the Pirates season. Like, how much things change. I mean, we were addressing the Steelers changes. It's pretty obvious that March was the turning point for them, where they made all those offensive moves. But also, like, think about where the Pirates were back in, March, where we had expectations of their bullpen. And then when April and May came around, we're talking about how the offense couldn't hit, and they needed some bats, and Rowdy Tellez was public enemy number 1. And the bullpen was okay. The starting rotation really has carried this team this season. Right, so you've got that as your problem. Your biggest problem is that your offense can't hit. And now we're in a reality where Rowdy Tellez, you feel most confident in him when he comes up to the plate. He's been really one of, if not your most consistent hitter. Maybe Brian Reynolds is, or Andrew McCutchen or 2 other ones you could put up there. But Rowdy Tellez is one of the most consistent hitters in the lineup. And fans went from booing him to chanting Rowdy every time he comes to the plate because he's felt like a savior. And the offense puts up anywhere between 5 and 8 runs regularly, and they can't win games because the bullpen's giving up runs, and the defense is sloppy. And so I'm annoyed this morning, and maybe you've checked out, and unfortunately, I mean, I've seen a lot of posts on X, posts on social media, just, reacting in poor ways. Like, people are just checking out now. And I mean, I heard the boos. I mean, it didn't look like an overly crowded game yesterday. But I remember when I was there on Sunday this past week, there were a lot of boos, and for the right reasons. I remember when the umpires didn't overturn that one on Wednesday where the batter, pulled the bat back and it looked like it hit most of the bat, but maybe scraped his finger, and the fans didn't like that because they watched it on the Jumbotron, and they saw that it might have, not hit his finger at all. And so they booed all the way through that inning, I remember. And then yesterday I heard a lot of boos too. Just because the offense is getting it done and the team's entertaining because the offense is being supportive. And you're not getting that help from the pitching staff to limit runs. I think Luis Ortiz is also a guy that is really not getting the criticisms, I think, because you look at the game and you see the offense. Like, the offense is bailing out Luis Ortiz from getting any criticism in these games, I think, because you forget about his start when the offense comes back and prevents him from getting a decision in the game, getting a pitching decision in the game. He got a no decision when he was well on his way to a loss. So it's it's an interesting situation, but the bullpen's not locking it down. There's defensive plays in the field that need to be cleaned up by the Pirates. But also the Padres almost seemed like they were going to give up both of these last two games in the series, they were not playing a very clean game of baseball. They just found a way to put up 9 yesterday and put up 7 yesterday. 9 on Wednesday, 9 on Wednesday, 7 yesterday. So, and they're on a 5-game winning streak right now, and they've earned the top spot in the wild card race. And the Mets snuck back in. The Braves are now in a tussle with the Mets for that third wild card spot. The Braves have lost 5 in a row. So crazier things have happened this season. It's just you're running out of time. The Pirates are 4.5 out, and they're 56 and 58. They're under a 500 winning percentage. And it's not looking good. This is one of their longest losing streaks, I believe, since April went into May. 4-game losing streak. I don't think they've been swept in a while either, so that just makes this frustrating. It just makes it extra frustrating. Under the Padres are a good baseball team. They're a well-constructed baseball team. You had a 5-game winning streak. They won 8 of their last 10. They just gave the Pirates opportunities to win back-to-back days. And for the Pirates to not capitalize and errors and the bullpen not being able to shut it down and get the win, I mean, Bednar said it. It's frustrating. And so hopefully you have it mentally checked out, but if you have, I mean, I'm not going to say I don't understand, because when you lose heartbreakers like that, like there are heartbreakers too. Like you're invested, watching the offense just put together quality at bats, get on base and score like they have been. I mean, there was reason to have hope in those games. They were exciting baseball games. You cannot deny that. The Pirates played exciting baseball this week. It just didn't go their way, and the ways that they lost were just incredibly frustrating. And with that, that's it. That's all I got to say. If you want to call, you want to express your opinion, 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. You can talk to me on the radio. You can also talk to me on X at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33, and we'll have a conversation. Or if you want to just express your comments to me on X, you can, and I usually some of those I'll read on the air. I usually respond to those in written form too when you do. So I'm always looking at my X account to see if I have any mentions. So if you do want to express yourself there, again, at Callas_33 is my handle. And the phone number one more time, 412-928-9370. I mean, like I talked about with the Steelers too, I mean, the Pirates made a leap. They evolved, not necessarily for the better, but their offense has gotten better. Their pitching staff has gotten a bit worse, and their defense has gotten sloppy. Well, the Steelers, again, the same way. Like I said, they've had a lot of changes. Where were we in March thinking about the Steelers as compared to right now? Because it's their first preseason game of the year. The Steelers are playing the Texans tonight at 7 o'clock. What are you expecting from them? You can also call and talk about the Steelers, what you're calling, what you're expecting from them. You can tell me that in a call or in comments on X. And also, we'll talk a little bit about, I don't know if you've heard of the legendary Jackass Tony, but somebody called the Joe Starky show yesterday and made a point that I don't believe is that fair. So we'll address all that too. It's about the Brandon Aiyuk rumors as well. Nothing new on that front, but we'll keep you up to date if anything does happen. But I do want to address this caller because it was the call heard around the city. It was a very interesting one that got over, I think, 100,000 impressions on X. So when you have a call that's that popular, we should talk about it. We should address it. That's next. My name is Nicholas Harry Callas. This is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro.
I'm Rhett Lewis with NFL Network, now on the Westwood One Radio Network. New England quarterback Drake May made his NFL preseason debut Thursday night versus Carolina. The third overall pick of the 24 NFL draft, played just one series, completing 2 of his 3 passes for 19 yards with no touchdowns or picks and an 84 QB rating before exiting. Patriots are the winners over the Panthers 17-3. Another high-profile rookie making his professional debut, Giants 2024 first-round pick wideout Malik Neighbors had a quiet night before he was pulled from the game in the first quarter. LSU product didn't record any catches catches and wasn't targeted during his time on the field in the Giants' 14-3 win over the Lions. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones says he is in no hurry to work out a new deal with star wideout CeeDee Lamb. As the Pro Bowl wide receiver remains a holdout in search of an extension, Jones met the media Thursday and said, quote, "I don't have any urgency to get it done." As Jones's comments spread across social media, Lamb tweeting a response of, LOL. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Granger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at an accident on the inbound Parkway West. It's blocking the right and center lanes with crews on the scene between the Carnegie and Greentree interchanges. Traffic getting by in the left lane extremely slow as you get by in that left lane past the scene. Also, Cruz in the process of opening up the HOV lanes along the Parkway North, and of course you'll have to deal with the closure of the ramp from the southbound crosstown to the outbound boulevard to the Allies as PennDOT crews are working to fix that giant pothole. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you looking for more power for more play? Then head to Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. We're kicking off huge savings on every new Toyota Tacoma in stock. Get trail-dominating power, advanced technology, captivating style, and our lowest price possible, the Panda price. Plus, with every new Toyota purchase, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost for added peace of mind. Don't miss out. Score big on new Tacomas at Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Granger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding. Now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors. Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Well, it's finally here. College. Imagine the water gushing from this hose is you spending money to get ready for it. Feels awful, right? Well, what if you could slow the spending by up to 80%? That would feel better. But welcome to Mac.bid, where you decide the price of your dorm and college apartment essentials. Your bidding can save up to 80% off retail. So, which flow of money is less stressful? This or this? College prep starts at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those 3 putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year 1. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at Awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Oh, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, or just reality, really, but you know what's going to be here before you know it? Four-wheel drive season. Yep, Colin Dunlap here. And I got to tell you, Schultz Ford's got everything you need, because that weather will turn at some point. Grab that Explorer, grab an Expedition. How about an F-150? Something where you can trudge through that foul weather. Well, they've got great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin. How about Wheeling? That store is humming. It really is. And SchultzFord.com, always online. Go check it out. There's a great selection. You can drive up to one of the dealers and go in person, or all the time, 24/7, 365, SchultzFord.com. They have a gigantic selection of inventory for everything that you need. And like I said, that weather will be here soon enough. Get into something that'll get you around through that foul weather. So again, all those locations and always SchultzFord.com. Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Don't miss the inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cabale.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams that went 0-2 they made the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Hi, Tony.
I was really excited about this trade, but the way you guys have salivated and butchered and miscalculated everything, I kind of hope we don't trade for him now.
Wait, what?
Did I stutter?
We got a tough guy on the line. When you say you guys, who are you talking about?
The local Pittsburgh sports reporters.
Oh, because we're all one monolith. Everybody has the same ideas. Did I stutter?
Filipponi.
I'm not running cover for him. How am I running cover for Filipponi? Let's give him a hand.
Joey.
Let's give Tony a hand.
Bye, Joe. What is name?
Tony.
Family Morning Show presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe buys like a pro. My name is Nicholas Ericalis, and I think that's an important one to discuss. That was the Joe Starky show yesterday around, I want to say 10:50. But either way, yeah, if you go rewind on the Odyssey app, that's AUDACY Odyssey. If you want to listen to the whole conversation, that was a condensed clip, not too much meat cut out of there, but it was also pretty popular on X. If you go to our X account at 937thefan, you'll see the video of it as well. It was entertaining. Zeiss loves a good tussle there with fans who do stuff like that, and Starky was kind of funny on that one as well. We're running cover for Andrew Filipponi for what he posted about Brandon Aiyuk is pretty much the premise there. It seemed, now he's known as Jackass Tony, who called in and told Starky and accused Starky of running cover for Filipponi and that he doesn't want Aiyuk to be traded to the Steelers now because the Pittsburgh media has gotten this wrong. 93.7 The Fan has gotten this wrong. And Crowley said this yesterday, and I'm going to second this emotion, especially after hearing that call. Everybody needs to just calm down for a second. Brandon Aiyuk would be a great trade acquisition, so just because you want us to be wrong, or you generalize us as being wrong, just because you want 93.7 The Fan, Andrew Filipponi, to be wrong, that's kind of silly, considering that Brandon Aiyuk, I think, would, just in a vacuum, in general, he makes your team a whole lot better. He makes the Steelers a whole lot better. So there's no need to not want something just because you're frustrated with how it's been handled and reported. So everybody just needs to chill. Everybody just stand down and really consider what you're saying. And number two, not that we're going to dissociate from Pony altogether, but just think about this though. Like we're not all here to just peddle absolute nonsense. Like we trust Pony enough that he's not going to post something that he doesn't believe. Now, if he gets this wrong, and Joe said that before too, Joe said it on the air, Pony, you better be right. He better be right because he's going to lose a lot of credibility individually if he's not right about this. But he's the only one reporting on this. He has a source, and he trusts that source. So there's no reason to lump us all in at the station with him. He's the one that's trying to make factual reports. We're reacting to the reports that he's making because we right now trust him that he's giving us information that he wouldn't otherwise publish if he didn't believe it. But to generalize us all and say, oh, we all have the same opinions, we're all having the same sources here, and we all we all believe and we're going to peddle falsities. I think that's not fair. That's not fair to all of us on the station or all of Pittsburgh media, as Jackass Tony just accused. So take it easy. Everybody just calm down, okay? It's fine. Everything's fine. There's nothing. There's no reason for that right now. That's all I'll say. There's no reason for all that overreaction. And to see, I'm mad about the accusation that Joe was running cover for Pony, which because Joe had the persistence to, as soon as Pony put that post out on X on, I think it was Tuesday. Yeah, no, it was Wednesday. As soon as Pony put that post out on Wednesday, immediately Starky had Austin City Limits Bechtold run down the hallway and get Pony from the back because Pony was preparing for his show at that point, and brought him into the studio, and Joe asked him questions to further explain what his reports were. So that's not running cover. That's just not blindly defending this guy. It's, okay, you made a report about something, you are going to be questioned. You're going to have to answer. And that's what happened. So I feel bad for Starky for getting those accusations because Starky did what he was supposed to do. He saw a report, and he asked questions about it from the source of the report. there's nothing more you can do in that case. We're just asking questions, and we are now considering the hypothetical that Brandon Aiyuk could be coming to Pittsburgh. That's all. So I'll say it one more time. Calm down. And have fun with tonight, by the way, as well. The Steelers play the Houston Texans at 7 o'clock tonight. So enjoy that as well. Football is here, right? We got some preseason exhibitions, and then the season starts in about a month. So have fun with that. And with that, I'm done. Oh, I also want to say this, too. I'm very happy to announce that I've been at Odyssey now for 3 years and 93.7 The Fan for 3 years. I wanted to throw that in there, too. Congratulations to me and all my success. But I just want to say that I'm still happy to be here, and it's been a great 3 years. And here's to the next, hopefully, many years that I get to be here on this Fan Early Morning Show and work for the Fan Morning Show. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates, terms and conditions at sunchevy.com today. High of 84, low of 69, 70% chance of rain. Tomorrow, high of 79, low of 61. Clear skies expected. Fan Morning Show, pre-show. That's coming up next right here on The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from Get-Go Cafe and Market, such as the summer barbecue favorite smokestack pulled pork sandwich. Download the Get-Go app today to order and get free tots. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek's August demo and fitting events start August 7th with TaylorMade, Ping, Callaway, and Titleist. Call to set up your time, 412-492-9990. If you're not being fit outdoors, you're not being fit. Tune into the Fan Early Morning Show each morning at 5 a.m., presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. Visit them at cgrwholesaleroofing.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Plus finance HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Select models and trims only. In stock units only. Offers end 9/3/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL or Tucson SE with 1.99% financing for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
It's the end of summer sale with Zero Res. Whether you're looking to clean up after a long summer of barbecues, get-togethers, and graduation parties, or just want to get ready for the new school year, Zero Res has you covered. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So now's the time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly technicians always walk you through their entire cleaning process and make sure that you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. I've even had to call them because we forgot to tell them about one room. Guy turned around, came all the way back, got it done. It really is amazing with Zero Res. If you haven't tried them out or it's been months since your last deep clean, now's the time. Get your entire home Zero Resified. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119. Also, perfect time of year to get your air ducts taken care of. 20% off your air duct cleaning this month. Don't forget about those dryer vents as well. Schedule your appointment today. ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call. 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
The quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. That's the very definition of integrity, and that's how the injury lawyers of LGKG walk the walk on a daily basis. So when you retain LGKG as your injury law firm, you have a 90-year reputation of integrity on your side. It's Dan Zangrili here with my friend Larry Kelly.
In communities like Western PA, if you don't have that integrity, everybody knows it. And when you do, everybody knows it.
That's the power and winning formula when using LGKG. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Reason number 52 to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler. Only Diamonds Direct gives you a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. Let us explain. If you buy a diamond at Diamonds Direct today and decide in the future you want to upgrade to a larger diamond, Diamonds Direct will give you 110% of your original purchase price toward the new stone. For example, let's say you bought her a $5,000 diamond last year, but now she wants to upgrade to a $6,000 diamond. Diamonds Direct will give you $5,500 toward the new one. That's 10% more than you paid the first time. Guaranteed appreciation. Whether that first diamond was $3,000 or $30,000, you get 10% more. Who else does this? And unlike other stores who claim to offer diamond upgrades, at Diamonds Direct, there's no fine print and no minimum purchase requirement. It's 10% more, period. Come and discover real value and buy with confidence. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing that earlier accident on the Parkway West inbound between Carnegie and Greentree now moved off to the right shoulder of the roadway. We have a couple of state troopers on the scene with the vehicles involved. Traffic is getting by in the center and left lanes past the scene. It's a little heavy. Parkway North, the HOV lanes are open, and today is the first morning rush. You'll have to deal with the closure of the ramp from the southbound crosstown to the outbound boulevard of the Allies as PennDOT attempts to fix that giant pothole there. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Greenewalt Roofing, your career, our commitment. Ready to soar in your sales career? Join Greenewalt Roofing's growing commission sales team. Enjoy flexibility, top-notch support, and unlimited earning potential. Apply now at greenewaltroofing.com/employment. Greenewalt Roofing, your future starts here.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Pre-show on a football Friday. Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. I am Adam Crowley. That is Doran Dickerson. Behind the glass is Nicholas Harry Callis. And again, the Steelers play football today. Good morning to you, friends.
Good
How
morning.
are we?
Happy Friday.
I'm showing too much chest hair.
Are you?
Yeah, now that the camera angle switched, I got the taco meat coming
Where
out.
did you get that polo?
I got it from the Steelers when I worked over there.
That's what I figured.
Yeah, it's a little short actually.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
It's nice though.
Thank you.
Nice little gray polo.
Cutter and Buck, I think.
Cutter and Buck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm not going to try to say that again.
Does it have a pocket?
No pocket. No pocket. It's a polo. I guess polos have had pockets.
Yeah, they do.
A lot of them do, in fact. Yeah, I think that's kind of the hipster deal.
Mm-hmm. Probably likes shirt pockets.
Yeah.
So you can put your pens in there unnecessarily.
Yeah, I am lit.
We made fun of you the one day for having like a T-shirt pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Polo makes a little more sense. Your official business.
Are you guys good? Everybody happy?
Great. Callis?
Yeah, the Pirates are bad and boo. I guess there's football tonight, though.
That's exactly right.
And I get to host tomorrow from 1 to 5, so I'm excited.
This is your second show hosting on a weekend, right?
Yeah, technically third. I also broke the Justin Fields news back in March.
That's right.
For 3 hours.
That's right.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear. You didn't break the news. You reacted
I was
to
the
broken
reacted.
news. Yeah.
Okay.
Craig was singing your praises about that very show the other day. Were you in the office for that?
No.
Wow,
he wasn't.
yeah.
That's right.
Craig said you did a very good job. And the greatest part about it, he said, was Hathorn was doing something else, came into the studio, did a segment with you, and then Jeff's like, I can hang around for as long as you need. And you're like, nah, man, I got it.
Nice.
You gave him the old wave off.
I didn't try to wave him off, though. I knew he was already busy, and I think he just wanted to make sure that I was secure. And I'm like, no, man, you got other places to be. It's fine.
You were like a pitcher in the 7th inning, and you got the ball in your mitt, and the manager walks out to the mound, and you're like, oh, hell no. I'm finishing this one off.
This bad boy.
I got it. I'm going complete game here.
Well, it was tough, though, and I think he felt bad for me, too, because we had, like, no breaks during that time because it was all our automation, our Xfinity Sports Network people who were supposed to be on, and once it broke, like, there were no advertisements to carry either. So it was like I would do a segment and then play like a 30-second bumper, and then I'd be right back on.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Were the calls popping?
Oh, yeah, they were absolutely popping. And you were on. You were my first one. So remember that? You called in from a pub because it was St. Patrick's weekend.
Yeah, we were together.
Yeah. Yeah. Craig was like, he's like, I'm texting everyone. Can you guys go on and do a segment with Callis? We want everybody reacting to this news. I was like, I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I said no.
Well,
I was like, I can't.
Well, you should have said no.
Yeah. I was.
Texter reminded me of something here. Congratulations to Nicholas Harry Callis on 3 years at 93.7 The Fan.
Yes, sir.
Yay!
And we did not plan for this because, again, me Scoozy, I forgot. So this is what we have to celebrate. Happy birthday, Sidney Crosby music. To congratulate Nicholas Harry Callis on his 3 years at The Fan. Did it go fast?
Yeah. Well, it's like one of those things where, like, you never... Like, you try to do that exercise, you're like, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Where do you see yourself in 10 years? And I've never really been able to visualize exactly where I'd be. But to say, like, 3 years ago, I'd be doing my own show on a weekend or, like, having this consistent position or getting to wake up at 5 a.m. every day and do, host a show for a half hour. It's like, I never would have thought. No.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite visualize that exactly, to be honest with you, so...
Well, congratulations to you.
It's been quite a pleasant experience.
It's great.
And I feel very fortunate.
Do you feel like you've gotten better since you started?
Absolutely, yeah.
This is a reps business.
It is. You just got to do it. And you got to do it again and again. Yeah, Lanny always taught us that at Waynesburg. I could put a book in front of your faces and lecture you all the time, but if you don't actually do it, you can never really get a feel for what works best for you.
No doubt.
I was so nervous when I first started doing this. Like, every single show. So nervous. Like,
it's a long time to talk.
It is, by yourself.
Yeah.
And like, oh man, I would just be like, man, I can't wait to get through this.
When I first filled in for Crowley and I had to do a show, I think it was New Year's Eve. It was after Pitt played in the Peach Bowl. And I remember I used to just sit in here and I would just, like, the first time I ever did it, I remember just like from 4:15 to 5, just sitting here with my hands, together. And
sweating.
I would just sit and think, like, what do I say? What do I say? And now it's nice to know that I can just, like, flutter in here at 4:45 and just I know exactly what I can say. Reaction, Pirates, Steelers, whatever, Penguins. So
Pitt.
Yeah, Pitt.
Riverhounds.
Thank you.
Yes. Wild Things.
Wild Things.
Yeah.
I've never talked about the Wild Things. I can say that for sure. Sorry.
I
Tony.
remember Stan Savran telling me. There was one, when I would produce his show, one day he's just getting no calls. Just no calls. And it annoyed him. But he said, this is how you learn who you are on the air.
Yes.
When you don't have the calls, when it's just you, And that's how you really develop your personality.
For sure.
Basically, you talk to yourself.
Yep.
And I think that's true.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. I remember that moment where it was like the soul-searching moment in this business. I was like maybe a year in, and I was doing a Saturday show right after the Pirate game. I was supposed to come on, and the Pirate game got rained. It was a rain delay, and then it ultimately got rained out. And I had to do 5.5 hours by myself.
Oh my God!
And that was like the first time. Like I hadn't done more than 3 hours. I had to do 5.5 hours during baseball season, which I never talked baseball back then. And that was a soul-searching moment. And I was like, if I can get through this, then I can do this in this business. And I did. I don't even remember how I did it, but I did. And you need those moments, though. You do. Like, if you want to make it in this business, like, you need those moments. And I'm a proponent of people doing shows for 4 hours by themselves before they even actually have
absolutely.
A cohort or a legit show where you have multiple people, because you got to make it last. You got to figure out ways to be entertaining, make it last, and make sense. Like, people always think that our job is easy. Oh, you just talk in the microphone. I'm like, well, everything that we say has to make sense.
Yeah.
Because we'll get called on it, and it has to be credible, and you have to be entertaining. Like, there's a lot of components that go into this. It's not just as easy to just turn on the microphone and us sitting down and talking. And it is an art at the end of the day once you do get it. But
I think people do forget that, though, that like we have to retain an audience.
Yes.
So we could just talk, but if nobody's listening,
anybody can talk into a microphone.
Exactly. Anybody can talk into a microphone, but it takes a little extra special zest to get people to continue to follow.
You got to have that charisma, baby.
Got to be able to do it. Like, it's not as easy as I think people think.
And there's no safety net. It's a tightrope without a safety net. You fall, you're done.
And I love seeing people, like you, Callis and Bechtold, like getting those opportunities at such a young age. Because, like, if you make it work now and you keep getting better and you want to get better, you are going to be in a good spot, because it's not easy. And it's like I look at these. I don't know why we're even talking about this, but I like it. But I look at these positions like long snappers. There's only so many long snappers, and they stay in the league a long time. Like, if you look around the NFL, you see the same long snappers. They've been in the league for 12+ years, and they always will have that spot. And it's so hard to seat those guys. And it's hard in this bit because there's only so many chairs in the city that do this.
Correct.
So if you do get your opportunity, man, and if you do get it at a young age, take advantage of it. Take advantage of it, because it could be beneficial.
I've heard Starky talk about this, and it rings true. When you're done with a show, you flush it, and you're on to the next one. You start totally over.
Yeah.
And there is pressure in that. You have to keep coming up with stuff.
Yes.
And it's content creation. You can't just count on something out there happening. Like, we've been fortunate of late. The Pirates have been good. Penguins last offseason was good. The Steelers last few off seasons have been very atypical, but there's not always going to be stuff.
Right.
Like, think about COVID.
Right.
I was on an AM radio station for 4 hours a day talking about sports when there were no sports.
Right.
It was unbelievable. Yeah. I don't know what the hell happened.
Mm-hmm.
But you do a show, and we joke all the time. What do we talk about today?
Yeah, we do it every day.
You 9:55, 9:57, whatever it is, you flush it, and you're on to the next one. And then everything that you read or see or think about is content for the next day. And then that show gets flushed, and there's a pressure there. And you have to perform. There has to be ratings, and if there's not, there's always going to be people out there that want these jobs. Like you said, there's only a few of them.
Right.
And so you don't want to take it for granted either, and I think we're all very thankful for the positions we're in.
Absolutely. Like, I mean, it is the best job in the world. There's no doubt about it. And I look at it like a tree. I think I may have said this on the radio or on live before, or to you. Like, I look at it as a tree, and then you look at the branches on the tree, and you look at the leaves on the tree, and then the leaves fall off, and they grow new leaves. Like, that's how, if you're hosting a show by yourself, that's how you got to look at it. Like, there's the base, and then you got to create more from the base, and then the leaves are the extra base, and then they fall off, and then you got to create new bases. Like, of what you're actually talking about. You have to be able to branch out.
I always looked at it as a cantaloupe.
Oh, well, okay.
A hard exterior, and then there's layers.
Yes.
Or an onion.
Yes.
Parfait.
Yes.
Shrek.
Shrek.
I don't know why I said cantaloupe first.
Cantaloupe. All things.
Yeah, of all things. There's really no layers to a cantaloupe. There's the hard shell.
Yes.
And then there's just the cantaloupe.
Yeah, there's the
So that's
lope.
2 layers.
That would be 2 layers.
An onion has a little more.
There's seeds.
There are seeds, yeah. There's seeds.
Yeah.
No seeds in an onion.
No.
Interestingly enough. Is that interesting? Probably not. Why? Why are there no seeds in an onion?
I mean,
I cut up an onion the other day.
An onion's a vegetable, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Didn't
Do
we talk about
vegetables
this
have
before?
seeds?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, you ever heard of a zucchini?
I thought a zucchini was.
You cut a
Oh, no.
zucchini, there's
Cucumber.
little seeds up in there. Cucumber, all kind of seeds up in there.
I guess that was a dumb question.
Yeah,
I was going to ask that, so I'm glad that you asked that because it was dumb. And I didn't ask, and you asked it.
I did cut up an onion the other day, and I've showered like 8 times since then and washed my hands dozens and dozens and dozens of times, and my fingers still smell a little oniony. What's up with that? Is that normal or not?
I think that your skin maybe retain the onion smell. Like some people can, you know how some people eat garlic and they just permeate garlic. Some people just attract it. I think you might attract onion.
I don't mind when I pick my nose and it smells like onion. I don't mind that.
You don't mind that?
I don't. I like eating chicken wings, and then you clean your hands off, it still smell like wings, and whenever you're up in there cleaning it out, you smell like chicken wing.
Like you've walked past me a couple times this week and you smelled like onions.
That's not true. There's no.
That
way.
is true.
No.
You smelled just like onions, and I'm like,
It's
oh,
not
maybe he
onion.
had a sandwich.
It's just my left hand that smells like onion.
Well, but it's you. Like onions have a permeating smell.
They're
It's very
potent.
very potent.
When you cut an onion, do you cry?
I've never really cut an onion.
What are you talking about? You've never cut an onion?
I've never sat there and cut an onion. Have somebody cut it for me.
Oh. That's the help. The help cuts my onions.
I honestly don't know the answer to that question either. I've never cut onions.
I've never cut onions.
My mom's allergic.
Your mom's allergic to onions?
Very allergic, so I never really ate them.
So your mom eats onions. What happens to her?
A lot of stomach sickness.
Really?
Okay.
Throwing up.
Oh.
Oh, wow. Jeez.
Like she'd be taken out for like 6 to 8 hours, just needing rest. At that point, yeah.
Wow. Never heard of someone being allergic to an onion.
Aggressively allergic, yeah.
Texter, zucchini and cucumber are both fruit. Cal, let's get on that. That can't be.
I think we did this before.
I'm sure we have. But I don't recall the zucchini, cucumber are both being fruit being something that I knew.
The tomato's a fruit.
That we know.
And they have seeds, right?
Oh, you know what my wife made for lunch yesterday?
Don't tell me it's something with tomatoes.
Oh, yeah, you hate tomatoes. This was tremendous, though. Wheat sourdough bread, toasted, nice layer of mayonnaise, a little bit of salt.
BLT.
And then, and then just a homegrown tomato on top.
That's
3 slices of tomato.
That's the sickest thing I've ever heard.
It was so good, and I would bite into it, and it would drip. You know the tomato juices.
I'm honestly getting queasy. Stop.
You know, with the mayonnaise and the tomato juice just like dripping off down my beard.
I think you should spare Doran. Oh. Yeah, look at him. Oh man.
And it would slip off, and then I'd pick it up. I'd just eat the tomato whole, and it'd drip down my arm.
We did talk about this. I do remember this. Cucumbers are botanically a fruit.
Oh, we did do this. People are saying onions are their own seeds, which is interesting. And another texter, why aren't there seeds in carrots? You like carrots?
I love carrots, but I'm allergic to them.
What do you mean?
I'm allergic to fruits and vegetables, like raw ones. I have to take medicine before I eat them.
No.
Uh-huh.
So you have to have them cooked?
Yes, I have to have them cooked.
If you don't take the medicine, you can eat them cooked though.
Yes, I can eat them cooked. I can't eat them raw.
What's it do?
Like makes my throat scratch. I'll do that for like an hour.
I wish I was allergic to fruit and vegetables because I don't really eat a lot of them anymore. My wife kills me for it. Texter, Crowley, here's a trick I learned in culinary school. Use sugar when you wash your hands, suds them up, and then have someone add sugar. You're welcome. Get the onion off my hands.
Yeah, you were permeating of onion for the last couple days.
No.
I'm being serious.
It's just my left hand. I'm not sweating onions over here.
Why would I just make that up out of nowhere?
You know what I had the other day, which was very good, was pickled eggplant.
Where did you get that at?
Leanna's sister made it.
Was it raw? I guess it would be.
Yeah, and you put it in the pickle jar, and you kind of slice it up, and then you put it on crackers with cheese and part of a charcuterie board.
Huh.
It was tart but sweet and delightful.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Eggplant parm? Yes.
Buddy.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Really good.
We got all this fruit and veggies from my wife's grandmother's garden, including eggplant, and we slice it up thin, bake it for like 10 minutes. You don't want to go too far. And then sprinkle a little feta cheese on top.
That's probably pretty good.
It was good.
That's probably pretty good.
It was good. Not as good as the raw dog and tomato sandwich I had.
Why?
Open face.
That's honestly repulsive.
Texter, lemon takes the onion smell away, Adam. Thank you.
Squash? You like squash?
I like pumpkins.
Huh?
I like pumpkins.
Squash?
Yeah, I think pumpkins are a form of squash.
They are.
Yeah.
You eat pumpkins?
Yeah.
You eat pumpkin.
Pumpkin pie?
A pumpkin. Do you eat like the inside of a pumpkin without cooking the seeds?
No.
So you like pumpkin?
I don't like squash.
Mm-mm.
When we're doing like a Whole30 or one of these low carb diets or something like that, my wife will be like, it'll be fine. We're not going to eat spaghetti. We're going to have spaghetti squash instead. You ever do that? You bake the squash, and then you scoop out the insides with a fork, and it, like, looks like spaghetti?
Yeah.
It's garbage.
It is so bad.
My wife loves, this is so good. It's crap.
It is so bad. Spaghetti squash is horrible.
Yeah. I don't, and it makes your whole house stink.
Ew.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Broccoli. We made broccoli the other day, and my parents came over, and they're like, oh, the baby poop. No, that's just the broccoli. Yeah.
I love broccoli, though.
I do like broccoli.
I don't like the smell whenever you cook it, though.
No. I also don't like the smell of potato chips when you open the bag. It smells like
farts. Yeah.
Which I don't understand. What happened there? More air in the bags than ever before.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Texter, mayo just hits different when there's a tomato involved.
No. I look at people differently when they have tomato sandwiches.
But you like tomato sauce.
Yes. Ketchup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Real weird. I'll even go as far as salsa. But I don't get the chunks. I just dip it in the juice.
See, I like tomatoes, but I don't do the chunky salsa either. I don't like that. Reminds me of vomit.
Yeah, it's sick.
Mm-hmm. How's your throat? Everybody good? Yeah. We all good? Congratulations to Callis on 3 years at 93.7 The Fan. Coming up in 15 seconds, the very latest, and there is some news on Brandon Aiyuk to the Pittsburgh Steelers. We've got a game today to get into. We've got a game that the Pirates lost yesterday to react to. We've got Chris Carter at 8. We've got Bob Pompian and Charlie Batch who are calling the game for Channel 2 later on in the program. It's going to be a party. Join us, please. And we start that party in 15 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Let's go. Good morning, everybody. We got a football game tonight, and Justin Fields is going to be the Steelers' starting quarterback, and a lot of good players are going to participate for the Steelers. You're not going to see Cam Hayward. You're not going to see Alex Highsmith or T.J. Watt or Patrick Queen or Isaac Seumalo or Russell Wilson or Minka Fitzpatrick. Everyone else is going to play, though. So you're going to see a lot of Steelers starters, and you might see them for about a quarter. And you're going to see Houston starters. And that's a nice test. We liked last year that the Steelers played the Bills. And I do think that you can learn something from these games. And we'll get into that over the course of the show. But we're going to start where we've been starting, and that's with Brandon Aiyuk and the very latest on him. This from Jerry Dulac of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Sources. Are you allowed to type sources without it being in all caps? I don't think so.
No.
Has to be all caps.
Doesn't hit.
No. Sources! The Steelers are waiting to hear from the 49ers if a deal for Brandon Aiyuk is going to happen. Several factors could be involved, and one of them is the 49ers would like a wide receiver to replace Brandon Aiyuk, but the Steelers are not using any of their players as part of the trade. Is that anything new? Is that anything we didn't already know?
No, that's nothing new.
I'm not trying to cast aspersions at Dulac or anything like that, but that's kind of been where we have been. That Omar Khan and John Lynch are in the midst of a staring contest here, and neither one of these guys wants to blink. And if you're Omar Khan, you know that Brandon Aiyuk only wants to come here. And if you are John Lynch, you know in your heart of hearts that Brandon Aiyuk only wants to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. And so you're just waiting each other out.
Mm-hmm.
I said this yesterday. I asked this yesterday. If a Brandon Aiyuk deal does come to be, and we think that it will, do you put it more on Tomlin or do you give the credit more to Omar Khan? And I think there are reasonable people who can argue for either side here. And we kind of did yesterday. Both guys deserve credit. Aiyuk wants to be here because of Tomlin, but, man, Omar Khan, we've criticized him for not having a plan to replace Deontay Johnson. If you land Brandon Aiyuk, that is a plan coming to fruition. And if and when they do get Brandon Aiyuk, I think we're all going to go, wow, that's all they had to give up.
Mm-hmm.
So I think both guys. But right now, Omar Khan doing a hell of a job just waiting out the San Francisco 49ers.
Right. I mean, but that is also a fine line, too, because I feel like, and we said this yesterday very early into the show, that I think that there's going to be other teams that emerge that could be just as sexy as the Steelers. So, I mean, it's not as much as, hey, I could be as patient as long as possible and wait it out till the last minute. It is going to be a fine line. I think so. I think that there's going to be teams that emerge that Brandon Aiyuk will be like, I'd go there and probably be willing to give what the 49ers want. So Omar Khan's in a situation where it's like, I'm going to wait, but I also have to pull the trigger at some point. You don't think it's going to be something that's going to blow us out of the water of the give from the Steelers, right? But they want a receiver. So, like, in my mind, I've been trying to manufacture, like, how could you make this happen and it would suffice what the 49ers want? Like, I don't think that they want Calvin Austin. I don't think they look at him as that receiver trade piece.
Right.
So you're going to have to get creative. So you're going to have to attach something to draft picks or a draft pick. I just don't know what that could be. I do believe, though, that they want the receiver back, but I do believe that they are okay with another position player that is a starter.
I agree with that. I think when you look at what Cleveland has to offer in Amari Cooper, it could just be specific to them.
Yeah.
That's the player Cleveland's willing to part with, and that does backfill the position of need. And there's probably not a lot, if any, drop-off there apart from just not knowing the offense or having a camaraderie with the quarterback. When you think about New England, it's Justin Bourne, right?
Kendrick.
Mother freaking crap. Didn't I do that the other day, too?
Yeah, Jason Bourne, I think you're thinking of.
Why?
Matt Damon. What was that? Is that Matt Damon? No, not Matt Damon.
See, now you're doing it.
Is it Matt
Wrong
Damon?
again.
Jason Bourne.
That's the new drop whenever I'm an idiot, by the way, is Zeiss just...
Wrong again.
Yeah. Chastising me for being wrong again. It hits a little bit better, I think, than the zap. And Bourne is a player that's not great, but has a track record of success in the NFL. Do the Steelers have one of those on their roster? The best argument would be Van Jefferson, but I think I'd rather have Kendrick Bourne than Van Jefferson. Not that it's really coming down to that anymore. And if you're the Steelers, you want Van Jefferson to be your 3.
Yes.
You want to go into this season losing nothing and adding Brandon Aiyuk.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're the 49ers, you are a Super Bowl favorite, and it looks bad when right before the season, you only subtract from the current roster and your only addition is draft picks. So I understand why they're not blinking. I understand why the Steelers aren't blinking. And I don't think the Steelers are going to wind up giving up a position player. I don't, because I don't think that they have to get it done, because the one guy who has all the say, Brandon Aiyuk, ain't going to go anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think. Now, you say there could be mystery teams. There could be teams that slide in at the end. There could be. I think I'd be surprised at this point, though, because I think we'd have read about that. I think there'd be reporting on that. I think at the very least there'd be leakage from a San Francisco standpoint on that to kind of try to light the fire under Omar Khan.
Mm-hmm.
I think Omar is perfectly content on waiting and telling himself, maybe lying to himself, if we don't have Brandon Aiyuk, we're going to run the ball and play defense. And if you don't want to trade him, fine, don't trade him. Here's a second-round pick, here's a third-round pick, your move, and we're just waiting. And one of the reasons I think that is because a quote that came out from Kyle Shanahan yesterday, this from KNBR, the flagship station of the 49ers out there in San Francisco. This is Kyle Shanahan, quote, "If it doesn't work out, you always try as hard as possible to get fair value, whether it's fair value for the future, fair value for now. You're always hoping for both. Brandon Aiyuk's got to agree to that too. We're looking at every possibility."
That's interesting that you bring up that quote because I was just about to ask you a question if you would do something. And fair value for the future, fair value for right now, you hope to have both. So entertain me here. And would you entertain this? A second-round pick in Roman Wilson. Because position that you want, receiver, he's a rookie. You're basically getting a third-round pick from this year's draft, and you would have a second-round pick. Would you do that?
I thought about that too. If Brandon Aiyuk wanted to go to Cleveland, if he wanted to go to New England, if Washington were involved in the sweepstakes, a team that we do know he wants to go to, and the only way you could best the offers is giving up Roman Wilson, then yeah, I would do it. I still don't think you need to add anything.
Mm-hmm.
I think you just sit and you wait until they bow down to you. And I think eventually they will.
Really?
Because the latest reporting now from Mike Silver, who's been all over this from out west, is that Kyle Shanahan is totally fed up with the situation and totally fed up with specifically Brandon Aiyuk. He's annoyed that Brandon Aiyuk dabbed him up at practice. He doesn't want anything to do with the guy. And so your coach doesn't want anything to do with him. He doesn't want to go anyplace else, apart from Pittsburgh. I ain't offering jack to push this thing over the finish line. I'm just hoping time pushes it over the finish line. Now, there is the other report out there, something that you said 2 days ago and something you brought up on the air yesterday, a third team. This from Diana Rossini of The Athletic. The 49ers to this point haven't been satisfied with the Steelers' offers and would like a receiver in return for Aiyuk as part of a trade, although they are open to players at other positions, league sources said, and it could be a third team that they're looking for to make this all work. So, to streamline it here, the Steelers give the Niners draft picks. The Niners use those draft picks to then go and acquire another wide receiver, which also makes some sense.
It makes a lot of sense if you want to get it done.
Yeah. And it's just Omar Khan, man, not willing to budge. And this isn't the first time we've seen this.
No.
Justin Fields wanted to be here early in the offseason, and Chicago had a higher ask. That was reported a bunch, and Omar never gave in until Chicago got desperate. They knew they needed to move him, and then you wind up giving up, a 6th-round pick that turns into a 4th-round pick if he plays over 50% of the snaps. Omar's a patient man. And in this situation, I think if you are tiering the levels of leverage, I think you go Brandon Aiyuk, Pittsburgh Steelers, significant gap, 49ers.
Really?
I do.
Man.
I think there's nothing that they can really do here. You can demand Pat Freiermuth, you can demand George Pickens, you can demand Calvin Austin, you can demand the 90th guy on the roster. Steelers don't have to do anything because you're not letting him play for you, and he ain't letting himself play for anybody else.
If you could just fine him if you don't get something done.
You can, but it sounds like now it's become a situation that Kyle Shanahan just doesn't want to deal with anymore. Because I think you were resigned to the fact that you're not going to have the guy. So do you either not have him while having him, and he's this huge distraction, and it's something hanging over your head?
Or get something for him.
Or do you get something for him, and you just wash your hands of him, and you don't have to deal with it anymore? Because I still think the 49ers can win the Super Bowl without Brandon Aiyuk.
I agree.
And I think they think that too. But if it's going to be a pain in the ass, something that's getting asked of all these players all year long, I don't know that holds them back from winning a Super Bowl, but I'm not sure that Kyle Shanahan agrees with me. He might think that this is something that's such a big pimple on the backside that you just need to get it done. That quote was so telling to me from Kyle Shanahan. Well, whether it's fair value for the future, fair value for now, you're always hoping for both. Because it sounds like, from everything else we're hearing, they don't want it to be about the future. They want it to be about the now. They
Right.
want to get a player because they're trying to win the whole damn thing, and it's tough to justify to the fans, we're only going for the future. Well, now you've got the second probably principal decision maker here saying, well, whether it's something for the future. I think laying the groundwork to the fan base, that could be what we're looking at here.
Yeah.
Let's get into the 3-team trade possibility coming up next, because it is something that you brought up before I heard anybody else bring it up. And I do think it begs an interesting question about the Steelers, too. You can tweet us. We'd love to hear from you. It's a Football Friday. We're going to get into this game. On Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. On the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And on the phone lines, the hotline. Brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Sorry, I was buffering there. The brain just kind of stopped. Right now, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost yesterday to the San Diego Padres and got swept in that 3-game series. Pirates are immediately going out west, and they're going to start a 3-game series tonight at 10:10. with the Los Angeles Dodgers. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Crowley.
I'm so happy to be reading this right now. Are you a fan of fall beers? Let's go! Pumpkin beers, Oktoberfest. Imagine those crisp fall days. Football, tailgate parties, cold beers, fun times. Well, the fall beers are pouring into Hampton Beer Outlet. Blockhouse Pumpkin, Southern Tier Pumpkin. Oh, Sierra Nevada, Yingling Oktoberfest, Whole Hog, all the imports, and even the Pitt-themed Icy Light 15 packs with the cool Pitt packaging and cans. All of this is at Hampton Beer Outlet now, so drive a little, save a lot. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
When the black and gold are up the road, we get excited. Smale Kia's proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh Training Camp live on the Fan 93.7. And during our summer savings event, look for the tags and look for clearly marked prices. Plus low and no APR financing on Kia Sportage, Sorento, and select EVs. Go to smalekia.com. 1.9% APR up to 48 months, $21.65 a month per 1,000 financed at 48 months through KFA with approved credit. Not all will qualify. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 9/3/24.
Join Easy Storage Ross Township for their 5th annual Classic Car Cruise Sunday, August 11th from noon until 3 p.m. at the Easy Storage Ross Township. Located at 5000 Johanna Drive, $1,000 cash prize, basket raffles, and free food. All proceeds benefit the Berkeley Hills Fire Company.
And they're off. The race for small business loans is underway. Out of the gate, it's Monster Bank, followed by Nickel and Dime Bank. Nickel and Dime is moving on the inside, now followed by Excessive Fees Bank. But wait, Owners Bank is pulling out of the pack, and it's Owners and Monster out in front. Down the stretch they come. Monster Bank pulls up lane. That's Owners Bank crosses the finish line. Magnificent!
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
At Lowe's, we know how to save pros time and money. Save 20% on 1-gallon cans and 5-gallon pails of Valspar Defense or Cabot Stain. Plus, save 15% on your choice of 6 or more Purdy items. And get free same-day delivery to the job site when you order by 2 p.m. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 8/21. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See store at Lowe's.com for details. Must be single receipt purchase. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Rain today, the high 83.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Team USA basketball is going for the gold. After giving everybody a heart attack by barely getting by Serbia 95-91, trying to prevent them from winning gold, it's France and Wembanyama. They'll be playing on their home court tomorrow afternoon. Let's go Team USA. And somebody help lead the team besides LeBron, please. I'm JR.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some things to watch out for this morning. This report brought to you by Window Nation. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at that closed ramp from the southbound crosstown to the outbound boulevard to the Allies. As PennDOT tries to fix that big pothole there, it will remain closed through the weekend. There is a posted detour. And in response, PennDOT has opened up the HOV lanes to all motorists this morning to try to relieve some of that congestion on the crosstown. Meanwhile, the lots and garages along the North Shore closed to day-long parking as there is a Steeler game this evening. They'll be open at 2 o'clock at the event rates. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. It's Window Nation's anniversary sale. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 24 months and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st. So schedule an in-home estimate at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Here's the latest from Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network. The Niners are nosing around the league, looking for wide receivers to fit into a potential 3-team deal. So Aiyuk goes to Pittsburgh, draft picks go to the Niners, those draft picks go to another team, and the other team sends a wide receiver. And he would go on to say, I have no doubts in my mind that the 49ers have had those conversations. This is something you brought up yesterday, Doran. You were the first person I heard bring it up because you brought it up off the air, I think, the day before. And it does make a lot of sense. If you're the Steelers and you're not going to budge, and I'm guessing that the ask would be from San Francisco, Freiermuth, or Pickens, because I don't think they value any of the other wide receivers on the Steelers roster. Well, of course, Pittsburgh's going to balk at that, and those guys are untouchable, and you're not going to move them in any deal at this point. So it just makes a ton of sense. It could be Houston. They've got a million wide receivers. I saw Donnie bring that up. You brought up Devontae Adams. That would make a lot of sense. And so I was thinking, why don't the Steelers just take their draft picks and go and find one of these wide receivers that's not Brandon Aiyuk and make that deal?
Right.
But then I looked into Devontae Adams, and the next 2 years after this one, his cap hits $44 million, so I don't think he makes a ton of sense. But if there are other wide receivers available, maybe the Steelers could light a fire under San Francisco and say, hey, maybe we'll just go trade for that guy.
Right. I mean, it all depends on like what the Steelers are willing to pay and what the 49ers are willing to pay for a receiver. Like, just because they weren't going to pay Aiyuk doesn't mean that they won't pay a wide receiver that they think is more significant.
Or one that's a little less significant that would cost a little less money.
Or a little less. Because at first I saw the Devontae Adams thing, and I looked at his contract and it said like $28 million this year. And I was like, that's right around the range that they wanted to be in with Aiyuk. I'm like, that would make a lot of sense. But I guess $44 million the following year wouldn't make sense. But it might for them. I mean, I don't know what their situation is financially.
I think it's bad. I think because you still need to pay Purdy and you're going to pay Trent Williams.
Right?
Yeah. I think they can do an Aiyuk deal, just less, obviously, than what Aiyuk wants, and that's why we're in this position. Devontae Adams, you'd have to – I don't even know cap-wise what you'd have to do to make something like that happen. But it doesn't mean that there's not other good available options. Like Donnie threw out Tank Dell yesterday. I wouldn't love to do that if I'm Houston, but you can afford, if you're them, to lose a wide receiver, get a second and third round pick potentially, or a second or third, whatever, and you still got a lot of great weapons for Stroud to throw the football to.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if they want to take away any of his weapons.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they'd be interested. I think they know where they're at right now, and they want to surround him with as many weapons as possible. I don't know if they'd even be willing to, like, because you're not going to trade a first round pick for
Tank Dell, no.
Right? And I don't think they would think a mid round pick would be worth sending away one of C.J. Stroud's main options,
right?
Main-ish options.
And I don't think that there's going to be a first round pick involved in this anyhow. So you're right. Are you going to part with Tank Dell or a player of that ilk for a third round pick? That'd be tough to justify going into year 2 of what y'all think could be pretty special down there in Houston. Here's a tweet from ARS. You seem to forget when teams battle and have injuries during camp, they become more aggressive. Yeah, that's probably what the 49ers would say.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, there's not more teams than you interested right now, Steelers, that
we said this yesterday.
Yeah, Brandon Aiyuk's willing to go to, but you know, that list can get longer if someone were to get injured. But here's the thing on that. You can either add $14 million to your cap this year, which is what Aiyuk costs this season, or you can't. That's a significant addition that you have to be able to be willing to take on and be cap compliant with.
Mm-hmm.
So
we could always restructure, like, guys.
Yeah, there's always goofy stuff that happens.
Like, like you can figure out ways if you really need a guy and if you want that guy to have the production of Aiyuk. Like, I don't know. I could see a third team coming in, but I don't think that I'm really stuck on what the 49ers want from the Steelers. Like, I could see a third team coming in, and you could kind of do the whole merry-go-round, whatever, of, all right, draft picks, package that, send it, get your receiver back, send Aiyuk to the Steelers. But I think that they would settle on a player that is a starter. But the Steelers would be comfortable with parting ways with that starter, like a James Daniel.
Right.
Like I
mean, that's really it for me. Dan Moore Jr., if they'd be willing.
Yep.
But that's pretty much it.
Yep.
And that's a far cry from where we've been when we've discussed the Steelers' offensive line. Oh, hey, a position with depth? Oh, it's the offensive line? Oh, okay. I guess I would be willing to do that. Again, I just think Omar's just going to say, draft picks and we'll talk to you soon. You just let us, here's our offer, here's our best offer, we'll just wait. We're just going to wait you out. One thing I do think has become abundantly clear through the Steelers and now the 49ers is this Steelers receiving core sucks. It's not valued. Like, it's George Pickens, right? And they were willing to take on Kendrick Bourne, but they're not going to be willing to look at the Steelers wide receiver roster and say any of those guys are worthwhile.
Right.
I think that is a clear indication of just how not great the Steelers wide receiver core is, as if we needed any other reason to believe that.
Or they have, and the Steelers just don't want to give up.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess so. Because the guy with the most value is Roman Wilson, like you said before.
Or Calvin Austin, if you want to use him in the slot and you love his speed. Like, I don't know. He hasn't proven anything.
I think the Steelers, again, they're probably just saying, we're not taking anybody off this roster. But if the ask was Calvin Austin and a second, I think it probably would be done by now.
Right.
Because he's Calvin Austin, for God's sakes. I'm guessing they just don't value him and don't want him. Don't want a guy like Calvin Austin.
Right.
Just an educated guess. 412-928-9370 if you want to weigh in on all of the Brandon Aiyuk stuff in the latest reporting on that. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We're going to dive in head first, baby, like in the Olympics, to the Steelers preseason opener at about 7 o'clock. And 93.7 The Fan is your station for complete training camp coverage, presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps and Armstrong Business Solutions. Up next, there is more wide receiver drama going on in the NFL, and it's pretty funny. We'll get into that. And something else Dulac reported. Well, that was also funny and made me chuckle. We'll get to all this. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost yesterday to the San Diego Padres and got swept in that 3-game series. Now they're going to go and they're going to play the Los Angeles Dodgers on the West Coast. They're playing in Los Angeles. Game time tonight is at 10:10. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 9 o'clock. And that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns, to turnovers, and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV, and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book. Because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer and swimming. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do your dress shoes, casual shoes, boots, and even your sneakers hurt? And are you starting to wonder, isn't there any shoe out there that'll get rid of my foot pain? Well, maybe you don't need a better shoe. Maybe you need better support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help.
When I went to the doctor and got diagnosed with plantar fasciitis, he told me that I could only wear sneakers. So there went all my summer collection of shoes and all my dress shoes I couldn't wear. It was just too painful, too much foot pain every day. I wanted to take off my shoes as soon as I got home every day, but as soon as I got my arch supports from the Good Feet store, I have no foot pain whatsoever, and I can wear any dress shoe that I want.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Summer sandal season is here, and Good Feet fits in all your summer shoes, even flip-flops. Come to the Good Feet store today.
Head to Level 20 in Bethel Park. Blue Moon Draft Special Thursdays and Fridays. $5. Enjoy Blue Moon Drafts. Open mic night 7 p.m. on the first Thursday of each month. Level 20 in Bethel Park, Paxton Drive. Level20lounge.com.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Summer. Wait, we need to finish school shopping.
We got this. The kids' favorite Good and Gather snacks at Target are now at a new lower price.
And $5 lunch boxes. Let's get Luna the flower bento box.
Good idea. And for our Mega Shark fan Max, I got the Shark backpack. It's only $20.
Even 25-cent select crayons and $6 teas.
And we're done.
Now, where were we?
Cheers to us. When it comes to finishing your supply list, Target has your back to school.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yes, it is the Fan Morning Show, and yes, no music. That means Callis is on the toilet. But me and Doran are still here. There is more wide receiver drama going on in the NFL than just what's happening in San Francisco with Brandon Aiyuk. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones never met a microphone he didn't like, and he was talking yesterday after Cowboys practice. He said on the contract talks with CeeDee Lamb, quote, "I don't have any urgency to get it done," end quote. And then CeeDee Lamb quote tweeted it and just put LOL.
I saw that.
Jerry Jones done screwed this whole thing up, man.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Way bad.
Couple times.
Hadn't paid Dak.
Right.
Haven't paid CeeDee. Micah Parsons. Want all three to be around. None of it's done. Dak cannot be franchised, from what I understand. So he might just walk out the door. They've got no replacement option in tow for him, right? Unless they believe Trey Lance is that guy. Okay. Have fun with that. Good luck with that. What a disaster.
I mean, what are they going to do with CeeDee Lamb if he's not in a rush? They need him. They absolutely need him.
They need him.
And I feel like he's a guy that's like, yeah, I'm not showing up. Like, I don't care. Like, I am not coming. I am not having to hold in. I am not coming around until I get a contract. And if Jerry's going to play, strong arm, like, he's their weapon.
Their big weapon.
Yeah.
And while some might say Brandon Aiyuk, not a top 10 receiver in the NFL, you can't say that about CeeDee Lamb.
Correct.
CeeDee Lamb's on the short list for maybe pound for pound, regardless of position, one of the best players in the league, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
12 touchdowns this year, 135 catches for darn near 1,800 yards.
That's balling.
That is absolutely balling.
That's Antonio Brown stuff.
Yes, it is. And his second year in the league, I mean, shoot, his whole career, man. As a rookie, 935 yards. Second year, 1,100 yards. Third year, he just keeps getting better. Nearly 1,400 yards and 9 touchdowns. And then last year, he has his career season, 135 receptions, 1,800 yards, 12 touchdowns, 80 first downs. He's just an unstoppable force.
And he's durable.
He has played 34 games the last 2 years. Yeah, hasn't missed a game. And that's one of the things about Brandon Aiyuk that is enticing to me too, Doran, is he played 17 games his second year, 17 his third year, and then last year he played 16 games. And he did have a career year with over 1,300 yards. CeeDee's the kind of guy, like if it didn't work out with Aiyuk, you'd love to have CeeDee Lamb.
Oh,
you would love to have CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb, I think, has a case to be the highest paid receiver in football. And do you want to go and do that? I mean, I would. We're not hearing that Dallas is shopping him. We're not hearing that they're going to handle this the way that the 49ers have handled the Aiyuk situation. But if he were to become available, do you sniff around that? CeeDee Lamb?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. This is not like your whole Dak situation. They're two different players there. Like, I would not sniff around Dak in the offseason and think about paying Dak $60 million, but I'll pay CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb,
35, something like that. Yeah.
For sure. Especially if you're in the ballpark. Say, like, I don't know what the actual number is for Aiyuk. I've heard 25, I heard 26, I've heard 27. He's accepted that because he just wants to play for Steelers and get out of the 49ers organization. But if it's 28 for
Aiyuk,
I think you could be willing to pay 35 for CeeDee Lamb.
He's so good.
Yeah.
So good.
So good.
And that's not to say Brandon Aiyuk isn't, but you're right.
They're different. They're different levels of a player.
Yeah.
They're different levels.
Yeah.
There are different tiers.
What I had to laugh about was I saw Sharp Football. Great site, analytics, film breakdown. Warren Sharp. He screen grabbed Jerry Dulac's chat from yesterday in the Post-Gazette, and Dulac was asked if the Steelers might consider moving George Pickens in a Brandon Aiyuk deal, which I think is a silly question because they're not going to do that. You want to pair Brandon Aiyuk.
You're not going to cut your nose off to
spite your face.
Exactly. You're not going to create a hole. This is the reason why they're getting Aiyuk, is to have another receiver. But go ahead.
Here's where and you're right. Here's where I disagree with what Dulac wrote. Dulac wrote, that is not in their plans at all. Okay. That I agree with. Straight up, the Steelers value Pickens more than they do Aiyuk. No, they don't. No, they don't. I don't buy that. He's going to be a very productive receiver this year, particularly if you have Brandon Aiyuk, and he's going to be at a very, 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 he's going to be at a fraction of the cost. But if they valued Pickens that much, then I don't know that they're going out and getting an Aiyuk, a guy that they're going to pay $28 million a year.
I think that what he's saying is that they would rather not trade Pickens and not sign Aiyuk. Like, if that makes sense. Like, they would rather not sign Aiyuk and keep Pickens than trade Pickens and sign Aiyuk.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
If it had to be one or the other,
they're going to stay with.
You're going to keep the guy that costs basically $30 million less.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I think that's what.
If that's what he's saying, then sure.
But value, like, as a pure receiver, like, who would you rather have? Like, if we're doing a fantasy draft?
Yeah.
Aiyuk, yeah.
Well, and if you're having a let's win football games draft,
that too. Yeah.
If they were going to cost the same, the Steelers are going to value Aiyuk more.
Yes,
I have no question about
he's
that.
a more all-around receiver. Yeah.
Yes, and he's proven, and he's done it, and he's coming off a career year, and so is Pickens in that regard. But if you trade for Aiyuk, it's not impossible that they pay two receivers at some point. But I do think it's highly unlikely. Ray Fittipaldo, who's as tapped in as anybody, said he thinks if you trade for Aiyuk, you're not ever going to give George Pickens a second contract. So if what Ray is saying is correct, and I buy that, then you do value Aiyuk more. You do. But I get what you're saying, too. You are right. And if that's what Jerry means, then fair enough. But they're not as enamored with Pickens, I think, as like that response would have you believe. Because if you were, I don't know that you're interested in Aiyuk. I think you expect him to then make a step, and I think that Pickens to make a step, and then that would lift the tide of all the other boats.
Don't you think that they are enamored with Pickens because they're willing to give up Deontay Johnson? And they're like, hey, like, we'll figure it out.
I think they're trying to get Aiyuk because they look at Pickens as a potential Deontay Johnson kind of head case. Potential.
Mm-hmm.
And they're worried about what he might become. Not saying that they think that that's definitely the path he's going to go down, but there were absolutely signs of that last year.
So you think that George plays a factor in the whole Aiyuk thing? See, like, I look at it as, like, they're adding Aiyuk to this offense to make this offense better, and they would love to have George as the second piece or third piece to this offense and not the second piece or the first piece.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how, like,
I just think it's quite clear that they don't pay Pickens if they get Aiyuk. And so from that standpoint, I can't separate the two.
You can't franchise him?
They could, but
What?
I mean, how do you think that's going to go?
I mean, say you give a bridge deal to Fields, so you're going to be paying way less than you would a legit starting quarterback that's up for a contract. I mean, they still would be saving not paying a huge amount at quarterback. I don't know. Maybe. You think it would be a big deal, though, if they did franchise him? Do you think he would make a...
I think you'd be in exactly the same situation the 49ers are in with Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah.
But I think he would be louder like CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
I think you'd kind of take the Cowboys situation, the Niners situation, you kind of slap them all together. Because that's the last thing any player wants when you're that good, is to get the damn franchise tag on you. And Aiyuk as Aiyuk getting paid $14 million this year. And at worst, he's worth what Deontay Johnson was getting paid.
For sure.
Which is the $18 million. I think the whole thing is just outstanding. It's great for talk radio.
It really is. Yes.
Jerry also went on to say that, hey, it's not like they would be getting Deebo Samuel. I'm not sure every team in the league would value Deebo Samuel more than Brandon Aiyuk.
I would.
I know you would. I know you would. Because you like Cordero Patterson, and they do a lot of stuff like...
Yeah. The more you could do, the better, and then it just is a headache for the defense. Like, I mean, if you could run the ball and you could catch, and you could play receiver and you could play running back, like, that you have to account for that person is what? Like, whenever you... Like, what are they? Like,
and
I don't know.
They got a few guys like that, too.
Yeah.
I think the reason why this didn't get done pre-draft with Aiyuk is because they were hoping at some point the money that they offered Aiyuk would be enough for him to stay. And I think ultimately they wanted him to stay because Deebo Samuel, for the weapon that he is a durability concern.
Correct.
Because of the way that they use him. And you do wonder at some point if they then taper off the running back kind of stuff and just have him straight up as a wide receiver if it's going to keep leading to him getting hurt. 412-928-9370. What should our Twitter poll be? Brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. Trust PJ.com. That much I know.
I don't know.
Which Steeler are you most excited to see suit up for the black and gold tonight?
Yes.
In preseason game number 1. We actually will kind of get into that at 7 o'clock, so we'll figure out a Twitter poll with that. Up next, the Pirates lost, and I think they're waving the white flag with a move that they just made, Dorn, at least according to reports. I don't know if you guys saw this. I will tell you when we come back. But first, it's a Callus fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis at Monroeville. Now open.
Dorn's mic was on and you shouted some stuff again.
I killed the clock. That's what I said, yeah.
Oh, okay. Great. Pirates lost yesterday. Now they're moving over to the West Coast to play the Los Angeles Dodgers in a 3-game series after being swept by the San Diego Padres. Game time tonight, 10:10. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan starts about 9:05, 9:10. And then it'll be with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. That'll get you going tonight. For more fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Dorn.
Maximize the efficiency of your HVAC equipment with the Southside Plumbing and Heating Technician Inspection. Whether it's HVAC equipment or a new hot water heater, Southside Plumbing and Heating will give you a shoulder to lean on. They're not just a family-owned business that's been around for decades. They make you feel like you're a part of their family from the time you give them a call until the time the job is done. Their quality and intent to get the job done makes them the absolute best plumbing and heating company in the city of Pittsburgh. Give them a call today, 412-431-7455, or go to the website, southsideplumbingandheating.com. They're also looking for HVAC technicians, so if you're interested, Like I said, go to their website, southsideplumbingandheating.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to chug along. This report brought to you by WetGo. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at the Parkway East. Getting a little heavy now between Edgewood, Swisvale, and the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West heavy approaching the runaway truck sand pile. While Route 28, the Parkway North up to speed. The HOV lanes open alongside that roadway for all motorists due to the closure of that ramp coming off the southbound crosstown to the Boulevard of the Allies outbound. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them, too, on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The 2024 high school football season kicks off in style with the KDKA Classic live from the Wolverina. 5 exhilarating high school football games all at the historic Wolverina in Turtle Creek on Friday, August 23rd and Saturday, August 24th. McKeesport battles Ohio Power Uniontown Lake. Woodland Hills versus Erie McDowell. Steel Valley versus Clareton. Pittsburgh Central Catholic versus National Power St. Francis Academy from Maryland. Westinghouse and Beaver. The KDKA Classic live from the Wolverina. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. For information on tickets, visit kdkaradio.com.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down, and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
It's Water Heater Month at Stahl with special pricing, extended warranties, and more. Plus, on the day of install, save 15% off labor for additional plumbing or HVAC services. Call 412-GO-STAHL or visit stahlplumbing.com for service today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bases loaded. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball towards second. Slowly hit. They'll go to second to get one. Relay thrown away. And the tying run and go-ahead run will score. And now it is 6-5 San Diego.
Oh, my God. Pirates lose again. David Bednar blows it again. And this team can't do anything right. O'Neal Cruz gets out of the box slowly earlier in the game. Gets thrown out at second. Then Derek Shelton stupidly winds up challenging a play that was so obviously an out. which I thought he was doing because he knew his guy should have been at second, so he's just taking a shot there. And then O'Neal Cruz, yet again, he throws it away. I've seen a lot of people say, David Bednar's the guy who lost this game. It can only be on David Bednar. Get the hell out of here. Only on Bednar. It's never only on one guy. Bednar did not do a good job, and you need to put it on Bednar. I get that. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve blame. He does. But O'Neal Cruz threw the ball 10 feet away from first freaking base there.
Exactly.
Again. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Sorry, Dorian, you were going to say something.
No, I wasn't. I was just waiting for you.
I do wonder, like when we talk about this management team, this coaching staff blowing an opportunity in year one of Paul Skeens, if we do enough thinking about how they are in the process maybe of wasting and blowing and screwing up O'Neal Cruz. Bad verbiage there on my part.
Are they screwing up O'Neal Cruz, or is O'Neal Cruz just not what everybody expected him to be?
I want to blame them.
I can't blame him for O'Neal. I can't blame them for his errors, like what he did yesterday. I can't blame them for his effort.
I can blame them for the effort a little bit.
Why?
I can blame them for
not running down to first base?
Yeah. Yeah, because I think I'm going to have to go back on myself here. A couple of days ago when he had against Houston in the final game of that series, those 3 errors, and the first one was a total just mental flub, a double mental flub. I was wrong. They should have benched him. If you bench him, maybe he runs hard out of the box in this game. At some point, you got to send a message to the guy. And I think that he's the kind of player that doesn't take well to that from guys like Dan Zangrilli, who are there every day kind of implying that or explicitly just saying that. But the lack of effort is trash. That can't happen.
No.
That 5-for-5 game, though, he had after that game in Houston,
I understand
that doesn't sway you at all?
No, because here we go again, and now there's a lack of effort. It was like too much overzealous effort running down and almost barreling into Brian Reynolds, and the ball drops, and now there's no effort. Like, you're going to throw balls away. You're going to muff balls. Like, you're going to bounce off their glove. Like, that's going to happen. That kind of stuff, fine. It's baseball. But the mental stuff, you can't keep doing what you've been doing and expecting it to change. And at this point, if I'm Derek Shelton, the heart-to-heart stuff, if they've even happened, hasn't worked. So now, what do? I think you just got to sit him down for a game and tell him why.
I can't place blame on what has to do with effort on a coach or a team or managers. I mean, that's a player, and especially at this level. Like, we're going to put him in timeout. O'Neal Cruz,
it's not changing.
I mean, he has to figure it out. I mean, like, what? I don't know. Effort is on the player in all sports. If you don't want to do it, I mean, look at Brian Hayes at times too. Like, that's on them.
But now you've mentioned 2 guys. You got to do something. Maybe you're right. Like, maybe it doesn't do anything. I can't just sit idly by and not do nothing, though. Like, that can't happen. He is one of the most talented players in the game, no hyperbole. And the inconsistency, he missed all of last year. He's still produced well at the plate, not as well as you would like, but I think he's trending in the right direction there. But it's the mental gaffes that drive me nuts, and then the lack of effort. You're right. It is on him. But I got to do something to try to spank him in the backside. And you'd rather have self-starters, no doubt, but it doesn't look like he's that kind of guy. I got to whack him upside the head, dang it.
So you're going to sit him, and then you're going to replace him with who else? I mean, I know you would put Connor Falefa in his position, but then you're going to put somebody else that is trash at another position.
I said it before, you're cutting off your nose to spite your face if you sit him down because you don't have enough impact bats in the lineup, and that holds true. You don't. But you're losing anyhow, and I think it only gets worse if you've lost this guy mentally. I got to do something to try to change it up. And I also think they're waving the white flag a little bit because you know who they're playing today, who's starting at pitcher? Domingo friggin' Herman, according to reports.
Really?
Who has a 5.30 ERA in Indianapolis. Why the hell are they doing that? I don't understand.
Because he threw a perfect game last season. He's great.
Yeah, he has a 5.30 ERA in Indianapolis. Is that in the major leagues?
I hope you heard my sarcasm a bit.
Well, I'm mad about this. You have Skeens, you have Keller, you have Falter, you have Ortiz, you have Gonzalez. There's 5 starting pitchers right there. it only ever made sense to go to a 6-man rotation when you had 6 viable options. Domingo Germán is not a viable option, and I don't know if they know they're taking on the damn Dodgers. My heart almost popped there. Don't be a statistic. Get your heart checked by the experts at UPMC. Much more on the Pirates later on in the show. Oh, wait a second. Just kidding. I got it.
Of course.
No,
Alex.
wait, no, this is legit. This is legit. So whoever reported the Domingo Germán thing is incorrect about at least this portion of it. Domingo Germán will be coming out of the bullpen tonight, and this is an unimpeachable source. So Domingo Germán will be on the team, but he is not going to start. All right. So that yelling there, just forget about all that. That makes sense. Bullpen's been taxed. From a bullpen standpoint, that makes it that's fine. That's totally fine. I'm actually totally okay with that. If he were starting, then my yelling would have been legit, but he's not going to start the game. Forgive me. Forgive me. Unimpeachable source says he's just going to come out of the bullpen. All right. Steelers play tonight. We know Justin Fields is starting, and we'll get into that. But which players are we most excited to get our eyes on? Who can prove the most? Who can gain the most from tonight's preseason opener? We'll talk about it. We'd love to hear from you as well at 412-928-9370. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com.
Good morning. The further east you are, the better the chance. We're seeing a moderate to heavy rain through at least 7 o'clock this morning. After that, light off and on showers and drizzle from the northwest will be around through around 4 this afternoon. The Steelers' first preseason game of the year will be dry. Have highs today hitting the mid-80s. Morning temps are near 70. Wind speeds today will be about 10 to 20 miles an hour. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those 3-putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year 1. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds on Saturday, August 10th at Highmark Stadium when the Hounds host San Antonio FC as their 25th anniversary season continues. Family fun, great food and drink specials, and pro soccer in Pittsburgh. Get your tickets now. Cheer on the Riverhounds. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets. windownation.com/tickets.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell traffic cam on the Parkway East showing rain moving into the area. Lots of wet roadways on the Parkway East slowing you down right around Edgewood, Swissvale. Parkway West, you are heavy approaching the runaway truck sand pile. Route 28, the Parkway North remain up to speed. And seeing some delays on the southbound crosstown coming past 6th and 7th Avenue over toward that closed ramp to the outbound Boulevard of the Allies. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
So, Domingo Germán will be on the Pirates roster tonight, but they will go as planned with Mitch Keller. Need length out of the bullpen. Was quite the series, and it all spiraled out of control in terms of the bullpen usage with that crazy rain situation they had on Tuesday night. So I can't be mad about Domingo Germán being part of the roster. But his numbers in AAA not good. 5.29 ERA, 66 strikeouts in 68 innings. But Callis does bring up a fact. It's not a take, it's a fact. He threw a perfect game last year, what? Perfect game for Domingo Germán?
Yeah, he was with the Yankees.
That's pretty good.
He threw it against the Athletics, so take that for what it's worth, but still, it's a perfect game.
Brent Rooker. All right, on to the big game tonight. Steelers preseason game number 1. I'll be in attendance, Mr. Dickerson.
You're going?
I am going.
It's supposed to rain, isn't it?
I think it's going to rain earlier.
Okay.
Probably humid, a little sticky later on. Going to take my oldest daughter, Nora, to her first Steelers game.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I was actually thinking about this. They're going to expand the season eventually. It's going to go up to 18 games. They're going to cut down the preseason. It is expensive as hell to get tickets for a regular season game. But let me tell you, it is cheap as hell to get in there for a preseason game. You got to leave at least one preseason game so that people who can't usually go to the games get to go to the games.
Oh, yeah, they will.
Yeah.
They'll have probably 2.
Yeah. If you go, what is it now, 17-3, go 18-2. Yeah. You got to have that. Plus, you not just for the fans, but to ramp things up for the season.
Well, ramp things up and then give guys opportunities to make rosters.
Yes. Yes.
Unless they just do the joint practice things and then let people, just come and watch and then bring cameras and stuff. And I said this years ago. You should just do all joint practices and not have preseason games. I think that's more entertaining of seeing the different drills that you could so they're doing that with the Bills this coming week. I'd rather want to see inside run 7-on-7 1-on-1s and make that a big thing instead of the preseason games throughout the week.
You're a dork, though. Like a big football guy. I want to watch Inside Zone.
You don't want to watch inside run? A live inside run period? Where it's just focused on and you know what's happening?
Nah, I've seen it.
You'd rather watch the games?
Yeah. I can see your point, though, from an accessibility standpoint. If I were to go to Steelers camp this year as a fan, I would much rather go to a joint practice than a regular practice.
Right.
That much for sure. And there is value there. I talked to Mike Mitchell about that before. He kind of hated it, but understood it all at the same time.
Yeah.
He also might have just been being a jerk to me to be a jerk, because that guy could be quite mean.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Mitchell. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And you can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Who are you most looking forward to watching tonight? We can do the Justin Fields thing. We got time for Justin Fields, and we can do that with Chris Carter as well. He's going to join us, of course, from the Post-Gazette. He'll be on at 8 o'clock, and we've got Bob Pompiani and Charlie Batch at 9 and 9:35, respectively. Who are you looking for tonight? Who can prove the most? Who has the most to gain tonight?
That's a 2-part question that I would like to answer. Who has the most to gain and who has the most to prove is Beanie Bishop, because he's going to get a lot of reps. He's going to get a lot of reps against the ones of the Texans, and he is, he's etched in on the depth chart as the number 1 nickel. So being an undrafted guy, he has a lot to prove, and he has a lot to gain as well. If he goes out there and he just gets better and better every week, and now he sees some live, real, different competition, I think that he could really hold down that spot, and that's very significant. Like, that is a significant deal. You have an undrafted rookie come in and create a starting role on your defense. A Pittsburgh Steelers defense is one of the highest paid. Like, that is very significant. So I think that he has a lot to gain tonight, and he's going to get a great opportunity. But the person I want to see play, and I will be focusing on the most, is Peyton Wilson. Because I think that Peyton Wilson – I mean, Patrick Queen's not going to play, or is
he's not going to play.
Landon Roberts playing?
No, so you're not going to have Russell Wilson, Minka, TJ, Cam, Highsmith, Queen, or Sayamalu.
Okay. So Peyton Wilson's going to be the other off-ball linebacker. And we know that he's probably going to play special teams. I want to see how he operates at linebacker because I do believe that will give the Steelers a huge flexibility if you could create packages with him. Because he's not just a linebacker. He's not just downhill. He can run. He could cover. He could blitz.
Yes.
He could cover the tight ends, the bigger tight ends that nobody else can really run with. So if he can go out there and he looks like he's been there before, I'm not looking for him to make crazy plays. I just want to see if he looks like he's been there. Like if he can fit, if he's an NFL guy. Like if the game's not moving too fast for him, then heading into the season, you could just anticipate him getting better and better and the game slowing down for him, that you could create some really good packages for him to be in the game. Whether you have 3 off-ball linebackers, whether he's just blitzing out of the slot or off the edge or just dropping in the Tampa 2 coverage. And, you can really do a lot with that guy because he's so athletic, and he's a student of the game. So he's the one guy I'm majorly focusing on today.
That's what killed their defense last year is they actually had depth there, but they were so ravaged by injuries that they were mixing and matching with the secondary and the inside backers last year, and they were just getting crushed. Like whatever the Bills wanted in the middle of the field, they got. Whatever the Colts after KZ got thrown out of the game, whatever they wanted in the middle of the field, they got.
Right.
And if you think about Landon Roberts, we'll see what happens with Cole Holcomb eventually. I would expect him to come in at some point. Patrick Queen, they have the ability to be very good there.
Very.
Very good. Mm-hmm. And prediction, I think Peyton Wilson, when we come in on Monday to talk about the game, he's going to be one of the guys that fans are most eager to talk about. I could see him just and they're going to watch it different than you because you're talking about run fits and this and that. He's just going to be all over the place.
He's going to be all over
I think he's probably going to lead the team in tackles, something like that, and he's going to really acquit himself well. And you can call, by the way. Who are you looking forward to seeing tonight? Who has the most to gain? 412-928-9370 on the fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We don't need to just talk to ourselves about this. We'd love to hear from you. Who are you watching? And we could spend a lot of time on this, actually. You bring up Beanie Bishop. By all accounts, has had a great camp. I am so interested to see what he looks like early against a good Houston receiving corps, because I can't get too gung-ho or excited about Beanie Bishop right now when Roman Wilson's been hurt, when Calvin Austin is a slot guy for you, and while he's been having a good camp by all accounts as well, he is still Calvin Austin. I just don't believe enough, and they don't believe clearly enough, in the Steelers receiving corps to get over the moon excited about Beanie Bishop.
Mm-hmm.
But you go out there and you play a lot and you make plays in a game against a team that we know does have good wide receivers. We'll see how long they play these dudes. Now I can finally get excited about Beanie Bishop.
Yeah.
But I would hope that if you are a player, that you would have success against the Steelers' 3rd, 4th, 5th wide receivers, if that makes sense.
If you're an undrafted player?
If you're a guy, capital G guy, you should have success against those guys.
Mm-hmm.
You should. Now, even doing that, you're right, is impressive for an undrafted guy.
And then all the different formations that Arthur Smith's going to roll out there, like you have to identify certain things. It's not just going in there and locking down mediocre receivers. Like you have to know what the offense, like there's a lot more that goes into it. And that's what we've been hearing from Beanie Bishop, that he's gotten better every single, and I'm with you. Like that was my guy that, I want to see take advantage of the opportunity. But from everything I've heard so far, like he's understanding how to play that position, and he's doing it the best. So now, like you said, is the true test.
Well,
first true test.
It is a true test, and the other thing is, it's not just the receivers he's going against. It's all right. Who's behind him? Is he actually playing well, or is he just clearly the best of that group?
Right.
Yeah,
right.
And I want to see that because I watched every single snap this guy played at West Virginia, and he gets his hands on a lot of balls. The hands aren't great. He had interceptions, but he had 20 passes defensed. That also means guys were targeting him as well. The tackling, I know he says he's willing and eager. It wasn't the best. And it needs to be in the slot. And he played on the outside. So I'm fascinated by him. There's also the offensive line. There is a Steeler that, according to reports, is making a position change. We'll get all into that coming up in the next segment, and we want to hear from you. We haven't even talked about Justin Fields yet. So if you're going to the game, if you're watching on Channel 2 with Bob and Charlie on the call, what are you looking for tonight? Who are you keeping your eyes on? Who has the most to gain? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost another heartbreaker yesterday against the San Diego Padres, and the Pirates got swept in that series. They have lost 4 in a row, and now the Pirates are 4.5 games back at the third wild card spot in the National League. The Braves got pushed out of the wild card spots right now. They're a half game back in the Mets, and the Padres lead all NL wild card teams right now. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Dorn.
The intense summer heat is imminent, and if you're concerned about excessive heat pouring into your home, it's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Hickory Heights, Shooters Golf, Southwest Greens at PA, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Old Stonewall Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bored with the same old night out? Get ready to have a ball at Pins Mechanical Company. Pins is not just old school games. They're a playground for grown-ups. Sip on craft cocktails or beer while you challenge your friends to pinball, arcade games, bocce, and signature duck pin bowling. Pins is located in Southside Works, 407 Cinema Drive. Drinks, games, fun. That's how we roll.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG injury lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit LGKG.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
When the black and gold are up the road, we get excited. Smale Kia is proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh Training Camp live on the Fan 93.7. And during our summer savings event, look for the tags and look for clearly marked prices. Plus low and no APR financing on Kia Sportage, Sorento, and select EVs. Go to smalekia.com. 1.9% APR up to 48 months, $21.65 a month per 1,000 financed at 48 months through KFA with approved credit. Not all will qualify. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 9/3/24.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort. Now, I know you're probably spelling comfort in your head and asking yourself, is that possible? Am I just a really bad speller? Look, I don't know your spelling aptitude, but Skechers most definitely put the S in comfort, because Skechers is the comfort technology company and has developed fits awesome features that change everything you know about comfort, like hands-free Skechers slip-ins, the ultimate in comfort and convenience. It's footwear you just step into and they're on, with no bending down. Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes, because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than wet paper towels on kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your 4th line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
The best things in life, they come in 2s. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in 2s. Visit ConsumerCellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. 2nd and 3rd month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. Noah Lyles said he was going to win the 200-meter gold at the Olympics, and he ended up with bronze. Then he revealed that he raced with COVID. It's sad, and get well soon. But regardless, if you're going to do all that talking about winning, back it up. I guess we'll see him in another 4 years, unless he's telling NBA champs that they're not world champs. Get well soon anyway. I'm JR.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Wet roadways moving into the area and making it a little slow. And this report brought to you by NJM Insurance. Parkway East, though, looking fairly steady. A little heavy between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West heavy at the runaway truck sand pile. The heaviest point of traffic, though, is the crosstown jam from Bigelow Boulevard all the way over past the closed ramp to the outbound boulevard to the Allies as crews continue to work on that giant pothole there. You can be using the HOV lanes. PennDOT has opened them up to all motorists to alleviate the slowdowns on the crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Does our waiter look familiar?
I think he was the Plum Insurance mascot.
If all insurance companies were like NJM and didn't use gimmicks, then their mascots would have to get real jobs.
That explains the long purple hair in my soup.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We might need to get into this in a little bit, Doran. It was so fun for a while to peruse Major League Baseball standings every morning. Not so fun now. Pirates get swept and they're 4.5 games out of the wild card. That's not the worst part, because that's not good. The worst part is they are a half game up on Chicago and Cincinnati for last place in the NL Central.
What?
Pirates could finish in last place.
Oh.
They're 56 and 58. Chicago 57 and 60. The Reds 56 and 59.
Oh man, I didn't know it was like that.
Oh, it's like that.
Man, that's not good.
Not good. But the Steelers play tonight, so it'll take our mind off of the Pirates. Although it's staggered in a way where in the fourth quarter you can flip on Buccos and Dodgers tonight. Who's got the most to gain for the Steelers this evening? A lot of people tweeting about this. It is the subject of our Fan Morning Show Twitter poll, and it's a write-in poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. Which Steelers are you looking for the most? Who are you keeping an eye out for? Who's got the most to gain? There is a position change. Did you see this?
I have not.
DeMarvin Leal now going to be an outside linebacker for the Steelers.
Well, he lose some weight?
I guess.
An outside backer. Don't they need D-line help? Don't they need some depth?
That's exactly my thought, man. I thought he might be something after his first year. And I guess I'm not willing to say he's not going to be anything, but that to me is not a great sign. Think about your outside linebacker core. You've got Nick Herbig as a backup. You just signed Marcus Golden. You've got Alex Highsmith and TJ Watt. You've got 4 players there that I think you can count on to get yourself out of a game. One superstar and another really good player. And now you add DeMarvin Leal to that mix. He couldn't cut it. And you do not have as much depth. That's a fact on the defensive line as you do at outside linebacker.
When did this move happen?
Yesterday.
Could this mean that somebody's on the move? At outside backer?
Maybe. Like trading Nick Herbig in a Brandon Aiyuk deal or something like that?
And starting the process of creating that depth at backer because they want 4 outside backers.
I think maybe. Yeah, maybe. I think if that were something that were going to happen, I think you just wait until cuts and you take somebody's 4th outside linebacker and you plug him into yours instead of just transitioning to Marvin Leal. I mean, it could be a little column A, column B.
Yeah, but he's still versatile. I mean, it doesn't mean that he can't play D-line.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just very odd.
It is odd.
At this point in camp. Like, usually you have a plan for people, for players to do that before camp. Like, when the Bills in my second year wanted to move me to receiver, like, I moved the receiver in OTAs, not the second week of camp before a preseason game.
Right. Just before a game.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Something smells bad there.
Uh-huh.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown business security company. We've seen it from Mike Tomlin a lot before, that not only rookies, but young guys play a ton in the preseason. And the guy that always comes to mind is Stephon Tuitt. Stephon Tuitt, as a rookie, played a ton. And then going into the second season, when they were counting on him because he came on late in his rookie year, they played him an absolute ton in the preseason. So if I'm guessing who's going to play the most snaps, I think Peyton Wilson's one of those guys who could. I think Beanie Bishop's one of the guys that could. Offensively, I think you're looking at Broderick Jones playing just as much as Troy Fautanu and playing just as much as Zach Frazier. I think Broderick Jones is going to be in there a ton, and I'm excited to see his growth and development, but I'm excited to see all those young offensive linemen, and I think they're going to get burned. I think they're going to play against starters, and I think they're going to get left in there to show their stripes and for developmental purposes, and I think they're going to be out there against second and third teamers and potentially fourth teamers, and we know what that means. They best be mauling the hell out of those guys.
And you're going to see the mix and matching. Like, if you are going to play Broderick Jones a lot with the young guys, like, you'll see Broderick at right, Broderick at left. You'll see Fautanu at right. You'll see Fautanu at left. You'll see, obviously, Frazier at center. You'll see Mason McCormick at right guard. You'll see him at left guard. Like, and then you can figure out your configurations there, and then you have Spencer Anderson who will probably do a lot of everything. So Yeah, they do play young guys a lot in the preseason, and I think that if they are in the process of moving Broderick Jones to left tackle, you need him to get reps there, even though he's probably going to be pretty good. That's his natural position. Did really well at right tackle last year, but you still want him to get those legit reps. So he might, I like that. He definitely is probably going to play a lot, but it's not going to be in one spot. He'll move around a lot.
And when we ask, like, who has the most to gain, I think Broderick Jones has a ton to gain because you still have Dan Moore Jr. listed at the starter at left tackle. He's going to start, I guess. Dan Moore, he's not going to play as much as Broderick, so he's going to have the opportunity to gain as well. And you're right, they are going to do mixing and matching. And I am generally super anti-playing running backs in the preseason. We saw it with Najee Harris a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
He had the busted up foot, and they played him in the third preseason game. He wasn't right the entire first half of the season. When he finally got healthy, oh my gosh, he ran the ball well. I don't usually like seeing it. Do you think that you need to play your running backs behind this line, though, so that they can gel in game?
No.
Okay.
No.
Then I would like to say that I don't want to see those guys a lot tonight then.
Just like you called me a nerd for the second day in a row earlier.
That's right.
Like the inside run periods matter more, I think, than preseason games. And that's where you can find the gel that you can.
Because you just get to rep it and rep it and rep it and rep it.
It's only run plays. Like you're running run plays, you're running the power, you're running the zone, and the defense knows it's coming. Like you're repping, and you get the feel of how guys move, how guys pull, how guys even, snap the ball, things of that nature. So I think that they can get those reps, and they're established. Like they've done a decent job last year. The two, Jaylen Warren and Najee. I don't think that they need to prove anything right now.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it wasn't about them so much as just the linemen having those guys run up their butts. But maybe that doesn't matter in your opinion, or if it does, it's something like you said you could just work on.
Well, it would depend on how confident you are in that second tier line configuration going against a second team, first team-ish defense in the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
And you can gauge that in practice. Like, it's like, okay, we have this configuration going out there. We want Mason McCormick out there. We want Spencer Anderson. We want Zach Frazier. And then, some Pautanu at right and somebody at left, or Broderick or whoever it is at left. Yeah, but, they haven't really been on the same page. So let's just keep Najee out just so they don't get teed off on. Or Jaylen out so they don't get teed off on. Like, that's a feel thing, and I think you probably know if those guys can hold up or not based off of their practice.
Here's a text that's a good one. Leal could be a outside backer because you don't have T.J. Watt or Highsmith playing tonight, just as an extra body. Maybe. But you have enough outside linebackers on your roster to get through a game. Yeah. Absolutely you do.
This is very odd.
So it's stuck in your craw that I called you a nerd for the second day in a row? You did?
It's not stuck in my craw.
That registered, you remembered it?
No, yeah, I just
bring
remembered
it back up.
I remember.
It sound like my wife. I mean.
Well, don't say stuff if you ain't ready. Over here, it flowed out too easy too. Like you were just comfortable saying it.
I meant football nerd. A football nerd. It's a good thing. It's a wonderful thing.
Whenever we hit these buttons off, Callis, like I ain't gonna come over there.
It's a wonderful thing.
There's a cage in between us.
No, Cal's a baseball nerd. That's great. You're a football guy. What
are you?
Just a nerd. My wife will do that, though. She'll be like, 6 weeks ago when you called me, what? What? What, do you have a notebook for this?
Well, I will say you make convenient arguments, too, because you've also told me that my baseball knowledge or perspective isn't always valued, so.
Let's talk about wide receivers coming up next. The ones they actually have on the roster, Doran. How's that sound?
Mm-hmm.
And we want your calls at 412-928-9370. Who you watching tonight? Who's got the most to gain? 412-928-9370. This preseason coverage on The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Right now, it's a Callis Fan headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates got swept by the San Diego Padres this week, and now the Pirates have lost 4 in a row. They're going to Los Angeles after their homestand. They're going to play a 3-game series this weekend against the Los Angeles Dodgers in L.A. If you want to listen to the game, tonight it starts at 10:10, and it's right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 9 o'clock, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. Mitch Keller facing Jack Flaherty. And it's a football night as well. Steelers play the Texans. First preseason game for the Steelers this year. and that starts at 7. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now here's Crowley.
Thank you, Kellis. Are you a fan of the fall beers, the pumpkin beers, the Oktoberfests? Imagine those crisp fall days. Football, tailgate parties, cold beers, fun times. Well, the fall beers are pouring into Hampton Beer Outlet, Blockhouse Pumpkin, Southern Tier Pumpkin, Sierra Nevada, Yingling Oktoberfest, Whole Hog, all the imports, plus Pitt fans, even the Pitt-themed Icy Light 15 packs with the cool Pitt packaging and cans. They're there. All of it at Hampton Beer Outlet right now. So drive a little, save a lot. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island. You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Are you a golfer interested in supporting a great cause? Focus on Renewal is looking for sponsors for their annual outing on Friday, August 16th at Lindenwood Golf Club. For more information, visit forstorox.org/2024golf.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024. Live. Friday, September 27th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toad the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent. So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle.
Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Free and Gentle. This back-to-school season, Tide and Downy are giving back with $1.5 million in scholarships. Enter to win. No purchase necessary. US/DC 17+. End September 30th. Rules. Tide.com/scholarship/official rules.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, fantasy football fans, do you want to be the owner who is doing a cram session the night before the draft? I didn't think so. You need to start your prep now. This is Faraz from Upper Hand Fantasy. Zach and I are here to get you ready for your fantasy football drafts with insights and advice. From sleepers to busts, we've got you covered and give you the upper hand on your friends. Today is the day to start getting ready for the draft, so join us and stay ahead of the competition. Follow and listen to Upper Hand Fantasy on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I think that's becoming the feeling about receivers, that unless you view them as special, and of course that's in the eye of the beholder, but unless you view them as truly special, like a Justin Jefferson. I mean, I think if you went through, and I've done this with coaches, the top 4 or 5 receivers in the league, Aiyuk would not be in that category. Now,
Greg Cosell on the Rick Ross podcast saying that Brandon Aiyuk is not a top 5 receiver in football. It's the Ross Tucker podcast, not the Rick Ross podcast.
I was like,
Ross
what?
Tucker. Yeah, Ross Tucker, not Rick Ross.
Ross?
Yeah, I Rickrolled myself. The Ross Tucker podcast.
Do you know who Rick Ross is?
Yeah.
Who is he?
Isn't he that guy who says sings never going to give you up, never going to let you down? That's
Wrong again.
No. Who's Rick Ross?
Are you serious right now?
Yeah. Is he a singer?
Are you looking him up?
Yeah. What's he sing?
He's a rapper.
What's he rap?
Rap music.
You don't even know.
No, I do know, but I know that you thought that it was a different Rick Ross.
Yeah, I mean, I think I got it wrong 3 times. Who's the Rickroll guy? You know who I'm talking about? Rick Astley. Oh, jeez.
Jeez. Rick Ross.
Wrong again. Shake it off, baby. What? Ross Tucker. So that was Greg Cosell on with Ross Tucker saying that Brandon Aiyuk is not a top 5 receiver in the National Football League. You're not going to get any arguments from me, but I'm really looking forward to watching the Steelers receivers that are ready and available in tonight's game and just seeing what they have beyond George Pickens. I think when we come in on Monday, we've already talked about this, Peyton Wilson's going to be one of the guys who's a star in this game. Like, if we are doing sports headlines for after the game, before the game, if you will, he'll be a guy. I think Justin Fields will be a guy. And I think a receiver will be a guy. I don't know which one.
I was going to say Scotty Miller. It's weird, but I feel like he's going to get targeted a lot.
If it's Scotty Miller, I think I walk in here even more upset about the Steelers receiving corps than I already am.
He's going to play a lot, though.
You know what? He will play a lot. So from a statistical standpoint, right, it could be counting-wise. I'm talking about splash, baby. Okay. And I want to see Van Jefferson, who knows, and the entire world knows, is unlikely to be the Steelers' number 2 because they're going to get Brandon Aiyuk eventually. I want to see him go out there and bust his hump and make plays and show that he can be a guy wherever he falls on the depth chart. I really want to see that.
Yeah.
I don't know about Roman Wilson because of the injury. If we're going to see him at all, how much we would see him. We can talk to Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette about that at 8 o'clock if he's going to wind up playing in the game. But I want to see something memorable. I don't know if that's the right word. Just something noteworthy from a couple of these guys. and I do think we will, I'd like it, I guess, to be Van Jefferson.
Mm-hmm.
If you're trying to trade Calvin Austin, though, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if he went out there and made a couple of plays.
I'm trying to think of other people.
If they don't want him. That's the thing.
I know.
That's the reason I played.
Dante Jackson, maybe?
Yes. Yes.
It'd be good to see him in action.
Yes, it will. Just to see what they have behind Joey Porter Jr.
Mm-hmm.
Just real quick on receivers, the reason I played the Cosell clip is because he's not a top 4 or 5 receiver in football. Okay, fine. Van Jefferson's your 2. We just mentioned Scotty Miller. We're talking about Calvin Austin III. I don't care if Brandon Aiyuk's a top 10 receiver in football. Is he better than what they had in Deontay Johnson? That's what I'd be looking for.
Right.
And that's what I'd be willing to pay for. Dante Jackson's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing about him is, even if he sucks, I think you're pretty much locked in. As he's your 2.
Well, I think that they could they're not going to predicate everything off of this preseason game, but they could see enough that there could be a trend with Dante Jackson that could really force their hand of signing somebody else.
Like a
ASAP.
Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah.
Just to throw a name out.
Yes.
People are mad at me on the text line for not knowing who Rick Ross is. Is he alive?
Yes.
Okay, good. I would hate to disrespect the dead. Is Rick Astley still alive?
I don't know. That's an old song, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great one, though. Oh, thank God he's still with us, too. 58. Young man, Rick Astley, still at this point.
That is young.
Yeah. All right. We've got Chris Carter of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. He's been there for all the Steelers training camp practices. He'll be on to preview the preseason game. Up next, a couple of hilarious Starky moments from yesterday that we just got to get to. And I don't know if we're going to pile on Starky or if we're going to have Starky's back, but I think the people need to hear this. And we'll do that when we come back. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pittsburgh Steelers, they play tonight in their first preseason game of the year. It'll be against the Houston Texans, and that game will be played at 7 o'clock. Also, the Pittsburgh Pirates, they lost yesterday to the Padres, got swept in that 3-game series, have lost 4 games in a row, or 4.5 games back of the NL wildcard spots, the third one to be exact, and they're going west to play the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight in the start of a 3-game series. Game time at 10:10. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage starts at 9 o'clock with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
Dunkin's dropping a new kind of energy. Introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. It's energy for the fun of it. Available in 2 full-on delicious flavors, Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. It's what you need when your afternoon needs you to get going.
It is Dorn, a revitalizing burst of caffeine, vitamins, and minerals, gives you the energy to turn the fun up to 11. Order ahead on the Dunkin' app. Get a medium Sparked Energy for $3. Price participation may vary. America runs on Dunkin'.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Rain moving through the area causing problems. This report brought to you by Window Nation. Crews on the scene of a multi-vehicle accident off to the side on the eastbound turnpike. This is at mile marker 59.4 between the Pittsburgh and Irwin interchanges. Meanwhile, the crosstown, you are jammed approaching Bigelow Boulevard over past the now closed ramp to the outbound boulevard to the Allies as PennDOT continues to work on that huge pothole. Don't forget the HOV lanes open for all motorists this morning, and the lots and garages along the North Shore closed until 2 o'clock because of tonight's Steelers game. They'll reopen then at the event rate. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. It's Window Nation's anniversary sale. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 24 months and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st. So schedule an in-home estimate at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-3128. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-3128. That's 800-575-3128.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
It's the end of summer sale with Zero Res. Whether you're looking to clean up after a long summer of barbecues, get-togethers, and graduation parties, or just want to get ready for the new school year, Zero Res has you covered. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So now's the time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly technicians always walk you through their entire cleaning process and make sure that you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. I've even had to call them because we forgot to tell them about one room. Guy turned around, came all the way back, got it done. It really is amazing with Zero Res. If you haven't tried them out or it's been months since your last deep clean, now's the time. Get your entire home Zero Resified. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119. Also, perfect time of year to get your air ducts taken care of. 20% off your air duct cleaning this month. Don't forget about those dryer vents as well. Schedule your appointment today. ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call. 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Are you suffering from neck or back pain caused by a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Is the pain making your daily activities more difficult? Is the pain keeping you from doing the things that you enjoy most in your life? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. Call our office today for a complimentary MRI evaluation or go to pittsburghdiscinstitute.com. That's 412-906-9600. 412-906-9600.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the Smokestack pulled pork summer sandwich, tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar, crispy onions, and Chipotle ranch. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Another black and gold season is upon us. This season, celebrate in style with the Coach T Collection, a collection of Coach Tomlin's famous sayings on a t-shirt. Get the training camp special by using code FAN at checkout to get 15% off your entire Coach T order. Go to kayatomlin.us.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Was listening to the Starky show yesterday, and those two are crazy together, man. They're crazy apart. They're crazy together, Zeiss and Starky. So Zeiss is in the middle of something, one of his Zeissy rants, and this happens.
Would you? I mean, I don't know what to do. Oh.
Sorry. Bless you. Thank you, Sean. Sorry, Paul.
Yes.
Sean Myers.
Bless you.
Bless you.
It's legit too. I mean, that's his sneeze. That's not for show. That's just he was born. And he's a great man, a nice man, a thoughtful man, a creative man. And God was like, you got all that going for you. I'm hitting you with this. But I don't think that's my favorite part of the clip. My favorite part of the clip was Zeiss being low-key scared by it.
Oh. 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 Oh.
But that was not the actual most noteworthy thing to come out of that show yesterday. Starky's been doing this thing lately where before the Shelton show, and we're going to get to Chris Carter, the Post-Gazette, to talk about the Steelers' first preseason game coming up at 8 o'clock. Before the Shelton show, Starky goes into this preamble every time. We're going to ask Shelty the hard questions, but you all think you ask harder questions, and you tell me in my mailbag, and you tweet me every week, harder questions. Starky's fed up with people who are fed up with him. And so that is kind of the prologue for this phone call yesterday.
Hi, Tony.
I was really excited about this trade, but the way you guys have salivated and butchered and miscalculated everything, I kind of hope we don't trade for him now.
Wait, what?
Did I stutter?
We got a tough guy on the line. When you say you guys, who are you talking about?
The local Pittsburgh sports reporters.
Oh, because we're all one monolith. Everybody has the same ideas. Did
You're running cover
Did I
for
stutter?
Filipponi.
I'm not running cover for him. How am I running cover for Filipponi? Let's give him a hand.
Joey.
Let's give Tony a hand.
Bye, Joe. What is his name? Tony.
Oh, my. My favorite part of the whole thing is when Starky tries to do turnabout is fair play, and he stutters before he says, did I stutter?
When you say you guys, who are you talking about?
The local Pittsburgh sports reporters.
Oh, because we're all one monolith. Everybody has the same ideas. Did
You're running cover
Did I
for
stutter?
My favorite part is Zeiss talking in the background, pulling his ultimate Ron Cook without the mic on. Whenever you start that audio, you can hear Zeiss screaming in the back. He's like this.
You do. I think it's just the chair for those guys. Whoever is across from Starky just does not want to turn their microphone on.
Did I
You're running cover
Did I
for
stutter?
Filipponi.
Did I
You're running cover
Did I
for
stutter?
He did. You did. When you go, did I stutter? You did stutter, Joe. You did. But I understand exactly where those guys were coming from there. And this caller, I don't want Brandon Aiyuk because you guys have been so wrong about the whole thing. Most of us, none of us have done what Pony's done, but most of us have said he's going to be here, and you should be excited if he gets here. So if he gets here, wouldn't we have all been right? So what would you be mad about, jackass Tony? I don't understand.
I think he wants us to be wrong. That's why he...
Oh.
Yes.
Well, I've got some bad news for you, jackass Tony. Brandon Aiyuk is going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. Did I stutter?
Can I defend Starky real quick?
Sure.
Starky had Pony on and immediately asked him questions on his show. Like Austin Bechtold went to the back to get Pony so that Starky could ask him questions on the air about his alleged source. So I don't know how that's a cover. That's actually exposing the guy who's claiming information.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, and I heard the beginning of Starky's show yesterday, and I don't know that they were necessarily, quote-unquote, providing cover for Pony. They were just explaining what it's like to be a journalist.
Mm-hmm.
If they were covering Pony, Pony would have tweeted that on Wednesday, and Starky would have been like, oh, yeah, this is true, so don't worry about it.
Of all the people that
don't ask questions.
Of all the people that wouldn't cover for Pony, honestly, I think Zeiss is the one who would call him to the carpet.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think they were explaining what it's like to be a journalist.
Yes.
And thank God I'm not a journalist.
Oh, me too.
I'm not trying to report crap ever again. My entire life. I don't have the skin thick enough to do that.
The anxiety that is brought to the table whenever those situations go down, I just can't do it.
No.
It's tough. No way.
No,
I don't want no part of it.
We were talking about you doing the draft thing that you do every year and how nerve-wracking that is.
Oh.
I reported like 2 things in my life, and the whole time I'm sitting there, I'm like, can someone big also report this so that I can get the friggin' monkey off my back?
Well, who's the former Steeler that found out the hard way? I forget what the story was a couple months ago.
What are you talking about?
What?
Remember I forget who the guy's name is. McFadden. Didn't McFadden try to break something?
Oh, yes.
That's right. That is right.
Yes, you are correct.
Good call,
He found out.
Significant playmaker watch.
Good call, Callis.
Now, wait a second here.
Yeah, wait.
Wait a second here. If the Steelers, when they trade for Brandon Aiyuk, do we give Pony credit even though it's like 72 hours since his tweet? Do we give that dog avatar on Twitter credit? Do we give CT ESPN credit? Or do we have to go way back when to what, like April or May, and give Bryant McFadden credit for significant player watch?
I think Bryant McFadden would get the credit because it's actually been legitimized that they were in on him during that time.
You know what disqualifies? I did stutter there. You know what disqualifies him? He deleted the tweet.
Oh, did he?
He did.
Yeah.
Man.
Can't do that. You gotta just let yourself suffer out there and blow in the breeze.
Oh.
Yeah.
And one more thing, I'm sorry.
Oh, please.
Matt
sure.
Zeg just tweeted us and asked if Starky's sneeze or your scream has a higher pitch, and it made me laugh.
Both annoying. All right, Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette going to join us coming up next. Who's he watching tonight, apart from Justin Fields? Because we got a whole Justin Fields thing that we're going to do later. We have Bob Pompiani at 9, Charlie Batch at 9:35, both guys calling the game. Carter will be covering the game, and we talk to him next after Fan Weather, which is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 84.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's wrong with Rick? He's kind of spacey. That's Rick's identical twin, Scott. He's not used to answering to Rick. What's going on? Rick asked me to keep it secret, but he asked his twin to cover his shift so he could go to Diamonds Direct to shop. But this is a jewelry store. Exactly. But the prices and selection are so much better at Diamonds Direct. Rick doesn't want the boss to get suspicious, so Scott's here in case the boss sees Rick at Diamonds Direct. But that would mean that the boss is at Diamonds Direct too. Yeah, we have a lot of secrets.
You never know who you'll run into at Diamonds Direct with unbeatable direct importer prices, the highest quality diamonds, the most sought-after designer rings, the best customer service, the strongest guarantees in the industry. It's just a no-brainer.
You think if Scott had a mustache, he'd look like me?
Go where everyone goes. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Are clogged drains causing you headaches? Don't let plumbing problems ruin your day. Introducing a special offer from McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. For a limited time, get a professional drain cleaning for just $83. You heard it right. Only $83, but wait. If you need sewer line repairs, call the sewer line experts at McVeigh. McVeigh even provides free, no-obligation second opinions. Don't wait. Call the trusted plumbing professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit McVeigh.com today. Some restrictions may apply. Call for details.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Wet roadways slowing you down. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Cruz on the scene of an earlier accident off to the right shoulder on the eastbound Pennsylvania Turnpike between the Pittsburgh and Irwin interchanges. Mile marker 59.4. Parkway West, you're jammed just below Parkway Center. Parkway East, heavy at Edgewood Twistvale. And the Crosstown, you're jammed just as you come off the Veterans Bridge and over past that closed ramp to the outbound Boulevard of the Allies. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Taking you back back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I love Guardian. Got me in trouble this morning, though.
What happened?
We have our driveway cam, prevent intruders, or at least if there are intruders, I'll be ready for them. And my wife parked her car behind mine. Well, usually it's flip-flop because, early morning, all that. My wife saw on the camera, because it saves it, you know this, me going into my car, rifling through my glove compartment to find my can of Zyn.
Oh.
And she just texted me the video and said, "You are just so hopelessly addicted."
Yes.
And I am.
Yes. Now you're caught.
I was caught red-handed. And she sees me put the can right in the back pocket. No better time to be zinning than on the sideline for a little training camp. Used to love that. Sun beating down on you. Pop one in. And the man who's been there for every practice is our good friend, Chris Carter of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. He joins us on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. First of all, Chris, thank you so much for joining us. Secondly, you can't say Justin Fields here, and we'll start broadly. Who are you most looking forward to seeing tonight, and who can prove the most tonight?
I'm really looking forward to seeing the two rookie offensive linemen they drafted in the first 2 rounds, and that's Troy Fautanu and Zach Frazier. I think both have taken really good strides in camp. I think Fautanu has looked the best of the two, but I think this has been Zach Frazier's best week in practice. We were wondering, and I think I talked with you guys before, after the first week and a half, even the first week in pads, we hadn't seen a whole lot from Zach Frazier. He was kind of, still figuring it out, kind of settling in. But this week we started to see some of the pops from Zach Frazier that I saw from him on film at WVU, his ability to get strong in the pocket, to kind of stand up to people. We saw him flatten Beanie Bishop, had some WVU on WVU violence a couple days ago in practice where he kind of hit him really hard. But I think we've started to see him come into his own. And Troy Fautanu, I think that his ability to pass protect is a lot sharper than a lot of rookie tackles that I see come into the NFL. And I think if he does well enough and Broderick Jones does well enough, I think that they're going to push the idea that they can start together more to the forefront instead of just Dan Moore starting at left tackle. I still think Dan Moore ends up starting week 1, but I think it's going to be a lot closer than, say, where Broderick Jones was to replace Chuks Okorafor last year.
That's exactly what I was about to ask you, Chris. Is Fautanu how far ahead, I'll ask it this way, is Fautanu compared to where Broderick Jones was last year at this time?
He's significantly farther. I'd say, if I was to compare it in terms of weeks, I think Broderick Jones became a starter in week 9. I would expect him to become a starter by or before week 4. And simply because Fautanu's older, he's more experienced. Broderick Jones, his thing at Georgia, he was raw. He didn't get a whole bunch of starts, but you could just tell he was so good. Fautanu is not raw. He's very polished from his time at Washington. And in fact, I think that's helped him adapt to the NFL a bit faster. But Broderick Jones is also, was also 21, right? Where Fautanu, he's more like 23, 24. He's in that age range where he should be a little bit further along. And I think that's helping him for sure right now. His technique is more sound. He's more comfortable at the position. And I think that's where there's a difference between the two. I think Broderick Jones has the higher ceiling, but I think Fautanu's coming in with the higher floor than Broderick Jones did last year. Either way, it's a very good situation for the Pittsburgh Steelers and the future of their offensive line.
Let's talk about Justin Fields now. What do you need to see out of him tonight that makes you go at the end of the game, okay, this is legit? What are you looking for out of Justin Fields the most?
Be on time, be accurate, and be within the structure of the play. Those are the things that I've been most impressed by with Justin Fields in camp. Early on, he would show happy feet. And I asked Mike Tomlin, what's the biggest thing he's improved? Mike Tomlin said it's his lower body work. And when he means by that, it means by not dancing with your feet in the pocket to just dance with your feet in the pocket, because then you get nervous, then you make mistakes, you walk your way into pressure. But he's not doing that as much anymore. He's been very deliberate with his steps, which means he's deliberate with his throws, and I think that's really gone a long way. I think it could mean a lot if Justin Fields is able to show, hey, I adapted to what the defense was doing, and I went to my second or third read and did so within like the structure of a play instead of kind of moving around, buying time, and then it kind of becoming a Ben Roethlisberger sandbox play, which that's fine too. But the thing is, everyone knows Justin Fields can do that and do that well. What people need to see is, can he do that within the structure of the play on time to kind of show, hey, these designs that Arthur Smith has, they're to break down certain weaknesses when we see certain defenses. If we make that a regular thing, then that makes it that much more dangerous, and it makes the whole offense that much more dangerous. If Justin Fields shows he can be part of that, I'm not saying he replaces Russell Wilson, but I think he would continue to close the gap between them so that the Steelers wouldn't feel as limited as they might have about the Justin Fields we saw to start training camp being replacing Russell Wilson in a game.
Chris Carter joining us here of the Post-Gazette, the Locked On Steelers podcast as well. Chris, if we're talking about a wide receiver on Monday when we start our show at 6 o'clock, which wide receiver do you think we would be talking about? Not Brandon Aiyuk. I can already see the smirk forming on your face.
I think you'll be talking about Van Jefferson. I've been very impressed by what he's shown in camp. You know, he's talked to a bunch of us now about the kind of routine that he's done. He adopted what the Antonio Brown workout, which is after practice catching 300 passes from the jugs machine from different angles. He does like 50 over one shoulder, 50 over another shoulder, 25 down low, 25 up high, and then he keeps doing them from different looks. And that's something that he said the equipment staff told him that, hey, Antonio Brown used to do this. He's like, well, if he did it, then I got to do it. And I think it's really helped him. I've asked him, how it's translated into practice. And he said, like, hey, it's helping me like high point at the right times. It's helping me make more consistent catches. And I think that here's the thing about the Brandon Aiyuk trade. I don't think that Omar Khan needs to be pressed to make this happen, because I think the Steelers have an assortment of wide receivers behind George Pickens that can be good role players. And I think that's what Van Jefferson can be. I think that's what Calvin Austin can be. And I think if Roman Wilson comes back healthy and picks up where he left off in training camp, I think that he can also be in that mix there. The Steelers don't necessarily need a number 2 superstar wide receiver to be that. If you go back and look at years like 2014 and 2016, where their passing offense ranked in the top 10, and I think one of those years they ranked second in the league in passing yardage, the next ranking wide receiver was either Marcus Wheaton or Eli Rogers in those years, and neither of them had even 700 yards through the air. I don't think that they need Brandon Aiyuk to be a good offense this year. Now, would he make their offense better? Absolutely. But I think that's the situation that Omar Khan knows he has. Is like, look, these receivers aren't bad. And if Van Jefferson and Calvin Austin, if those guys prove that in the preseason, I think it furthers the stance that Omar Khan can take in these negotiations and say, I don't need to jump up to whatever John Lynch's price is for the San Francisco 49ers. Here's the offer, take it or leave it. Oh, and by the way, that guy doesn't seem to like you guys over there, so you might want to take this offer, because he also doesn't want to go to a lot of these different teams you're trying to send him to. So I think Van Jefferson and the other receivers, they're adding to the leverage that Omar Khan has to stand put and say, okay, 49ers, do you really want to get rid of him? If you do, we might be your only takers.
It's been reported that DeMarvin Leal is moving to outside backer. Why do you think that is, and should we read into more than just a player switching a position?
It's part of his tweener ability. He did this a little bit as a rookie. He put on like 20 pounds last year, and he wasn't able to do that. He took off those 20 pounds this year, and he's back to doing that. I think the read into it is Mike Tomlin loves versatile players, and DeMarvin Leal, I said it when they drafted him 3 years ago. I was like, that guy can be versatile if they want him to be. He can line up on the inside, and he can line up on the outside. And I think it's like, the thing is Leal's body type and his strength, he also is very young. You have to remember, he came out at 21 years old. It was his third year in college. He could have stayed in and bulked up and developed more in college, but that didn't happen, and now he's in the NFL. He's kind of figuring things out. It takes some of these defensive linemen who have longer frames longer to fill them out. I mean, go back and look at Stephon Tuitt's start of his career. There were flashes here and there of him being good, but he didn't become the dangerous Stephon Tuitt until maybe like his third or fourth year in the NFL, where I think that he was a much more serious threat. Now he's further along than where DeMarvin Leal is, but still, I think Leal, I think that he's growing into his role. I think that right now the extra edge rusher is just a flexible option that the Steelers want to be able to use. It won't be his permanent fit, but it will be part of the defense. And again, they like that because now you can come out in a set where, say, it's him and Keanu Benton and Cam Hayward, and all of a sudden you think it's a 3-4, it's a 3 down. Nope, he actually bumps out to the edge and it's a different look. And now the offense has to be like, crap, that's not what we thought this would look like. So now it forces them to have to think and potentially make more mistakes. That's where the strength could be coming from DeMarvin Leal.
Chris, this was very good. We appreciate your time as always, man. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Headed over to the south side for some pit practice. It's going to be an exciting day with that, and then the Steelers tonight.
Yeah, drink some water. You gotta make sure you're hydrated out there.
Mm-hmm. I got some.
That's the world's smallest tiny water. Did you see that thing?
What is that going to do? That's going to hydrate your hydrate your pointer finger.
It looks like when Andre the Giant would hold a beer can. Come on now. All right, Carter, thanks a lot. Chris Carter, the Post-Gazette, and the Locked On Steelers podcast, brought to us by Gutter Helmet. Beat the fall rush. Get 35% off Gutter Helmet. Visit gutterhelmet.com or call 888-5-HELMET. Did you get a lot of work on the jug machines back in the day?
Oh, yeah. Why are you smirking about that? You're going to say something that is. What are you smirking for?
I wasn't going to say anything. I was just interested in how much jugs work you put in.
Mm-hmm.
From what I understand, you put in a ton of jugs work. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net, and you can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I love Chris, and there's a lot of stuff there that was very good. It was all very good. I will say, when the Steelers' number 2 wide receiver was Eli Rogers, they also had Antonio Brown,
right,
who was pretty good and better than anybody in the league, which is to say better than George Pickens.
Yes.
So I don't think Omar can, while he's in the staring contest with John Lynch, I don't think Lynch is going to think that Omar thinks that his receiving core is very good.
Mm-hmm.
You're not this interested for this long in restructuring Alex Highsmith all the way back at the draft if you really, truly believe you've got a legitimate receiving core. That's all. But there's much more to react to from what Carter had to say, including let's finally dive headfirst into the Justin Fields conversation when we come back. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Steelers play tonight against the Houston Texans in their first preseason game of the year. That'll be at 7 o'clock. Also, the Pittsburgh Pirates, they play tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers at 10:10. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan for that game begins at 9 o'clock. That coverage is presented by Pella Windows. Mitch Keller facing off against Jack Flaherty. Pirates have lost 4 games in a row. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right. It's 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas Shingles, plus all of their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. August Beer of the Month is Alter Genius Rescue Kolsch, and the charity is Crisis Center North, a charity that helps victims of domestic abuse in Allegheny County.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Oh, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, or just reality, really, but you know what's going to be here before you know it? 4-wheel drive season. Yep, Colin Dunlap here. And I got to tell you, Schultz Ford's got everything you need. Because that weather will turn at some point. Grab that Explorer, grab an Expedition. How about an F-150? Something where you can trudge through that foul weather. Well, they've got great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin. How about Wheeling? That store is humming. It really is. And SchultzFord.com, always online. Go check it out. There's a great selection. You can drive up to one of the dealers and go in person, or all the time, 24/7, 365, SchultzFord.com. They have a gigantic selection of inventory for everything that you need. And like I said, that weather will be here soon enough. Get into something that'll get you around through that foul weather. So again, all those locations and always SchultzFord.com.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today, or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Hey everybody, Boomer Esiason here. From brakes to exhaust kits and beyond, eBay Motors has over 122 million parts to keep your ride or die alive. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. It would have been one of the biggest upsets in Olympic basketball history. Instead, another legacy-defining moment. The USA men came back from 17 down, beating Serbia 95-91 on Thursday. Are they as good as the Dream Team head-to-head? We'll never know. But thrilling games like this aren't possible without the work the 92 team did on the world stage, and it's been a thrill to watch them both. I'm Bart Winkler.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool has been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cruz checking reports of an accident on the inbound Parkway East near the ramp to the Boulevard of the Allies. Also an accident being cleared in the West End on South Main Street at Steuben Street. Also one in Ross Township on Cornell Avenue Extension. That's just off William Street. Parkway West, you're jammed at Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. The crosstown, pretty well jammed from Bigelow Boulevard over past the closed ramp to the outbound Boulevard of the Allies. And the North Shore Expressway stacked up from the Parkway North over to and across the Fort Duquesne Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, and AM 1020 KDKA and Whammo are partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the 2024-2025 school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive. Visit the link on the homepage of 937thefan.com. Support as an individual or get a group together. Help ensure a good start to the school year for local kids. Our Pittsburgh for PPS backpack collection is presented by Frank Walker Law.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We have a pseudo Brandon Aiyuk update. This from Josina Anderson. She was asked by a Steelers fan, any Aiyuk update, Josina? And she said about 10 minutes ago, only an early morning half-eye open text saying it's a waiting game now. So everyone's reporting the same thing. It's a waiting game. Aiyuk wants to come here. The Steelers will pay him. He doesn't want to go anyplace else. The 49ers want more from Pittsburgh. And it's between John Lynch and Omar Khan to see who blinks first. My bet's going to be on Omar Khan. I got this text, too, during the break. Or we did, I should say, on the text line, Dorm. Hi, my name is Tony. I phoned Joe Starky yesterday, and he called me something that was not very nice. Who is his boss? And I would just like to know, Tony, let Tony know that I have already reported Starky.
Yeah,
so there's no need to take that any further.
As soon as that popped up on Twitter and I watched that video, I reported him.
Yeah, reprehensible behavior from Joe.
Yes.
And we can't work at a place where that's not going to be handled internally.
Can we say liar on the radio? I think that's what he was called. We have to dump that?
I think it was probably jackass that might have got him even more than liar.
Oh.
What would you like to be called less, liar or jackass? I think actually probably liar. I think liar, you're really cutting to the heart of a human. You're questioning them.
Liar.
Yeah, morally.
You're
if you
a liar.
say somebody lied, okay, you can hug that out. If somebody's a liar, it's over. You can't be friends with a liar.
No.
But we're all friends with jackasses.
For sure.
Yeah. So, yes.
Liar.
See, that hurts. Jackass, I understand it.
Yes.
Because I am one. That's fine. You call me a liar, no good. And I would never lie about anything, including the fact that we have reported Joe Starkey's verbal abuse of Tony.
Yes.
To the head of the company.
Honestly.
All the way up the Odyssey ladder.
Uh-huh. I'm glad that you took that route, too, because I did as well.
We didn't even talk about it.
We didn't. I'm proud of you.
I'm proud of you.
This is how you handle the workplace.
That's right.
Deals.
We gotta be looking out for our listeners like Tony. Justin Fields going to start tonight. And I've wondered this, and we may have put a Twitter poll out at some point or opened the phone lines about this months ago whenever Justin Fields and Russell Wilson were brought in and Kenny Pickett was shipped out and Mason Rudolph wound up with the Tennessee Titans. Which quarterback do you want, Steelers fans, to see start Game 1 against Atlanta at 412-928-9370? Because if the answer is Russ Wilson, I bet you the answer is different on Monday. I do. We are prisoners of the moment. We saw how it all went last year with Kenny Pickett, a 158.3 passer rating. He's carving up the Buffalo Bills. He was unbelievable. And I know my prediction went from 10 wins to 12 wins, division championship, all that jazz. I think come Monday morning when we are doing this very show, perhaps at 8:25, that you are going to have mountains of people calling in, texting in, tweeting in, saying that they want Justin Fields to be the quarterback. And I'm not saying that they should feel that way or shouldn't feel that way. I just think he's going to impress tonight. And Carter said what he's looking for, Chris, of course, from the Post-Gazette in the last segment, he just wants him to stay on schedule, on time, do it from the pocket. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, I want him to have command of the offense. I want him to do some things that and just like Boston said yesterday, we know that he can run. I don't need to see that. But I do want him to have the reins of the offense, look like a leader, look like he could be the guy. You could tell, or at least I could tell, from the first play, even with the handoff, if he's confident, if he's feeling the offense.
No delay a game, crap, or stuff
nothing.
like that.
No, like get in there and show that you could be the guy if needed be.
How much of the offense do you show to the world tonight?
Oh, I mean, it's gonna be bland.
Yeah,
it's gonna be bland, but
the verbiage is still the same.
The verbiage is the same, and once you get into the season and you start prepping for that week before the season, like things will change, but things will still be the same, if that makes sense. Like you'll just enhance the offense.
Right.
The base is there, and you'll just show the base. But maybe you'll see like if you're Arthur Smith and he's aggressive and he needs to see things, Mike Tomlin needs to see things out of Justin Fields. Like, this game is about seeing everybody play and see who's going to make the roster, see who can handle being a backup, see who can handle doing this, who can handle doing that. But if we're directly focusing on Justin Fields, and you need to get that real evaluation if he could be the guy of the future, which I think that this is what all this has to do with, not this year, but in the future. Arthur Smith is aggressive. I could honestly see, if they're going to play a quarter, so say they get 2 series, I could see that second series where he just, all right, no huddle. I could see that. Because if I was offensive coordinator and this was the situation that I was given, I would want to see how he would handle that, because Russ is going to play next week, and you're going to get Justin Fields against the Texans ones tonight. In the second series, would be like, no huddle. Let's run a 2-minute type offense. Let's see how you handle it. Can you get guys lined up? Can you check into this? Can you check into that? Can you run the offense? I would leave it up to him, and then you could get a really good evaluation of his progression of climbing that ladder.
I really like that. And we
said that a lot last year, but about the no huddle, let's see, can he do no huddle? But for real, if you're trying to get a real evaluation, I would get aggressive and do that.
Yeah, I like that. And it is mostly, like you said, about the future. I think it's also instructive on, if things don't work out for Russ in season or you're not winning games, do you have confidence that you can hand this thing over to Justin Fields and get more than just a spark? Actually have him be able to lead you to victories. I really like that idea. We saw video, we've read reports, we've talked to beat writers. He did orchestrate a 2-minute drill touchdown in practice. Now go out there and do it in a game. You can make it whatever the heck you want it to be.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to wait until there's 2 minutes left in the first half.
Preseason.
No, it's preseason. Choose your own adventure.
And I would like to see George be in that situation as well. Moving around. Hey, George, you're not going to just play X. We're going to line you up in the slot, and you're just going to play slot the whole entire no huddle. And then you're going to motion, and you might motion to the other side. And then, let's see how you operate. And can you think on the move and think quickly and execute?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think preseason is about. That's what evaluations are about, especially for offensive players. Can you think quickly and not give up and not err, not have a mistake, and can you make a play? While you're doing that, then you have something.
Yeah, where it's not just we're vanilla, they're vanilla, here's the call in the huddle, break, go out there, dump it off to Jaylen Warren 3 times, punt the ball, bingo, bango, there you go, come out of the game. No, create your own adversity for the guy. I really do like that. One of the reasons why I think that on Monday we're going to have people pounding the table for Justin Fields is, one, because Russ Wilson is gone, and he's not going to be playing, and so he's an afterthought. Justin Fields, it's going to look so much different than Kenny Pickett and Mitch Trubisky and Mason Rudolph that I think Steelers fans are going to be drooling. Hey, he's going to uncork a ball 60 yards downfield through the air, and that talent is just so tantalizing, you can't help but want to see more of it if you're a Steelers fan.
Yeah.
He might be. I don't think he's going to run a ton. You might see one time he drops back and he has to get out of trouble, or guys are covered downfield because Van Jefferson's your number 2 wide receiver and he's running around and, that didn't look like it did last year. You can't. I think he is the kind of talent. It's my daughter's first ever game tonight. My wife likes football, but she doesn't eat, breathe, and sleep football and drink football the way that we do, obviously. He's the kind of talent that you don't need to know football to go, oh, he's a different cat.
Right. He's fun.
Yes. And I think it's going to be such a departure from what they've had, and especially when you juxtapose him with Kenny, who just was not the physical talent, where Steelers fans are going to be going, oh, man, look what they got there. Look at this guy. And he's going to leave them wanting to see more. And then Russ will have his chance in game number 2, and he's a more talented player than Kenny was, and he can go out there and he can do nice things. And I think Steelers fans might change their tune then, but I do think Monday morning everyone's going to be going, when they're talking to us, look at this freakazoid out there who is just, he's got the intangibles, he's got the tangibles, he's got the size, he's got the speed, he's got the arm strength, and everybody's going to be able to recognize it. And I'm excited to see him, and I hope he doesn't get hurt. I hope nobody gets hurt.
No.
Obviously.
No.
All right. The offensive line. I think Carter said something we have to react to about Broderick Jones and Troy Fautanu. Would you like to do that next?
We have odds and ends.
Oh, my God. Where has the time gone? All right, we'll do odds and ends. We got Charlie Batch at 9:35, Bob Pompiani on Channel 2, they are both calling the game. So we will hear from them in the 9 o'clock hour. We have odds and ends, preseason game number 1, coming up next. And I forgot. But first, a Callous fan headline. It's right here on my sheet.
Headlines, powered by Bowser.
It says odds and ends.
Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. Pirates got swept yesterday after losing to the San Diego Padres in another heartbreaking game. Pirates are at 4 games in a row they've lost going into the series against the Dodgers in L.A. Game time's at 10:10. Coverage starts at 9 o'clock, presented by Pella Windows right here on the Fan. Mitch Keller's going for the Pirates. Jack Flaherty is going for the Dodgers. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Are you a fan of the fall beers, the pumpkin beers, the Oktoberfests? Imagine those crisp fall days. Football, tailgate parties, cold beers, fun times. Well, the fall beers are pouring into Hampton Beer Outlet, Blockhouse Pumpkin, Southern Tier Pumpkin, Sierra Nevada, Yingling Oktoberfest, Whole Hog, all the imports, and even Pitt fans, the Pitt-themed Icy Light 15-packs with the cool Pitt packaging and cans. All this at Hampton Beer Outlet right now. So drive a little, save a lot. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. As a business owner in these uncertain economic times, you struggle to guard your life's work against unexpected challenges. But can it withstand the sudden disruption of a divorce? In divorce, financials are scrutinized and the company itself could be in jeopardy. When your hard-earned work is at risk, count on our experience and advocacy in handling these matters at Cordell & Cordell.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
It's the end of summer sale with Zero Res. Whether you're looking to clean up after a long summer of barbecues, get-togethers, and graduation parties, or just want to get ready for the new school year, Zero Res has you covered. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So now's the time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly technicians always walk you through their entire cleaning process and make sure that you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. I've even had to call them because we forgot to tell them about one room. Guy turned around, came all the way back, got it done. It really is amazing with Zero Res. If you haven't tried them out or it's been months since your last deep clean, now's the time. Get your entire home Zero Resified. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119. Also, perfect time of year to get your air ducts taken care of. 20% off your air duct cleaning this month. Don't forget about those dryer vents as well. Schedule your appointment today. ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call. 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Come meet former Pittsburgh Pirate closer Jason Grilli at QC Kinetics grand opening Thursday, August 8th in Robinson Plaza from 1 to 3. Jason and Kelly O'Connor of Kelly's Diners will be on hand. Free giveaways. Find out more about the benefits of non-surgical regenerative medicine.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
The 2024 high school football season kicks off in style with the KDKA Classic live from the Wolverina. 5 exhilarating high school football games all at the historic Wolverina in Turtle Creek on Friday, August 23rd and Saturday, August 24th. McKeesport battles Ohio Power Uniontown Lake. Woodland Hills versus Erie McDowell. Steel Valley versus Clareton. Pittsburgh Central Catholic versus National Power St. Francis Academy from Maryland. Westinghouse and Beaver. The KDKA Classic live from the Wolverina. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. For information on tickets, visit kdkaradio.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, baby.
Yep.
Football is back.
Yes.
And that means Odds and Ends is back, even though I forgot about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm happy it's here.
Yes.
Do you take it from me right now?
Yes.
Do it.
We need our own preseason of Odds and Ends, so that's what we're going to do right now. Steelers-Texans. This is a little toward day dawn for the Steelers, huh? Steelers, Texans, Steelers-Bills, Steelers-Lions. Yeah, look at that. Texans first. Coming to Pittsburgh. Nice. Tonight. I hope it doesn't rain. I really don't for you.
I don't think it's going to.
Okay.
I think early in the day, rain.
All right. Let's start this off. We'll go me, Crowley, Callis. Let's do it rapid fire because I have about 15 odds and ends. First up, C.J. Stroud over under 8 pass attempts.
I hope it's over. I'm going to go under.
Over.
I'm going to go over. C.J. Stroud, 10. I'm going to give him 10. Justin Fields over under 10 pass attempts.
Under.
Under.
I'm going to go over. It's going to be 11. Justin Fields over under 14 rushing yards.
One play. Over.
Wow.
On one run, baby.
Wow.
Over.
Scampering down the sideline.
I agree. Over.
Yeah, over. He's definitely going to hit that. He's probably going to pull it down about 3 times. Najee Harris over under 5 touches.
Under.
5 over.
I'm going to go under.
What happened to rapid fire?
I'm thinking.
Nerd.
Under. Jalen Warren over under 7 touches.
Under. 10 combined for the 2-ish.
Under.
9.5.
Under.
I'm going to go over for Jalen Warren. I think he gets a little bit more burn than Najee Harris in this game tonight. Van Jefferson over under 3 catches.
Over.
Under.
Over.
I could see him playing longer than the other starters.
Yeah, he will, because he'll be the number 1. He'll probably move to X receiver whenever George comes out for maybe a series. X, bang. George Pickens over under 4 catches.
Under.
Over.
I'm going to go over because I think he's going to get 3 catches on the first drive.
Bang, bang, boom.
Yes. Pat Freiermuth over under 2 catches.
Under.
Over.
Under. I think he has 1 catch, and then he's out of there. Darnell Washington over under 1 catch.
I love it. I'm going over because that's what gave me pause. Like, we're going to see tight end usage. Our guy, Arthur Smith, loves tight end usage. But Freiermuth ain't going to be in there long. And if I'm Freiermuth, I don't want to play.
Right.
I'm trying to get a contract. So I don't want to play much at all. Who's your next tight end? Big ol' Hassan, Matt Washington, over. With 2.
Callis.
Over.
Not only does he have over 1 catch, he has a touchdown. Darnell Washington.
Player of the game, Darnell Washington.
But
I can see it now.
A guy that's also possibly going to have a touchdown that I think gets a lot of burn is Connor Hayward, over under 3 catches.
Over.
Under.
Over, for sure.
Kyle Allen just going to carve him up, baby.
Yes. They're going to use him multiple ways.
Kyle Allen.
And it's going to be great. Calvin Austin, over under 3.5 catches.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Calvin Austin, he was born for this. Calvin Austin is the Kenny Pickett of wide receivers. He is going to dominate tonight. If it's not Mount Washington, the player of the game, it's Calvin Austin. So, yes, I'm going over. Absolutely. Play the whole damn game, Calvin Austin.
Over.
Yeah, over. I do believe that he's going to have about 4 or 5 catches. Nick Herbig, does he have a sack?
Yes.
No.
Yes. He's going to get a lot of burn as well. Peyton Wilson, over under 5 tackles.
Over. Absolutely. When we come in here on Monday, we're talking Fields, and we're having people salivate on the phone lines about that guy, about Peyton Wilson.
Over.
I'm going to go over, but he also has an interception.
Return for a touchdown.
He's going to have a nice return, yeah. He's going to have an interception almost to the end zone, but just gets caught up right before. Will we see Broderick Jones at left tackle and Troy Fautanu at right?
I think we'll see both at both, yeah.
At the same time?
No, they can't both play left tackle.
Tackle.
You mean Broderick at left and Fautanu at right? Yeah,
Yes.
I do think so, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll see that. All right, last one. Will there be a kickoff return past the 50-yard line?
No.
No.
Yes. It's going to be Beanie Bishop.
Oh! Don't you get Beanie hurt.
He's been doing kickoff returns, right?
I don't know about
I think
that.
he's been doing punt returns.
He had a punt return in the Duke's Mayo Bowl for a touchdown.
Oh, okay.
Duke's Mayo Bowl, Doran.
Yeah. What about yeah.
That's what he did.
Yeah.
There's not a brighter stage in collegiate sport than the Duke's Mayo Bowl.
Right.
I am intrigued to see the kickoff because we were watching NFL Network. We still have it on this morning, and there were multiple offsides in one of the games last night. It just looks – there's going to be penalties.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's a shot you could have someone break a return. I guarantee you we will see at least one penalty per team on the kickoff, whether it's return unit or coverage unit. One on each team tonight on that. Is that odds and ends?
That's it.
Let's go.
Yes.
I have never felt more confident than anything in my life than this being the Calvin Austin III game.
Really?
Yeah.
Out of anybody on the team?
Yeah.
Wow.
Calvin Austin III. Okay. I'm bummed out we're not going to see Roman Wilson. I'm really bummed out about that.
Me too.
But it's Calvin Austin's time to shine. I want Calvin Austin to play so well that the 49ers say, you know what, we need that guy.
Right.
You know, he would look great in our offense. By the by, no receiver has ever looked less than Deebo Samuel than Calvin Austin III.
Correct.
They walk into a room, they don't look like they play the same position.
Correct.
All right, we got Bob Pompiani. That was good, Doran.
Thank you.
We got Bob Pompiani joining us in 15 minutes. And Bob is very nervous. He has expressed to us that he has been tasked by his bosses that he has to explain the new kickoff rules in 30 seconds or less. We're going to help him with that at 9 o'clock. And we'll tell you how when we come back, coming up next. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Steelers play the Houston Texans in the first preseason game of the year tonight at 7 o'clock. Also, the Pittsburgh Pirates, they play tonight at 10:10 against the Los Angeles Dodgers. If you want to listen to the game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Jack Flaherty is going up for the Dodgers against Mitch Keller of the Pirates. And the Pirates have lost 4 in a row. They're 4.5 games back at the third wildcard spot in the NL. For fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Doran.
I'm pumped the NFL extended their mandate of Guardian caps and are now allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Not only do Guardian caps help reduce hits to the head, but they help preserve our players and keep them fresh for game day. Enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page because 5 lucky teams will win a set of 10 Guardian caps for the upcoming football season. Do what I do. Have your team practice like the pros with Guardian caps. To learn more about Guardian's technology and get bulk team pricing, visit GuardianSports.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush having its problems. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Say goodbye to all your gutter problems with Gutter Helmet. Book a free estimate at gutterhelmet.com. Very heavy delays left over from an earlier accident in the West End on South Main Street at Steuben. It's causing some leftover delays on South Main, just about back to that bend coming from Noblestown Road. In the meantime, an earlier accident on the inbound Parkway East near the 2nd Avenue off-ramp. Watch for delays around that. The suburban side gets in line at Edgewood Swissvale, Parkway West near the top of Green Tree Hill, and jam traffic on the Crosstown coming over from Bigelow Boulevard past that closed ramp to the Boulevard of the Allies. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Last year's RV trip, we met a couple with the same bumper sticker. What are the odds?
Your cousin isn't a good storyteller.
He was a podiatrist, or was it a pharmacist?
You don't say.
Oh, I can't remember.
But she owns an RV protected by Progressive, and you don't. So until you get your own RV, her stories are the most interesting stories you've ever heard.
Wow, interesting.
And when you do get your own RV, save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive.
Oh, anesthesiologist. He was an anesthesiologist.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now through August 11th, get our best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and 1 line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
This summer's hottest lineup is at Dunkin'. Headlining is the Dunkin' Iced Coffee. Dunkin' Refreshers are ready to deliver refreshing flavors, and Sparked Energy is debuting in a fizzy spectacle of vitamins, minerals, and caffeine. Drop by or order one ahead on the Dunkin' app. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I just get a text from Pomp. This happens every time we have Pomp on. We're very happy to have Pomp on coming up at 9 o'clock. He's doing the play-by-play tonight on Channel 2. He said, what's the call-in number? What? He does it every time. Every time. What's the call-in number? So we have a hotline number. We can just call you, Bob. We can do that.
Yeah.
We get you on the video here.
Right.
412-928-9370 could always work. But every time, I send him the same number back, but yet every time I get the same text from Bob.
It's like he doesn't work here. Doesn't know.
It's very old, man. It just is. I love you, Pomp. We're very happy you're coming on. We're excited to hear you on the call tonight, but it's very old, man.
Yes.
Can I tell you something that you kind of do to me that reminds me of that? It's like now that we have the new video call system and it's just an internet link that you go to, and I tell you to send the guests the link since you're texting them already.
Right.
And then every time we have a guest on, you're like, Callis, can you text them the link? Yeah.
Yeah, well, is it hard for you to text them the link?
Is it hard for you to just give them the number every time?
You got to plan a show every day, Callis. Sorry. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Bob is nervous. He has to crystallize the new NFL kickoff rules down to 30 seconds and bang, put it out there to the people. He's got to be concise. And he was nervous about that when we talked to him earlier on in the week, and I said, here's what you got to do. Take what Joe Buck did, write it down, and read it.
Teams kick off from the 35. The 10 players on the kicking team start at the opponent's 40. At least 9 receiving team players must be in the setup zone between their own 30 and 35. Play begins when the ball's touched or hits the ground in the end zone or landing zone, the area between the receiving team's goal line and the 20. Touchbacks that land in the end zone are brought out to the 30. Touchbacks that roll into the end zone from the landing zone are brought out to the 20. You got all that?
Should we put Bob on the spot first thing and ask him to explain the new kickoff rules to us?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He'll be ready.
Yeah, he does his homework.
Yeah. I guarantee he's been rehearsing that all week.
But will it be as smooth as Mr. Buck there?
Well, it's going to have a lot less of the whoop, 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 yep, that they had behind him on ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
That was a little much for me. I have faith. We're going to put it to a timer. Because he said, got to be 30 seconds
30
or
seconds.
less.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
And Buck did it in exactly 30 seconds. So we'll put that to a timer coming up next. And then obviously we'll get Bob's thoughts on what he's looking for tonight in Steelers preseason game number 1. That's next. First, though, fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 84. Rain until about this early afternoon, 70% chance.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book. Because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer and swimming. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's wrong with Rick? He's kind of spacey. That's Rick's identical twin, Scott. He's not used to answering to Rick. What's going on? Rick asked me to keep it secret, but he asked his twin to cover his shift so he could go to Diamonds Direct to shop. But this is a jewelry store. Exactly. But the prices and selection are so much better at Diamonds Direct. Rick doesn't want the boss to get suspicious, so Scott's here in case the boss sees Rick at Diamonds Direct. But that would mean that the boss is at Diamonds Direct too. Yeah, we have a lot of secrets.
You never know who you'll run into at Diamonds Direct. With unbeatable direct importer prices, the highest quality diamonds, the most sought-after designer rings, the best customer service, the strongest guarantees in the industry, it's just a no-brainer.
You think if Scott had a mustache, he'd look like me?
Go where everyone goes. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
At twomeninajunktruck.com, you can even book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Plus finance HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Select models and trims only, in stock units only. Offers end 9/3/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL or Tucson SE with 1.99% financing for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
It's water heater month at Stahl with special pricing, extended warranties, and more. Plus, on the day of install, save 15% off labor for additional plumbing or HVAC services. Call 412-GO-STAHL or visit stahlplumbing.com for service today.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee? Only 25%, not 40%. Like some other firms. They're smart, they're aggressive, they're experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate. That means they win. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accidents, only 25%. Shenderovich, and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Ready for all those warm weather get-togethers? Fill up your grocery basket at Giant Eagle. Giant Eagle's Deals for Days program features more than 1,000 deals on your favorite items, so you can save more on what you like most. Barbecue parties, graduations, communions, they're all easier to plan when you buy at Giant Eagle. These low prices are available for a limited time at your Giant Eagle and Market District, so save today. Find more information on Deals for Days at gianteagle.com.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchguard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush, still chugging along. This report brought to you by WetGo. Go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Still seeing some heavy traffic on the crosstown coming over from Bigelow Boulevard over toward that closed ramp to the outbound boulevard of the Allies. Still some heavy traffic on the North Shore Expressway heading over to and across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. That's an alternate for that closed ramp. Parkway West, you're jammed near Parkway Center. Parkway East at Edgewood, Twistvale. And don't forget, the lots and garages on the North Shore are closed to day-long parking. They'll reopen at 2 o'clock at event rates due to tonight's Steelers game. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Welcome to our
for a special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Oh, a little touch there from Callis. You know where you can watch the game tonight. Oh, it's just a short little stinger there. It's on Channel 2, and Bob Pompiani will be on the play-by-play. And lo and behold, Bob Pompiani joins us right now on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, provided trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Bob, pardon my ignorance here. First of all, thank you for coming on. And secondly, what year will this be in the TV booth for Steelers preseason games?
Thank you for having me, guys. I appreciate it. I believe it's 23 we're doing these games. We did, before that I was doing sideline stuff, but yeah, 23 up there, and it's been a lot of fun. I know some of these games, some people perceive them as boring as they go along, but I'll tell you, there's a lot of big roster battles, and I think people have heard names, they've heard of stories, but they haven't seen some of the stuff in action. So I think it's always interesting to see how these guys do based on what you've heard.
Bob, a little inside baseball here. You were pacing the hallways earlier in the week. You have to describe the new NFL kickoff rule, and you were told you have to do it concisely in under 30 seconds. You got to do it right off the shoot here, right? So have you practiced this? Are you able to do it? And are you able to do it right now if we put a timer on you?
Okay, we actually have more as it turned out than that. And just so you know, at the very beginning of this broadcast, we're going to try to detail it graphically. And I think that's the best way you can do it because it's hard to explain. However, if you want to give it a shot in 30 seconds, I try to cram as much as I know into it.
All right, and in 3, 2, 1, go.
When you kick the ball off, it's from the same exact spot. However, the coverage team lines up at the other team's 40-yard line. The return team's players will line up at the 35. They're not allowed to move until that ball lands into the landing zone, which is the 20-yard line to the goal line. When it does hit a player or the ground, then those guys can engage. They're trying to eliminate all this gunner stuff where people are running at head-crazing speeds all the way down the field. So they will engage, and then it's like a regular play. So if you kick it out of the end zone like you did last
Bob, you couldn't.
I knew it.
It's so close.
Let me just continue. If you kick it out of the end zone, you can do that and play the game, but the ball comes to the 30-yard line, not 25 this year. However, if the ball lands in the landing zone and the team that's returning does not touch it or rolls into the end zone, they're required to fall on it, down it, and then it only comes to the 20.
That's very good.
That's very good.
That's very good.
Really good. Really good.
Outstanding job. The editorializing probably unnecessary in the middle, Bob, with the gunners and all that.
I lost my track. I felt the pressure of the clock.
Pomp, 90 guys on the Steelers, 90 guys on the Texans. How do you prepare for that? And to know the names and to know the schools, the colleges, where these guys come from. I mean, I watch you do it every single year, and you do a fantastic job. And I always wonder, that has to take a long time to prep for. It's not like calling a regular season game where you know the players, you know the names. Has to be pretty tough. 90 guys on one roster, 90 guys on the other.
And therein lies the whole challenge of this. It's not regular season. You know who's out there. You know the history of all these guys. Some of these guys, I refer to them as future bartenders of America.
That's
they're going to have another job.
That's not nice.
But and there's nothing wrong with that. They're going to. But the point is, they're trying to live a dream here. And anyone who gets to this level knows they're very good players. But how good do you have to be to crack a roster, especially when you know there are only so many allocated spots on each individual component, whether that's wide receiver, running back, offensive line. So the whole thing is, especially with the other teams. I'm familiar with a lot of what the Steelers have done by seeing those guys. When you go into a game like this with Houston, and they got a ton of people that most people will never have heard of, and they're gonna play their starters, thankfully. So you're gonna see them for like a quarter or more, and then you'll see a bunch of guys you've never heard of. And so it's my job to make sure people at least know who they are when they are called upon. And that's the other thing. You don't know who's going to be in the game at any time. And that's where it gets a little later in games of regular season. It's all the same guys, the regulars that you know. So that's the biggest challenge of it all. That and trying to get in a lot of commercial spots and reads, and we've done that over the years.
No doubt about it. Bob Pompiani, you know the voice. He's joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. What exactly is, in your opinion, Bob, Justin Fields playing for? Is he playing for a legitimate chance to be the Steelers' starting quarterback? Is it about the future? Is it about when they could turn to Justin Fields if Russ Wilson should falter somewhere down the road during the season?
Well, I think it's a great opportunity, Adam, that they've had to see him in training camp get a lot of snaps with the ones. And because of Russell Wilson's calf injury, that's opened the door for him. And this is another door that's open, and he's going to get a start in this game. Not that it would have lasted long for Russell Wilson. At some point, he's going to have to take some snaps. It's a whole new team. It's a bunch of young guys on their offensive line. But I think they have a pretty good knowledge of what Fields can do up close and personal. I think the challenge with them is trying to reduce mistakes. So for him, this is an opportunity to show Arthur Smith and Mike Tomlin he could throw the ball down the field from the pocket. They know what he could do running the football. He doesn't need to show anybody that. But I think it's more of a challenge of accuracy, decision-making in the pocket, and not making mistakes. If he can do that, then you're in a situation where you have more information probably on him than you thought you might get at this point. And that may or may not result in something they can try to do before the season starts, because if he doesn't sign, he becomes unrestricted free agent at the end of this season. So, therefore, if he somehow gets in there and plays extremely well, the price which the Steelers are paying, which is virtually nothing for two quarterbacks, will go up dramatically.
Pump, who else are you excited to see play outside of Justin Fields? Maybe some rookies, maybe some guys that they signed in the offseason. Who else are you excited to see get an opportunity tonight?
Well, one of them is Mason McCormick. That's that guy they drafted out of South Dakota State. He's been around that program for a long time. He got a COVID extra year, so he's had 6 years. He's older. He's going to make, I think, an impact on this offensive line as a reserve, and they're going to need people like that. So he's big. He moves fast, from what I can tell, for his size. I also want to see Corey Trice. He's been out, as you guys know, all last year. So, he's got a lot of potential at 6'3". If you have him and Joey Porter opposite, you got as avatar, or Tom likes to refer to them as avatar corners, just because of their size. But I think he is going to get the first opportunity, and he's had that surgery. It's tough to come back from it because you got to put it at full speed. He's not had that chance until tonight, so I'll be anxious to watch him. And also Beanie Bishop, West Virginia proud there, Adam Crowley.
Go,
West
Bob.
Virginia proud. Yeah, 1 year only there, but he's made an impact. Everybody's talking about him. We'll see what he can do in a nickelback for the Steelers. He's one of those younger guys who's smaller in stature, but man, he's a mean guy on the field, and I think they want that.
Bob, do you think this Aiyuk thing gets done? Have to squeeze that in here.
It's been the story that's lasted for 5 months. I've never seen anything like it. It's been talked about since March when he made his feelings known, and I think it will eventually. I'm not sure of the outcome, though. I know Andrew's worked very hard at this, and he has people who've told him, I think, some very correct stuff. If San Francisco really wants what they want in return, the Steelers are not willing to do it. Does he stay there for one more year? They have a very good team. And if I were them, I'd keep him for one more year. And, they talk about leverage. He doesn't have the leverage in that regard. It's all on San Francisco. They can make him play because he has to play if he wants to get the free agency, if that's the case. But if they don't agree to a deal with anybody, and there's still some other teams involved, I heard, so it very well could be that he's just going to end up having to play there one more year, and they control the cards with regard to his immediate future.
If I were San Francisco, I just would have
I don't know about you guys. I like the guy. I do. I think he's a very good receiver, and I think he would be an immediate upgrade here. But I'm just not keen on him becoming a $30 million a year player when they have a lot of other issues down the road. And I know the cap's going up and all that stuff. And right now they're playing with a quarterback that does not have a big contract, which would make it easy for them to fit him in with $30 million. But in your minds, is he a $30 million a year receiver?
I don't think that
he's that good.
I don't think they're offering him that. I think personally, I think that there's a verbal deal done, and Aiyuk has accepted what the Steelers are offering financially, and I think it's around 25. But he just wants to come here and he wants to get out of San Francisco. Would you be okay with 25?
Yeah, like I said, he's a good player, and if that's the market for it, fine. When it gets to 30, because I heard that New England had gone as far as 32, I'm thinking, you're getting out of it. Yeah, that's too much. But I also know that, again, they're going to have to decide on quarterback money next year. I think both T.J. Watt and Minkah Fitzpatrick will enter next year with 1 year left. They're going to want new deals. You have to worry about Joey Porter down the road. You have to worry about guys like Broderick Jones. If he's the real deal, left tackles cost a lot of money in this game today. So, I don't know. It's such a puzzle, and Omar Khan does a good job trying to piece it all together. Yeah, he would be an upgrade and immediately make things a lot easier for George Pickens. I know that, and they need that kind of stuff. If they don't do it, and if they end up with what they have for now, then I think that Pat Freiermuth is the immediate benefactor of all of this.
No doubt about that, and I think that contract's going to get done pretty quickly here. Bob, appreciate the time. You're going to nail the whole kickoff thing. How many penalties on the kickoff units today, by the way? I think we might see a few. We saw a couple last night.
Yeah, probably a few just because people are still uncertain about it. And the movement thing is the key. If you move your feet before that thing hits the ground or touches a player, they're going to call you for it. And, then the kicking team has options what to do. So I hope there's not a lot of flags. Normally we get them, and it slows everything down. But I think they may be a little lenient in this first few games with this stuff just so people they may remind them, hey, don't do this again or you're going to be called.
Do you like the rule?
That's pretty radical. I have to see it. I mean, I've watched a lot of it was in the United Football League, the XFL. I know what they're trying to do, but it seems kind of gimmicky to me. And until you see different kind of things happen in there, I don't think you'll see anything tonight. Danny Smith's not going to give you any indication they're going to try some trick plays. That may be the whole thing that happens here. There are going to be some interesting trick plays as the season begins. It may lead to excitement, and if it leads to excitement and reduces the amount of concussions, because the NFL is always worried about that, then it would be a kickoff that will remain after this year. But I don't know. I'm still on. Do you like it, Adam?
I'm exactly in the same place as you. Yeah, I hate to have to read that much to understand anything. So,
can you imagine people who haven't seen it at a bar, a few beers, and they're sitting there watching this, and they won't understand at all what's going on, especially when they see it play out.
They will if they have the volume turned up on Channel 2, Bob.
Yes, they will.
Well, I hope so. Charlie and I and Missy Matthews and Rich and everybody else, we're all excited to do it. So hopefully it'll be a good game, and you'll see a lot of good performances.
Thank you, Pomp. We really appreciate you coming on.
All right, boys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Bob. See you. Bob Pompiani, the GOAT. What a man. You don't like the Future Bartenders of America thing, huh?
No, he says that all the time.
He loves it. You really don't like it.
No.
I can tell by your face.
Future radio hosts of America.
That's right. Look at this.
That's basically what he's saying.
He's saying Doran gets cut, he's got to go 10 bar.
Yeah, exactly.
Wipe down glasses.
Security.
Yeah.
Yeah. Check IDs.
No.
Bouncer.
No.
It's the same thing.
No. No, you're getting good tips
down
if you're a bartender.
Side. Checking IDs.
You would get promoted from that. You might start there because you could beat ass, but you would fly up the company ranks.
Thanks, Adam.
Yeah. Well, no, and then you land here, is what it is. Future radio host of America.
Not in the NFL.
We're going to have the Kyle Allen show today. That's what we're going to get. A lot of Kyle Allen in this game. I see on ESPN right now, do the Steelers need Brandon Aiyuk? That's the thing with Pomp. Like, is he worth $30 million this season? I don't look at him in that pantheon. Like, I don't think he's a top 10 guy. But so what? You've got money. You got enough to spend on him this year. You got $85 million in cap space next season. Now, some of that will get gobbled up by Freiermuth and maybe Cam Hayward, and eventually a quarterback. But teams all across the NFL find a way to pay 2 premium wide receivers and a quarterback.
Right.
Look at Philly. Jalen Hurts.
Right.
Waddle. Or Devonta Smith.
Yeah.
And A.J. Brown. And then you got Waddle with the
Tyreek Hill
and Tua. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
You know me. Yeah. So if you could pay a quarterback and 2 wide receivers, you could pay no quarterbacks in 1.
I mean, Brandon Aiyuk may not be a top 10 wide receiver in the league, but he'd be a top 3 player on the Steelers.
Bingo.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yes.
He'd be a top 3 player on the Steelers.
Yes.
And that would be worth the money.
That changes your ceiling. It just does. You got the 2 biggest play wide receivers in the NFL last year on a team that wants to run the ball. I mean, I know folks have said Arthur Smith doesn't like to use multiple wide receivers, right? Target share. Well, go back and look at what he had, first of all. He ain't had this. He ain't had 2 A.J. Browns. And I'm not saying that George Pickens is as good as A.J. Brown, but you get, for the sake of argument, what I mean by this. I'm sure he'd be salivating at the chance. Now, Bob does seem to think it's going to happen. And he did stand behind Pony. He says he knows Pony's got some good sources on this. Right now, latest we know on Brandon Aiyuk is that Josina Anderson says it's a staring contest. And we kind of already knew that. A staring contest. Much more to talk about tonight's game, including those kickoff rules, silly as they may seem. We've got Charlie Batch at 9:35. Keep it here. It is 9:15. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines. Sports. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Dodgers play tonight at 10:10 in the first game of 3, and this series will last throughout the weekend. Pirates are on a 4-game losing streak that just got swept by the San Diego Padres. And they're on a 4-game losing streak. If you want to listen to the game tonight against the Dodgers, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage starts at 9 o'clock. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show and the pitching matchup. It's Mitch Keller against Jack Flaherty. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Moon Golf Club, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hickory Heights, Slippery Rock Golf Club, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slap shot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Refresh, restore, and protect your employees and customers. Call Zero Res to clean your business the right way so your floors and surfaces stay cleaner longer without the harmful chemicals the other guys use. Call 412-701-1188 or book online at ZeroResPGH.com.
Life hack number 7. Get an iPhone 12 on Straight Talk.
Life hack.
Here's how it works. You walk into Walmart, go to the electronics section, ask for iPhone 12 with 5G and a dual camera system, and select the new Silver Unlimited plan. They'll smile because it's a good plan. You get real unlimited data all for just $20 a month for the whole first year. Get it at Walmart or StraightTalk.com. Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Taxes and fees apply. Requires activation of iPhone 12 and a new Silver Unlimited plan or higher end auto pay enrollment. $25 a month service credit applied for up to 12 months if eligibility requirements are met. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture the DQ $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Not just a cheeseburger, a bacon cheeseburger, plus fries, drink, and a sundae. All full-sized, all for $7. Because everything's better with bacon. Everything's also better with a side of fries, a refreshing drink, and a sundae to finish. Yum. The $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Now for a limited time on the $7 meal deal lineup. DQ. Happy tastes good.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sometimes when there is an odd pattern of behavior, I like to ask the question, if a person was trying to fail, what would they be doing differently than what they're doing now? I apply this question currently to Cowboys owner Jerry Jones. He's got a lame duck coach, a lame duck quarterback, and now he's almost outright bragging that there's no urgency to work out a long-term deal with wide receiver CeeDee Lamb. If Jerry Jones wasn't trying to tank his own organization, what would he be doing differently than what he's doing now? I'm Bart Winkler.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal, Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind. Ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some morning rush hanging around into the midday. This report brought to you by Greenewald Roofing. Inbound Parkway West, you're jammed approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Ford Pit Tunnels. Parkway East is pretty well steady, so's Route 28 and the Parkway North, where the HOV lane set to close at 10 o'clock this morning. The crosstown, that's still jammed from Bigelow Boulevard over toward the closed ramp to the outbound boulevard to the Allies. And you're looking at some heavy traffic coming off of the North Shore Expressway and across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Greenewald Roofing, your career, our commitment. Are you a go-getter with a passion for sales? At Greenewald Roofing, they're looking for dynamic-driven individuals to join their commission sales team. Enjoy unlimited earning potential and the chance to help homeowners protect what matters most. Apply today. Visit greenewaldroofing.com to get started.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
One of our coworkers just said they drank 2 bottles of wine last night.
Yeah.
And I was making sure they weren't on the camera, I don't think. 2 bottles of wine. If I drank 2 bottles of wine, I'd be off. I'd have such a bad headache.
I can do that, but whenever I'm in the wine mode, like I have to build up my endurance for wine. Like I have to drink it like once a week, and then I can get up to doing that and feel okay the next day. But if I did that like tonight, tomorrow I'd be finished.
Toast.
My head would be pounding.
That's the worst headaches, I think. Maybe I don't drink good enough wine. That could be it, too.
Yeah, but still.
Our guy walked up in here looking like a grape. just funneling 2 bottles of wine. Now, that doesn't even sound appealing to me. 6-8 beers, okay. 2 bottles of wine. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us. I'm about to read a good text here, I think, Doran. Brought to you by Edgar Steiner and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Charlie Batch joining us, former Steelers quarterback, on the call with Pomp tonight in 11 minutes. So the latest report from Diana Rossini is that the Steelers and the 49ers are in a staring contest. And a texter says, who would win a staring contest between Doran and Crowley? And I think we need to do that.
Okay.
I think we need to have a staring contest. I think Nicholas Harry Callis needs to be the referee. You can all watch on our incredibly popular, I've been told now, YouTube stream. You go live, watch these bright, smiling faces on the YouTube.com.
Are we like not trying to smile, or are we not trying to blink?
Can't blink.
Can't blink.
It's like Tomlin. You got to cut your eyelids off.
Okay.
Yeah.
But smile? You can smile?
Yeah, of course you can smile. You can giggle, right?
Okay.
It's not allowed. You don't have to walk in here to judge the contest, Callis.
He wants to.
He will turn the mic on. Did you set it up so that you can talk into this microphone as well?
Yeah, it's
he
easier.
did it.
Yeah.
He did it. Okay.
It's easier to see and hear.
I thought the ball might be dropped there. This tremendous staring contest on 93.7 The Fan is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Beat the fall rush. Get 35% off Gutter Helmet. Visit gutterhelmet.com or call 888-5-HELMET. Do you want to represent Kyle Shanahan in this staring contest or Omar Khan?
John Lynch?
What did I say?
Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, yeah. John Lynch.
Yeah, I'll be John Lynch.
Okay. So this is the deciding factor. Forget anything that Pony... I keep my eyes closed right now for preparation. Forget anything Pony's reported. Forget anything you're hearing from the Diana Rossinis or anybody else in the world. If Doran wins this staring contest, Aiyuk remains a 49er. If I win this staring contest, Aiyuk is a Pittsburgh Steeler. A lot on the line here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm nervous. I've never needed to blink more in my life now. Right? Now, just as you start thinking about it.
Right.
All right.
All right, you guys ready?
Okay.
I'm going to count down from 3, and then we'll go. 3, 2, 1, go.
It's already terrible. I shouldn't have had the eyes closed first. Now they're blurry.
Mm-hmm.
I already got the water in them. This is terrible.
Yep,
What did that was
Crowley
the worst thing ever.
This is your idea, too.
I psyched myself up too much for it. It was like
you
Pomp
blinked
doing
so
the rules.
quick. Like, you didn't even get to 6 seconds.
We got to start it again.
You lost.
We're done. I already lost, but I had to prove my medal. Can we just try it again?
Well, no, I think you just jinxed all of Pittsburgh, too, because that means Aiyuk's not coming?
Pony's the jinx.
Right.
Okay.
Not me.
All right, go ahead. Go
All
again.
right, one more time.
I'll count down from 3. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
It hurts already. This is ridiculous. I quit. I have too much copy here. I've been reading all day. Like for example, we want you back after the break. Heart disease kills one person every 33 seconds. Schedule your heart screening at UPMC today. Like, I got to read all these things, and I'm looking at the text line the whole time. And my eyes are obviously...
You're just making excuses. Stop. You just lost.
My eyes are in a rough spot here.
You tried to squint, too. You were just squinting.
I do have very tiny eyes, I've been told. Small eyes. We've got Charlie Batch coming up next. And I'm interested in Charlie's perspective on Justin Fields here, on what kind of things a quarterback would be looking for to show growth, to show development. Everybody knows this guy can run around.
Yes.
Everybody knows this guy's talented. So what is Charlie Batch looking for out of Justin Fields? We talked to him about that. Coming up next. We got to go to break. My eyes aren't working anymore.
So you can't talk? Your tongue's not working? Your mouth's not working?
I had notes.
Your ears don't work either? You can't hear us?
Yes.
Said your ears don't work either? You can't hear us? Like, what do we...
Charlie Batch joins us next. He'll be on the call with Pomp tonight on Channel 2. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
This just in, Crowley just lost a staring contest. Also, the Pittsburgh Pirates, they made a few moves. They put Colin Holderman on the injured list, and they designated for assignment Edward Olivares. Pirates play the Dodgers tonight at 10:10. You can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan. It's Keller versus Jack Flaherty. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, the blinker.
Thank you, Callis. Out of all the things we do to maintain and protect our homes, getting up on a ladder to clean out the gutters is the last thing anybody wants to do. It's certainly the last thing I want to do. So whether you're tired of unclogging gutters or you don't even know what your gutters look like from above, it is time to upgrade to a permanent solution with Leaf Filter. And right now you can save up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. Don't do it yourself. Don't risk causing more damage. Don't risk embarrassing yourself. No, protect your home and never clean out gutters again with Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system. Schedule your free inspection. Get up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. That's a free inspection and up to 30% off at leaffilter.com/KDKA. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount, 1 discount per household.
I'm Trisha Crick with BetQL. You want to beat the books? Team USA came from down 17 to beat Serbia 95-91 in a thrilling semifinals win and now face the host team France on Saturday for the gold. The U.S. 16.5-point favorites. Fade them. These two teams faced off in the last Olympics and the U.S. won by just 5 points. This year, it should be just as close considering France has the home court advantage. It's the best of both worlds. Bet the French and cheer for Team USA to win a gold medal. I'm Trisha Crick, helping you beat the books and bet smarter with BetQL. Download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-786-9300. 800-786-9300. 800-786-9300.
Come meet former Pittsburgh Pirate closer Jason Grilli at QC Kinetics grand opening Thursday, August 8th in Robinson Plaza from 1 to 3. Jason and Kelly O'Connor of Kelly's Diners will be on hand. Free giveaways. Find out more about the benefits of non-surgical regenerative medicine.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger, sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
And the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Little Robbie Smikowski wandering the hallways.
He's a really nice guy.
A really nice guy. A tall guy.
He is tall.
Very tall. Robbie Smikowski.
Like, he and Mackey were the two guys where I was like, wow, you are a lot taller than I thought you were.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Robbie was doing stuff with Bally Sports in Texas, I believe.
Oh, really?
With the Rangers.
Oh, nice.
And Pirates will be out there fairly soon. They're going to Seattle after this. They'll play Texas. Catch a little Robbie and Smikowski screen time.
I'm jealous of everybody that's out there that's covering the Pirates in L.A., Dodgers. That's on my bucket list.
Oh, I thought it was because you wanted to watch Domingo Germán pitch out of the bullpen.
No.
You can watch that tonight, parts of it at least, or you can listen to it right here on 93.7 The Fan after the Steelers preseason opener, and Charlie Batch will be on the call of that preseason opener with Bob Pompiani, and Charlie joins us right now. We're very excited about that. Charlie, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good morning, fellas.
Excited to have you, excited about the preseason kicking off, and excited about Justin Fields, Charlie. And through a quarterback's eyes, explain to us what you'll be looking to see from Justin Fields tonight.
Yeah, I mean, watching him play, obviously a little bit last year with the Bears,
But this guy can play, and I think, just watching him throughout training camp, he made the most of his opportunity for Russell Wilson being out. What I want to see as he step into the huddle, I want to see, number one, getting in, making sure he gets in and out of the huddle cleanly, making sure the shifts and emotions are there, not wasting unnecessary timeouts at the line of scrimmage, because this is the first time that now the play clock is, that they have to use that. And I think this is something that I just want to see from there. And then, of course, just let his natural instincts take over. And I think the biggest question for me is, what is this offense going to look like? Because, quite frankly, it better be better than what we've seen in the last few years.
Well, Charlie, on the flip side of that, and it goes hand in hand, what do you want to see out of this receiving core tonight, and especially working with Justin Fields?
Yeah, I think, obviously George Pickens, he's coming into his own, and I think everything that you've seen in training camp, they believe he truly is a number one receiver. I think I want to see, what Calvin Austin brings to the equation, because a lot of talk was with Roman Wilson trying to potentially battle him in that slot position, but with him being out, can Calvin Austin actually take advantage of what that looks like for him? So this is going to be an interesting group all around, and of course, can they, block out all of the chatter that they've heard over the last 72 hours as it relates to what or may or may not happen in that receiver room.
Charlie, how hard is it to pick up a new offense? I'm sure it's different for everybody, but both Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Kyle Allen, all three of them having to learn a new offense. What was it like for you, and how do you see Justin Fields picking it up?
Yeah, I think when you look at, based off the timing of when you come into this offense, it's not like he just showed up a couple weeks ago and you're trying to get a crash course on learning this offense. This is something that happened back in April. And, of course, if you're learning it all of May, practicing in June, and those type of things, now it's just repetitions and hearing it over and over again, adding the nuances to the offense to see exactly, how much you can expand the offense if you're able to pick it up. So I think this is a good opportunity there. But I think the terminology is all new. But I think when you look at Arthur Smith, he does have some of the similarities of what these guys have been through. It's just a matter of what he's calling it. So I don't think it's going to be a problem whatsoever for Justin Fields or anybody on this offense to pick it up.
Based on his injury and being a veteran, Charlie, do you think that Russell Wilson needs to play at all this preseason?
I think he does, only because this is a new group of guys that he's been around. But I think when you look at, it's not like he missed all of the OTAs, and then now he's missing the training camp. He's practiced all the way through, and he essentially just missed, probably a little over a week of 11-on-11. He was doing individual drills, so just watching him from where he was at the beginning of training camp to where he is now, he's on the trajectory of being able to run this offense. So I'm not overly concerned with Russell Wilson missing time right now.
Is there a point where you need to say, all right, now is time? Is it the second preseason game, third preseason game?
Well, I think ultimately it's just closer you get to the regular season. So this game here, of course, a lot of starters don't even really play. So even if he was healthy, would Mike Tomlin even put him out there right now for for this first preseason game? So, but I think the questions will start to come next week. You're bringing Buffalo in. You do have an extra practice week or practice day with them next week because Buffalo actually will be at training camp prior to the game. And then, of course, the final audition there in Detroit. So I think those are the ones as we get closer. Can Russell Wilson go back to being what we hope he's going to be leading this offense? So I think that question really will be answered over the next couple weeks.
So say that there's a competition at center, which there kind of is. I mean, there's a rookie center in Zach Frazier, and then Herbig is starting tonight. Would you, as a quarterback, Charlie, want to get reps with both of them in a preseason game, or would that not matter? Like, would you want to see Justin Fields work with Herbig for a couple of series and then work with Zach Frazier for a couple of series, or does that not matter at all, and you just play as it is?
No, it matters because those are, you may not get it in 11-on-11, but you're working with those guys in individual periods just in case something happens. So, I don't think there's any concern as it relates to whether those two will be able to snap to whoever the quarterback is. Of course, we're assuming it's going to be Russell Wilson, just not tonight. But I think right now, up until this point, Herbig has taken all of the number one reps. So it looks like he has a pole position there, which is now just a matter of can he continue to do that in this week one game and not have any questions lingering going into week two where it's going to cause Mike Tomlin to say, hey, maybe we need to adjust what this offensive line up front looks like. So, again, all of that is going to happen, and it determines what happens in stadium.
Charlie Batch, you know the voice. He's joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. He'll be on the call tonight with Bob Pompiani on Channel 2, bringing you Steelers preseason action. Charlie, do you think they'd ask Justin Fields, hey, stay in the pocket? We know you can run. We've seen that you can run. Do you think that they task him with that tonight? Just stay in the pocket, see if you can operate the offense that way.
I don't necessarily think you had that conversation with him, right? This is not like he's a rookie. He has 3-year body of work. Yeah, there's some challenges, but it's not the same offense that he ran in Chicago and what he was asked to do at a younger age. Now when you're a 4-year guy, you're expected to now take on that leadership role, but now play, now more naturally with it. So I don't think they take that ability away from Justin Fields. This guy does have over 2,200 yards rushing in his career, in his young career. So I think that's something that you want to see, but at the same time, you don't want to run the risk of your quarterback running in the preseason and getting hurt. So I think those are conversations that I don't think is going to really go overboard. They just want him to go out and react, trust what he sees, and let's see if he can make the throws. And if the throws aren't there, hey, go ahead and take off and get what you can with your legs.
Charlie, is there anybody else that is going to be playing tonight that you're interested and excited to see get an opportunity in a live game setting?
I think for me, if you're watching those guys, I really want to see Willis and the linebacker from NC State. I really want to see him, and I think when you look at what's going on there, Patrick Queen's not playing second-team All-Pro. We know what he can do, but when you talk about the speed that he brings to that defense, can he now take it from what he did in Latrobe and actually go in stadium to do that? And I think all indications are saying that he will do that. And if that's the case, he'll play a big factor in what the nickel and dime packages look like as they head into the regular season. So I think this is going to be a big display for him on that defensive side of the ball because they just want to see him react without overthinking and having to really call the defense. Let's see what you see and let's see if you can just go out there and react, because most of the time in his first preseason game is very vanilla. They just want to see guys line up and play.
Charlie, we can't have you on and not ask you about Brandon Aiyuk because we're just contractually obligated to talk about Brandon Aiyuk. So, in your opinion, do the Steelers need a guy of that ilk? Do they need Brandon Aiyuk, and what would he bring to the table if they got him?
Well, if they bring to the table, I think that lets me know that, Coach Tomlin and this organization is going all in to say, hey, we have an opportunity and we feel that we can win the Super Bowl this year. So if you bring that type of talent in, yes, it solidifies what that receiver room looks like. Do you need him immediately right now? No. But by having these conversations and the way it's coming up, it just lets me know they may not necessarily be comfortable with the depth that they have currently in the receiver room. So there's a lot at stake for a lot of guys. If for whatever reason this trade doesn't happen prior to the game, these guys have to play well in this preseason game. If not, you better believe the conversations are going to continue to be louder and louder and louder until this deal finally happens potentially.
Charlie, awesome stuff, man. We really appreciate you coming on. Have a great call tonight.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Charlie.
Charlie Batch, former Steelers quarterback. A lot of good stuff there.
Yeah.
And someone texted and asked Charlie where he's bartending tonight. See? Hey, careful there, Pomp. Also, I love Charlie, and he called the Chicago Bears the Chicago Bears.
The Bears.
The Bears.
Yeah.
Which I love.
Yeah.
Very endearing from Charlie. I mean, he's right about Aiyuk. Like, it just tells you what they feel that they have right now, and the whole all-in thing.
Mm-hmm.
Man, we have harped on this going all the way back. The word that Art Rooney II used in his press conference at the end of the year, or anytime he talked to the media, was urgency. And you get Patrick Queen, you turn over your entire quarterback room, and now you're flirting with paying somewhere between $25 and $30 million to a wide receiver. He's not cool with them not winning playoff games.
Right. And
this guy helps you win a playoff game. No doubt about it. Speaking of winning games, I forgot about this. I did not know this. Steelers, this is a Brian Batko tweet. They're plus 2.5 tonight against the Texans. And he wrote, it's kind of wild to me because the Steelers haven't lost a preseason game since 2021. I feel like people forget they have the longest preseason winning streak, 6 straight in the NFL.
Wow.
The Ravens had won like 20 straight preseason games.
Yes.
They lost last season, though.
They lost the last one, right?
Yeah. That's so weird. It's just so weird. Like, are you coaching to win?
No, I think that they have better free agents.
Yeah, I guess so. You just got better depth and a deeper roster.
Mm-hmm.
That is crazy to win 20 straight of those things.
That is a lot.
That is a ton. And the Steelers try to keep their streak going since 2021 as a 2.5-point dog at the Aiyuk. You can't let the Houston Texans come up here and beat you at the Aiyuk, Dor.
Nope.
All right. Final thoughts on tonight's game. When we come back, we've also got social media's biggest loser, which is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Steelers and Texans play tonight at 7 o'clock in the first preseason game for the Steelers this year. Also, the Pittsburgh Pirates play the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at 10:10 in the evening. Pirates are coming off 4 straight losses and a sweep at the hands of the San Diego Padres. If you want to listen to tonight's Pirate game, though, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 9 o'clock. Jack Flaherty is pitching for the Dodgers, Mitch Keller for the Pirates. For more funded lines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Friday morning rush, not quite out of the woods yet. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Say goodbye to all your gutter problems with Gutter Helmet. Book a free estimate at gutterhelmet.com. Cruz checking reports of an accident in the East Hills section of the city at the intersection of Bennett and Tokay Streets. So watch for delays there. Parkway West remains jammed approaching the runaway truck sandpile. Parkway East and Route 28 all up to speed. Still some heavy traffic on the crosstown heading southbound from Bigelow Boulevard over past the closed ramp to the outbound Boulevard of the Allies. By the way, that remains closed around the clock through 6 a.m. Monday. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Bucko's weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, lots of people are talking about Window Nation. Kate from Pittsburgh, she says, couldn't be happier. New window replacement windows from Window Nation. She's doing great. Well, she's just one of over 33,000 5-star reviews. 33,000. That's because Window Nation is all about value. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free. There's no limit at all. Plus, you can save big. No interest payments for 24 months. That is 2 full years. Listen, Window Nation's local reps and installers, they live here too. So they know how to protect your home against Pittsburgh's weather. Stop paying more than you have to. Hurry, this sale ends August 31st. So you got to schedule a fast in-home estimate right now. Number's easy, 866-90NATION. That's 866-90NATION. Give them a call right now or visit the website, windownation.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Lost Finance HMF. Low APR Tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Select models and trims only. In-stock units only. Offers end 9/3/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL or Tucson SE with 1.99% financing for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey, it's Adrian Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Social media's biggest loser is Cowboys owner Jerry Jones, who, yesterday after practice said about contract talks with CeeDee Lamb, quote, "I don't have any urgency to get it done," end quote. So that was tweeted out by a Cowboys reporter and then quote tweeted by CeeDee Lamb, who just said LOL. So things going great in Dallas, where they don't have him locked up, they don't have the quarterback locked up, and Micah Parsons. So,
yep,
great job, Jerry Jones.
Jerry's world.
Yeah, you got your finger right there on the pulse, big guy, running the show. All right, the 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills, about 9 hours away from the Steelers kicking off their preseason. Who's the player we're going to be talking about on Monday?
We are going to be talking about Connor Hayward.
Connor Hayward?
Yep.
Can I say something a little bit maybe mean about Connor Hayward?
Yeah.
If we're talking about Connor Hayward, everyone else sucks.
No, that's not necessarily true. It's a preseason game, and the starters are only going to play maybe one quarter, and everybody else said there's 3 quarters in a game left in a game after the first quarter.
It is very close.
There's 3 quarters left in the game after the first quarter.
And you think he'll be a guy who will show his stuff out there?
Yep.
I like that because we did talk about Darnell Washington earlier. The tight end's going to be featured in this offense. Freiermuth not going to play a lot. It is a good pick. I'm going to say we're talking about Beanie Bishop.
Of course.
Tank Dell, John Mechie, Stephon Diggs. There's another one in there. They got a bunch of great.
Collins.
Thank you. Nico Collins. This is a test for the entire Steelers secondary. Depending on how much they're trying to push the envelope, think we're talking about him. Obviously, we'll be talking about Justin Fields. Off-the-wall prediction for tonight?
Kickoff return.
Tutty?
Yep.
See, my prediction was going to have to do, and still does have to do, with the kickoff as well. I think we're going to see like 4 or 5 penalties combined, and it's going to be a slog. And in the third quarter, Bob Pompian, he's going to be really annoyed about it. So there you have it.
The Steelers win?
Yeah.
Continue their streak?
I would lie. I would be bold-faced lying to you right now if I didn't say I'm gonna bet on the game, because I totally am.
Same here. Same here.
The little Steelers with the spread or on the money line? What are we doing? Maybe parlay them and then like Mitch Keller to go like 7 innings or something like that.
I like that a lot.
How about that? Let's go.
Or the Pirates to win.
Not kidding.
Oh, it's the Dodgers.
It's the damn Dodgers. All right, we'll be talking a lot about what the Pirates do out west when we come back on Monday, and then breaking down chapter and verse Steelers v. Texans. Looking forward to it. Starky and Zeiss up next live from Studio B. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 84.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
What a perfect day for a small business loan. Wouldn't you say so, Robert?
Absolutely, David.
And they're off. Right away, Big Bankerama has disqualified the loan.
Yeah, sadly, that is just all too common.
What's this? Suddenly, Owners Bank, the bank made for small business owners, pulls ahead.
The big banks don't even look like they're trying.
And Owners Bank approves the loan in record time.
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $118 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $125 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Step into paradise at Rocky Gap Casino, Resort, and Golf. Home to Maryland's best casino, experience premier excitement on all your favorite video and table games. Nestled in Allegheny County, relax in the luxurious comfort of an award-winning resort at Rocky Gap Resort Casino. Book your stay or learn more at RockyGapResort.com.
Maryland law requires an individual be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
With a 90-year reputation, LGKG is known for its highest standards and ethics among injury attorneys. I promise you, we're different from the others. Fighting for the little guy is what we do. I'm Joe George. Find us at lgkg.com as we expand into Pittsburgh. LGKG, your home team.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island. You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile. Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics
mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, August 10th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at pia.edu.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Pine Township, crews on the scene of an accident tying up Wexford Road, Route 910 at Hill Road. Also watch for delays around an earlier accident now cleared at the intersection of Bennett and Tokay Streets in the city's East Hills section. Parkway West, you're jammed just past the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East heavy at Edgewood Twistvale. And the Crosstown clearing out, still heavy though from Bigelow Boulevard out past that closed ramp to the Boulevard of the Allies. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance Event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
I'll give you one that not only stacks up, is better. You want to talk about some HGQ. You want to talk about the horny guy quotient. I'm taking Sable as my female singles.
I don't know if I know her.
Sure you don't.
You don't know her? Should I?
Web browser probably does.
Your web browser does as an all-time. Sonny's a bad person. I'm glad Donnie didn't pick her.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
This is Sean Myers with your fan headlines. The Pirates suffered yet again a heartbreaking loss yesterday. They fell 7-6 at home against the San Diego Padres. David Bednar gave up 3 earned runs. He blew the save and took the loss. Joey Bart was a bright spot offensively. He went 2 for 5 with a homer and 2 RBIs. 4 straight loss for the Buccos. They are 2 games under 500. They'll try to change their fortunes tonight in Los Angeles against the Dodgers. First pitch is 10:10. Mitch Keller versus Jack Flaherty. We'll have coverage at the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. You can listen to that right here on 93.7 The Fan and on the free Odyssey app. And tonight, the Steelers open their exhibition season as they welcome the Houston Texans to town at 7 o'clock at Acrisure Stadium. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Back to more Joe. It's the Joe Starky Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Paul, I might become an Uber driver. I told you this the other day. I was talking to a guy. I have more spare time. My kid's halfway out the house anyway. Why not? How much can I make? How much is it? Is there a catch? I feel like I can make hundreds of dollars on the weekends just in the South Hills, just taking people to the airport and to wherever they're going.
Yeah.
Can I?
You can if you're willing to. The thing about it is you've got to be willing to do enough time
I'll do 10 hours a weekend day.
Yeah, if you do 10 hours, you should be able to make some money, of course. A little bit of extra money, your golf money. You know, for someone like me, it'd be golf, beer money. You know?
Why don't you do it?
I've done it before. I just don't. I don't have enough time to do it. And again, you know, part of it is I'm a cab driver. I like driving a cab, and when I switched to Uber, it just didn't feel the same to me. You know what I mean? So I just couldn't get into it the way I, you know, might have been able to had I really wanted to pursue it. So, you know, it's one of those things where you get used to doing one thing one way.
Yeah.
And you do, and then you try and do it the other way, and you're like, I like the old way better.
I think I'm going to do this. I think it'll be entertaining rides. We can talk a little sports. I'll be an Uber driver.
That would be good. If you could, actually, what would be really funny is if you could set up one of those little cameras. You know, those cameras on your dash cam.
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, the inside of your car is, and you can capture all your conversations and stuff. You could turn that into a really entertaining, maybe even like a blog of some sort, or, you know, whatever. You know what I mean?
What's the catch here? I drive around in my car. I pick somebody up. I take them to their house. I do that 8 times over 10 hours, and I'm done.
Right. You do it more than 8 times. If you don't do it more than 8 times, then you're going to be wasting a lot of your day. The point is you're going to get a lot more than 8 rides over 10 hours.
All right, 12. Are we talking now?
You know, in 10 hours, I would like to have at least 20 to 25 rides.
Oh, wow. All right.
I mean, you gotta be willing. I mean, again, the good thing about it is you control your own destiny. You can do as many or as little as you want. You know, I mean, it's like any job. There's downsides to it.
Yeah.
Put a little wear and tear on your car, obviously, by driving it, you know, around. You're going to be putting some miles on your car. There's headaches sometimes dealing with a company, dealing with the app. You know what I mean? There's just
dealing with the people, maybe.
Sometimes, you know, I mean, if you're going to just do it during the day.
What if I pick up Jackass Tony accidentally for a ride?
Then you probably will take him a block and tell him. And after the block, after he, you know, tells you who he is, you say, get out. But my point is.
Did I stutter?
Yes. This guy.
Did I stutter?
You know? And he
you know that video yesterday, the video of the throwdown with Jackass Tony got like 130,000 views.
Yes.
People love that stuff. They love confrontation.
The best is
we're at Studio B in Monroeville, I might add.
Yes, at Bowser Chevrolet. Come and say hello and buy a car. But anyway,
and use it as an Uber.
Yeah, exactly. The funny thing is, Joe, one of these Jackass Tony wannabes, you know, what do they call it? Quote tweeted the video.
Yeah.
And was whining about how, there's younger people in this market who could actually draw ratings and do a good job, but no, these 2 old farts, you know, yada, yada, yada. You know, again, what was the number of views of that thing?
130,000.
130,000, right.
Why, is Jackass Tony a younger guy?
I don't
know.
No idea who he is. I mean,
are we doing the Jackass Tony Awards today? Is that happening?
Yeah, I think it's appropriate.
But I think my point is this guy's, you know, I mean, these people don't understand that, you know what, a lot of people really like those kind of videos.
I mean, ratings.
Here's the thing. We could have put a video up of us talking about Brandon Aiyuk, and I bet you it would have done a third of that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I guess that's where we start today. Why don't we start with a 6-pack? We are very happy to be out here at Bowser Chevy, Monroeville, Studio B. That was a gigantic steal by Steph. We'll talk about that game in a minute. And there's a lot happening, and I mean a lot in the world of sports. So off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding, we have Ray Fittipaldo. He'll get us ready for the game tonight. He had a good article in the Post-Gazette about people to watch, things to watch tonight. We have the iconic Sean Gentili at noon. I don't know where that's going to go. And then Bob Walk at 1 can give us, 3 reasons why the Pirates bullpen has completely imploded. And then at some point in the show, we'll try to squeeze in the Jackass Tony Awards. So it's big. There's a lot of things happening. But we open, Paul, with a six-pack brought to you by Bet365. I just heard one crack. Let's talk about this game tonight when Paul's Ice tunes into the Steelers exhibition opener. What's the biggest storyline for him?
Well, I mean, I don't know how it can't be Justin Fields, even if he only plays two. Even if he only plays 2 series or something, I don't know how it can't be him. We want to see what he looks like running the offense and, making throws on time and, from the pocket and all the other stuff. The thing about him, like I said, his skill set dictates that he's going to make the dynamic play from time to time. Just that's who he is. So the wow factor, we might see a play where he runs around and, sprints around and avoids 4 tacklers and then throws one down the field to someone breaking wide open and it's a touchdown. And it's like, wow, okay, that's what he can be at his best. But that's not how you win in football, in the NFL. I mean, Patrick Mahomes does that too. But you know what else Patrick Mahomes does? Drives his team down the field on a 10-play drive, and he goes 7 for 7. You know what I mean? Or whatever. Throwing, slants and little underneath throws and everything else. I mean, you have to be able to do that stuff. Because, again, the dynamic play is fun, and every so often it can break a game or change a game. But you're not going to win solely on that.
Yeah, I just don't think we're going to see. It's going to be like Drake May last night. We're going to see a couple series. Do you think maybe the better question is this? The better question is this. And now I forget who was on the air with us yesterday. Was it DeFabo? It was DeFabo.
Yeah.
Do you think that Justin Fields should play a half or 3 quarters? Like, what's the point of doing a Drake May with him tonight, treating him like he's a starter? Do you think he should actually get in and run some offense and play for a while, or is that too risky?
Well, I think they're going to do that next week against the Bills. That's going to be their plan. They'll go how it is. They'll go 1 or 2 series tonight. Then they'll go maybe a whole half next week, and then the third week they won't play any.
What about Russell? Does he need work, in your opinion?
I would think that hopefully they can get him in at some point, like maybe next week. And to be honest, if he's not ready next week, even though it goes against what they've traditionally done, if he's ready for that last playoff game or that last exhibition game, he needs to play. Even though it goes against, what Tomlin has usually done, which is nobody that's really anybody plays that last exhibition game.
Next, Sean. All right, item number 2, another David Bednar disaster. And you can say, and I heard people repeating it, well, since the beginning of the year, he converted 19 straight saves. I don't care. He was really good. He looked like himself. I think it was May and parts of June, maybe. For the most part, this season's been a disaster. Every time he goes out there, I get the feeling that things are going poorly because they usually are. He's giving up a ton of hits, a ton of walks. Even when he converts saves, it feels like luck. And you're allowed to have a bad outing,
right?
But you can't have 2 in a row in the middle of a stretch drive here. You can't just blow up like that. He blew 3 saves last year. He's blown 5 this year. I texted my stepson, who's better at math than me. That's a 66% increase in blown saves already for him. My God, what's going to happen the rest of the year? The bullpen's been a disaster, and you know when it started, Paul? It started with Bednar. Way back. Blowing 3 of his first 4 saves.
Yeah. I wonder, Joe, has he ever been fully 100% healthy this year?
I wonder, too. There was a stretch where he was really good.
There was a stretch where he was good, but even in that stretch when he was good, he was never locked down, shut down. I mean, there were a number of those saves that he had in a row where you were holding your breath.
Part of me wishes they had traded high on him like last year.
Yeah, well, I remember
receivers bring in a lot of power return.
I remember, 2-3 weeks ago, me saying exactly that, and all of the jackass Tonys of the world attacking me and saying that I had no idea what I was talking about, and Bednar is blah 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 blah, this and that. It's like, listen, those kind of relievers, you always want to go high on them. If you have a chance to make your team better. And, of course, now given that they've completely fallen apart?
Yeah. This looks like 2011 and 12.
My point is, now that they've completely kind of fallen apart, wouldn't you like to have those 2 weeks back and maybe at trading Chapman to a team that needed a closer?
No, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Then definitely not.
Yeah.
Then not. The crazy thing is, they're still in it at 4.5 back. But when you project ahead here, how can every time they have a lead late in the game, they blow it?
Yeah.
That's all that's happened lately. And it hasn't been offense. Since the All-Star break, the Pirates are 8-10, Paul. Of those 10 losses, listen to this. In 6 of them, they've scored 6, 8, 5, 8, 4, and 5 runs. And they've had leads in most of those.
Right.
And, man, the bullpen, in my mind, has usurped the lineup as the biggest disappointment with this team this year. Like I said, you're always going to have bad outings. I think everybody understands that as a closer,
right,
as a setup guy, whatever. But if you're Holderman, you can't have 4 losses in a row, gut-wrenching losses in a row when your team is desperately trying to hang on. You can have one. Bednar can have a blown save. He can't have back-to-back where he's it's like he's not
if you think
nothing's happening.
Right. If you think about it, Joe, the last 2 days they went into the 9th inning with a 1-run lead.
Yeah.
And I think
you can't have it.
No, and I think the other part of it is, if you look at what they've done, what have they lost now? 6 of 8 or something like that. They've lost 4 in a row.
Yeah.
And like 6 of 8 or something. If they're bullpen, I was talking to someone yesterday, and they were going on and on and on about the payroll. I'm like, this has nothing to do with the payroll. If their bullpen just does what it's supposed to do, they win 8 in a row.
Exactly. That's why I wrote and said the other day that we all understand how we feel about Bob Nutting. The entire town, nobody disagrees. We all feel the same. Charrington is another issue. Shelton's another issue. But so are the players. And a guy like Bednar, who's a 2-time All-Star, and Holderman, who had an All-Star resume the first half, and Chapman, who imploded for a little bit a while back. Sorry, but guys like that have to hold up their end of the bargain. They just do.
Yeah.
And then you get, here, it's another item. Can you crack one, please, Sean, as we get more depressed here? Thank you. Did you see the pathetic at-bat to end the game by Brian De La Cruz?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Here's the thing. It was going through my head, because I was actually at the game, Joe. I left the studio.
Did you?
And went down to do the last couple innings. And it was who was right before him? Was it Rowdy right before him? It was
Rowdy singled, I thought.
Right.
I don't remember. I know Reynolds made it out. Reynolds definitely made it out. And Cruz, I think.
Bart got a double.
Bart got a double.
Right,
You're
which
right.
was really a dumb decision, and he's lucky he got away with it because you needed 2 runs, not 1. But he tried to stretch a single into the double and it slid off the bag. The guy dropped the ball, or else the game would have been over then, and we'd be talking about Joey Bart, who it's hard to criticize because he's a guy, you know what I mean? But that would have been a dumb play. Then Rowdy got up, and I was thinking to myself, if I'm them, I'm walking Rowdy here, and I'm taking my chances with De La Cruz because he strikes out so much. And Rowdy got a single, and then, of course, De La Cruz, I mean, what is his, I don't even know.
Well, he was 1 for 18.
Yeah, what has he done since
So he's 2 for 23, I guess. It's not even that. It's how horrifying he looks at the plate.
Well, his strikeouts are certainly ugly. I mean,
it's like it's 4 pitches here, he's done, and he'll be swinging at breaking balls, well off the plate.
The other day, one of the games, dude walked right ahead of him, and he walked like maybe on 5 pitches, and really, the pitch that he swung at was a ball. In other words, the pitcher was all over the place.
Yeah.
And De La Cruz comes up and just swings out of his shoes at 2 pitches in a row that are nowhere close to the strike zone.
I mean, when you actually break down his numbers, they're not really that good over the course of his career. Now, the one thing that stood out that I pointed out when they got him was the combination of homers and doubles.
Right.
He does apparently have a power bat. He's a one-tool player. He can't field, Can't do anything but hit for power, but that's an important thing, especially in this lineup. And yet 5 games into his tenure here, the guy, the big move at the trade deadline to be your cleanup hitter was already benched for a critical game against the Padres.
Right.
This is a disaster.
So he's 4 of 27.
Yeah, and he's 2 for his last 23.
Yeah, he's 4 of 27 since he's been here. He's scored 2 runs. He has 0 home runs. Yes. He does have a double, though. Oh, no, that was before he got here. Sorry. He has no doubles, no triples, no home runs. So he's 4 of 23, no extra base hits.
It's horrifying.
I mean, that is absolutely ridiculous. And he struck out 10 times. You know what I mean? That has been, a problem, obviously.
Next, crack another. Thank you, Sean. Very kindly. Our obligatory Brandon Aiyuk update dedicated to Jackass Tony today. Here's what's happening now, according to various reports. One I saw from Diana Rossini said there's now a staring contest, Paul, between the Steelers and the Niners. And then another one I saw from Mike Garofalo said that perhaps a third team needs to become involved here so that the Niners get an actual player. In other words, the Steelers would trade the Niners picks, and the Niners would parlay some of those picks to a third team for an actual player. So, as I mentioned before Jackass Tony came on the air yesterday, and I think as you did too, that while I trust Pony's reporting to a certain extent, he needed to have another source, and he needs to be right. And the idea that this was absolutely done the other day, 99.99999, is starting to be cast into doubt today. Now, it very well could get done. Jerry Dulac, our very own Jerry Dulac, said the Steelers were waiting to hear from the 49ers and making it sound like it could still be imminent. So there's a lot here. Your take.
Well, if there's a third team involved, right? I mean, that would tell me that there really wasn't ever a deal that was fully in place.
Right.
Because if the Niners have made it clear that they want players back, and the Steelers have made it clear, and maybe, again, I'm just reading what all of the guys with sources have written, right?
Yeah.
If the Niners have made it clear they want a player back, and the Steelers have made it clear they're not going to give a player back, how was there ever a deal in place? Do you know what I mean?
Of course.
That's the question that I would ask. And again, I'm not. I don't want to cast doubt on what's been reported. I mean, guys have sources. I'm sure they're sources and everything else. But when you start to piece it all together, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I was somehow co-opted into Pony's report by people, which I'm not sure. What you've never heard come out of my mouth is Brandon Aiyuk is coming to the Steelers, according to me. Never said.
Right.
And if Pony's report is not true, I'll be happy to say that. I'll be the first to say that. I'm not invested in Pony's report in any way, shape, or form. He's a colleague who reported something. I think he has connections and does good work. So, I retweeted what he tweeted, and we talked about it yesterday. And I think there's also a lot of backlash from national and local guys who don't like the fact that somebody like Pony reported that.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that Pony's right. And if the deal isn't done by the game time tonight, then there's no way he was right that all you got to do is dot a couple of I's here and they're done.
Well, yeah,
that couldn't have been true.
Like I said, it really is going to come down to when a deal happens and what the deal looks like. But if there is a third party truly involved, which somebody is reporting, which I've lost track of who's reporting what.
That was Garofalo. Saying, I think he was more theorizing than reporting that it's actually true.
And there was some talk that maybe, a team like the Raiders who looking to move a guy like DK Metcalf or whatever, right?
Well, actually, Paul, let me interrupt. Garofalo says, I have no doubt in my mind the 49ers have had those conversations. He's talking about the possibility of a 3-team trade. I've been told that, he said, and they're nosing around the league. And the problem is nobody's really got an excess of receivers that can give you that for the caliber of guy you're looking for. And again, that's me repeating Garofalo's report. So don't co-opt me onto that one either, jackass Tony.
Yes.
But go ahead.
Well, the whole point is, I think that the whole point there is, if the deal gets done eventually, you know, it all depends to me what it looks like before I will say that, you know, all of these guys reporting these things have been right on it. You know what I mean? But if there is indeed the 49ers are looking for a player back, which it sounds like by everyone's account, sounds like that's what they want, a player back. Okay. The more I got away from it, the more I started laughing at the idea that they're going to take Herbig or they're going to take, you know, James Daniels or some of these guys like that, right? They want a player back that's going to help them win.
They want a receiver.
They want a receiver.
I mean, James Daniels is a good player if they needed a guard.
But the thing about it is, my point is, either way, if the Steelers, which I think it was Jerry Dulac who has reported several times that the Steelers are adamant they're not going to give a player back.
Yeah.
So if the 49ers are looking for a player back and they're shopping around the league as what was his name, Garofalo?
Yeah. As
he is reporting that they're shopping around the league trying to find a player so that maybe they can, you know, do something, then there's not a deal in place. There's not. Unless, and here's the thing, it could be a situation like this. Okay, you're whatever the guy's name is. What's the owner's name out there? York?
York, yeah.
Okay. You call me. Hey, we want to make a deal. I say to you, okay, I'm not giving you players. You say to me, tell you what, let's work out a draft pick compensation. Okay, let's go second and third. The second and third or whatever. Whatever it's going to be. A first and a fourth. Whatever. Okay, I can live with that. Then you say, okay, good. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go around the league and see if I can give a first and a fourth for a player in a third. And if I can make that deal, are we good? Yeah, we're good. So
that's what Garofalo's saying is happening.
My point is, technically, I guess we do have a deal. I'm saying to you.
Well, we don't, though, because as he says, you got to find a team that wants to give up a receiver.
Technically, we have a deal from the standpoint of, yes, I'm going to give you the first and the fourth or whatever it is, second and third, or first and fourth, second and fourth, whatever it is. I'm going to give you that. That's what's going to be the deal between us two.
Yeah. So you have the framework of a deal.
Right. But it's not, we just need to dot some I's and cross some T's.
Right. And as long as it's only a framework, blank happens. Like the kid they drafted getting hurt in practice a day or two ago.
Right.
That can change things, man. I don't know. So we'll obviously keep you updated on that. I have never reported a single thing on it. I'm not in the reporting business anymore.
Well, I mean,
no matter what jackass Tony might tell you.
Yeah.
Next.
Well, and we're also not like this idea that, the Pittsburgh media, like we're all one brain. We all have one brain.
No, I mean, in fact, within the Pittsburgh media, you have many different accounts of this and all kinds of people who disagree with each other and probably hate each other. So this whole idea of it's this one entity. It's one entity, the Pittsburgh sports media.
The other thing I laugh about
couldn't be more false. It's the product of small minds, small little fearful, paranoid minds that, and I can relate to that come up with such ideas. Next. Sorry, Paul, I interrupted you, but we have to move on. You ready?
Yep.
What a basketball game yesterday. I went home, got a nice little Diet Coke with a wedge of lemon in it and some Tostitos with shredded cheese. Really treated myself yesterday. Turned on a game that the U.S. was already trailing to Serbia by at least double digits and then was just riveted. I don't know that I moved or breathed for the next hour and a half They're down 11 in the fourth quarter, and then my personal favorite player on the planet, Steph Curry, and he was pretty good in the first quarter, just started to light it up again, made some big plays. Durant made some big plays. LeBron made big plays. And Jokic was showing more emotion with the Serbian team than I've ever seen in the NBA. And he's great, he's obviously great in the NBA. Right. I'm not questioning his competitiveness in the NBA, but this is different. This is different. And it was one of the most intense, well-played basketball games that I've watched in a long, long time, maybe ever internationally anyway, Paul. Did you catch it?
Well, here was the thing I would tell you. Can you imagine in that country what it would have been like for them had they beaten?
You could tell, yeah.
That was, and here's the other thing I'm going to tell you. If they would have won that game, I'd have bet the house on France in the championship game because they let every ounce of energy they had out to try and beat them. And the emotions to try and get back up to play a gold medal game. Sometimes that semifinal where you're playing in that situation, that game takes everything out of you and you forget, well, we got to play another game, which is what makes the Miracle on Ice so, they had to come back. They had to come back and most people don't realize that wasn't the gold game. That wasn't the gold medal game. But it was the game that, you know what I mean, that has forever put them in history.
Yes.
And it's the game. So if you think about what that game did here, could you imagine Serbia, country of about 6 million people, something like that, 7 million people, had they won, those guys would be hero. Like, I can't even imagine the celebration.
They'd be immortal.
It's almost like, did you happen to see the chick from St. Lucia that won one of the sprints, one of the track? She won one of the sprints. I forget what it was. It was the first medal in the country's history. They showed videos of people in that country, in St. Lucia or whatever on that island, like big screen TVs, people all around the square celebrating like they had just won like a war or something. You know what I mean? It's incredible. Like, I don't know that we fully understand that piece of it.
And they played a perfect game. Kerr was talking about that afterward. He said his assistant, Spoelstra, I think Mark Few, whoever else, were saying this is like Villanova against Georgetown, and it was. I'm watching this game, Bogdanovich and some guys, other guys that I've never heard of, nailing threes. They're shooting like 65% from three through three quarters. It was unreal. And those guys have played together, a lot of them, since they've been kids. The Americans, they get mocked a lot, like, Jokic and a bunch of, guys at a car wash almost beat the NBA guys. They get thrown together, and they're also under a different kind of pressure that I think they even face in the NBA, because it's a no-win. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. And if you lose, you go down in history just as a mockery. Not in my opinion, but a lot of people would just consider them a mockery. Kerr, LeBron, all these guys. I bet you there's people rooting for them against them in this country too. But that's a different kind of pressure that they dealt with in that fourth quarter.
If you think about it, so it takes 7 games basically to win the gold, right?
Something like that.
I think it's 7. And 3 pool play.
Yeah.
Right, so 7. So if you think about it, 2008, 12, 16, 20. I mean, they've won, 28 games in a row since 2002. And now it's at 34 games in a row. So my point is, like, this idea, I think you're so right. I don't think people understand. Like, that team, even to a lesser, I mean, the women's team too, but to a lesser extent.
Watch them today, 11:30.
But the U.S. men's team, they play every game. They're going to take the best shot of whoever they play. Now they've got to play in a couple of days. Tomorrow, what is it? Tomorrow, I think, Saturday.
Yeah, it's 3:30 against the big boy.
Against France.
Wemby.
Against France, in France.
In France.
So
it's going to be phenomenal.
So the atmosphere is going to be, obviously against the United States.
Yeah.
And I think that if they were to lose, what I hate about it is we'll have to hear all the jackasses come out of the woodwork about how the rest of the world has caught the United States and AAU is ruining basketball and all the other stupid things. I mean, we just got done saying they've won 34 games in a row, and most of them haven't been close. You know what I mean? If they win this game, honestly, 4 years from now, you got to believe 4 years from now, France is going to be a real problem. And it wouldn't shock me if 4 years from now if they add a couple of players, which it sounds like they do, because every year in the NBA draft, it seems like there's 2 or 3 guys in the first round that are from France.
Right.
My point is, 4 years from now, it's entirely possible they could lose. But the end of the day, you still got to beat them. I mean, Serbia had them beat. They're up 13 going into the fourth quarter. And basically, and I was reading about this last night, Steve Kerr decided, you know what, we can't control the point guard. Let's put Kevin Durant, who's like 9'7" and with his wingspan, 20 feet, and just harass the hell out of him.
And put LeBron on Jokic.
Yes.
And he was a beast.
Right.
And he's getting outweighed by like 50 pounds by the guy.
Right. But the whole point is they made a couple of defensive changes. And to be honest, watching the game, the one thing I thought that Serbia did not do was when they made that switch and put Durant on their guy, right? I would have taken their guy off the ball. Like, that's how you counter that. You know what I mean? But sometimes, again, in the heat of the battle, you're watching the game, you're coaching the game. You're not really thinking about all the things you can do, until afterwards you start thinking about it. You're like, oh, well, I should have done that. But they had them beat. But you got to give Steph Curry, LeBron, Kevin Durant, those 3 guys basically said, we ain't losing.
And Embiid. Embiid was a beast.
We ain't losing this team, period.
It was great. It was riveting theater.
I think they'll beat France by 10+. That's my prediction.
Meanwhile, at the Olympics today, Franklin Regional Spencer Lee going for the gold in wrestling. We'll be watching, we'll be rooting, and good luck to him today. Coming up, Paul, let's take a closer look at this football game tonight. My God, we spend 366 days a year talking about the Steelers. In the end, they only have about 20 or so football games, 21, 22, hopefully maybe one more. And this is one of them. So we need to talk about it, and we will. Who are we going to be? I heard the morning guys. Who will we be talking about Monday, and are there interesting little sidelights in this game? I think there surely are. That's all ahead. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Steiner and Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And all of our sports talk there brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Joe Potocznik and his mustache. You've heard me talk about both many, 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 many times. But now we're talking about them getting all kinds of awards. This guy wins more awards than anybody I've ever seen. And they're well-deserved. The latest one is back-to-back MVPs for Big Joe and his mustache. I think the mustache actually writes the speeches. And that's Trifecta Northeast. Back-to-back MVP for service excellence, product excellence, marketing leadership, and customer service. It's all there at JP Roofing and Siding, starting with Joe himself. $500 off any roofing or siding installation right now for homeowners. Give him a call, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
With your fan headlines, this is Sean Myers. The Pirates once again suffered a heartbreaking loss yesterday. 7-6, they fell against the San Diego Padres. David Bednar blew the save, took the loss. He gave up 3 runs. Joey Bart homered and had 2 RBIs in the setback. Pirates will look to snap their 4-game skid tonight. It won't be easy. It'll be in L.A. against the Dodgers at 10:10. Mitch Keller toes the rubber for the Buccos. Jack Flaherty, recently acquired by L.A., starts for the Dodgers. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 9:15 and is presented by Pella Windows. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer and swimming. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes, because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than wet paper towels on kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit ConsumerCellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
At Vanguard, you're more than just an investor, you're an owner. So whether you're planning for retirement or trying to save up for your next big adventure, Vanguard will help work alongside you to set personalized investment goals. That's the value of ownership. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Vanguard Marketing Corporation, distributor.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. New York Jets head coach Robert Saleh held Aaron Rodgers out of a joint practice with the Commanders on Thursday because it rained. Saleh said he was being extra cautious with his QB and that Rodgers lobbied hard to play. My question, will bad weather be a concern this season with Rodgers, and could the Jets do some type of load management? I'm Maggie Gray.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
The world comes to Washington County for the Princecay Pony League World Series August 9th through the 14th. Catch all the action as the best youth baseball teams play for the World Championship at historic Lou Hayes Pony Field. Daily admission is just $8, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Princecay Pony League World Series, sponsored by the Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency. Don't miss it for the world.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starky Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from Studio B at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
Yes, we are at Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. Before we get to the Steeler game, I was just alerted that our intern IT had a hole-in-one the other day. Sean, can you put IT on the line?
I sure can.
Hey, Joe.
Hello, IT. Tell us the details. Where was this? How many yards? What club did you use?
Wait, can you repeat that? I didn't hear you.
Yeah. Where were you? What club did you use, and how many yards?
I was at Westmoreland Country Club. Mm-hmm. It was a 7-iron, 190 yards.
190 yards with a 7-iron, Paul. How about this guy?
Wow.
How did it go in? Did you see it go in?
Yeah, I actually heard it. It dunked straight in. So.
What?
Yeah.
On the fly?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Have you ever played Westmoreland Country Club?
Yeah.
So that hole, what was it playing that day?
It was a back pin. So it was
190?
Yeah, 190.
Did you jump up and down and go crazy, and did you buy everybody drinks?
Well, I didn't really jump up and down because I was with two guys I didn't really know. So
Yeah.
I didn't show too much emotion, but I mean, I was pretty excited.
Congrats, man.
Thank you.
That is awesome.
Thank
Paul,
you.
You ever gotten a hole-in-one?
No, I have come close a couple of times, but I've never actually had one. You've had one.
Had one in Florida, but nobody saw it, so I guess it doesn't count.
Did you see the picture of it?
Of ITs?
Yeah.
No.
I put it on Twitter. I tagged. Now
I can't find it on Twitter. I'm busy fielding too much feedback from yesterday's Jackass Tony interaction.
I tagged you. I tagged you in it. Did you see that I put it up on Twitter, Trent?
Yeah, I saw it. I retweeted it.
Yeah, there we go. See? I mean, he knows.
Yeah.
That is awesome. That is a day to remember. Can you believe that Steve Blass had two of those in one round, Paul?
No, that's incredible if you think about it.
I mean, that's so far beyond lottery odds.
So what did you end up shooting, Trent? I mean, if you put a 1 on the card, I would hope that you.
Well, that's I wasn't playing that well, but the 1 definitely helped out. I ended up with the 39. I only played 9 holes.
Oh, that's not bad. A 39. That's on pace for a 78, and I can figure that out, Paul.
39 is actually pretty good.
Congrats, IT.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Paul, let's turn our attention to Game 1 tonight. Like I said, we talk about the Steelers every single day, and there's only so many games, so even a meaningless, money-scrunging exhibition game is something to talk about here. Other than Justin Fields, who are some names and what are some things that we're looking at tonight? How about the new kickoff rule? How about that? Have you seen how it's played out in other games? The average starting line spot is like the same as it was last year.
Right. I don't think that. First of all, by the way, Joe, I've got good news for you.
What?
This was just the semifinal heat.
Oh, good. Yeah, we just saw the U.S.
The U.S.
I thought that was a medal heat.
Which would explain a little bit because I kind of wondered why. They kind of did what they did, where I thought the last guy could have maybe even gotten, further ahead than he even
What
did.
is this, the 4x4
Yes.
something?
It's the qualifying heat. Anyway.
There's nothing, by the way, and I compare it to boxing. I'm a big boxing fan, or used to be. Just the raw, human intensity of a one-on-one battle in boxing, like a fight. We're all attracted to that.
Well,
Still in hockey, and then the same thing with a race.
Right.
Ever since we were a kid, let's race. Everybody can relate to it.
That's the beauty of the race. The race is you and I on a track.
Yeah.
They say go.
No special equipment except maybe steroids.
It's me against you.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, I want to see the offensive line. I want to see, obviously, I'd like to see what Troy Fontenot does when he gets in there. I'd like to see where they put him. I'm assuming it's going to be right tackle to begin with. I would like to see what's the I can't think of his name now. The center from West
Frazier.
Frazier.
Well, they say that Herbig is playing great.
Right.
In fact, somebody used the term pole position with him.
Right.
What do we make of that? What do we make of it if Frazier doesn't start?
Well, it doesn't surprise me because the Steelers don't just hand out starting jobs to rookies. You got to go win it.
Let me ask you about the tackles, because I was going to anyway.
Well, my point is, I want to see Frazier.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the kid from South Dakota State, who I hear is the guard, who I hear is just a mauler, So there's, young guys, new guys on the offensive line that I want to see what they do.
Well, according to the Baconian Mongoose, we're going to have Dan Moore at left tackle, Jones at right tackle, and then when Fatanu comes in, he's going to go to right tackle and Jones to left. What are they doing? Why not just start out the way you want it to be? Especially, I'm not even talking about Fatanu.
Yeah.
Don't you want Broderick Jones, if he's going to be a left tackle, to play left tackle now?
Yeah.
Why
understand
toggle him?
Why play all these games? You know what I mean? Why I get it. You want these rookies to earn it.
Yeah.
But why play all these games? If you know that this is the way you want it to be and this is how it's going to be 3 or 4 games into the season, why don't you just start that way?
Yeah. It feels like you're doing Jones even a disservice. Just put him over there and let him go. Every time I hear somebody talk about right guard compared to left guard and tackle on either side. They say, and these are pros who come on this show and talk to us, that it's a difficult transition. Now, maybe for a select few, it's not. And maybe Jones is that guy that could just toggle back and forth, and it's no big deal. But I just don't get that. If they start the season with Dan Moore at left tackle,
I think there will be a revolution.
How about
a revolt?
How about DeMarvin Leal? Apparently, this is according to Bacco as well, working at outside linebacker.
Yeah.
Now, this may be just because of a numbers crunch for this game, or it might be that he's a bust on the defensive line.
Yeah, when I read that, I thought, where's he going to play? Like, you've got your two outside linebackers already, and then didn't you just sign Golden back?
Yeah.
Where is there room for Leal to play outside linebacker?
I feel really not confident about this defensive line. You know, I hear people talking about it like they have a chance to be destructive. They do if they're all healthy and playing well, and that would be Benton, Ogunjobi, and Hayward. What the hell are the odds of that?
Right.
We got an 18-game season ahead, or 17. What the hell are they playing this year?
Especially Ogunjobi, who never seems to stay healthy.
Right.
I mean, that's the big thing with him.
Well, and also, I think Cam is a gigantic question mark going into this year. Gigantic. He's coming off surgery.
Right.
He's played how many games in his career, and he's 35 years old. He's going on he's about to play his 200th game. He's played 194 games. I have no idea if Cam Hayward's still going to be a viable player, let alone a great one, which the last time he was healthy, that's what he was. I don't know. How could anybody possibly know that? But at the very least, at his age, he's going to have to rotate in and out. So I don't even see the point of mentioning, like, oh, their starting three is going to be great together. Wonderful. How many? There's going to be at least 4, 5, 6 guys in a rotation.
Right. And not just that, with Cam and Ogunjobi. Okay, let's do it this way. There's 34 games between the two. 17 and 17. 34 games that those two guys are going to try and play, 17 each.
Yeah.
Out of the 34, how many of them are going to – how many – you know what I mean? I say Ogunjobi's going to miss at least 6 or 7, and Cam will miss at least 4.
Sounds reasonable.
That's, 24. If they get 24 games out of those two, I would be shocked.
Forget about receiver and corner. For me, the most worrisome position overall on this whole team, and it's not close for me, is defensive line. It's defensive line.
And I think moving Leal is one of two things. It's concerning they weren't exactly overly deep there to begin with. Or maybe some of these other newer guys, these younger guys, are just playing really well, and they're basically like he's now become expendable.
That wouldn't be a bad thing. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Ray Fittipaldo coming up. We can ask him all of these questions and more. Going into the first time, we'll see the 24 Steelers together for a ball game, even if a lot of them won't be playing. It still should be very interesting. Fan weather, up to $7,500 in rebates in the Chevy Summer Drive. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Rain throughout the day and a high of 84. Got a lot of other things on the docket today. Bob Walk later in the show is going to be talking about this bullpen and what has become of it. And Paul, it's just an epic disaster. That might be putting it lightly, yes?
Absolutely. I mean, if Holderman and Bednar don't figure it out, they've got, I don't know what do they have, 44 games left?
Yeah, when are we going to see Holderman again? That's the other thing.
I'm saying Holderman and Bednar, and they're like two of the cornerstones of that bullpen.
Right.
And, no disrespect to Nicholas and Old Yeller and all these other guys, but at the end of the day, you had 3 guys down there in the bullpen that made that bullpen what it was. Holderman, Bednar, Chapman. Chapman's figured it out, but the other two If they don't figure it out and they can't close down games.
How do you think Old Heller fares in Dodger Stadium? Fails. That was a Freudian
by the way,
slip.
we didn't even talk about this. They brought up that Domingo Germán.
They did?
Yeah, last night. Yeah, it was one of those. You know. Here's how you know, Joe, that they're not really proud of what they did.
It comes at 4 in the morning.
It broke. The news broke. I think it was that Alex Stumpf or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Nice dude, nice guy, by the way. I'm not saying anything about him, but I think it was him.
Oh, you only said his name.
Right. I always like, remember when he's got an F. It's S-T-U-M-P-F.
So is the F pronounced Stumpf?
I don't know, but
just Alex Stumpf.
I always like pronouncing it. Stumpf.
Yeah.
Just like when I used to call Rob Beertemple, Rob Beertemple, right?
Where is Rob Beertemple?
I think he works for like a nonprofit. I think he's a PR guy or something.
Oh.
That's the last. I don't know. But anyway, yeah. So Alex Stumpf, who, like I said, I think he's a good dude. I ain't got nothing against him. I mean, he's a good reporter. He works hard. Pirates are selecting a contract of right-handed pitcher Domingo Germán. Germán has pitched parts of 6 major league seasons as a 5.12 ERA, 14 minor league starts in 2024. Previously reported he had an opt-out in his minor league deal, but apparently the Pirates have selected him. He's here. Well, he's in L.A. And there was actually another report somewhere that he was starting tonight's game.
What?
There was another report somewhere. Now, I think one of our guys, that might have been Destiny's Child, he reported that basically he was, not going to start. He was coming out of the bullpen, but I think it was Destin. One of the guys, reported that. Yeah, he would join. Oh, it was Noah Howe.
It's another poll.
There we go.
Paul will now silently research statistics during our live radio show.
Well, it was Noah Howe's. I mean, here's my thing. It was Noah Howe's. And, of course, in order to get to the actual tweet about Germán, you have to sift through all his nonsense about, In-N-Out Burger and all the food he's eating. And there's just some nonsense about Dr. Dre and whatever.
We have to go. We're keeping Ray Fittipaldi waiting.
But anyway, long story short.
Long story longer.
He says that he actually might be in play to start tonight's game. Could you imagine?
We go from Flaherty Keller to Flaherty Germán.
If that happens, but here's the thing. Even if it's tomorrow that the guy starts, okay? Whatever. Could you imagine 10 days ago there were 3 or 4 games over 500, a game and a half out, right before the trade deadline. We're all excited. They're going. If I'd have told you then, guess what? Within 10 days, Holderman would be hurt, Bednar would stink, and Domingo Germán would be in your starting rotation.
Oh, believe me, the further back they get, the more chance we see less of Skeens, I think. Anyway, the best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book. Because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer to swimming. FanDuel has it all, so don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starky to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA, 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sean Myers with your fan headlines. The Pirates will be playing in L.A. against the Dodgers tonight after they suffered their 4th consecutive loss yesterday. The Pirates fell 7-6, wrapping up their 3-game set against the San Diego Padres. As it's currently scheduled, Mitch Keller gets the ball unless Domingo Germán replaces him. Jack Flaherty will pose for the Dodgers. 10-10, the first pitch. Fan headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the Smokestack Pulled Pork Supper Sandwich, tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar, crispy onions, and Chipotle Ranch. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds on Saturday, August 10th at Highmark Stadium when the Hounds host San Antonio FC as their 25th anniversary season continues. Family fun, great food and drink specials, and pro soccer in Pittsburgh. Get your tickets now. Cheer on the Riverhounds. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishy.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Raise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Are you looking for more power for more play? Then head to Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. We're kicking off huge savings on every new Toyota Tacoma in stock. Get trail-dominating power, advanced technology, captivating style, and our lowest price possible, the Panda price. Plus, with every new Toyota purchase, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost for added peace of mind. Don't miss out. Score big on new Tacomas at Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah.
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer to swimming. FanDuel has it all, so don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starky to sign up and start betting the games today. I might start with badminton. I would probably have to do a little research on that, but it's up to you at FanDuel.com/Starky to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
One of the biggest rodeos this side of the Mississippi is on its way to the famous North Washington Rodeo Grounds. Mark your calendar August 13th through the 17th for 5 exciting nights of outstanding rodeo action. As seen on TV, the world champions will be competing for huge prize money. Come see all of the exciting action August 13th through the 17th. Get your tickets early and save at NorthWashingtonVFT.com. The North Washington Rodeo is coming, Route 38 North in Butler County.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. The Pirates suffered another awful loss yesterday. They fell 7-6 against the San Diego Padres. David Bednar blew the save. He took the loss as he gave up 3 runs. Joey Bart had a couple of RBIs, including a home run. Pirates loses a 4 straight. Now head out to L.A. to play the Dodgers tonight at 10:10. Mitch Keller slated to start against Jack Flaherty. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 9:15, presented by Pella Windows. And tonight, the Steelers open their preseason schedule at home at Acrisure at 7 o'clock. They welcome the Houston Texans. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
It's Joe. And this is the Joe Starky Show. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sweet sounds mean it's time for Ray Fittipaldo. Everybody loves Raymond. PostGazette.com's very own. You can read stuff on that website. Ron used to love that song, Ray. Do you miss Ron? Has Ron been in touch with you?
I do. I talked to Ron maybe 2 weeks ago. He was texting with me yesterday. Every time he sees me in a picture or a video from camp, and it's usually Hathorne's video because I think Ron still follows you guys on social media. Anytime he sees me in the background looking bored or something like that, he gives me a call or text me. So,
Paul, I feel mildly insulted. Ron hasn't been in touch with me much, and hardly ever, if ever, with you.
Yeah, he has not. He has completely 100% ghosted me ever since he left town.
Well, Ray was one of his favorites the whole time.
Yes.
Now that proof of that is in the pudding here. All right, Ray, we have an actual football game tonight, and it should be very interesting. How much do we see Justin Fields, and how much do we see Justin Fields actually doing something beyond, a handoff and a quick pass?
Yeah, I mean, Mike Tomlin said a couple of series, so I think it will depend on how well he does and how well the offense does around him. So, if they score, and it's midway through the first quarter, I could see Tomlin pulling the plug on that and getting Kyle Allen into the game. As far as Justin Fields go, I don't know that there's going to be any restrictions on him. He's an instinctive athlete. I think Arthur Smith and Mike Tomlin will just tell him before the games, hey, if you're in danger, just slide or get out of bounds. But I don't think they're going to restrict him from breaking the pocket and running. You won't see any design runs or anything like that. Or if you do, I think it'll be very controlled. But I don't think they're going to limit what he does. He's a different quarterback than Russell Wilson. It's a little bit of a different look to the offense when he's in there. So you got to embrace what he is, and he's a talented quarterback.
Well, I think the thing about it is we're not going to see him that much tonight, which means in the first series or two, he's got to do something spectacular, right, to get people excited about the prospects of him being the starter, especially since, I don't know. I mean, does anyone really know when Russell Wilson's going to be fully ready to play?
Well, Russell did more and more this week, Paul. So, I think just reading the tea leaves and the way he was brought along, I think next week against the Bills is a real possibility. So, the way I look at this whole Justin Fields thing is it's not an audition to be a starter. I think unless this calf injury is aggravated or it's worse than they're letting on, Justin Fields is going to be the backup. So I think what I want to see tonight and what the coaches want to see tonight is Justin Fields going out there and executing the offense the way they want it. And, I think for the Steelers, when you guys look at it, the reason Russell Wilson is this team's starter is because he has taken fewer risks with the football than Justin Fields has over his career. He's got a better turnover ratio, TD to interception ratio. He's been able to do those types of things consistently in his career. So what I'm watching for tonight for Fields, don't put the ball in harm's way, make smart decisions, and get the ball delivered on time and with accuracy. If he does that, I'd be pretty pleased if I was on that offensive staff.
Ray Fittipaldo, brought to you by LGKG Injury Lawyers, 7 locations in the Pittsburgh region. They'll take your personal injury case personally. LGKG.com. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the all-important text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Ray, we were just talking earlier about the offensive line configuration for tonight and wondering why they don't just let Broderick Jones settle in at left tackle. I think it was Batko who, reported that it's likely to start Dan Moore on the left, Jones on the right. Then Fatanu comes in on the right, and Jones goes to the left side. Does that make sense to you?
Well, that's what they're going to do. I think, honestly, Joe, I think they're just paying deference to Dan Moore because he's played over 3,000 career snaps. He's been the starter for 3 years, and I think they're just going to let this play out. And I think what the plan is, if Dan Moore falters here in the preseason, and he's facing 2 pretty good pass rushers tonight. Donnell Hunter and Will Anderson are going to be going up against the first-team Steelers offensive line. So, both Jones and Moore are going to be tested tonight. So, if Moore doesn't do well, then I think that's the door's open for Fatanu and Jones to start. So I just think people have to be patient there. What they did in practice this week was Fatanu was with the starters at right, and Jones and Moore split reps on the left. I think eventually it's going to play out over the next couple of weeks that, Moore will be out and Jones will be in, but I just think you got to be patient.
Yeah, I guess that's my question. I mean, sure, I can be patient. People can be patient, but it's just that they drafted this guy in the first round last year, I think, to be a left tackle. So I would think that every rep would be very helpful to him at this point and just let him settle in. I don't know. I guess I don't really get that.
Well, I did ask him yesterday. Broderick talked to us after practice yesterday. I said, how much time do you need on the left side to get acclimated? And he said basically, hey, honestly, it comes naturally to me. I don't need that much time. Maybe the Steelers feel the same way, but that's what Broderick said yesterday.
Well, I think one of the things that Joe and I were just talking about was this idea that DeMar Leal moving to outside linebacker. Why is that happening? Is that a good development, and is there actually playing time for him there?
Well, there's playing time for him in the preseason there. I think the sole reason that it's happening, Paul, is because T.J. Watt is being rested tonight. Alex Highsmith has a groin, and Marcus Golden, who was signed a week ago, they're not going to expose him to live reps after he was, pretty much, not with the team a week ago. So those 3 of your top 4 outside linebackers are playing. So, DeMarvin is versatile. He can handle that, and they just need bodies to get through the preseason, and specifically tonight's game. But it is nice that you have a guy like Leal who could do that. Anytime you could play over the guard, over the tackle, and over the tight end, it's a good thing. It means you're going to have flexibility within that roster, your 46-man game day roster, to move him out there if he has to during the regular season. But unless there's an injury, I don't see Leal doing that. I think, for the most part, he's going to be a 3 technique in the 5 technique, and that's probably where he's best suited.
All right, Ray, it's been a very dramatic week in the Brandon Aiyuk sweepstakes. How does this turn out?
Well, it depends on if the 49ers want to budge or if the Steelers want to budge. I think right now we're in a holding pattern. The Steelers have the framework of a contract in place. Aiyuk has agreed to it, and the only holdup is the compensation. So, I've been saying this for weeks, guys. If Brandon Aiyuk wants to make that a difficult situation in San Francisco, he can do that. He can be a pain in their butt. But on the same hand, the 49ers can play hardball, and they could just say, hey, you're going to play for us this year or you're going to sit out. So right now it's just it's a holding pattern. I don't know when it's going to be resolved, but I don't think we're any closer today to it happening than we were 2 days ago or 4 days ago. I think we're kind of in the same situation.
Yeah, there was some other reports of a third team being involved. I've seen. I think Adam Schefter was talking about how this could drag on and actually get into the end of training camp.
Yeah.
Is there a point where you think the Steelers are just going to say, all right, here's where we're at. If this doesn't get done by X day, then we're out? Do you think there's a deadline like that?
No, the Patriots did that, and I have no idea why the Patriots did that.
Well, I can tell you.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Athletic just reported that Aiyuk turned down a $32 million a year offer from the Patriots because he had concerns about their quarterback position.
So you know what that is, Paul? I know you did many coaching searches like that, like I did. That's like when I was covering the Jamie Dixon coaching search back in 2004, John Calipari called me and told me he was taking his name out of consideration. Well, the next day Jamie was hired. That's why he did that. So that's just the Patriots saving face there. That's all that is. Listen, Omar is patient. That's what he's known for. He's not going to blink. I don't see the Steelers doing that. I think the Steelers could make a trade at any time. They could do it 2 weeks into the season like they did with Minka Fitzpatrick. I don't think there's any deadline for Omar or the Steelers.
Does either Cam or Freiermuth get a contract this camp?
It's probably a pretty good question if this whole thing with Aiyuk is holding up either of those deals. My feeling all along is, Cam's probably going to be taken care of after the season if he shows he's healthy and he plays well again. I never thought that was going to happen before the season. I was more convinced that Freiermuth was going to get done, but now, we're 30 days away. We're 2 weeks into camp. They haven't done him yet. And, there's still plenty of time to get that done, but a little bit of doubt is creeping into my mind. So I'll say yes on Freiermuth, maybe just closer to the season. But, hey, maybe the bean counters at 3400 West South Water Street are waiting to find out what happens with the Aiyuk situation.
Well, again, I think that is a really good. To me, if Patriots are out and the Browns are out, it's either going to be the Steelers or the 49ers at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, unless another team swoops in, Paul, but I haven't heard anything about that. You never know. Somebody could, come into play there. So we'll have to wait and see. No, I'm reading reports that the 49ers want a receiver in return, which is a big problem for the Steelers because there's no one really with a track record the 49ers would want. So maybe it's got to be a three-way trade. You see that all the time in hockey and basketball, not too often in football, but maybe you do see that this time if the 49ers and the Steelers can find another trade partner.
Beyond Fields tonight, how does the quarterback play break down, and is there anything interesting with whoever else might play?
Kyle Allen has been in the league a while. He's got a bunch of starts. He had a good start to camp. He's, thrown a lot of picks lately. So, hopefully he can have that under control. Then I think we'll see J.R. Plumlee finish it up. Plumlee, they got him playing kick and punt returner as much as they do quarterback. He's a terrific athlete. He's a small guy. I don't know that he's 5'10", but he could throw it a little bit, and he's a really good athlete. So I don't think he makes the roster, but they don't usually keep four quarterbacks, even if one's on the practice squad. But this guy is versatile enough that maybe he sneaks onto the practice squad, especially with now I think they have 15 players on the practice squad or 16. So you can, if you want a quarterback on there, you can find one. And so I'll be watching Plumlee tonight to see how he does, not only behind center, but if they throw him back there for a punt or kick return.
Are you interested in seeing the kick returns?
Yeah, I mean, I watched the Hall of Fame game, and it wasn't much. The guy caught the ball. He was tackled at the 25 or 27, kind of like where the old touchback was. I wrote today, CBS looked this up last week. The average starting position on a return was the 25.6-yard line in the Hall of Fame game. Now, obviously, small sample size, but why not just put the ball in the 25 and be done with it? So, it's one game. I'm sure Danny Smith has some wrinkles in mind, and maybe some other special teams coaches do as well. But from that one game that I watched between the Texans and the Bears, it didn't do much for me. Hopefully it's a little bit better tonight when the Texans and the Steelers do it.
Well, Ray, my thing about it is if you're going to have this drop zone or whatever the hell we're calling it, where, in between the 20 and the goal line where you have to kick the ball, or there's, if it's short of that, they get it at, the 40, I think, and if it's long of that, they get it at the 30, right? Yeah. If you really want to make it so that it's something that every team has to do, wouldn't you say, basically, if you don't kick the ball inbounds in the 20, inside the 20 and ahead of the goal line, the other team gets the ball to 45. I guarantee you, because right now, here's my prediction, Ray, and I could be wrong. What's going to happen? Teams are going to do this a little bit, and then they're going to realize, if we just kick it out of the end zone, they get it at the 30. That's only 5 more yards than last year. Let's just deal with that instead of all this nonsense.
Yeah,
I think that's what's going to happen. They're just going to basically be okay with it, giving it on the 30.
I bet you some teams do that because they're going to want to be conservative and careful. And then there's going to be coaches like Mike Tomlin, who I think went on Sirius NFL radio this past week and said, we're going to push the envelope. We're going to see what this play is all about. And we'll see if it can become, an advantage for us late in the season. So every coach is going to have a different spin on the role. I wrote about the role today in my story. Have you guys gone to NFL operations and read the rules for this play? there's like 25 different rules that the officials have to keep track of. So it's there's going to be some hiccups with it. We'll see what it looks like. It's going to be a
disaster.
It's a one-year experimentation. If they don't like it, they can go back to the old way next year. So,
well, I'm with Paul. I was from day one that why not just kick it out of the end zone and not worry about it? I just don't understand. I see these things where they're practicing kicks where the guy leans the ball on the tee. And what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Just line up and kick it out of the end zone.
And take it at the 30,
Yeah. What happens, Ray, if they can they fair catch it in that what's it called? The zone between the 20 and the goal line? Are they allowed to make a fair catch? And if they do, what happens with the ball?
Well, I just read all the rules yesterday. Honestly, I don't know if you can fair catch it, Joe. And if you do, maybe you put it on the 25. I don't know. I mean, it's so convoluted. I got a headache just reading all the rules yesterday. But you could fair catch a kickoff before. I'm sure you could do it again.
Yep. I mean, again, but if you fair catch it in the end zone, it goes to the 30, right?
If it goes to the 30, yeah. So,
but I don't think you can fair catch it in the field of play.
It says here no fair, and you can do the Paul pause anytime you want. Here as we look up the rule.
That's right. It's another Paul pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our
But see, that was not me. That was you.
I know, but I could do a Paul.
Yes,
the rule is named after you.
Okay,
the
I
Paul
got you.
pause.
Go ahead.
I'm proud to participate. It says no fair catch or signal is allowed. That's what it says.
So, there you go.
That's all I'm saying. And I'm sorry to interrupt everybody. What were you saying, Paul?
Well, what I was saying was, Ray, the troubling thing, again, more than anything else, is that there's no variety now, really, for kicking it off, is there? Like, you can't surprise on size, you can't surprise pooch, you can't, what do they call it when you just kind of dribble the ball down the middle of the field? You can't do any of that stuff.
Can't squiv it. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to count on your kicker getting the ball in the air and being accurate with his placement. So almost, when you think about it, it's almost going to be like a punter being able to do a coffin corner kick. Obviously, you don't want to kick the ball out of bounds, though. You kind of want to kick it to the numbers so it doesn't go out of bounds. So, Chris Boswell obviously is one of the top kickers in the NFL. We'll see if he can adjust and maybe be an asset to the Steelers with his ball placement here. But it's going to be interesting. Who knows? Maybe your punter ends up handling your kickoffs because they got a better feel for it off the tee. I don't know, but we'll get our first taste of it tonight. But I'm sure we'll still be talking about this early and middle into the season as well.
Paul, may I engage Ray in a game of free association?
Yes, you can.
Paul, who are going to be the punt return and kick return men when the season starts?
Calvin Austin III for both.
What about Cordero Patterson?
I haven't seen – I've seen him in the cafeteria. I haven't seen him on the field. A lot of times in years past they would have the injured guys like on the other fields doing the rehab. They must be doing the rehab somewhere else because they're not down there this year.
Starting O-line left to right for the opener in the Arthur Smith Bowl against Atlanta.
Broderick Jones, Isaac Seumalo, Zach Frazier, James Daniels, and Troy Fautano.
Percent chance it'll be Herbig over Frazier at center.
I'll go 15%.
You like the idea of Cam Sutton playing a little safety?
I do. He's done it before.
You think the Cam Sutton signing will be a good thing in the end?
Yes.
Connor Hayward is primed for a big year.
No.
The second best receiver, if they don't bring in Aiyuk, the second best receiver on this team will be?
Van Jefferson.
Thank you, Ray. I have no further questions.
All right, guys. Enjoy the game tonight.
All right. Thank you. Ray Fittipaldo, we have a football game tonight. Paul, I have a mailbag that we never got to this week that has some great questions. You want to dive in next before we get to the legendary Sean Gentile at noon, which is also going to happen. Why don't we do that? Some great questions about the future of the Pirates, some very strange positional situations with them. we'll do that. We'll dive into a mailbag, and we'll get ready for Sean Gentili coming up. 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, AMK 1020 KDK, and WAMO 107.3. Partnered to support Pittsburgh public school students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the hashtag Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive, presented by Frank Walker Law. Visit the link on the homepage, 937thefan.com. Support as an individual or a group. Help ensure a good start to the school year for local kids. Brought to you by Meta Connect. JP Roofing and Siding. I get to talk about JP again, and I get to talk about how 43 years ago, Joe Potocznik sat down. Yeah, he sat down with his mustache. You know the story, and they went into business together. But look at what this man has done 43 years later. Trifecta top performer, MVP in the Northeast, back-to-back years for service excellence, product excellence, marketing leadership, and customer service. All of that, and I can vouch for all of that. Plus, he's a pretty good golfer, if I may add. And I'm going to get out with him again soon. Here's the thing about Joe. When things get hot, when there's a problem, he's a fixer. When I flew out of his golf cart and it started to spin down backwards, Joe just used one hand and very calmly, as I was on the ground looking up, parked the golf cart. And then he dealt with everything. He knows what he's doing, this guy. $500 off any roofing or siding installation. Give him a call, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. The Pirates suffered another catastrophic loss yesterday. They fell 7-6 against the San Diego Padres. David Bednar blew the save. He actually took the loss, giving up 3 runs. Joey Bart had a home run and a couple of RBIs for the Buccos in their 4th consecutive setback. They look to snap that skid tonight in L.A. against the Dodgers at 10:10. Mitch Keller toes the rubber for the Buccos. We will have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 9:15 right here on 93.7 The Fan. You could also tune in utilizing the free Odyssey app. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Islands Venture, Shanapin Country Club, Butler's Golf, Hickory Heights, and Western PA Golf Association. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, people are talking about Window Nation, and a lot of people are talking about Window Nation. Just Kate from Pittsburgh, that's one person. She said, we couldn't be happier with our new replacement windows from Window Nation. And that's just one person. There are a lot. Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. So you buy 2 windows, and you get 2 for free. But that's not all. There's no limit to how much you could save. There's no minimum, no maximum on this. Plus, you pay nothing for 24 months. You know what 24 months is, right? That's 2 full years. Act right now and get as much as a $250 extra credit. But hurry now. This sale ends August 31st. So schedule fast right now that in-home estimate. 866-90-NATION. That's the number. It's 866-90-NATION. Or check out the website right now, windownation.com.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
Jane, I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
Or being a dog person and a cat person.
Who wants a treat? Who's a good boy?
Or like being an extrovert and an introvert.
Woo! This is so fun! I can't wait to go home.
At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose. You can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how much you can save with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, when you switch, you can keep your phone, and we'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Sun and clouds this afternoon, the high 83.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Hey there. Gerber Life would like to talk to you about the importance of guaranteed life insurance for when you...
No, thank you.
I get it. Nobody likes to think about life insurance because it means having to think about the end of... So, I'll make this short and sweet. If you're 50 plus or 50 to 75 in New York, you can apply for Gerber Life Guaranteed Life Insurance with guaranteed acceptance regardless of your health. Guaranteed acceptance means you don't need a medical exam. In fact, you don't even have to fill out a health questionnaire. For a free quote, just call 888-532-5016. Then, when that thing you don't want to think about does eventually happen, and you know it will,
I'm not listening.
your family can use the insurance money to help cover the cost of your final expenses, or anything else. Now that's worth thinking about. Gerber Life Guaranteed Life Insurance. For a free quote, call 888-532-5016 today.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by
The average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture the DQ $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Not just a cheeseburger, a bacon cheeseburger, plus fries, drink, and a sundae. All full-sized, all for $7. Because everything's better with bacon. Everything's also better with a side of fries, a refreshing drink, and a sundae to finish. Yum. The $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Now for a limited time on the $7 meal deal lineup. DQ. Happy tastes good.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. New York Jets head coach Robert Saleh held Aaron Rodgers out of a joint practice with the Commanders on Thursday because it rained. Saleh said he was being extra cautious with his QB and that Rodgers lobbied hard to play. My question, will bad weather be a concern this season with Rodgers, and could the Jets do some type of load management? I'm Maggie Gray.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
And they're off. The race for small business loans is underway. Out of the gate, it's Monster Bank, followed by Nickel and Dime Bank. Nickel and Dime is moving on the inside, now followed by Excessive Fees Bank. But wait, Owners Bank is pulling out of the pack, and it's Owners and Monster out in front. Down the stretch they come. Monster Bank pulls up lane. That's Owners Bank crosses the finish line. Magnificent!
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now through August 11th, get our best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment tax and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries. They'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starky Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Paul and I at Studio B in Monroeville, enjoying all the amenities, watching the U.S. women's hoops team go against Australia here. Paul with some good stories from his coach.
Yeah.
That was great.
Well,
you said you had a game against a team, and you noticed that Gino Auriemma and Don Staley and everybody coming in to hug the other coach and sit on their side, and you said, we're in trouble to your coaches?
Yeah, I said, this is going to be a really long game. Well, why do you say that? Because none of them are here to see our players. And then I looked in the coaches section. I said, oh, wait, I'm lying. I see Holy Cross's coach up there. She's actually here to see our little point guard. So there is one up there and that is here to see us. The other, 150 of them, they're not here to see us.
Who were they here to see?
Cardoza. That whole group. I mean, there was a...
It helps when you have a 6'7" player.
The best was... The coach's name, I forget what her first name is, but her last name was Hunt.
Yeah.
And her daughter was a 6'2", 6'1", something like that, guard on the team who was, committed to Tennessee. And her first name was Treasure. Treasure Hunt.
That's spectacular.
That's her name.
I couldn't even do that with a nickname.
Yes.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Try the maintenance-free gutter solution from Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET. That's 8885-HELMET for a free estimate. And the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Paul, let's dive into the old mailbag that we never got to this week. A man named Jake, a very nice man. How many games behind in the wild card will it take for the Buccos to shut down Paul Skeens? Is there a scenario where he goes to the bullpen? Paul?
Paul Skeens?
Yeah.
No, not to the bullpen. I don't think so.
How about the first part of that question? How many games out before they say we're scaling
There's
back?
no question it's coming. I mean, here's the thing. They've got 6 games. What if they go 1-5 on this road trip here?
That's what I'm saying.
If they go 1-5 in this road trip.
Or what Jake's saying.
If they go 1-5 in this road trip, you better believe they're going to start really spacing out, the number of times he actually pitches. And it won't shock me if he never pitches again on the road for the last, every time he pitches, they're at least going to get a gate out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Guy named Nicholas V. Would the Pirates, or should they, reach out to Jim Leland to be hired as a consultant? Dusty Baker as a consultant. The time is now. We need this for Shelton. Uncharted territory for him and his staff. Paul?
Why do you say uncharted territory?
I guess this guy means now they're actually making decisions that matter in a pennant race.
Right.
He's new to this.
Right. Are we in a pennant? Are they?
Or last week.
Are they in a pennant race? I mean, here's the thing I will say. Would you agree with me that this is the first year that you can actually have some reasonable grade of the job that Shelton has done?
Yeah.
One way or the other?
Yes.
Because
second year probably for me, yeah.
I mean, last year, yeah, but this year, I think that, I'm sorry, but if this thing goes the way of 11 and 12, 2011, 2012, I just don't know.
Would you fire him?
No, I mean, I don't. I'm just saying. I certainly would have a long talk with him in the off season. You know what I mean? Like, you've got to find a way to fight through these things, or whatever. Maybe sometimes it's not. It's not always on the manager. My point is, I think that if you're going to evaluate the manager, and in some ways the general manager, this is the first year where I think you really have the ability to do that.
I agree with that. Somebody named James C. sends a question. Who will win a playoff game or series the first? Penguins series, Pirates series, or Steelers game? Who's the next team around here, Paul, to win a playoff game or series?
Playoff game? The Steelers.
I mean, yeah.
The Steelers.
And the other two would be series.
Right. The Steelers.
This year?
I think they win one this year.
Wow. I like that take.
I think they'll win one this year. I think, because I think what's going to happen is probably, really, I mean, I actually think the Steelers have a chance.
It's another Paul Pause.
Well, I'm not
Paul
looking I wasn't looking anything up. I was trying to formulate my thought. I was trying to formulate my thought. I wasn't.
That was a cheap shot. He wasn't looking up stats there, Sean.
I was trying to articulate.
That was IT that pressed that button.
No,
IT. He makes a hole in one. Now we're supposed to. Now he just thinks he can take over the show. What I was trying to say is, I actually think the Steelers have a chance to win the division.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And so if they win the division, now all of a sudden, it's a little different than what it's been the last few years where they've had to play on the road in the playoffs against a team that's better than them.
I think Brandon Aiyuk could mean a game or two to them. That would just be a game changer for me.
But the reality is, I think that they have a chance to win a playoff game. I don't think the Pirates are going to be in the playoffs this year. And, Cal Dubas, we trust, but so far I've seen no evidence this offseason that we're supposed to take them seriously in terms of a legitimate playoff team again next year.
All right. Another man called Nutting Stinks, I think he calls himself. Is there any chance you can kick Pony in the groin for perpetuating the Aiyuk news? Paul, will you take that task upon yourself?
I don't. No, I will not do that. And more importantly, I don't think that people fully haven't heard what we have to say, which is he's not making things up. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not like he's just creating fiction. I mean, it's true what's happened here in terms of, I guarantee his sources have told him things and he's going for it. You know what I mean? But
aside from that, would you like to kick Pony in the groin?
No, Pony's a nice man.
All right. I just wanted to check. A man named Donald writes in, I saw that Andy was taking grounders at first. I don't mind this with him coming off Tommy John, says Donald. Would that make the most sense for him for maybe a year? A once-a-week catcher and then reevaluate? Paul, what are they going to do with the catching position moving forward? Joey Bart is staking a claim. He's staking a claim.
What else do we need to see? I mean, I think unless he goes completely in the tank in these next 2 months, I think that you go into the offseason, Joey Bart's our catcher, Andy and Henry Davis. Maybe we can make one of them a first baseman and one will be the backup catcher.
Yeah.
But for the most part, or one will be a DH and one will be the backup catcher or whatever. I mean, however you want to do it. But I cannot see any way that Joey Bart isn't the starting catcher next year. And here's the thing. What I like about him is he gives a damn. One of the things
I really like him too. I love the interviews.
I like his
love
energy.
the intensity.
I like how hard he plays. He's an intense guy. He wants to win. He's, you know what I mean? I said, I met a couple of my guys yesterday at the game. You know, they were there and whatever. So I said to them, I said, look at the body language of most of these guys. Like most of them, it almost feels like they're ready to say, well, you know, we that energy that they had 2 weeks ago, their body language now is not good.
So what do you do with the other guys? If Bart's your catcher, then two guys come to mind, Endy and Henry Davis. At this time last year, maybe a little bit before this, they were the two of the fastest rising prospects in baseball. Not just in the Pirates system, clearly. In baseball, those two guys. A year later, what? What do we do here? You package Henry Davis somewhere? You move him to first? This guy says you move Endy to first. To me, Bart and Endy are your catchers, and then Endy can be sort of a utility guy along with Kiner Falefa.
Right.
Here's what needs to happen this offseason.
I would say this. Henry Davis has a lot of, like, to me, honestly, what are you doing with Grandal still?
Nothing. He'll be gone.
But my point is...
Oh, you mean right now?
My point is, okay, you know what? I can't believe they're worse off with Henry Davis than they are with Grandal. I don't give a damn about the fact that he might hit a home run once in a while.
What about that Skeens likes him?
I don't care. You tell Skeens, listen, you're going to be here for 6 or 7 years. He's gone in a month.
I know, but the thing is, I give Skeens what he wants right now.
So you sign Grandal again for the next 2 years?
If Skeens wants me to.
No, hell no.
If Skeens, whatever Skeens wants, Skeens gets.
No. And the thing about it is, get Henry Davis at bats in the major leagues the next month and a half to see where he's at.
See, here's where I wish that Nutting would walk in and exert his power at some point, because it's time for a reckoning, a roster reckoning here for Ben Cherington to sit down, and it needs to be a ruthless reckoning. We've given bunches of guys chances here in this organization. It's time. It's time to go. Okay? So Sawinski, gone, obviously. Taylor, gone. Key Brian Hayes, gone.
Can't be gone, though.
Henry Davis.
Too much money.
You can trade Key Brian Hayes. Henry Davis, maybe gone, although maybe I'd keep him. David Bednar, trade. Other guys, just gone. I forget who else I'm even thinking of in the outfielder prospects. There's just too many guys. Connor Joe, please, is gone, Paul.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Well, he has to be. But my point is, Henry Davis, you have the opportunity to get 35, 40 games of, okay, let's bring him up, 40 games, let him.
I do agree with that.
And here's my thing.
Yeah.
Every day, right? Henry Davis is either your first baseman, your DH, or your catcher. One of the three, so he plays every day because you want to see if he can hit a sustained period of time over a major league. You'd rather it be now, when the season is pretty much gone, than April and May like this year.
Either for yourself or to up his trade value. This guy has a scorching September here, and he might become very much more tradable. All right, Sean Gentili on everything, all things, anything for Sean. He can talk. We haven't talked about Sid's pending contract, things like that. Sean is very well versed. You might say he's a Renaissance man, Paul. You've known him a while, yes?
Yes, I've known him for a long time.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. Rain throughout the day and a high of 84. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Paul, you have a new flow read. Do you have that prepared and handy for the people here? He's going to have that momentarily.
You got to wait.
No, it's fine.
I'm out of my element here.
What a time for a...
It's another Paul pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our live radio show.
I'm out of my element here. There's not much I can do about it. We're going to have to wait until the next break because I don't even know how to get to that.
All right, we will. We will do that.
I will get
We'll honor Paul with that.
I will get to it.
Thank you.
Somehow.
We'll be back.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. The Pirates suffered another tough defeat yesterday. They fell 7-6 against the San Diego Padres when David Bednar blew the save and took the loss, giving up 3 runs. Pirates will look to snap their 4-game skid tonight in L.A. against the Dodgers at 10:10. Mitch Keller against Jack Flaherty. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 9:15, presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
This is Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. PGT, Pittsburgh's leader in the flatbed industry, is known for their focus on safety. Established in 1981, PGT Trucking offers innovative and quality transportation service driven by the proud professionals. Ask about their dedicated fleet solutions to handle all of your cargo needs. Visit pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Tired of rising food prices? Start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Enjoy low prices on more than 1,000 of your go-to grocery items store-wide. Dive into deals for a limited time at your local Giant Eagle and Market District.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extra help. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Last year's RV trip, we met a couple with the same bumper sticker. What are the odds?
Your cousin isn't a good storyteller.
He was a podiatrist, or was it a pharmacist?
You don't say.
Oh, I can't remember.
But she owns an RV protected by Progressive, and you don't. So until you get your own RV, her stories are the most interesting stories you've ever heard.
Wow, interesting.
And when you do get your own RV, save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive.
Oh, anesthesiologist. He was an anesthesiologist.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $181 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
This afternoon, expect mostly cloudy skies with scattered showers diminishing from west to east. Breezy conditions with a high of 83 degrees. Those winds out of a west-northwest at around 15 miles per hour. For tonight, skies becoming partly cloudy and winds settling down with a low of 60 degrees. West-northwest winds of 5 to 8 miles per hour. I'm KDKA First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah.
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Tired of settling for beers filled with artificial preservatives and unnecessary sugars? It's time to make a change and upgrade to Stoney's beer. Stoney's is pure with delicious taste. Enjoy Stoney's beer and ice-cold drafts at Dino's in Latrobe. Dino's was also voted best wings in PA. Visit Black and Gold Training Camp and stop at Dino's Sports Lounge in Latrobe for ice-cold Stoney's beer. Come see the Fan live broadcast at Dino's in Latrobe August 12th from 6 to 10 p.m. 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, and AM 1020 KDKA and WAMO are partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the 2024-2025 school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive. Visit the link on the homepage of 937thefan.com. Support as an individual or get a group together. Help ensure a good start to the school year for local kids. Our Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Collection is presented by Frank Walker Law.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sean Myers with your fan headlines. The Pirates lost 7-6 last night against the San Diego Padres. David Bednar blew the save. He took the loss as well. Joey Bart homered and had 2 RBIs. The Pirates have now lost 4 in a row. They'll try to snap that skid tonight in L.A. against the Dodgers at 10:10. The pitching matchup, Mitch Keller against Jack Flaherty. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 9:15, presented by Pella Window. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
Here we go. The Joe Starky Show. The biggest in the game. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from Studio B at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
Oh.
Your mic was off that whole
My mic was off. I was trying to get us started. Because Joe was waltzing around the Bowser Chevrolet here.
I met a very nice lady on my way to the candy machine.
Yes,
struck up a conversation.
And I did, I did this nice thing, introducing Sean Gentili, talking about being out here at Bowser.
Is he there?
Yes. He's waiting, just like I was waiting.
Hi, Sean.
And you didn't even turn on my mic?
No. Well, you could have done that. I wasn't here.
I had no idea it was off. How would I know it was off?
A good point.
You're in control of the board over there.
Sean, how are you?
Sounds like I caught you guys on a pretty good day. How we doing?
Hi, Sean.
I don't know where to start today, Sean. Let's start with Brandon Aiyuk. Where else would we start? What do you make of this from a media perspective as a longtime and semi-iconic journalist yourself? From the media perspective, your thoughts?
I already got my thoughts. We talked yesterday. I called him. My name is Tony. I think we talked briefly about the Aiyuk situation early in the show.
Yes, Tony is one of those who, and there's many who start.
Did I stutter?
Did I stutter? He would rather have them not sign Aiyuk just to make the media wrong. I mean, I think there are actually people out there like that, Sean.
That was the most interesting part of that call. I think is that. Well, I get it. It's annoying, the coverage of the Aiyuk stuff. And I'm not just talking about Filipponi, even though he's leading the charge on that. It's across the board. It's aggravating from a consumer standpoint. We've heard about this for 6 months, 7 months at this point. Like, it's obnoxious, and it needs to end at some point. And that kind of falls on the Niners. But I don't know, man. If you're a Steelers fan, that feels like cutting off your nose to spite your face. You're gonna pass on adding Brandon Aiyuk to the team just to make Andrew look, silly on the internet. That's crazy.
Well, yeah, isn't that the world we live in, though? They all want to make us look bad, and of course, I always say Andrew's good enough at making himself look bad. Wait, we don't need other people to make him look bad, correct?
Just wait a little bit longer, and he'll tweet something, right? We don't need to help him along. He can handle his own business when it comes to looking silly, for sure.
Right. That's the big thing. Are we doing all Steelers with Sean?
You can do whatever you want. Sean's very versatile. He's like Ian Connor-Faletta.
Yeah. Yesterday there was I think his name is Isaiah, but that's okay.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway.
I was thinking of Ian Moran. Remember him, Sean?
Ian Moran.
Ian Moran, also extremely versatile. The rare forward slash.
He did play forward. I forgot about that. Yeah.
I know how to bunt, by the way. I'd like to say in my defense. Like, Isaiah Connor-Faletta can't do that. I'm an adequate bunter.
I was going to say, yesterday, since you are somebody who pays quite attention to the world of hockey, there was a little bit of a meltdown among some Penguin fans yesterday because 8-7 at 8:07, Crosby did not sign his extension. Is there any reason at all to believe that Sidney Crosby is not going to sign his deal and get this thing done at some point here?
I don't think so. I mean, Sidney Crosby has summer plans just like everybody else. I think people need to consider that. Like, the dude likes going on vacation. He likes traveling. I don't think he's going to break off from that to just hit some arbitrary, weird birthday, numerology kind of thing. I wouldn't worry about it all that much because ultimately, he wants to be here and the Penguins and Fenway Sports want to have him here. So I think if you take that as being true, I don't think there's that much to worry about, honestly. Now, if we're talking it's October and the start of the regular season's rolling around, then I think people will rightfully get a little bit more concerned. But man, it's August 9th. There's nothing going on. People go on vacations. There's no real need to get this nailed down by some arbitrary date, and that's what 8-7 is. Like, regardless of how much stock Crosby puts in that, it's still just a date on the calendar. Everyone needs to chill.
Sean Gentili of The Athletic is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can also beat the fall rush. Get 35% off Gutter Helmet. Visit gutterhelmet.com or call 888-5HELMET. Bobby Tropicana weighs in via the artist formerly known as Twitter and says Joe Starky is having the angry old man yelling at clouds, grumpy ridiculousness, goon absurdity of Paul Zeiss rubbing off on him lately, which is unfortunate to witness. Sean, your thoughts on that?
I mean, you guys barely work together at this point. I can't believe I caught you both working on the same day. Like, what are the odds of that? You can't rub off on each other if you only work together once a week. Like, come on.
Here's the thing that I'm amazed at. Ron was older than me and grumpier than me, and yet now all of a sudden I'm having a grumpy old man, influence me in Paul, and I don't even think of Paul that way. We're not even that old. We're as old as Sully. Sully's in his coaching prime.
You guys are grumpy middle-aged peers. No one's
middle-aged what?
Peers. You
Ears?
guys are peers. P-E-E-R. You guys are cut from the same cloth. We don't need to say that one's older than the other. Whereas with you and Ron, he was very clearly the older of the duo. You guys are playing from the same deck.
Did you know Ron secured the only interview with one-eyed Frank McGee back in the 20s with the Canadians, Sean?
Mordecai
unbelievable.
I heard he was in the running to do Mordecai Three Finger Brown's book, but it went to someone else.
Yeah, I can't believe he didn't get Ben's book, which I think is what he wanted.
Is that getting written? Did somebody get that?
I don't know. Paul, is anybody writing Ben's book?
Not that I know of. Maybe Spence.
Ben Did Not Have Broken Toes is the name of that book, I think.
Maybe Spence.
He's right. Maybe Spence.
Isn't he like a full-blown, entertainment guy or something?
Yeah,
He's
it could be Spence.
And a singer and an actor and a writer.
Who's a Pittsburgh famous sports personality that needs a book written about them that hasn't happened yet? Like an authorized book. Jack Lambert?
I want the Yager biography.
The Yager biography. The people have written books about Yager, have they not?
I either want the Yager memoirs or I want an authorized biography.
Hasn't Rossi been in the works of a Gino book since Gino's second year in the league? Where is that book?
I think contracts have been signed to that effect at some point in the past. So whenever the Gino book gets written, it will be young Robert Rossi.
Who do you think, Paul? Would you want to write a book on an athlete or a coach?
I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I think about it. Then other times I'm like, that's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
Does Leland have an autobiography? Is there a Leland memoir?
Not that I know of. That'd be a great one. Ron could write that one.
We call it Marlboro Man.
That's a great title.
I didn't think about that. Ben doesn't have a book, does he?
No. It could be written by Ron, and it could be called Ben, Do You Have a Minute?
Yes.
Which would be tremendous.
At the end of Ben's career, in every single media interaction he would have, whenever he would talk at the facility, that was just always what I thought. I was like, who is going to write this guy's book? Because you would look out in the scrum and you knew that there were 4 or 5 guys there that were just angling for it. So
there's no doubt.
It's going to be Spence. I'm telling you.
Do they let Spence use a computer in Ben's basement or wherever he hangs out?
I think they do.
He does.
I'll tell you this much, Sean, is that I thought Ben, based on his own words and just sort of my gut feel, was that he was going to disappear. Not Lambert-like. Not Lambert-like. What?
Why? Why did you think that? What about him over the last several years of his career suggested that he was anything other than addicted to attention?
I thought he had enough of everything. I thought he was just going to go away and not be involved in this and just do other stuff. But his podcast is good, is what I was getting to. It's better than I thought it would be.
At times, yeah, it's really good. I think one of the things is he's doing it on his own terms.
Yeah.
His radio show was great. The radio show with Ron and you, and back when Pony used to do it, it was must-listen radio.
Radio, my man.
He's got a knack for it. Like I'm not surprised that he's doing what he's doing, and I'm not surprised that he's good at it. Like that seemed clear that was the route he was going to take, especially the last 5 years or so, to me at least.
Yeah, well, I would tell you the thing. I thought his radio show was really good, but what I mean is, it's kind of true to form with him, isn't it? Though that he's not doing TV, he's not working on anyone else's terms. He's doing a podcast on his own terms, so he can say whatever the hell he wants to say. That doesn't surprise me at all. Right?
I thought Sean was going to jump in there. Sean, that was your cue to say something. Is Sean still there?
I think we've lost him.
It says he's on the line.
It does?
I think we lost him.
Did he just ghost us there?
I think he just wanted to just do a pause there.
Can you, Sean, pause?
You know what I mean?
Can you tape that last little thing there, Sean, where Paul said something and there was silence and he said, right?
Right?
That was pretty good. I enjoyed that. Sean is gone, although I guess he's frozen on the screen here, Paul.
Are we on camera?
I don't know.
Are we?
No. I think, no.
Okay. I was wondering about that.
Well, there is a camera up there. I see a camera up there.
Right.
Do you know that the morning show is ripping us today?
About what?
I don't know. I just heard they were.
What were they ripping us about?
I don't know. I just heard they were.
Well,
I think I just said
the good news is the one guy you just mentioned doesn't even know who I am, apparently, based on how he introduces the show every day. So
Crowley?
Yeah, so he could only have been ripping on you.
Is Gentili back yet, Sean? Now Sean's gone. What the hell is happening here? Are we on the air?
Maybe not.
Are we on the air right now?
I don't know.
What'd you think of the first half of the women's game?
Well, I think
basketball.
The first half of the women's game.
Gentili is back.
Oh, good.
And so are you, apparently. Now we'll get your thoughts later on that, Paul.
Well, I was going to say, it went pretty much like I thought it was going to go.
Yeah, I mean, they're killing them. It's fun to watch.
They play for a while. They just sort of play around, and then it was like, okay. They got to within 18-16, and the next thing you know, it was 34-16. It was basically like, okay, now we're going to play. That's how good they are.
Do you remember a guy named John Temple, Sean, redhead reporter from the Trib?
I think that was before my time.
He just got a job in Hawaii. He took off from the Trib, went into academia, got a job at West Virginia. Then I don't know if it blew up in the whole West Virginia academic thing. But then he just got a job in Hawaii. Would you like to work in Hawaii?
Can I find out where he's working and see if they're hiring anybody else? Like, my God, yes.
So would I.
100 times yes. That's like I would quit today and take a job for 75% of the pay. Like it's like I would no-brainer.
But if you got a job in Hawaii, I would never be able to work.
Yeah, how do you work?
We barely work now. Come on, these jobs are ridiculous. They're fake jobs. Like you might as well do your fake job in Hawaii.
But I'm just saying, like I'd be like, okay, you know what?
I could have Jackass Tony call me in Hawaii.
I'm headed
Hawaii Talk Radio.
I'm headed to the beach. I'll see you tomorrow.
You know where Paul's favorite place is? Aruba. Am I right about that?
Yes, absolutely. Best place on earth.
He thinks the best place on earth. What do you think of that take, Sean?
Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I want to take you to Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, pretty mama. Yeah, I'm just gonna. I'll recite the whole song. Kokomo is the place on earth.
Yeah, the difference is between Aruba and Jamaica is in Jamaica, you know, is not exactly safe.
I've heard. I've been to the Bahamas. I've not. That's the only island.
The Bahamas are apparently becoming less safe as well. So
just hang out at Atlantis and ride the water slide, and don't bother going to the Nassau. You'll be fine.
Did you listen to the hot dog eating contest on here?
I didn't just listen to it. I watched it. Me and my girlfriend sat on the couch and watched the YouTube feed. She was rooting so hard for Callis, and then he just ran into the wall. Yeah, it was riveting TV. Myers.
Do you think T-Bird was high? The champion?
I don't want to cast aspersions. I'm not sure what the Odyssey drug policy is, but if I had to guess, I would say he was probably doping. Yeah, doing some performance enhancement.
Isn't that a huge
enhancing drug?
Isn't that a huge advantage in a hot dog eating contest?
To me, I guess it kind of, without getting too far into the science of it all, I think it kind of depends what substance you're using and how much of it you actually use. I can imagine just zoning out and being like, wow, this is the best hot dog I've ever had in my life, and then just focusing on it for too long, and then it's like, boom, you've been staring at a hot dog for 2.5 minutes, and there it goes. So I don't know. It depends. T-Bird was it was a steady with a finishing kick, right? That was kind of his MO.
T-Bird is one hell of a man. What will Sean Gentili be watching tonight when the Steeler game starts? What other than Justin Fields, let's say, what has wait, why is Kenny Pickett trending? Did you hear that Kenny Pickett is in a competition for the number 2 job now? There, Sean?
Yeah, it sounds like he is the second horse in that competition too. They have a kid that they drafted that they like a lot more. He's like 6'6" and can run and stuff. So it seems like they like him at least as much as they do Kenny.
Well, I think that's the thing is who is this kid that they got?
I forget his name. He's tall as hell
Tanner McKee.
And physically very gifted. It seems like that's something that's given him a leg up on KP.
His name is Tanner McKee. No relation to.
I want to see what the other wide receivers look like. Let's see what Van Jefferson looks like in an actual game. I know people have been high on the work that he's done in camp. Let's see what he's actually looking like catching passes from a real in a real live game action.
Pony just tweeted that 1 year ago today, Kenny Pickett was 6 of 7 versus Tampa in a preseason game.
Yeah,
Have you seen a demise like this for a local athlete?
Do you know why Pony knows that? Because
Why?
he got the date tattooed on his arm.
He probably did.
6 of 7 in a preseason game. It was that important to him.
I don't remember someone's fall from grace quite as rapid as this. I mean, maybe Antonio Brown, but it was kind of different. He never even really got to the point where he was a star, Kenny Pickett. But to go from where we were a year ago today to competing for the third-string job in Philly seems like a bit of a drop.
A bit, yeah. And not just that. He went from, the toast of the town to a guy that a lot of people wanted to run out of town.
And they did.
What about Kendrell Bell? He was unbelievable rookie season, an inside linebacker. He was crushing people. He was fast and strong and whatever. It seemed like he was going to be here for, a million years. Then it felt like he was done within a season or two. I don't know why.
That was an ankle injury, as I recall.
Yeah, and then he ended up in Kansas City, and it was like he was out of the game, relatively quickly. I don't know. Bam Morris, maybe. I'm trying to think of Steelers who were toast of the town for a season or two, and then just for one reason or another were
Bam Morris is a good one.
I think Kenny takes the cake though, man.
Well, I think that the thing about it is because he was a guy with local ties or whatever we want to call him. There was even a little bit more extra. I'll tell you who is Sean, who is seemingly headed down that same path, is the Renegade, the man we call Renegade that comes out of the bullpen, who is a local hero. And, in recent weeks, I was there yesterday when he was booed out of the stadium.
He got booed yesterday, Bednar, too, right?
Bednar, that's what I said, Bednar. He's a guy that, because he's a great dude. He's really popular. He's a local guy. He was, dominant for a while, but you know what? It could be one of those things where if he doesn't figure this out, he could be headed down the same road as Kenny Pickett.
I know it's easy to focus on how bad he's been the last week or so and how bad the bullpen's been in general, but Bednar he's having a bad year, period. Like, he had that save streak, I know, where people were like, he converted on saves and da-da-da-da. But how many times did he come in and there'd be a 4-run lead and he'd give up one? There was a lot of nail biters mixed in with that stretch, right? So, yeah, I know that, the recent struggles are kind of taking center stage, but the dude's had just a nightmare season, really, really since the jump. Absolutely.
Were you hopeful that bald Holderman would do better than hairy Holderman?
If anything, I was unaware that he shaved his head until I saw him come out, and hit the mound. I can't imagine a worse sign. Like, you're cooked as soon as you see that someone did that. That's like a refuge of the damned. You have no other cards to throw. You have no other solutions. Like, might as well shave my head. Like, maybe that'll help. So as soon as he rolled out there, I was like, this is. It was already over, and now it's really, really over for sure.
This is a disaster. Thank you, Sean.
Bye now.
Bye, Sean.
Wonderful, man. Isn't he, Paul?
He's funny. He's funny as hell, too, because he's got a real dry sense of humor that, sometimes he's one of those guys, he doesn't even have to try and be funny, and he's funny.
I had some questions for John Parado yesterday that I never got a chance to ask you. Will Brian De La Cruz be a bust? Is he already? Will they trade Key Brian Hayes this offseason? Etc. I'm going to ask you those questions coming up next, Paul, and then we're going to get to Bob Walk at the top of the hour to talk about the implosion of the bullpen, and then we're going to get back to Steelers. That's the plan here for the rest of the show. Yeah, please.
Do you think if you took 10 reasonably, average WNBA players, and gave them Stewie and A'ja Wilson, they could still win the gold with just those two?
Yes.
And 8 other players?
Yes.
I mean, have you watched what's going on in this game?
Yeah,
this is ridiculous what's going on. These two are just so dominant, it's not even fair.
It's fun to watch.
It is.
They are playing great, crushing Australia.
I didn't mean to jump in there, but my God, while we were talking to Gentili, those two just basically completely destroyed Australia on their own. But go ahead.
Your heart matters. Get your heart checked at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute. Really easy to do. People who are very, very qualified in what they do. I did this a couple of years ago, and you get peace of mind from doing it. Or, you find out if something's up, and they can put you on a plan to make it better. So, again, get your heart checked at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starky's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Yeah, coming up next, some pressing Pirate questions, and it feels like they're slipping away. It feels like they stole July from the Steelers, and now the Steelers are stealing it back, or the Pirates are giving it away. You can just feel it. How long will they stay relevant? I'm going to ask Paul Zeiss that question next. Paul?
Men suffering from erectile dysfunction is rough. She knows it too. New Flow Men's Health is Western PA's leader in treating ED successfully, long-term positive results. It's time to quit lying to yourself. If you're serious about eliminating your ED issues, New Flow is your only serious option. No pills, no injections, no games. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. Call New Flow today at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000. Tell them Paul sent you.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
This is Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. The Steelers begin their 2024 preseason schedule tonight at home as they welcome the Houston Texans to town. Kickoff at Acrisure is at 7. The Pirates will get underway about 3 hours after that in Los Angeles against the Dodgers. 10-10 the first pitch. Mitch Keller against Jack Flaherty. Pirates looking to snap a 4-game skid after they lost yesterday 7-6 against the San Diego Padres. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 9:15 right here on 93.7 The Fan and on the free Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the First Royal Rumble, he's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-969-7766. 800-969-7766. 800-969-7766.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free. With zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Pain from arthritis is just awful. Bone-on-bone constant pain. It robs you of so many different things that you love to do, but there are effective ways to deal with that pain. Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. I have chronic back pain, chronic neck pain, so this is right up my alley. Listen, there are exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief. And the place to go to, QC Kinetics in Robinson. QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge treatments that accelerate your body's healing properties. If you're living with chronic pain from arthritis or injury, you need to know steroids and surgery and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can use advanced regenerative medicine to treat your pain. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics in Robinson are ready to help you get your life back with regenerative, restorative cellular treatments for your achy joints. This is the future of medicine. Call for a free consultation right now. 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. QC Kinetics.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off. From first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. With roughly 7 weeks left in the regular season, Shohei Ohtani is closing in on one of the greatest seasons ever as a designated hitter. The Japanese star plans to resume pitching next season, but for now, he's on track for a 40-40 year. He's in the mix for the NL Triple Crown and could become the first full-time DH to win an MVP. I'm Maggie Gray.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size, fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Does your job require you to be on your feet all day? Teachers, postal carriers, salespeople, and restaurant staff. Many of us need our feet to get us through the day. I'd like you to hear from Donna. She's a nurse and a real customer of the Good Feet store who wanted to share her story.
Oh, I have to tell you, I have struggled with pain in my feet. I was diagnosed with plantar fasciitis. I work in a hospital. I'm a registered nurse, so being on my feet, walking throughout the hospital during the day, I am free from any type of pain. And after working a 12-hour shift, I go home and my feet do not hurt.
Whether you're a nurse like Donna or anyone wanting to enjoy work without your feet getting in the way, come see us today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down, and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
Planting a tree? Putting in a fence? Whether your project is big or small, Columbia Gas reminds you, know what's below and contact 811 at least 3 business days before you dig. Your utility companies will mark any underground lines near your work area. Contacting 811 is free for homeowners and it's the law. Avoid possible penalties, costly repairs, or injuries. Safety is in your hands. Every dig, every time. For more information, visit ColumbiaGasOfPA.com.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now through August 11th, get our best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and 1 line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment tax and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starky Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
This doesn't feel good, Paul. It feels the opposite of that. It feels bad. I don't want the Pirates to slip away. I feel like I'm on the ground and they're flying away on a hot air balloon, and I'm reaching up, trying to keep them tethered to the earth here. And there they go. It feels horrible. So my question is, how long do they stay relevant? We know what I mean by relevant.
Right.
How long are they a topic on the radio? How long are they for you guys out there, a must-see proposition other than when Skeens pitches,
Right.
of course? Like, how long? How long do they stay relevant?
I would say if they come back.
Till Labor Day?
I would say if they come back from this road trip and they go 1-5 or something like that, probably that's how long. Like,
would that be a bummer? Mid-August?
Yeah, I just don't think there's going to be that much excitement at that point. If you go like 1-5 or something, you're already 4.5 games out. You go 1-5 or something, you get to like 6-7 games out of the wild card with 4 or 5 teams ahead of you. I just don't know that people are going to be all that excited about it, especially if Bednar's on the DL. You know what I mean? If Domingo Germán is in your rotation now. There's a lot of ways it could go really south really fast.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing HVAC provider for over 50 years. Where, if you see any hope, where do you see hope that this could turn back the other way? For me, I see it in your next 2 starting pitchers.
I mean, yeah. But that's the problem. You win those 2 games, okay? Get back to 500, but then you've got 4 more games on the road against good teams. I mean, the good thing is the Dodgers haven't played, super great lately.
No.
But
and here's the other thing,
that's
Paul.
All relative.
For as much of a constant, never-ending groin kick that this has been, the Pirates can absolutely play with these teams.
Well, they've proven that.
Every game with the Diamondbacks and Padres, they should be winning the game.
They've proven that. But here's the thing. How confident are you that they can finish games?
Not.
When you've got your closer compromised, your stud, reliever guy or whatever, he's on the DL. I mean, really, and I said this a couple days ago, it's really probably time to flip-flop Bednar and Chapman because Chapman's been really, really good.
I agree with you.
People would say, well, what happens if Bednar will just stink in the 8th? But the difference is you can bring Chapman in. If Bednar walks 2 guys to start the 8th, you can bring Chapman in as opposed to he's already been used. So now you have to go to, who did they go to? Nicholas or whatever.
You know what was big was the Majinski injury.
Yes.
He was throwing the ball pretty well. I know he had his moments too, but all of them do. That's a tough life out of the bullpen. You just can't have it day after day in the middle of a pennant race here.
Right.
You can't have your closer giving away 2 consecutive 9th-inning leads to the team you're chasing. Walking people, hits, everything. And you can't have Holderman lose, let me count them now, in the last 10 days, 1, 2, 3, 4 games in a row is what he lost on his personal
but think about it. A lot of the optimism that we had about this team was because of the 5 starters they had and their bullpen.
I said coming out of the All-Star break that I didn't think any team in baseball from their number 1 starter to the end of their bullpen was going to have better pitching down the stretch than the Pirates. And I don't think that was a crazy statement.
No.
I don't.
But, I mean, like I said, the Dodgers have lost, what is this here, 7 out of 11?
Yeah.
So, they haven't been great.
They lose Majinski, Paul. Listen to this guy. From July in 10 appearances, I think. 9 appearances. 9 2/3 innings, 2 earned runs, 9 strikeouts, and a 1.88 ERA. Last month, or the month before that in June, 16 innings, 2 earned runs, a 1.08. This dude was a stud and a huge loss for them. And then Holderman falls apart. And then Bednar falls apart. And then the other guys stink in the bullpen. It has crushed the team.
Right.
They've gotten enough offense. They have. There's certain situations that have been baffling offensively when they're trying to make comebacks after they lose leads. But you know what? They've overcome leads. They've banged the ball around.
Right. That's the other thing. I mean, if you look at it, the Padres games, okay, they got shut out the first night, but they lost. They scored 8 and they scored 6. The Diamondbacks games, they scored 5 in the one and 8 in the other.
Yes.
I mean, in April and May, if they scored 8, 5, 8, 6, they're 4-0 in those games in April and May.
So if you told me, yeah, they're going to take 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers and Padres, no, I'm not surprised by that. They're basically a 500 team since they came back from the All-Star game. They're 8-10, whatever, a game under 500. They're basically a 500 team. They could easily be 14-4. If their bullpen had even performed average, they'd be like 13-5. But I guess my overall point is, if you're desperate for a silver lining, and I certainly am, they're proving they can clearly play with these teams.
Right.
They
Absolutely.
can. So therefore, do they have one more run left in them? Here's my next question. Will the Pirates spend one more day this whole season above 500, Paul?
No. I don't think so. Because I think they're going to come back from this road trip and they're going to be, four, maybe 5 games under 500. And I just think that's going to be tough for them to overcome.
Will they finish in last place in the division? They're a half game up on the Cubs and Reds.
No, I think them and the Cubs and the Reds will all be down at the bottom. But I think the Pirates will just eke out those 2. I think the Pirates are going to finish. It's funny. I said at the start of this thing, 78 wins. Then they got really good, and I said, maybe I should modify it to 84. I really feel like 78 is probably the right number.
You know what the game is that killed them? The game that killed them was going against Valdez in Houston when they jump out to a 4-0 lead.
Yes.
Michael A. Taylor's on fire. It's a tape measure home run, and they blow it. And they blow that lead.
Right.
That was a chance to sweep, to go to 56-53. And that was the game, the first time Holderman, that was the first of his 4 straight losses. That game really stands out. I'm trying to remember what happened later on. I don't know. This could be a Paul pause as I go.
Yes.
And look up the stats from that game.
That's right. It's another Paul pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our live radio show.
Holderman comes in and immediately gives up a home run to make it 5-4. How many home runs are just going to feel like kicks to the gut? I mean, how many times has this happened?
Yeah, for real. I mean, that's been a big thing.
That one felt like it turned the tide on the Pirates. They had 3 errors that day. Then we came back, and it was the over-caffeinated Cruz game where he was running to the outfield wall to make catches from his shortstop position and single-handedly – wait, was this the same game? Single-handedly lost them a game.
Yeah. I think that really the game that –
This was the same game.
Yeah.
This was the over-caffeinated Cruz game.
That game hurt, but the next night, Josh Bell hitting the ball 103 mile an hour over the
I can live with that more than I can live with my shortstop running out to left field and cutting in front.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Well, the thing about
and the throws he made it was ridiculous what happened that night. That night killed them.
Yeah, it did. That was a bad night. But I think the next night, basically, you get down 5-0 because it's batting practice.
And then they overcame it.
Yeah.
And I had a gripe with my friend Destiny's Child that game. He wrote in the Post-Gazette that the start by Ortiz that day, whatever day that was, they fell behind like 4-0 or 5-0, proved to be insurmountable. No, it didn't. They surmounted it. They, in every literal sense, surmounted it because they took the lead. With McCutchen, remember he dived into home plate. They had the replay. He was deemed safe. Then he's on the top of the dugout waving the rally towel. All hell was breaking loose, and they still lose that one. They still lose because of their crappy bullpen. And I never thought it would be like this, and it's depressing right now, Paul.
Yeah.
And there they are up in the hot air balloon. They're waving to us. They're disappearing into the clouds. Say goodbye to the Pirates, Paul.
Well, I
Say goodbye.
Again.
Look, there's old Heller waving down from the hot air balloon. Go ahead, say goodbye to him.
They've got Keller and Skeens the next 2 days. Okay?
I know.
If they're able to win these next 2 days and get back to 500,
yeah,
then at least they'll be, still somewhat relevant again next week.
They need a hero in the bullpen.
Right.
They need someone we didn't expect. Maybe it'll be old Heller. You have confidence in him?
No, I don't at all.
Parado said this is an opportunity for him to whittle down his 49.5 ERA.
Well, yeah, okay.
And that's my other question. Does old Heller leave Pittsburgh this season with an ERA under 30?
Well, here's the thing. He's only going to pitch like 1 inning here and 1 inning there. It's going to be hard for him if he gives up a run or two. You know what I mean? I'm going to say he does.
I'm depressed about this. This became appointment viewing. It hasn't been boring if you're looking for the other silver lining, Paul.
That's the best
It has
part
not been boring. It's been riveting. It's
Listen,
just that
yesterday was the first day since training camp opened. The first day since training camp opened.
Yeah.
That he led with the Steelers.
I know.
Has that ever happened before?
No. Well, back in 13 probably, in 14, but this is just...
This is a disaster.
This is 11 and 12 all over again. It's the Pirates getting everybody pumped and excited, and then not just like struggling or not just sort of kind of falling a couple games out. It feels like they're completely imploding. You remember those collapses were historic in nature in 2011 and 12. They lost every game. And this is starting to feel the same. So it's time for Mitch Keller and Skeens to put an end to it.
And maybe this is like the 2012, where
it leads to 13.
It leads to, you know what I mean? Next year it leads to 13. But one of the things that, I would have to worry about a little bit, Rowdy Tellez and Aroldis Chapman have been two of your best players the last 3 months, or 2.5, 3 months.
Yeah.
And you're probably not going to have either one of them next year. So there's going to take a few steps back, but this has to be the offseason.
Overall, though, Tellez, he better be replaceable. How bad is he in the field the last couple games?
I would also say this. For all we talk about Rowdy Tellez, okay, and I think that sometimes you get caught up in sort of the moment. I mean, he's still a guy that's under 700. Okay?
I know.
Yes.
I know.
You know what I mean?
He was so bad. He was scorching hot in July and August, and he couldn't get back over 700.
I mean, at the end of the day, and I of course I always like to make fun of WAR, but he's a negative WAR player still.
Yeah. What does he have? Like how many homers? 9, 7? I can't remember. Yeah, it's not enough.
9. And so, let's say if we play that out, that gives them what, maybe 15, 16 for the season?
Yeah.
Certainly not the 30 they were hoping they were going to get from him.
Well, let's ask Bob Walk about all of this, shall we, Paul?
Yes, we shall.
He joins us next. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing HVAC provider for over 50 years. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And after we talk to Bob, we're going to dive back heavy into the Steeler game tonight. Storylines, Justin Fields, some of the young guys that everybody's interested in seeing. We have a football game, an actual, real, live football game after all these days of analyzing the Steelers. So we better talk about it. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Rain throughout the day and a high of 84.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. The Pirates had another tough loss yesterday. They fell 7-6 against the San Diego Padres. David Bednar blew the save, took the loss, giving up 3 runs. Joey Bart was 2 for 5 with a homer. Pirates, now losers of 4 consecutive games, try to change their fortunes in Los Angeles as they play the Dodgers at 10:10. Mitch Keller gets the starting nod for the Buccos. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 9:15 and is presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis Monroeville, now open. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. A reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Raise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajuncktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone. Enjoy an unforgettable day at the world's best children's park with over 40 unique family-size rides and attractions. Make it a splash-tastic summer with Soak Zone slides, wave pool, and lazy river. The excitement goes all year with a full season of special events like Neighbor Days and Halloween this fall. Get rides and slides for one low price. Find the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
You're gonna feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
We could try to explain what it feels like to get your work done on a John Deere. The way a Z-Track mower finishes in half the time you thought it would. Or how much easier it is to move mountains of soil with the 1 Series tractor. We could even go into detail about how it feels to tow up to 4,000 pounds behind a Gator XUV. But if you really want to know what it's like to run with us, you just have to get in the seat. Learn more at johndeere.com/get in the seat or visit a dealer near you.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the Smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch. And you don't need a campfire to indulge in the sweetness of s'mores. Toast summer at GetGo with a made-to-order s'mores shake, cold brew or latte, featuring toasted marshmallow flavor, chocolate sauce, and crushed graham crackers. All your summer flavor favorites are ready at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe believe it.
Hey, everybody, it's Andrew Filipponi. Do you want to protect your car from bugs, UV rays, rain? Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes you need to get to WetGo. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited for an even faster, higher quality wash. Find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, August 10th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at pia.edu.
Thinking about getting a home security system? Right now, homeowners can unlock a free security camera from Guardian Protection, Pittsburgh's hometown security company, with the purchase of a monitored security system that Guardian will professionally install at no additional charge. Get 24-hour protection and effortlessly control your home with our app. Visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. That's GuardianProtection.com/FAN. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
Reason number 52 to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler. Only Diamonds Direct gives you a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. Let us explain. If you buy a diamond at Diamonds Direct today and decide in the future you want to upgrade to a larger diamond, Diamonds Direct will give you 110% of your original purchase price toward the new stone. For example, let's say you bought her a $5,000 diamond last year, but now she wants to upgrade to a $6,000 diamond. Diamonds Direct will give you $5,500 toward the new one. That's 10% more than you paid the first time. Guaranteed appreciation. Whether that first diamond was $3,000 or $30,000, you get 10% more. Who else does this? And unlike other stores who claim to offer diamond upgrades, at Diamonds Direct, there's no fine print and no minimum purchase requirement. It's 10% more, period. Come and discover real value and buy with confidence. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through August 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
So stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
With your fan headlines, this is Sean Myers. The Pirates suffered another loss yesterday, their fourth in a row, by the score of 7-6 against the San Diego Padres. David Bednar gave up 3 runs, blowing the save and taking the loss. Pirates will look to snap their skid tonight in L.A. as they play the Dodgers at 10:10. Mitch Keller against Jack Flaherty. The pitching matchup, our coverage on 93.7 The Fan, begins at 9:15, presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
Now, more Joe. The Joe Starky Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Live from Studio B at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
We are live at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville, Studio B, the studio they built just for us out here. Bob Walk is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Bob's appearance brought to you by Allegiant Federal Credit Union. Shape your future. Visit AllegiantFCU.org. Bob, good to talk to you again. We were just discussing the state of the team and how the Pirates have played with these good teams every single night, but the bullpen is blowing up. I mean, I hate to simplify it to that, but it sure does seem like that's a major problem at the moment. Yes?
Yeah, that's definitely the major problem. I mean, there's other things that are happening, and I think even before yesterday's game, this was kind of the theme when we were talking in the first inning about what has happened up to this point. I mean, going into the homestand, coming off that road trip, I think everybody, including myself, was pretty high. I thought things were really going to start clicking, but they didn't. The offense did pretty decent. I think we were putting up runs pretty effectively. I think at times we were getting some help on that from the other team, but when doors were open, we were taking advantage of it. The big problem, other than just kind of nitpicking some other things, defensively, maybe base running stuff, the big problem, obviously, we had late leads throughout that homestand to where if we would have held on to them, we would have went 5-1, which, ifs and buts, but 5-1, look what our record would be right now. Look what our standing would be in the wild card. We'd be much closer to the Brewers right now. That was a pretty devastating homestand, and the easiest place and probably the most worthy place to put the blame is at the bullpen and all over the bullpen. There's only really 2 guys down there that pitched well.
Well, the question that we've gotten a lot, I've gotten a lot in Post-Gazette mailbags and things, is it time to think about making Chapman the closer and moving Bednar to a lesser role until he kind of figures out what's going on? I mean, we've seen this happen in a number of different teams this year in different places.
Yeah, I think that's always a tough question to answer because you've had somebody that's been extremely effective out there, one of the very best, if not the best, closer in the National League anyway. And then, this year there was some problems early on. And then he did a pretty decent job. He was able to close out 19 in a row. But even in the last couple there of the 19 in a row, he had some cushion when he came into the game, and it wasn't smooth for him. But he was still able to get the save. So something's been happening with him over the last, probably 4 or 5 appearances out there. It appears to me it's all control type problems. He just doesn't have the command that we were used to seeing him with, almost exactly what the problem was when the season started. Just can't throw the ball where he wants to. Found the answer to it, pitched very well for a couple months straight. Needs to do it again. The thing about making this decision, though, about who to go to, we're quickly running out of time. Depending on what happens on this road trip, we might be out of time in another week to 10 days. So you have to make the right decision, and you got to do it pretty quickly.
Bob Walk on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. Fan Twitter also brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Bob, Key Brian Hayes continues to be an issue. It's just such a mystery, unless it isn't, and it's his back. But he literally never gets an extra base hit. I think I had it the other day, maybe 4 or 5 since early May. It's mind-boggling. What are you seeing when he's at the plate?
For the most part, he's just not getting the head of the bat out front. So when he does make contact with the baseball, there's no bat speed, no real good exit velocity coming off. You're just seeing a kind of a spray hitter up there right now, and most everything being sprayed the other direction. And now that's a good approach if all you're worried about is not striking out and wanting to get the ball put in play. There's guys that need to have more of that approach, but the key is to have some kind of a balance. There are times where, you especially, we're talking about Hayes, are a guy that we need to have extra base hits. You're not going to lead the league in home run, but you're going to have doubles. You're going to have triples. We need you to be an RBI guy driving in runs from first base. And you got to get the head of the bat out front occasionally in order to do that, and make the pitchers really make some changes too, how they pitch against you. Now, I will say this, and this is just one at bat. I don't know if it was his last one yesterday or second to the last one. He ripped the ball into the left field corner, hit the fence on a fly, hit it very hard, but it was about 2 feet foul.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember that. That's the kind of ball we're never seeing him hit. And that's why I remember it. It was just a foul ball, but it stuck in my mind because I'm not seeing him do that ever. Rip a ball down the left side. So maybe there's something there. I hope so because, just like what we were talking about with the closer situation, you can't afford right now to be without pieces for any length of time. And we've been really without Hayes' bat for most of the season. I'm talking about his extra base bat that you're talking about. That hadn't been around. If it's going to show up, it better be soon.
Well, and the question, Bob, with Bednar and Hayes, and not looking for excuses, but do you think that they are fully healthy? Because that's the other question. There's questions about Hayes' back. Bednar obviously started the season with a lat injury that, could that be a part of what's holding them back?
Well, because it's with Bednar, it's a control issue. I always think about injury. There's certain reasons. I think I've talked to you guys about this before. Why, when you see a lack of command, is the player afraid of the bat? Is he afraid to throw strikes? The young guys can get like that. Well, that's certainly not the case of Bednar for sure. The other major case is the health thing that you just talk about, because that leads to mechanical situations where you lose, your consistency of your delivery, and you get wild. The only thing I could go on with Bednar is his velocity. He's throwing as hard now as he ever had. He was throwing 98, 99 miles an hour yesterday. So the velocity is there. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's totally healthy. There could be something else bothering him that doesn't affect anything other than, maybe his follow-through or, as he's planting his front foot. And maybe that is affecting his release point of the baseball, which now it just all, domino effect all the way to, well, now I can't throw the ball where I want to. So I think that it could be a possibility, but it's tough with Bednar because, one, he's throwing real hard, and two, his personality is he's never going to say a word. There's a lot of guys down there, they get a hangnail, about it. Bednar, you're not going to know. He's going to go out there, and if you ask him, are you okay, can you pitch? He'll say yes every single time. So it's tough with him. And as far as the back with Hayes, he's had back problems since he got up here in the big leagues. So, yeah, that could certainly be a possibility. But the thing is, it's not like he's been real good at certain parts during the season and then fallen off. He really hasn't done much with the bat all year. So if it's back-related, and that means his back's been hurting him all season, and no one's saying anything.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bob, as far as you're concerned, should O'Neal Cruz be a shortstop in the future, or would you have him change positions?
I think he's got the last 2 months of the season to answer a lot of those questions. I don't want to make a decision on a guy that's never had a full year in the big leagues on where he can play and where he can't play. But he needs to take that big question mark away. And, the theme of today's talk, it seems like, is, we're running out of time for a lot of different things. Teams running out of time, blah, blah, blah. Well, he's running out of time to solidify himself as a big league shortstop. Every time he seems to take a couple steps forward, he takes a big step back. Shortstop's got to be kind of a team leader out there, too. Really minimize any kind of mental mistakes, like jogging to first on a double and then getting thrown out at second, stuff like that. Your shortstop is a guy that ideally is a leader by example type player. And not only does he need to clean up the physical errors, I think he needs to clean up those mental errors also if that's going to be his position.
Well, speaking of that, Joe and I had a little spirited discussion about the fact that with only 35, 40 games left, and I know that you're still ancillarily in the race, but shouldn't they take this time to figure out what they have in Henry Davis? In other words, why is he not up here at least finish the season getting major league at-bats to see where he is and what they can get out of him or what maybe they can expect from him? I mean, you've got 30 days to do it. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to continue to play Grandal at this point.
Well, I don't think they're playing Grandal very often. I think Bart is the everyday catcher. And Bart's hitting cleanup in fifth for us right now. He's a big bat. He's the catcher. So if Davis comes up here, he's either going to sit on the bench and watch, or you're going to have to find another position for him. Because right now, there's no way he catches in front of the ball. You're going to bench McCutchen then?
Well, I mean, again, I think that at this point, it's got to be you're getting close to the point where you got to figure out what you have for next year. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, and I agree with you, but you're going to have to play him somewhere every day if you do that and bring him up here. And where's that spot going to be? That's the question I have no answer to, because I don't think they're going to bench McCutchen, and Bart has claimed, rightfully so, that he's the catcher. I mean, he hits, he gets big hits, he hits for power. He was as bigger prospect for the Giants than Davis is with us. So, maybe the Pirates got lucky and got something here with Bart. But he's looking really good right now. And I don't want anybody to be a catcher right now other than Bart.
No, I would agree with you. He's been very, very good. But my thing is, I think, maybe use, Henry Davis a little in right, a little in first, some DH, and once or twice catch. It's more about getting him at bats than it is necessarily figuring out what he's going to be for you in the future as a fielder.
Well, yeah, I agree. If he's going to be with us in the future, he needs to have, big league time is good. That's going to help him out. I agree with you 100% on that. I just don't know right now where you're going to put him in the lineup.
Bob, we appreciate the time today. Thank you. It should be an interesting series out in L.A., your old stomping grounds. I'm sure you've been to some memorable games as a kid at Dodger Stadium and played in some, yes?
Oh, yeah. Memorable ones in both ways. I have stories about Dodger Stadium that I can't even put on the air. Although Vince Scully did.
Did you ever get a chance to talk to Vin Scully?
Oh, many times, yeah. His last year, I was lucky enough to be one of the people called in to have an audience with him, which I thought was pretty cool. That he would send his minions to find me and have me come and talk to him. So that was a neat thing. It really was I heard this guy calling games when I was 6, 7 years old, and here I am, an older man, having a conversation about baseball and life with him one-on-one in his very last year of being an announcer. He was an amazing person and really a unique, one-of-a-kind baseball announcer.
That is awesome. So if we found a little Bob Walk running around at 7 years old, I imagine you were listening to Dodger games on the radio as you went to bed each night. Who was starring for the team back then?
Oh, back then you had Koufax and Drysdale, they were the two big guys, and Johnny Roseboro was the catcher, and you had I think Bill Russell might have been a young rookie. Jim Lefevre was there. He was a rookie of the year at one time. Willie Davis, number 3 in the outfield. I remember my grandfather used to yell at the radio because we would sit around and listen to the game, and it would be late in the game, and Willie Davis would be up, and Tommy Davis also would be out there too, and he'd always yell, "Save us, Davis." It was
I love it.
That's a silly thing, but I remember that as a young boy sitting in the living room listening to the game and him yelling at the radio, "Save us, Davis." He'd do that several times a week because back then Dodgers they didn't score a lot of runs even though they had really good pitchers.
That is awesome.
Yeah, really.
Thank you, Bob.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you later. Enjoy that the special radio studio you have up there. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it was built just for Paul. We appreciate it.
All right, man. Talk to you guys later. See you, Paul.
We'll see you.
What a great guy, huh? I always think about that. Like, what if you make it to the majors or make it to the pros? Like, how proud people in your family must be.
Right.
Like, I can't imagine.
Especially when you come back to Dodger Stadium.
Yes.
They come and watch you play in it.
Like my grandfather, if I had ever made the it's just unreal, right? I would have made the major leagues, and he would have got to see me play. But for people like Bob, they got to live that dream.
So I'll tell you something that's pretty cool is, one of my friends at the time, she was really good friends with John Wayner.
Yeah.
So in like 91 or 92 or whatever, we went to his debut at Three River Stadium.
Really?
Yes. And so afterwards, we, waited for him to come out, and that's when I actually first met him. You know what I'm saying? But like friends, family, like the whole neighborhood of Carrick was basically outside, the players' entrance waiting for him to come out. So I actually experienced that one time, and it was pretty cool.
That's incredible. Coming up, we have a football game on our hands. Let's do some over-unders here with players none of us have heard of. Although we can also do Justin Fields and people like that for tonight. A couple of over-unders. We'll do that next as we get you ready for Steelers-Texans tonight. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Paul, you're up.
Man suffering from a... he just turned me off, I think.
No, that was reflective. I said, Paul, you're up, and then I turned you down, which was ironic.
You're turning off the new flow. Yes,
I'm sorry.
The new flow is about turning on. Men suffering from erectile dysfunction is rough. You know it. She knows it, too. New Flow Men's Health is Western PA's leader in treating ED successfully. Long-term positive results. It's time to quit lying to yourself if you're serious about eliminating your ED issues. New Flow is your only serious option. No pills, no injections, no games. It's just Pittsburgh guys helping other Pittsburgh guys. Call New Flow today, 412-784-9000. New Flow, 412-784-9000. Tell them Paul sent you.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Bringing you Fan Headlines, this is Sean Myers. The Pirates suffered their fourth consecutive loss. Yesterday was another heartbreaker. They fell 7-6 against the San Diego Padres as David Bednar gave up 3 runs, blowing the save and taking the loss. Pirates look to snap their skid tonight on the road. They'll be in Los Angeles to play the Dodgers at 10:10. The pitching matchup, Mitch Keller for the Buccos, Jack Flaherty for the Dodgers. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 9:15. That can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan or on the free Odyssey app. And tonight, the Steelers open their preseason at home as they welcome the Houston Texans to Acrisure at 7 p.m. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open for more. Check out 937thefan.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can check if you're paying too much for home insurance, because giving you options is the right thing to do.
Oh, you mean like when I let someone with less groceries go ahead in line? Sure, there's a part of me that thinks, if you only need 3 things, maybe go to a convenience store next time. And now they're sifting through coupons and my frozen foods are about to be not frozen.
But still, it's the right thing to do. So compare rates with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by...
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off. From first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice. Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I'm still buzzing about yesterday's USA men's basketball comeback. I don't think I'll forget that fourth quarter anytime soon. It might have been Joel Embiid's best performance ever. Curry finally exploded. LeBron and KD went off again. I don't know exactly how to compare this to their NBA accomplishments, but it was all remarkable, and I can't wait for the gold medal game. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Are you the parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the Parents' Choice Award-winning online learning program that's actually changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month, but you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio.
Sponsored by Age of Learning.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice. Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Come experience the beach and the mountains. Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf now has a new beach area along the lake that offers plenty of relaxation with breathtaking views and comfortable seating. Perfect for a quick stop or a full day. You can even rent a cabana for the day. Plan to head to the beach in the mountains at Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf. Learn more at cnty.com/RockyGap.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, go to mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
When the black and gold are up the road, we get excited. Smale Kia is proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh Training Camp live on the Fan 93.7. And during our summer savings event, look for the tags and look for clearly marked prices. Plus low and no APR financing on Kia Sportage, Sorento, and select EVs. Go to smalekia.com. 1.9% APR up to 48 months, $21.65 a month per 1,000 financed at 48 months through KFA with approved credit. Not all will qualify. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 9/3/24.
Pain from arthritis is just awful. Bone-on-bone constant pain. It robs you of so many different things that you love to do, but there are effective ways to deal with that pain. Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. I have chronic back pain, chronic neck pain, so this is right up my alley. Listen, there are exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief. And the place to go to, QC Kinetics in Robinson. QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge treatments that accelerate your body's healing properties. If you're living with chronic pain from arthritis or injury, you need to know steroids and surgery and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can use advanced regenerative medicine to treat your pain. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics in Robinson are ready to help you get your life back with regenerative, restorative cellular treatments for your achy joints. This is the future of medicine. Call for a free consultation right now. 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. QC Kinetics.
Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds on Saturday, August 10th at Highmark Stadium when the Hounds host San Antonio FC as their 25th anniversary season continues. Family fun, great food and drink specials, and pro soccer in Pittsburgh. Get your tickets now. Cheer on the Riverhounds. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet Arch Support System.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely and out of pain means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Come in for a free test walk today.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starky Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Winding things down here at Studio B in Monroeville, Bowser Chevy. We had a great time out here today. Thanks to all our guests. Thanks to all our hosts out at Bowser Chevrolet. It's time for What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly, I mentioned the 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Let's get, down to business here.
Let me ask you a question real quick.
Yeah.
Any one of those four women that we just saw run the 4x100 for the U.S.?
Yeah.
If you started at 70 meters and could you beat them they had to run the full 100, could you beat them?
How close is that to me starting at like the other team's 30 and them starting at the goal line?
Yeah.
80? Is it similar? Is meters similar to yards?
It's
I'm
a little bit longer.
extremely ignorant.
It's a little bit longer than that, but...
No, I couldn't. No. No.
Because the question then becomes... Okay, I think they run in 11 seconds or 10, 11 seconds?
Yeah.
Could you run 70 meters in 11 seconds or 10 seconds? I don't think I could.
No, they would. Well, let's put it in put it in football field parlance. If I started at the 50 and they start at the goal line, am I making it to the other goal line?
In 10 seconds. Can you run from the 50 to the goal line in 10 seconds?
Yeah. 50 yard. The 50-yard dash in 10 seconds, I hope.
Could you do that?
I think. 1,000? Yes.
Okay, so then how about, could you do 55 yards, which would mean you'd start on the 45-yard?
They would beat me. They would beat
55?
me 55? Yeah.
That's still like 10 seconds, 10.5 seconds or something.
Well, what could they do the whole field in? That?
Yeah, probably 10 seconds or 10. Yeah, it's right around that neighborhood.
It would be a hell of a race.
I've tried to figure this out.
It would be a hell of a race.
Honestly, back in when I was playing soccer and I was in shape, I ran the 40 in 4.58.
That's pretty good.
Yes. So
for a guy your size?
Back then, I probably could run 80 yards and beat them. Because I was in shape and I could run the full 80 that fast, you know what I mean?
Oh, that would make me nervous to have one of those. Who's the one who ran the anchor there?
Richardson or whatever.
Bakari Richardson.
Yeah,
oh my God,
ridiculous.
is she fast?
Right, but I'm just saying back then. But now, I probably would have to be on the 40-yard line, going 40 yards in.
The other team's 40.
I think I could run the 40 in 10 seconds.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Up to 7,500 rates. Terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. Rain throughout the day and a high of 84, although it looks kind of nice out right now. Maybe I will practice a little golf. We got a ball game tonight, Paul. Let's talk about it. Justin Fields. Oh, no, wait, we have a news item. We have breaking news here. Sean just told us that the Patriots are going to cut Juju should the Steelers pick him up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even if they get Aiyuk or if they don't get Aiyuk.
I mean, I don't know. Why pick him up? What, is he better than Van Jefferson and all these
I thought you said they should pick him
up. No. I said, yep. I mean, it's on social media that all over the place that he got cut. He got cut. So my question is, does that really, I mean, is he really an upgrade over these guys?
No.
At this stage?
And I'm a big Juju fan. His yards per catch is tragic in the past 4 years. It's like late-stage Hines Ward. He doesn't catch touchdowns. Juju, to me, is a guy who at an early age racked up his body because of how hard he plays. Like, I have total respect for how this guy played the game over the years. He had a pretty good year in Kansas City. He did 78 catches, 900 yards, 3 touchdowns. I think he obviously did make some big catches and plays in the playoffs. But he's just not the same guy, Paul. He got hurt, and then to me, he was never really quite the same. He turned into a blood and guts possession receiver way earlier than he should have.
He became a guy too that seemed like he lost a step. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He just became a possession guy that you threw it to on 3rd and 6. If you you hope that he ran a 6-yard route.
Right. And busted through a couple guys. This was a dude, and I know Antonio Brown was big for him, right? But I don't care who's playing on the other side of you. When you have 111 catches for 1,400 yards and 7 touchdowns, that tells me you're a little more than I'm going to throw it to him a yard short of the sticks every time and hope he makes it. I don't know. He had a 97-yard play each of his first 2 years in the league. How many guys in NFL history have 2 plays in their career more than 96 yards, Paul?
Yeah.
There can't be many.
No, there can't
other
be
than
many
kick
at all.
returners and things like that. I'm talking plays from scrimmage.
He was actually a really good I thought he had some moments where we thought, boy, this guy has a chance to be really good.
Yeah.
But it just never fully all came together for him, did it?
No, and he delivered a legendary moment, whatever you think of that moment. Lots of Steelers fans love it, where the bad guy got his, and that was Vontaze Burfict when he dropped him like a fly and stood over him. Remember that?
Yeah, John, that's right. And that was what got him a lot of clout, really, in many ways.
That was crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Because people still remember all of that.
All right, ball game tonight. 5 things to watch from Ray Fittipaldi. We had him on earlier. First of all, Paul, you buying the new and improved Justin Fields? I mean, I like Justin Fields in some ways. I'm not convinced he's going to be a long-term answer here. And I just didn't we learn last year preseason games and what they do in practice and things like that? I don't really care that much.
Right.
Do you?
No. And I think the other part of it is I saw a lot of plays from training camp.
Yeah.
That would have maybe been sacks if they were allowed to actually tackle.
I know exactly what you mean.
You know what I mean? Where he ran out of it, and it's like, well, that would have been a sack. You know what I mean? Wow, look at that play.
But at least he doesn't turn the wrong way all the time like Mr. Smallhands did. You remember that?
Yes. Mr. Smallhands.
Ben had a great...
Did you see that clip with Russell Wilson where he took a shot at Kenny Pickett?
No, what did he say?
I forget exactly how he started it off, but he says, oh, yeah, and by the way, I've always had big hands.
I like that.
Yeah. Now, that was funny.
I like that a lot. All right, we have Peyton Wilson. This guy, if I had to pick one person other than Fields that I'm most excited to watch, it's Peyton Wilson, the linebacker out of NC State. I think teams shied away from this kid because of an injury history. But in like this past season and even a little bit before that, as far as I can remember, his injury history is irrelevant right now. I don't care what injuries he had long ago in his past. He was productive enough to be a great player in college. I think they got a steal.
Yeah, well, especially the other part of it is, didn't they say he could basically play? Isn't the thing he doesn't have like an ACL or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but they said he could play like that. And you know what I mean? That there's guys that
DeJuan Blair did, Hines Ward did, Greg Lloyd did.
Right, there are guys that have played for a lot of years like that. So what's the big deal? What I like about it is every clip I see of him,
he's a maniac.
Yes, you can tell he's a football player. He's a guy who just wants to go out and knock people in the next week.
I mean, I can't wait to watch this guy.
He runs well. He's intense. You know, he's kind of a throwback. I mean, I imagine Steeler fans are going to love him because of his skill set.
The last time he had a significant injury was 2021. So, if that was his draft year, I'm not taking him either. But since then, he's played 23 games with all kinds of sacks, 4 interceptions, tons of tackles for loss, like 30 of them. 9 passes fenced. He's an animal on the field. And I think that I think they were smarter than everybody. And I can't wait to watch him play. So that's going to be for sure one of the sidebars tonight. And then last and perhaps least, the new kickoff. This thing is going to be incredibly confusing. Like, that's the story to me, Paul.
Yeah,
it's not what's going to happen on the play itself. It's going to be the same as we saw CBS Sports put today. So far, what have there been 3 preseason games? The average starting spot's no different than it was.
Right.
The story here is millions of people watching a game saying, what the hell is going on? What are the rules here?
Right. Well, I think the thing about it is it really doesn't sound like it's going to be that different, does it?
No.
They're just going to kick it short of the goal line, and then someone's going to take it and run it back. The only difference is, the defending team gets to start at the 40 as opposed to the, back on the 35. I just don't. I mean, what is the difference?
Well, yeah, it used to be you start on the 25 with a touchback, and now it's 30.
So you kick off from the 35.
Yeah.
The defensive team, except for the kicker will still be at the 35, but the defender will be all the way up at the 40.
Right.
And then they run in like that. I mean,
it's stupid.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I don't understand what the point of it is.
I don't know what the rules are, though. Even Ray just did a deep dive on research, and I said, can you do a fair catch? He's like, I don't know, I forgot, and I just spent 3 days looking at this thing. Well, why are we doing this? For what purpose? So the NFL can stand up and beat their chests and see we care about the players? We're trying to save injuries? If you don't want to get injured on a kickoff team, then don't play football. Someone else will do it.
Right.
Right, Paul?
That's the whole point. To me, aren't punts more dangerous than kickoffs?
Every play is dangerous, except we don't see it. We don't see the 96 collisions that the left guard gets into during a game.
Right. That's the big thing. But my point is, if we're worried about the collisions that happen on kickoff returns, well, what about punts where a guy's watching a ball in the air?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And if he decides he doesn't want to fair catch it, there's going to be somebody who's got like a 40 or 50-yard start running straight at him with very little resistance. I don't know.
Over under 2.5 series for Fields tonight.
Under. I think he does 2 series and he's done.
Okay, then how does...
I think Cow Allen finishes the game, and don't they have another guy, too?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cow Allen takes...
If only I could remember his name. J.R. Plumlee.
Yeah, it takes him to the 4th, and then that guy plays...
I want to see that. Now, be honest. Are you going to watch the whole game?
Considering I have to do a video after the game, summarizing it for the Post-Gazette, yeah, I will have to watch the whole game.
My condolences. Although I am interested in seeing that kid, J.R. Plumlee, based on what Ray told us that he's a phenomenal athlete.
Right.
He returns punts and stuff like that.
Well, again...
I want to see Calvin Austin tonight, too, Mr. August. I think he might have a big game, Paul.
We got a problem.
What happened?
We got a problem here. Where are we at?
In the Olympics?
In the Olympics here, we got a problem. We might not medal in this thing. We're not going to medal.
What happened?
They had a bad exchange with the first and second exchange, and I'll tell you why it happened. Canada won. I'll tell you why it happened. Because remember yesterday, the guy that won the 200, Noah Lyles, is that his name?
Yes. What happened to him?
Well, he actually, he didn't win the 200. He got the bronze. But afterwards, it came out that he had tested positive for COVID 2 days earlier.
So they brought in a new guy?
So he ran with COVID. And, of course, he was having a hard time breathing and stuff afterwards. So he said, I got to drop out of the 4x1. So they put somebody else in the 4x1. And I'm sure they didn't get a whole lot of time to practice. So that goes to show you that it's more than just having the 4 fast guys out there. You know what I mean? They had a bad, if they show it, they had a really bad exchange here. Here it is. Let's see. It's this exchange right here. Watch how bad this exchange is.
I can watch it, but nobody listening can.
Watch it. Watch it.
It's time for a Paul pause.
We can talk about it right here. Look
so we can watch the.
It's another Paul pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our live radio show.
He didn't know what he was doing. They had no idea what they were doing.
How hard is it? You pass a stick to the next guy.
But again, if you don't practice it at full speed, you know what I mean?
He's been doing it his whole life. Here's the stick.
And
Run.
I think the other
Speaking
thing
of dropping the baton when trying to pass it, you guys were supposed to be done a minute ago.
Oh, go to hell, Mulsey. That's the end of the show.
Yeah,
Good night,
go
Paul.
to hell. But anyway.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sean Myers with your fan headlines. The Pirates suffered their fourth consecutive loss yesterday, a heartbreaker, 7-6 against the Padres. They'll try to snap their skid in L.A. against the Dodgers tonight at 10:10. Our coverage begins at 9:15. That is presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The NFL's preseason will be in full swing this weekend, and it's a good time to caution you about betting on preseason games. Lines are tough for the bookmakers to set and tougher for gamblers to navigate with little information on how much frontline players will end up playing. Most teams aren't going to play their starters for more than a quarter, if at all, this weekend, so your best bet is probably no bet at all. Wait until they strap it up for real in week 1. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Planning a memorable event? Shooters Golf is your ultimate venue. Our cozy fireplace rooms, heated bays, and versatile indoor-outdoor spaces are perfect for birthdays, corporate parties, showers, holiday gatherings, and more. Whether you're hosting an intimate celebration or a large party with 12 to 200 guests, Shooters has the perfect backdrop for any occasion. Enjoy the outdoor patio deck, fire pit tables, heated cabana huts. Book your event at Shooters Golf today and experience exceptional service and unforgettable memories.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel. Not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Summer's here and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com or give them a call. 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Plus finance HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Select models and trims only, in stock units only. Offers end 9/3/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL or Tucson SE with 1.99% financing for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bored with the same old night out? Get ready to have a ball at Pins Mechanical Company. Pins is not just old school games. They're a playground for grown-ups. Sip on craft cocktails or beer while you challenge your friends to pinball, arcade games, bocce, and signature duck pin bowling. Pins is located in Southside Works, 407 Cinema Drive. Drinks, games, fun. That's how we roll.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through August 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads. Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds on Saturday, August 10th at Highmark Stadium when the Hounds host San Antonio FC as their 25th anniversary season continues. Family fun, great food and drink specials, and pro soccer in Pittsburgh. Get your tickets now. Cheer on the Riverhounds. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right, we are 5 hours away from kickoff over at Acrisure Stadium. First of 3 preseason games for the Steelers, hosting the Houston Texans, last year's AFC South champs. Justin Fields expected to start, and so is another former Ohio State quarterback, C.J. Stroud, for Houston. So a very popular game if you're an Ohio State lover of football. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Friday edition, a Football Friday edition of Boney and Muller.
Okay, let's go, come on! Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Boney and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Sappy deep downfield, and that is pulled in by Juju Smith-Schuster, the former Steeler who comes home, and a big gainer there on a first down for 37 yards. Covered well, but the pass is right there, and he brings it in.
Yeah, Casey with tight coverage never locates the football. What an effort here by Juju Smith-Schuster to come back to the football and show his strength. That's what he's been known for throughout his career. Strong hand, somehow holds on to that football for a big gain.
Good afternoon, everybody. We will have football in 5 hours and the sights and sounds of Acrisure Stadium. That was from Late in the year, a miserable night there. Donnie was there on a Thursday night. Al Michaels, Kirk Herbstreit, and Bailey Zappi came in and lit up the Steelers, and a guy that had a monster first half against them was old friend Juju Smith-Schuster. That was during the revenge tour from hell, Mulsey. You might remember that, when James Conner looked like Jim Brown.
When the
for
Steelers
Arizona.
became the first team, I think, with a winning record to lose to back-to-back 2-10 teams in league history.
Yeah, and Juju was with Casey in coverage, like catching the ball off Casey's body and then ripping it away for a big gain downfield, making contested catches for them. And now he's a free agent.
Juju's numbers in that game,
4 for 90.
4 for 90. That represented for Juju Smith last year well over
Juju Smith. You're going with the abbreviated name there.
I just said Juju's.
I thought you said Juju Smith.
No, I said that represented.
His real name's John Smith.
Correct, John
Just like
Smith
the character
Schuster.
from Pocahontas. Would you buy that story?
I thought it was John Rolfe. R-O-L-F-E.
Who the hell's John Smith? Is he the guy that invented Mormonism?
I don't know. I think he's the owner of no, Joseph Smith. I think you're just saying the single most common sounding name in the United States, John Smith. No, I think it was John Rolfe was involved in the Pocahontas
John
story.
Smith is Juju Smith-Schuster's
John
real name.
Smith-Schuster is his name.
Okay.
That 4 for 90, the 90 yards represented over a third of his receiving yards last year. The 4 catches represented almost 25% of his receptions. Or no, I'm sorry, represented about like 15 to 20% of his receptions last year. He ain't good, Pony. I got bad news for you.
I disagree with you on that.
He stinks.
I don't think he stinks.
I think he is. I think he is exactly what he has proven to be 2 out of the last 3 years when he hasn't played with Patrick Mahomes, which is a guy who is banged up, a guy who doesn't go downfield well.
Well, I would just played a highlight of a great play downfield against the
Last
Steelers.
year via PFF, here are some numbers for you, thanks to Marcus Mosher, who is a guy out there in Erie who's a Cowboys blogger, but he follows the whole league. Juju.
So now we're going to Erie to get Juju Smith-Schuster
Well, just because they're conveniently they were conveniently dug up for me and they were on my timeline. Separation percentage, 17th percentile. Average depth of target, 8th percentile. That's partly the Patriots' offense. Yards after catch per reception, 23rd percentile. Receiving grade, 5th percentile. He isn't good, and yet, there will be a fascination in some corners, however small they may be, and you appear to be somebody who's on board with this, a desire or at least the suggestion that the Steelers should bring this guy back. No, thank you.
You honestly do not think he's better than Van Jefferson?
He and Van Jefferson are basically the same player over the last 3 years. They both had one really good season. Jefferson's was 2021, Juju's was 2022. And then in Juju's case, his last season here, he was hurt and not effective.
I don't know.
And last year, he stunk.
I watched him in the game here. I thought he was the best receiver on the field that day.
That was the best game of his season, Pony.
Okay, and then he got hurt after that. I
mean,
that's
another problem. He's the oldest 27 in history.
Okay, but we're not talking about Lynn Swann and John Stallworth at wide receiver. We've been talking about finding another wide receiver for literally months because tonight we're going to watch Quez Watkins, Scotty Miller, and Des Fitzpatrick play.
Yeah, Juju's not the answer here. He just isn't. That's the only game he taught.
There's a difference between answer and upgrade.
He's not an upgrade.
I disagree
with you.
He
is not an upgrade. Here were the 5 games he played prior to that. Ready? I'm going to give you his combined stats for the 5 games he played prior to that game. 11 catches for 84 yards in 5 games.
Yeah, but you just said that New England's offense was a disaster.
You're basically using as a premise for suggesting that he would be an upgrade the only good game he played, which is every bit as much to do with the Steelers playing abhorrent defense for a half of football as it is anything else. He wasn't good last year at all. At all.
And either was Van Jefferson, and either was Scotty Miller, and either was Calvin Austin, and either was Des Fitzpatrick, and either was any of these guys
I do not feel like bringing this man back. There is nothing to be gained there, in my opinion. He is physically unable to separate. He is a guy who has only put up numbers in the last 3 years with the greatest quarterback
I'll give him
maybe
credit
ever.
for that. He doesn't need a ton of separation. He makes the contested catches.
How many
for the
catches
most
is he
part.
making contested if he only had 29 of them last year?
Their offense sucked and he was hurt.
But you would think a guy who doesn't separate and doesn't go down the field far but makes contested catches would be a very popular target. What percentage of his targets
I don't
do you think
know,
he caught?
Mac Jones is now backing up in Jacksonville, and Bill Belichick is about to join Pat McAfee on Monday. It's not as if they had it all figured out there. I mean, he's getting cut because there's a youth movement there. He was a Belichick guy, and he's overpaid. So there's a lot of reasons for them to cut dead weight there with Juju, but that doesn't mean that he's
if he's a $7 million receiver there and they feel he's overpaid, what does that actually make him in reality?
Probably
not a very good receiver.
Yeah, but the Steelers have had guys that were not highly paid wide receivers that have been functional or productive players before. Jericho Cotchery is a great example of that. Like, you don't have to be a guy that's on the upper echelon of the wage scale to be someone that slides in and is better than what they have right now. I don't think I can stress that enough. Apparently, I'm not stressing it well enough. Like, what went through my head here is for both teams that we've been focusing on, San Francisco and Pittsburgh, would Juju coming here cause the Steelers to say, well, we don't need to make the Aiyuk deal? If it falls apart, we have plan B. And if you're San Francisco, does that give them the wide receiver depth that makes them feel better about the trade? I mean, 2 years ago, Chris, he made the play that helped the Chiefs win their second Super Bowl.
Chiefs,
he did.
Quarterbacked by Patrick Mahomes, offense designed by Andy Reid, and he also, and this is the other thing that has nothing to do with either of those two, he happened to stay healthy, which he hasn't done for the most part for the last 3 years. He's played 16, other than that season, the other 2 seasons, he's played a total of 16 games.
Well, he had a fluke injury the year before that. It wasn't like a nagging injury. It was like something that knocked him out early in the year.
Missed 4 games of just being inactive, then didn't play their last 2 weeks of the year. He missed 6 games last year.
Well, here's what I'm failing to understand. You're usually a Juju guy, and you're very.
I think he's done, man. I think he's done.
But you're not giving him credit for what he did in the Chiefs' offense, and you're also blaming him for what he did in the Patriots' offense. It's like good offense, he gets. It's not anything. It has nothing to do with him. And then instead of using the bad offense as an excuse for him, you're still saying no, it's his fault. Like he's getting zero.
I think he's done, man. I don't think he is good anymore. I don't think he can separate.
So if you had one game to win and your only options were Van Jefferson or Juju Smith-Schuster, you would legitimately take Van Jefferson?
I think I would take Van Jefferson.
Good Lord. Wow. Donnie,
beggars in this case can be choosers, and we are begging for a second wide receiver, and I would actually take the guy they already have.
Don, you were at that game. You were booing your brains out watching Mitch Trubisky F around, calling for Mason Rudolph. When Juju had that explosive first half.
And now I'm just clamoring for another wide receiver 4 on the roster, baby.
Yeah, well, we've got wide receiver 5s and 6s right now. So
they got plenty of that. They have one wide receiver 1, and they have pretty much nothing else. They have a rookie who we can say is wide receiver 3.
So you would not take him back either?
It's just more of the same. I mean, years ago, it was years ago. I mean, I get what he did with the Chiefs, okay? Yeah, he won a Super Bowl. I can appreciate what he did here with the Steelers. He's 27, and it seems like his body is that of a 37-year-old.
God, that hurts to hear as a 39-year-old.
And a 38-year-old is sitting here,
especially because I agree with it.
He's younger than me, and he's playing. His body is now like an old man in the NFL. I just think it's not.
He's never been a speed merchant.
You can say it's a slight upgrade if you want. It doesn't move the needle a whole lot.
I'm not asking needles to be moving all around. I'm just asking when you're in the business of putting a roster together. I mean, hell, even with Aiyuk, I think I'd want him on the team over some of the bums. Because they have bums, Chris.
Why wouldn't you just expect that you'd get the occasional distraction Juju that you railed against?
Because he's not the distraction Juju anymore.
How do you know that wasn't a function of where he was playing and who he was playing for? In 2 places? You're a guy who doesn't like to give Mike Tomlin much credit and actually thinks Mike Tomlin causes a lot of the problems Tomlin then solves.
I think you're a different person in your late 20s than you are in your early and mid-20s, and clearly Andy Reid and Bill Belichick both felt that way about him.
Isn't it a very easy argument to make that he was straight and narrow under Bill Belichick because Belichick's a psycho who demands that out of everyone, and that he was on his best behavior in Kansas City because, A, he actually got the ball and was playing in a good offense.
Wait a minute, though. This is coming from the guy that never really felt like the distractions were a big deal.
No, I'm asking. No, I thought the Von Bell stuff was the dancing on the logo and then having Bell just like knock him into another dimension. I thought it got bad after that point.
It absolutely did, but there was nothing.
But I'm surprised
in Kansas City or New England.
I'm surprised that the guy across from me who thinks that a lot of Mike Tomlin's problems are Mike Tomlin caused, as far as like players kind of screwing around, doesn't think that Juju would just revert right back to form here that he had late in his Steelers career in that regard.
Well, because I think people change. I mean, Bill Belichick obviously felt like, even with everything you just said about his social media exploits and prioritizing them over football, he said, I will pay this guy $25 million over 3 years, knowing that he's a guy that might put himself first over team or whatever. But then again, he probably watched the tape of Juju Smith-Schuster and said, you know what? This is not a diva wide receiver. He knocked Vontaze Burfict into next week.
What do we think Bill Belichick knows about good offense, though? He tried to trade Tom Brady when Brady had Super Bowls left in him.
What does he know about good offense? I mean, he
tried to trade the greatest quarterback of all time when the greatest quarterback of all time wasn't done winning.
He benched a $100 million quarterback for a 6th-round
Yes, and then got sick of the 6th-round guy because he figured he could do it on his own or knew better.
So you're saying that that's worse than, like, playing the guy when everyone else would have played Bledsoe? I mean, I'm confused here. I know you hate Belichick, but now you're not giving him any credit for what they did offensively there?
It was easier
getting Randy Moss there and Wes Welker and those moves and getting them to that
Don't you
place?
think it would have been easier to justify, even though Bledsoe had taken them to a Super Bowl, benching him because they hadn't won anything, than it would have been to justify...
Hadn't won anything? They went to a Super Bowl with the guy.
Yes, I just said that.
I know. That's not winning yet.
He tried to trade Brady after how many Super Bowls had been won? Like 4, I think, at that point.
Okay.
What does that tell you about Belichick's offensive acumen and ego?
I think he was like, no one has played into their 40s and been great at this, so I'm going to trade him. So I don't agree with him, but I don't think that that's something that's like a cardinal sin on the guy's friggin' ledger. And because he wanted to do that, therefore every opinion he has on offensive football thereafter is like deemed horrible.
You and I are saying a lot to say a little here. You think Juju can still be an asset to this team. I think his days of being an asset pretty much anywhere are over. I do not want him back here. Was nice while it lasted here for the most part.
So if you were to rank their wide receivers on their roster, and then let's say he
might slot in behind Quez Watkins at this point.
And how many guys are above Quez Watkins?
Van Jefferson, a healthy Roman Wilson, I would be willing to roll the dice that a rookie like that is better when he's healthy.
This year?
Yes.
This year, okay.
If I were making a list of just receiving threats on the Steelers, if Juju joined the team, and let's say Roman Wilson's healthy, he would be like receiving threat number 8 behind Jaylen Warren, Pat Freiermuth, and possibly Najee Harris.
Okay, but we still need people to line up and play wide receiver, Chris. Okay, you're giving me the pecking order of things.
I would much rather see who else gets cut, because guys will get cut. Apparently, the only guy that might
Why
be
don't
worse...
we go bring John Mechie in?
Well,
What's
no,
the
I was just going to...
report on him, Don?
Just going to say that. The only guy I wouldn't
Apparently
bring in ahead of Juju would be John Mechie.
Because you were so high on John Mechie. Let's get him in here instead, Chris.
Apparently, John Mechie is the worst football player in the NFL, according to Donnie's esteemed guest, Aaron Wilson, yesterday.
Would you take Juju Smith-Schuster back? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Best call on that is going to win 2 tickets, not to tonight's game, but to see a concert here in Pittsburgh next month. We'll get you ready for football with our pregame show in a couple hours, but right now it's a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Buccos and Dodgers tonight, 10-10 first pitch out in L.A. Our coverage on the Fan begins just after 9 o'clock, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Hickory Heights, Shooters Golf, Southwest Greens at PA, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Old Stonewall Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, staring extreme international humiliation right in the eye and on the verge of suffering one of the biggest upsets in the history of USA basketball. Team USA clutched up. They got the job done. They finished. 3 of the best players to ever do it linked up in the fourth quarter to save themselves and all of us from global embarrassment. I'm Jim Rome. All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon.
Come on.
From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice. Let's go.
This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down, and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
After 30 years of doing knee and hip replacements, Dr. Mitchell Shinecup thought there had to be a better way, and that led him to regenerative medicine.
I was one of the first orthopedic surgeons to do it.
Now, after 20 years of successful orthobiologic treatments, lots of clinical data, research, and teaching, Dr. Shinecup is National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
They've done an amazing job of becoming the most significant orthobiologic and regenerative medicine practice in the United States. QC is so far ahead of the game in its science, its protocols, its people, its facilities.
So if you have chronic pain from arthritis and you want to avoid drugs and surgery, call the experts in this revolutionary field, QC Kinetics.
To give patients real lasting relief from pain, that's what I live for. That's my mission.
Get your free consultation now. Call QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. Located in Robinson, 412-228-3584. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Beat the fall rush. Get 35% off Gutter Helmet. Visit gutterhelmet.com or call 888-5-HELMET. Juju Smith-Schuster's a free man. Would you take him back? 412-928-9370. It was speculated back in May that he would be cut before June 1st to save even more money. The Patriots waited. One preseason game was enough. He had 11 snaps last night. Didn't get a target. Didn't have a reception. I haven't seen anyone say this, but for all I know, he might have just asked the GM there or the coach there to just get rid of him and send him his walking papers now, knowing that the writing was on the wall, and give him a better chance to latch on somewhere. Maybe it's here.
Are you hearing that they're interested in a reunion?
No, but this is just what the Steelers do. Plexico Burress came back. Antoine Randall came back.
You can always go home again.
They like that.
Yeah,
right, Donnie? Don't they like those moves? Bryant McFadden, Willie Gay, James Harrison.
How many of them worked
Larry
out well?
Foote. They do business once. They love to do business twice.
Antoine Randall's final season here, 16 games, 22 catches, 253 yards.
Nice little player.
Oh, his final season?
Yeah, nice little player.
Nice little player. Plexico Burress's final season, he played 4 games. He caught 3 balls for 42 yards. Yeah. Oh, I know. Oh, and for a guy who had shot himself in the leg, it was a big deal.
People have had takes on this for a while. When this idea first came up, we had one of our best calls ever to the fan on this topic. Aaron and Butler get his take on this. Hello, Aaron. Aaron, you there? It sounds you made a grunt. You made a noise. Are you all right? Aaron, you're on the air.
Yes.
Yes, we're talking to you live, Aaron. Hi there.
Hi, how you doing?
Aaron, you called us. Do you have a thought on this?
Yeah, I'd take him back.
You sound like you're busy. Is this a bad? Did we catch you at a bad time?
I'm okay. Hi. Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Do you want to keep having this conversation, or are we good?
We're good. We can keep having the conversation.
Okay, well, what do you want to say about it then?
Yeah, I would take him back.
That's it?
I don't know. He's good. I don't know.
All right, Aaron, thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye, Aaron. Goodbye.
Compelling enough to change your mind?
I think he should be getting his own show. What would the Aaron show sound like on 93.7 The Fan? Takes 10 minutes for him to open up the microphone.
I've never understood when people call us and then they act like we force them to come on the air.
That guy had to be stoned or something.
He sounded like he was at a drive-thru. He said, "Thank you, appreciate it." Like there was a transaction that was going on while he was trying to have the conversation.
That was a very strange. When was that? I don't even think I was on that day.
That was one of your golf days.
Well, there've been a lot of those. So.
I know it's hard to pin down.
Right. I'm starting to catch Starky.
Do you remember the time we had someone who was related to Juju Smith-Schuster call in on this topic?
Let's try Robert in the north side. Hello, Robert.
I'll preface my thoughts with two things. One, I'd rather have Brandon Aiyuk in all honesty. And two, I'm a little biased. Juju's my cousin. I grew up in Southern California, and my Aunt Sammy's his
Shut up, dude. Are you serious?
Yeah. I'm serious. But with that being said...
Oh, wait a minute here. Time out, though. Well, I'll let you finish your thought in a second. But this is an astonishing comment. You said, I would prefer Brandon Aiyuk over my cousin. This is your flesh and blood. This is someone who's related to you. And you are saying that you would rather have another player. Oh, my God. You're putting the black and yellow over the red that is flowing in your body right now. I'm amazed by this objectivity that you are showing me right now, Rob.
I bleed black and gold.
Yeah.
I do remember that guy.
He'd rather have a good player than someone that's related to him because his mom is Juju's mom's sister. Sammy Smith.
Did we find out if John Smith was in the Pocahontas story, or is that John Rolfe?
I don't know.
John Rolfe, English explorer, Pocahontas' husband. I was right.
I'm still that whole story. It can't be true.
By the way, do we have Starky's the other thing notable from Starky recently?
What other thing from Starky? What was the first thing from Starky?
The end of his show was absolutely dynamite. Those guys were at Studio B.
Go to hell, Mulsey.
Yeah.
Go to hell, Mulsey.
We do have that now. Yeah, we'll put that in the.
Well, they were talking about the 4x100 dropping the baton. You want to talk about not acing the handoff? Things were going around in circles, and old Mulsey had to get involved from the studio, and they both got very mad at me.
We have preseason football at 7 o'clock. Pomp has already put out his play-by-play boards for the game, and they are massive because of the size of the rosters. And he does it all in his Pomp,
very
older
nice
man
script.
penmanship.
Oh yeah, it's a very nice script.
He does it all in what appears to be cursive writing.
It is. If a kid today, do they even teach cursive in schools anymore? I'm asking that seriously, not as a get off my lawn type. You could show that to a kid today.
Callis had a take on that.
Callis, do you sign your name as Nicholas Callis or Nicholas Harry Callis?
Nicholas Harry Callis. I'll put the Harry in quotes. No.
I like cursive. I can't say I've written in cursive for years.
Right. I was going to say, when's the last time you wrote in cursive?
I don't know. Maybe you write a nice letter.
What are you
I don't know. Have you ever had a pen pal before, Callis? That really sounded way to the edge.
Callis liked that one.
Callis has a very deep voice. I didn't expect this high pitched of a laugh. He said, I'm going to write a nice letter. Do you have a nice letter? Do you have any secret admirers, Callis, you want to write a letter to?
When's the last time you wrote a letter?
Callis really had the old funny bone tickled right there.
And my funny bone was more tickled by just hearing him laugh.
You said you were going to write a letter.
It's an infectious laugh, man.
That was the overnight thing, right? Where you were moderating those two?
That was during the fan marathon, yeah.
And look at how Bechtold has blossomed from that.
That was his springboard talking about cursive writing.
Into an up and coming host on the weekends on this station.
Donnie, you've made plenty of play-by-play charts. How does that compare to yours? What we have from Pomp now?
I already retweeted it, but I have to get a better look at it in a few minutes. I do like the old school handwritten thing.
Okay.
Now I have transitioned to kind of just making a chart on Word or whatever because I just think it'd be more more organized for myself, or like I staple them like back to back. Something else that I liked, and it may have been, I don't know if I can say this for sure. It may have been Rob King that gave this idea to a buddy of mine at Waynesburg. He uses like a manila folder for each team, and he is able to like glue a chart on there on each side, and then he uses like the open space for like other stuff too.
Buddy, I don't think a manila folder's big enough for the preseason.
Preseason, no. You got to have the preseason games have to be way harder. Man, that gets me back to the old days of when I would prep shows for the 2 to 6 a.m. I would have a big roll of like butcher's paper, but that you could write on, and it held ink nicely so it didn't smear. I would write out each hour of the show, like not like longhand Donnie. I would write out these insane person like Charlie Day on Always Sunny bubbles, and I would go from bubble to bubble all over the place. I feel like I lost something in translation when I just started typing it all up.
It is Rob's debut tonight on Steelers play-by-play. Would you have butterflies?
You have
Absolutely.
to. Do you think he'll have more butterflies for this one, his first actual time as the guy, or the first regular season game?
I think this.
I would think so, too. I would think the big advantage of this is you get 3 of these under your belt before you got to call one that counts.
Because he's new, I do think you have to do like what your call would be in the regular season just to try it out. If I were, say, more of an established play-by-play guy, like if Hillgrove were still doing the Steelers games, I would downplay the preseason touchdown.
I agree with
I would not go crazy for a preseason touchdown.
Like Greg Brown doesn't go clear the deck in spring training. When O'Neal Cruz hits a laser, he goes, well, that ball's crushed, and it's out of the park. Very impressive home run from O'Neal Cruz.
You would be calling it for an away game player.
Oh, you're calling it neutrally almost.
Right.
But, yeah, I think Rob has to test run everything.
Exactly.
It's almost like when they would test run products. Did you ever have at your school, they would bring, like, focus group marketers and, like, try to test a new flavor of pop? We used to get to test, like, Surge and all that stuff before it hit shelves. Oh, yeah.
I've never heard of that. We must have missed out at
Little St.
Metzger Elementary School.
At Little St. Teresa of Perrysville, they would bring...
That's made up.
Dude, I swear, I could get my mom to call in who taught at the school.
Well, our phone lines aren't working, so we're just going to have to take your word for it.
They would, like, test run...
Our phone lines are working.
They would test run flavors of, like, new drinks, and we would have to do did you like Little Dixie Cup number 1 or Little Dixie Cup number 2?
412-928-9370 if you want in on Juju before we get you ready for the preseason I was going to say tailgate. We can get into, do you tailgate for these games? Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Donnie has a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Steelers and Texans tonight, 7 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium, the preseason opener for Pittsburgh. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by #1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Okay, true stories from Huntington with Veronica and her banker, Roger.
Veronica, you were nervous about trying to get a home. Why is that?
Nobody likes to hear the word no. You know, one day I just said, okay, I'm gonna go talk to the banker.
How'd it go, Roger?
If there was a bump in the road, we hit it. But we navigated right through it. Veronica kept pushing.
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories. Loan subject to credit application and approval. Equal housing lender.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
Jane, I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
Or being a dog person and a cat person.
Who wants a treat? Who's a good boy?
Or like being an extrovert and an introvert.
Woo! This is so fun! I can't wait to go home.
At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose. You can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how much you can save with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, when you switch, you can keep your phone, and we'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
There are two things everyone loves, saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington & Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant, and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940. Or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington & Nichols, Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We've got a former GM's comments on Aiyuk, what CBS Sports wrote about him in that situation today, all coming up. 3:45, we will begin the PM team's unofficial Steelers-Texans pregame show as you head down to Acrisure Stadium or head home to watch the game tonight with Pompian on the call. We do miss Edmund Nelson. I wanted Donnie to reach out to Edmund to try to have him back on the show because he's synonymous with Steelers preseason football. But I think last year when we tried to do that, he gave us the Edmund Nelson equivalent of this.
Go to hell, Mulsey.
I think he thought we were like yanking his chain, busting his balls. Like we were making fun of him. Like, no, we love Edmund. We miss Edmund.
Or is there like it's not that he was mad at us and thought we were yanking his chain. It's just that is there maybe some ill will about the way things ended?
Sour grapes?
Yeah, I think that was more it.
But the man's still doing well for himself. Last I knew, he was on game days during the regular season. He was still the uniform police for the NFL. It was his job to go look at both teams and see, oh, this guy's socks are too low, this guy doesn't have the right pads on, and ding them and keep track of that for the NFL. And he's also a guy that has his own insurance company. Could you imagine? I mean, I have Zane Grilly, of all people, as my insurance agent. If Dan didn't exist, I'd go with Edmund.
If Dan wants to get out of the insurance game, you better believe I'm going right to Edman.
Why don't you start a bidding war between the two of them? Why don't you just start like overtly suggesting, Dan, I've been hearing some of these offers Edmund Nelson's putting out there, and then just let your voice trail off.
Actually, I'm pretty sure Edmund's retired from that now, but that had to be crazy. Like, here's a guy that was a starting defensive lineman with the Steelers in the 80s. And he's like, man, I just saved you a boatload on your
Your home and life, man. That term life insurance,
Don, I feel
brother.
like John Football would have just absolutely loved that.
Wait,
sitting down with Edmund Nelson to hammer out some automobile insurance premiums,
some limited liability
Hey, Edmund,
coverage.
I just got Don
you
a
throw
new...
some ribs into the deal.
Well,
I think we're sold.
Well, we know Edmund was a foundational player and had really the year Edmund really established himself as a serious rotational guy for the Steelers was also the best year of John Football's life. They could have reminisced over 83, man.
What was the thing?
Edmund had 3 sacks, and John Football apparently had the greatest year of his life.
What was the viral KDK TV graphic about Edmund that went viral on social media?
Which we later unfortunately found out was
Photoshopped.
fake. Yeah, because I hit up Jared Barton about it. It just said halftime update, and then it just said Edmund has sex with rack of ribs.
But it looked real.
It looked very real.
It was very well done on the Photoshop, and I assumed that was like a real slip-up for years, and then somebody said, no, that was very slickly. That was like a Caleb-level Photoshop.
Antonio Brown has weighed in on Juju getting cut. We know that those guys have not always been BFFs. Juju being cut, apparently dropping easy passes in training camp.
Okay.
AB's response to that. He also had a penis pic get leaked that was more embarrassing than this. Hashtag CTESPN.
How does AB know?
I don't know. Is this common knowledge that?
No, I can't say I've gone around. I can't say I've gone around looking for it.
Yeah.
Man, AB really hates him.
He does.
And I think Juju
remember
really
Juju
hates
reached
him.
out to try to, before he was drafted, like, hey, man, I look up to you.
And then AB used that as, like, look at what a loser this guy is, and it was the worst decision ever because everyone said this makes him look like a nice guy and you look like a complete a-hole, which you are.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, there was a period of time here where fans said, we're fine with AB leaving because we love Juju Smith-Schuster so much.
I will plant my flag, though, on saying I never bought that. It was always very clear delineation for me who was Batman and who was Robin and whose production was a byproduct of the other guy's existence.
Here is Joe in Mount Lebanon. Hello, Joe.
Hi, guys.
Hey, man.
I'd bring Juju back for a couple reasons. One, he's a great blocker. Apparently they're gonna run the ball a lot this year, so that would be an asset. And two, supposedly Arthur Smith's offense, he schemes receivers open, so that should be helping Juju out since I guess the separation isn't as good as it used to be. So, my opinion, for $3, $4, $5 million, I'd bring him back in a heartbeat.
I feel like he's going to be on the roster in Atlanta. I think he's going to be on the team. I think we need to brace ourselves for it.
Yeah?
I don't know. I just think that they're just so smitten with reunions. They just love.
Oh, I thought for a second you meant like on the Falcons roster, and I was trying to figure out why.
Well, I guess they lost Rondale Moore. I guess they do have an opening. He torched them.
I will just say for the record, he's owed $7 million. He'd play for the vet minimum.
There you go.
You ain't paying that guy
just like
$3,
Russell
$4, $5 million. What? Russell Wilson has way more left in the tank, relatively speaking, than Juju does. The guy was
I don't know about way more.
The guy was okay, but my point is the guy was like the youngest player in the league. He set all those before age 21 records.
He had a bike that got stolen.
Yes, somebody acted like the way I was talking about him, Jason and Slippery Rock. Maybe you were the guy that stole his bike, Mulsey, with how hard you're being on the guy. I think he's just 27 going on like 33 in NFL years, man.
That was like our long local nightmare, was trying to figure out what happened to the guy's friggin' bike.
That was when there was nothing but good vibes around him.
Rodney is on the fan. Hello, Rodney.
Hello. Yeah, I just want to tell you guys that Pocahontas saved John Smith from being killed by the indigenous Indian tribes at the time.
So wait a minute, it was John Smith?
I thought it was John Rolfe.
It was, but she married John Rolfe later on.
Oh, so she saved John Smith and eventually said, the hell with you, John Smith. I'm going to hitch my wagon to John Rolfe.
She was too young for John Smith. It would have been, unless he was some
okay,
kind of weirdo.
I got you.
And then later on, Juju, yeah, why not?
That's the only favorite for call of the day.
The guy is just a reservoir of knowledge when it comes to the Pocahontas scenario. Here's Lou in Bloomfield. Hello, Lou.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, man.
Hey, guys, I would like to see the Steelers get both wide receivers, but if we can get Juju with the league minimum without New England playing the rest of his salary, $9 million, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, but, what do you – okay, I read the
Mulsey
stats,
doesn't think he's better than Van Jefferson. I think Mulsey's out of his ward.
The other receivers, what I was just reading, that the Steelers have on the roster are bums.
I know what I said, Lou. Lou, Juju's game against the Steelers last year, I know he had 4 catches for 90 yards. That's over a third of his yardage for the whole season.
You're going to get him league minimum. I take a shot at him.
Lou, I don't even think he's a league minimum receiver anymore,
man. I know you keep saying that. Let's see if our callers agree or disagree.
They don't, because
412-928-9370.
Does everybody that cheers for this team have the Steelers' overall view where, hey, let's bring back, give us your tired and your weak and your come on, what is this? It's it's like a charity for former Steelers.
We'll see if people continue to agree with me. The best call is going to win tickets, which usually means agree with me, and I'll give you the tickets. And disagree with Mulsey, but make sure it's a vehement disagree. Or call us with Pocahontas takes. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low of 62 degrees. Getting you ready for a game night. Steelers and Texans, our unofficial pregame show, will start in about an hour. What one former NFL general manager with a connection inside the 49ers just said about Aiyuk and why the Steelers should be weary. Timeout and then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, everyone. This is Bob Pompian. Let's count the ways that #1 Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. First, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with nearly 200 in stock. From the Forte and Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there's a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, #1 Cochran's clear-cut pricing structure gives you the absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a #1 Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson or shop online at CochranKia.com.
Life hack number 7. Get an iPhone 12 on Straight Talk.
Life hack.
Here's how it works. You walk into Walmart, go to the electronics section, ask for iPhone 12 with 5G and a dual camera system, and select the new Silver Unlimited plan. They'll smile because it's a good plan. You get real unlimited data all for just $20 a month for the whole first year. Get it at Walmart or StraightTalk.com. Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Taxes and fees apply. Requires activation of iPhone 12 and a new Silver Unlimited plan or higher end auto pay enrollment. $25 a month service credit applied for up to 12 months if eligibility requirements are met. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off. From first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice. Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from Get-Go Cafe and Market, such as the summer barbecue favorite smokestack pulled pork sandwich. Download the Get-Go app today to order and get free tots. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek's August demo and fitting events start August 7th with TaylorMade, Ping, Callaway, and Titleist. Call to set up your time, 412-492-9990. If you're not being fit outdoors, you're not being fit. Tune into the Fan Early Morning Show each morning at 5 a.m., presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. Visit them at cgrwholesaleroofing.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Are you looking for more power for more play? Then head to Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. We're kicking off huge savings on every new Toyota Tacoma in stock. Get trail-dominating power, advanced technology, captivating style, and our lowest price possible, the Panda price. Plus, with every new Toyota purchase, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost for added peace of mind. Don't miss out. Score big on new Tacomas at Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, and AM 1020 KDKA and Whammo are partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the 2024-2025 school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive. Visit the link on the homepage of 937thefan.com. Support as an individual or get a group together. Help ensure a good start to the school year for local kids. Our Pittsburgh for PPS backpack collection is presented by Frank Walker Law.
It's Dan Zangrili for the injury lawyers LGKG. You may know them as Luxembourg, Garbutt, Kelly, and George. They've been around Western Pennsylvania for over 90 years. Their flagship office located in Newcastle, but now 7 offices canvassing the Pittsburgh region. I've come to know and really like Joe George as a trustworthy professional. And for Joe, trust is everything.
The moment of truth comes down to when you get an offer in a personal injury case. You got to decide whether it's the right offer, the right number, and you got to decide whether it isn't. And if it's not, you're going to trial. And you can't have a wide-eyed client on the other side not knowing what to expect. And when you say, my recommendation is this, and they turn around and say, we trust you. You're the professional. Let's do it, whether it's accept the offer or go to trial.
So if you're injured in an accident or have a medical malpractice case that needs the attention of LGKG, visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed!
5 years of advanced security.
Security win!
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited!
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
We're getting closer to kickoff. The Steelers last played in January, a wild card loss to Buffalo, back on the field for the first time since tonight. At Acrisure Stadium, the Steelers' first tune-up is against the Houston Texans. 7 o'clock kick with Bob Pompian on the call for KDK-TV. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more Pony and Muller on a Football Friday.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
If I were Omar Khan, I'd be really scared of Pickens, because if I do the Aiyuk deal and pay him $30-some million, I'm going to have a really unhappy George Pickens on my hand. I'm going to have a really unhappy. He's going to be unhappy not getting the ball. He's going to be unhappy. Well, he's not eligible for a contract extension yet. That's the problem. And then what do you pay him? He's going to have a real issue there. I just think, to me, one thing about Pittsburgh, they're pretty. I mean, look, they trade Chase Claypool for a second-round pick from the Bears. I mean, everybody thought that was a brilliant trade by the Bears. You remember that? So I could see them trading George if he got to become a problem, because somebody will take on that problem because he's got so much talent. He is going to be a problem if Aiyuk walks in there making $30+ million a year. I can promise you that.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Peters on a Football Friday. I don't think it's going to be $30 million a year, but I think that's just kind of semantics if it's close. I don't think George Pickens and Lombardi – that's Michael Lombardi, by the way, the former Browns GM who sucked there, who was Bill Belichick's right-hand man in New England for a bunch of years. And by the way,
we've had him on the show, by the way, so are we not worried about doing that again if word gets back?
He's bad. He was bad in Cleveland. His son is on the 49ers staff.
Wasn't he reporting earlier in the week, similar to what you were, that a deal was going to get done, or am I crazy?
I don't know. He's on a gambling channel.
VSiN, I think?
Yeah, so he's giving these takes. It's funny. He's giving these arguments from a GM's perspective on a gambling show. It would be like if FanDuel called me and said, hey, Pony, do you think you and Kevin Colbert can do something together? And Kevin was like interweaving points about rosters and then saying, but I really love the under in tonight's game.
He'd say something, Juju, he's still a great blocker, and that's why I love Najee over 87.5 yards.
Because Lombardi will get on there and do what Craig Riley loves and give his picks on obscure, low-level Division I college basketball games. And now that I think about it, Colbert goes to so many Robert Morris games, he could probably do the same thing.
He's just like the Horizon, Cleveland State, these Vikings.
He was excited to meet Donnie.
They're going to pillage and plunder.
Would you agree with that when we saw him there? There was a big crap-eating grin on Colbert's face when I
don't know about all that. I mean, I was excited to meet him.
I think there's an authenticity about you that neither of the two of us really can convey.
There was a football guy to football guy.
Yeah, it feels like he's talking to one of his people. He sees a guy like me, and he goes, we did go to the same high school together.
I've not always been in Pickens' corner. I disagree with all that. I don't think he's a time bomb that's ready to explode when Brandon Aiyuk walks in.
I think George Pickens knows that if they do – now, I don't want Aiyuk here, but the best case I could make for bringing him is I do think it would free up Pickens. I think if that happened, I do think Pickens is smart enough to understand that's going to make his life easier. And Pickens rightly feels, I think, that if he's seen a lot of single coverage and the protection's there, he's going to get the ball thrown to him a lot by Russell Wilson specifically, who we know loves to heave it deep. Because he probably, as a guy who's, 5'11", charitably listed as Russell Wilson, he probably doesn't love throwing it over the middle anyway because it's probably just more difficult.
He didn't really at all last year in Denver.
Well, I mean, I think that it makes basic sense why he wouldn't. Drew Brees was good at it, but most guys who are that short playing the position have a harder time seeing those routes.
He's going to be a problem. Really unhappy. It's a real issue. They could trade him. It's a problem. Lombardi on Pickens.
Yeah, I don't
reaction to
agree with
Aiyuk. It to me, that's like a lazy narrative on him. And I get it. Some of it is from George's own on-field behavior.
When did he ever get ticked off about another guy getting the ball, though? He always got ticked off about, like, you suck at getting me the ball. I feel like there's a distinction there.
I mean, when you're just basically an invisible man when a guy is trying to score a touchdown.
No, that was yes, that's bad, but that's sulking because he wasn't getting the ball. My point is,
which isn't that what you just asked? When was he angry at other people getting the ball?
No. When was he angry, like at Deontay for getting the ball too much? I always felt like George Pickens' anger last year was the guys throwing me the ball are atrocious, which is why when Mason Rudolph took over and randomly had the best stretch of his career and Pickens was balling out, you got none of that from him. I am happy. I am getting the ball. I look like a star in this offense. I'm laying out for diving catches in Seattle. I'm not uttering a peep when we're playing in a monsoon and I'm not getting targeted.
The Steelers don't shoot anywhere close to 100% on this stuff. So I'm not saying that what they're doing should be treated as gospel or as, they're right and everyone else is wrong. Anybody on the outside can't be right. I don't agree with that. But clearly, this is not even a consideration for them because they've been hunting down Aiyuk since the spring, since before the draft, and they've never wanted to put Pickens into the deal. So Tomlin has to think, and Khan has to think that the two of them can coexist.
I just think they would probably be adhering to my or subscribing to my logic here. If you have a guy who is good enough to command legitimate big-time attention, eventually he's going to command it enough that your big, deep threat down the field gets open.
I think it makes I agree. I think it makes his life easier.
And I also think that they have to know that they have in both quarterbacks, but especially Wilson, a guy who wants to take shots deep. Russ either wants to check it down by going by last year. He either wants to check it down or he wants to toss a 50-50
How did any
ball.
of these great wide receiver tandems work? I mean, did Isaac Bruce want to punch Torrey Holt in the face?
I do think the money...
Did Lynn Swann want to super kick John Stallworth? Did Reggie Wayne want to give Marvin Harrison the middle finger? Terrell Owens, Jerry Rice, Chris Carter, Randy Moss.
Well, I think when it was Jerry Rice and T.O., T.O. wasn't T.O. at that point, and there's a veneration for Jerry
how about
Rice.
the other ones, though?
Carter and Moss was the same dynamic.
Okay, how about Swann and Stallworth? They came in the same draft class.
Here's my point about all that. The money has gotten so different nowadays. I do think it motivates these guys differently. It's just when you're talking about, I want my $30 million contract annually, I don't care what the adjusted rate that is compared to like what guys were making in the 70s. It's going to be fundamentally different. There's a lot of money at stake. I think that's why you don't hear about Mark Clayton and Mark Duper at each other's throats for the Dolphins. Great tandem in Tecmo Super Bowl.
But is George Pickens, like overall, whether it's from the Steelers or one of the other 31 teams, is Brandon Aiyuk being here really going to take money out of his pocket? I don't see it.
In my opinion, it has a better chance to put money in Pickens' pocket. If he has a season, let's just say for argument's sake, Aiyuk ends up here. And I end up being proven wrong, and he looks like a very good option for them, and he functions.
Now, in this hypothetical, is Juju on the team too?
No, he's not.
Oh.
In this hypothetical, though, Aiyuk looks like a bona fide number one, and they have two number ones, kind of. If Pickens puts up a season where he has 70 to 75 catches for like 1,200 yards and 9 touchdowns, nobody is going to worry about, did George Pickens do enough? They're going to say, that guy is basically T. Higgins to somebody else's Jamar Chase, or vice versa. He will be viewed at that point as a true number one around the league because he will have put up numbers with Aiyuk here and before Aiyuk got here.
I agree with that. I don't think it's going back to Juju.
And I think Pickens is canny enough to understand that. I do. People keep saying like he's this incredibly volcanic personality, which at times he can be, but that doesn't mean he's dumb. In fact, most of the people that, say, like, George is an emotional guy also say George is a very smart guy who understands what's going on around him, but despite what people say about him.
Like, Batko said he thinks he thinks when Aiyuk gets here that it makes Pickens a one-contract guy. Ray has talked about, Fittipaldo said, the early outbursts in camp, he's got to tone that out unless he's here for only one contract. Like, the people around the team do not seem to think that he is cut from the Hines Ward, Antonio Brown, even Deontay Johnson cloth, where they're around for more than just their first contract. Like, it does seem to me like within the Steelers reporter community that they do think that overall it would turn into a this town's not big enough for the both of them situation with those guys. And Pickens would just be putting up numbers for the Steelers now, but it would just be an overall audition for when he goes into free agency. That's my read on it. But that doesn't mean that when those two are here before he leaves,
wouldn't it be
that he
a
has
good
to
problem
be a
to have?
complete cancer.
I just think that wouldn't be the worst problem to have. If he goes to greener pastures, so be it. But he knows the thing I always go back to with any discussion like this is the player has to know that they've got to put up the numbers first to go get what they want, whether it's here or elsewhere. And that supersedes it. You might not like having him here. You might not like part of it that he's already got his money and you don't, but you have to put up the numbers.
Donnie, do you disagree with us? Do you disagree with us that Pickens would be an a-hole with Aiyuk around?
No, I actually don't think so, because he will be more frustrated when it is week one and it's Van Jefferson and Quez Watkins on the field and he's getting double-teamed the entire game.
Will he feel better if it's Juju out there with him?
No, because they'll still get double-teamed the entire game. Because the person opposite him is almost zero threat.
I don't really have a comeback. I don't think that Juju's a great threat, but I think he is a better threat than what they have right now.
But he's still not much of one. Their second best threat is going to be the tight end.
Okay, well then, change the word. Change it from threat to receiver. I think he's good enough to be their second best receiver.
I just don't.
Among the guys that they have on the team technically right now. You trust Calvin Austin in a big game over Juju?
I actually think I do. I've seen Calvin
Based on what? He had one catch against the Raiders and nothing else.
Yeah, what's Juju done?
He had one great catch against the Steelers here last year, so he matched him
Calvin,
there.
What did Calvin Austin's great catch go for?
A tutty.
And what did Juju's go for?
It was a big game. It was not really a chance to turn it into a touchdown. He had to catch the ball off another human being's body.
Okay, I'll take Calvin Austin.
Here is Sean in Pittsburgh. Hello, Sean.
Hey guys.
Hey man.
I'm gonna be at the game tonight, but I don't.
Nice.
I don't think Juju's a good fit for the Steelers. I mean, we lost Claypool because of Juju.
What do you mean?
Well, if you take a look, Claypool didn't get the shine like he should have because they kept wanting to
Sean,
get the
I got
ball
news
to the
for you.
younger
Claypool
kids.
sucked.
No, he was good.
No.
Claypool was good.
Why has he done nothing since?
Contrary to Sean in Pittsburgh's opinion, Chase Claypool blows.
Yeah, okay. Juju blows because he had a
2 years ago,
full-trap
Juju
ball.
made a play to win a Super Bowl, and what was Chase Claypool doing then? Kicking some guy's head in a parking lot somewhere.
Okay. Juju won that Super Bowl, but here's the thing. He did it on a bad note because he did it with a bad call. Nobody held him.
Oh, so
he caused the Eagles to lose.
Good for him to be an actor then and draw the penalty. That's good football right there.
No, it's not. That's what you call wanting to get a Hollywood deal and not be a football player.
Is that what you call that, Chris?
I'm sorry, my brain shut down. Like, you know how like when Windows is running too many programs, sometimes one can just crash and bring the whole thing down? That's pretty much how the old brain felt trying to follow that logic.
That was Sean Claypool calling in to give his take.
Chase Claypool has played for 3 teams in the last 2 years. He went to Miami, where, you know, you'd say, oh, in McDaniel's offense, high-flying Chase Claypool. 9 games, targeted 7 times, 4 catches for 26 yards, folks. Chicago could not wait to get rid of him. Literally, was it even a full year after acquiring him?
No, I don't think it was. He was just a joke there.
4
One
catches
of the great trades
for
in Steelers
51
history
yards
to
and a
get Joey
touchdown.
Porter Jr. for him.
It just very bad football player.
But Sean thinks that Juju blocked Chase Claypool from being a budding star. Interesting. Here's Mark on the fan. This one's in Munhall. Hello, Mark.
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy
man.
Friday.
You too.
I was just calling because of the whole wide receiver situation, obviously. But here's kind of a take that I haven't really heard so much, because all I see on Twitter is everyone hyping up Omar Khan as the con artist and what have you. And I think he has done a good job with the draft and everything and bringing in the 2 quarterbacks for next to nothing. But no one's really mentioned that. What was the plan with trading Deontay Johnson, who is at least your number 2? I guess you could probably argue he's wide receiver 1. And this Aiyuk thing is kind of just they lucked their way into because he's disgruntled. I haven't heard anything about if they knew that he might not be playing for San Francisco before they traded Deontay or anything like that. But it seems to me like he just completely has mismanaged the wide receiver position. And you get these quarterbacks in, if they don't have anybody to throw the ball to, obviously.
If they for some reason start the year and Van Jefferson is their second best wide receiver, then I will agree with that. Then that for all the praise Omar Khan has received for the way he reshaped the quarterback room and the way he went about the draft and getting Patrick Queen here and all those things.
He's reshaped the O-line. I think they have a better looking roster, period.
If they, in a passing league, if they're running Van Jefferson and Calvin Austin out there, I agree. That is a valid criticism.
Well, I think there's also a criticism to be levied that if they knew they could get Dante Jackson or thought they could, if Carolina was going to cut him, why trade Deontay when they did?
Apparently our listeners did not like all the praise of Khan when people go like this. Now, is that the one Kabali likes, or does Kabali like the Omar is coming? When we have
he likes that one. He just played.
One. Do you know what that's from, Malsey?
The Wire.
No,
this is from Star Trek.
The Wrath of Khan.
What was Khan's deal?
Oh, wrathful.
But what was he up to?
Filled with wrath. Oh, probably just dominating galaxies, intergalactic, pirate of sorts, pillaging. Probably.
Was he an alien or was he a human?
Khan?
Yes.
I'm gonna guess.
Was he like
alien.
a Darth Vader type, or was he just a regular guy?
Well, I mean,
was he a Yoda type? Was he like a non-human-looking character?
That's actually a great question. The Wrath of Khan.
Who is Khan? William Shatner is very upset with
Big
Khan.
Bill Shatner. Genetically engineered tyrant Khan Noonien Singh. So he was I think he's an alien because genetically engineered. You know who played him, right? Ricardo Montalban.
Oh, that was not going to be my first guess. I thought it was John Candy.
He's a fictional. Let's see. He controlled more than, you know what? He must be human. He controlled more than a quarter of the Earth in the 1990s on Star Trek. They had something called the Eugenics Wars. I'll tell you what, you have to have a hell of an imagination to come up with Star Trek.
This crap, man.
You got to really be a great imagination.
All right, 2 things here. Do you want Juju Smith-Schuster back? He was released by the Patriots today. 412-928-9370. Mulsey saying he could play for the league minimum. 412-928-9370. And do you think George Pickens will be a problem with Brandon Aiyuk in the fold? 412-928-9370. Best Call wins tickets to a big event next month. Our preseason coverage is brought to you by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps and Armstrong Business Solutions. Our unofficial pregame show starts in about 30 minutes. Can text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Donnie is a headline, and we're right back on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis at Monroeville. Now open.
Franklin Regional Spencer Lee, the silver medalist in the men's freestyle 57-kilogram weight class in these summer games. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about Weather Seal Home Services. Weather Seal has been so good to me. That's how I judge people, value people. How have they treated me? What are my personal experiences with them? And Weather Seals is through the roof, which gets me to the roof deals that they have right now. Metal roofs, they are indestructible. Metal roof technology is tremendous, outstanding. And with them, you can choose your styles and colors. They're nearly indestructible, extremely affordable, too. Not every roofing company can do it, but Weather Seal can absolutely pull it off. That's why they're my friends. And they want to save you money, too. New metal roof, no payments for 2 years. How about that? They won't call you and say, hey, some of the bill is due until late in 2026. So why wouldn't you act now? Also a 6-inch gutter upgrade. Love a 6-inch upgrade. Weather Seal, 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL, or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Joel Embiid. This dude has always cracked me up. And his heel act in the Olympics is absolutely incredible. This dude standing at center court after the game, taunting the entire arena and throwing crotch chops is just next level. And I could not love it any more than I do. I'm Jim Rome.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon.
Come on!
From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go!
This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
All right, we're seeing some delays over around the McKees Rocks Bridge. This is after 2 earlier accidents on the bridge, and part of the bridge actually on the westbound side is closed. So look out for some delays over in McKees Rocks. With traffic, I'm Samantha McGill.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We ask you to come clean and in great detail. Brought to you by WetGo. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service. Before we get back to your calls, Franklin Regionals, Spencer Lee, silver. Congratulations on all your success, Spencer, but he wanted gold. I would say that this was a bit of an upset there. I did not watch the match. I do not know much about the technical aspects of wrestling and how it's scored. Who knows what these...
Why, you always talk about being great, Dino Bravo being a great technical wrestler when we're watching the Royal Rumble from 98.
No, he was not a great technical wrestler.
Wherever.
Who knows...
That was Rick Martel, sorry.
Who knows with these judges? We never know with these judges. They can be corrupt. I hate to say it, but it's just a fact. So maybe he got screwed on points.
He wrestled a guy who's considered basically the other best in the world and just lost.
No, I'm of the opinion that the number 1 seed was knocked out early. That's what Donnie told us.
But the guy he wrestled from Japan is very good.
Well, he became the favorite when the guy got knocked out.
So you're saying that upsets aren't possible unless the United States is the one springing them?
No, I'm saying that this would be like, let me make a football analogy.
Please.
I think Spencer Lee losing this match would be like if I'm going to say if the Chargers beat the Chiefs in a playoff game.
How would that be shocking other than the Chiefs rarely lose? They have Justin Herbert.
Okay, so this is not a shocking loss, but still, he should.
But you just questioned the judging.
Well, that's right. Damn right I'm going to go with my guy Spencer
That's
here.
pretty ugly American behavior by you. Can't take a loss.
Well, I don't know all the details, but you pointed out.
You just said you don't even understand how it's scored.
Well, I know, but you have said before, fencing very corrupt. These judges
fencing, wrestling, not the same
I'm
words.
just saying wrestling has I think a very dirty history when it comes to scoring at the Olympics.
Name one incidence of dirty scoring
1988 in Seoul. Go look it up.
That was boxing with Roy Jones Jr.
Okay.
Not wrestling, notably. You got anything else?
It looks like Higuchi got him with a last-second takedown.
We don't see exactly. Did it really happen before the...
I mean, a takedown's pretty cut and dried. Did you take the guy down or not?
But it was 2-2.
Did he do it in time? Did the clock
last
really
second
expire?
would suggest that seeing as my
Sometimes the
timeline,
ball is in the hand and it's at 0 and they still try to count it. That might have happened here.
Seeing as this area is insane for wrestling, and nobody that I follow is tweeting about Spencer Lee got robbed, this is a miscarriage of justice, I'm going to go ahead and say he lost fair and square.
I'm also pretty sure there's not judges. I'm pretty sure it's just some guy,
official.
like an official, one single person that scores
Well, there you
it.
go. Well, then the official might need to be called into question here. Maybe they need
What
to
if
add...
we got the official on the air and just turned you loose and you could accuse them of being corrupt and on the take?
Don't you think for a championship match they should look into adding a second official?
No, because they do one official for every other match.
But
who do you think the official is? Earl Hebner?
In the World Series, they add
Nick
extra
Patrick?
umpires. They add extra eyeballs. You want to make sure you get everything right.
All they add is two guys who basically get to do only foul lines in the outfield.
Yeah, and they only do that for the playoffs and the World Series because they're bigger games. I'm just saying, this is
so
the
what
gold
if the
medal
two
we're talking
officials
about.
disagreed about something? You're bringing in way more.
Fine, then.
Oh, so then just all
null
results
and
null and void.
Yes.
Start them over again, boys. You just did something exhausting.
That actually might be a good thing. That way, the cinchy calls, like the ones that are right on the borderline, you just take those out entirely.
I think you are full of an ocean of crap.
I don't know. Who are these wrestling aficionados that are telling you that he lost fair and square? Can you name one of them?
It's the lack of people saying that he lost in a miscarriage of justice.
Who are the people that you would think would be commenting on the miscarriage of justice?
I bet you Vince DiAugustine, who owns Manor Valley Golf Course, a wrestler in his own right. I'm going to say, Vince, did you watch Spencer Lee?
Did he get
Was
effed?
It fair?
Did he get effed? 412-928-9370.
What if I just say
That's
that?
Fine. I'm
with
trying
no
to go.
context?
I'm trying to go to bat for the guy, and you're not. That's okay. If people want to accuse...
Well, you're impugning all these officials. You're suggesting there was a multi-pronged conspiracy to keep Spencer Lee down.
Very possible at the Olympics.
Then why didn't they just knock him out before the medal round?
Because they wanted the drama of it.
The drama of it?
If anybody wants to get on my case for being too patriotic or for supporting a local guy
I'm going to text
too hard,
Vince
that's
right
fine.
now. I'm going to text Vince and say, Spencer Lee get a fair shake?
Here is Matt on the fan. Hello, Matt.
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Hey, first of all, don't have your finger on that cut button or whatever it is, because I have a foul mouth.
Oh,
that's a good way to start.
What
the
an
call.
intro!
Hey, well, just being honest with you. And two, why wouldn't you bring Juju back?
Because he's not good. Ask Malsey that question. Not
well,
me.
that was the question. That was actually towards Mosey. I mean, all of
He's slow. He doesn't get open on his own, and he's not really good anymore. And the stats back me up on that.
Okay, but who do we have to block? Not a single one of our receivers blocked. They're all pansies.
George
I mean,
Pickens,
anybody that's willing to
was
step in front
known
of
for putting people on their wallets.
What's that?
George Pickens, known for being a violent blocker when he feels like it.
Oh, okay, but once we get key word, when he feels like it.
You want to bring Juju back. You think it's worth paying veteran minimum to have a guy be in there as a glorified offensive lineman on the outside. There might be offensive linemen who are more dangerous as pass catchers than Juju.
But who are they going to get? I mean, and then as far as Pickens not whining, as soon as you bring Sorry.
Matt, I'm going to give you the tickets to the concert because you managed to not swear and also use the word pansies.
Did he lose his train of thought there at the end?
I think he did, but I bailed him out.
I was wondering if he thought he
caught
said
himself.
something bad, but
He caught
didn't,
himself.
and then he said sorry to us anyway.
Can tweet us, brought to you by
That
South
was a
Hills
journey.
Kia in Peters Township, if you want to let Mulsey know that he's wrong about Spencer Lee. The guy should have won today. He should be bringing a gold medal back to Pittsburgh. The Bucko Minute with Zangrilli is next, and then we get into our PM team unofficial pregame show for Steelers and Texans. Dan on the Reeling Buccos next in our Bucko Minute, but first a timeout and a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Steelers and Texans tonight, the preseason opener for Pittsburgh, 7 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
What is the dimension of a MLB base?
Callus.
So what would it be, 5 foot by 5 foot?
I don't think it's 5 by 5.
No, not 5 by 5.
That'd be like me laying down.
Right.
I think it's 15 by 17. Callus, you'd be stealing bases if they were 5 by 5.
Be stealing a rectangle.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Can Jack Flaherty remain unbeaten as a Dodger? I'm Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with BetQL. In his debut, Flaherty racked up 7 Ks en route to a 10-0 win against the A's. He'll take the mound again for L.A. tonight against the Pirates. The BetQL model rates Dodgers minus 190 on the money line as a 5-star best bet as the Pirates come in on a 4-game losing streak. I'm Chris Mack. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At twomeninAjunkTruck.com, you can even book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds on Saturday, August 10th at Highmark Stadium when the Hounds host San Antonio FC as their 25th anniversary season continues. Family fun, great food and drink specials, and pro soccer in Pittsburgh. Get your tickets now. Cheer on the Riverhounds. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 50% off installation or 48 months 0% interest. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit, PellaPittsburgh.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here for Pins Mechanical Company, a place that lets you disconnect from the virtual world and then lets you connect with people, real people, in real life. Tons of games at Pins for you to come in and play. Duck pin bowling, foosball, ping pong, and so much more. Even classic arcade games. Pins has a fully stocked bar too. Fun cocktails, refreshing draft beers. The perfect place to bring a date or your friends. Bring your kids too. Bring your dogs. Pins has something fun for everyone to enjoy. Pins, that's how we roll.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture the DQ $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Not just a cheeseburger, a bacon cheeseburger. Plus fries, drink, and a sundae. All full-sized, all for $7. Because everything's better with bacon. Everything's also better with a side of fries, a refreshing drink, and a sundae to finish. Yum. The $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Now for a limited time on the $7 meal deal lineup. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, and AM 1020 KDKA and Whammo are partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the 2024-2025 school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive. Visit the link on the homepage of 937thefan.com. Support as an individual or get a group together. Help ensure a good start to the school year for local kids. Our Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Collection is presented by Frank Walker Law.
Transform your business internet with Armstrong Business Solutions. Our advanced 10G fiber optic network gives you the ability to experience lightning-fast upload and download speeds with unlimited data. But that's not all. Wireless internet backup combats network disruptions, and Business Pro Wi-Fi helps monitor and manage your network from anywhere. Get your business up to speed with connectivity that works for you from Armstrong Business Solutions. Go to armstrongonewire.com/business.
Plus finance HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Select models and trims only and stock units only. Offers end 9/3/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL or Tucson SE with 1.99% financing for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Sharing with roommates is hard. Like sharing a thin wall with a wannabe music major. But you know what's easy to share? Xfinity Internet. Get fast, reliable internet that's powerful enough for all your roommates to be online at the same time. That means while your roommate streams trumpet tutorials, you can put your headphones on and play your favorite video games. With the volume turned up, of course. Like, way up. Get a special student offer on Xfinity Internet for just $25 a month for 1 year. Plus, there's no annual contract, which means you're not locked in if you move out next year. What's even better, you'll also get Wi-Fi equipment and a free self-install kit included. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com/student, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. New off-campus students with qualifying Xfinity Internet.
It is the show that changed the landscape of professional wrestling forever. And on Wednesday, October 2nd, from the Steel City, the world will celebrate the 5-year anniversary of Dynamite.
Black and gold.
Be there live as AEW makes history once more. Who's out? AEW Dynamite 5-year anniversary live from Peterson Event Center in Pittsburgh. Wednesday, October 2nd. Tickets on sale now at AEWTIX.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Two-strike pitch, struck him out, threw it right down the middle at 100, and the game ends. Another one-run defeat. This time the Padres earn the sweep as they come back in the ninth and win 7-6.
Right around this time yesterday, that's what the sweep of the Pirates by the Padres sounded like, dropping the Pirates to 56-58. They're 9 out in the NL Central. They are 4.5 out in the wild card, half a game out of last place, and they are headed out west to play the first-place Dodgers and the red-hot Padres, who just took 2 games from them here in Pittsburgh. Not good, Bob.
No, I would say so. I would say it's actually quite bad.
But it's still time for a Bucko Minute. And the effervescent, very cheery Dan Zangrilli is joining us, brought to you by Super Lawyers of LGKG. LGKG, your home team. Injured in an accident? Visit lgkg.com. Dan, you had the post game off yesterday. If you were at the wheel, what would have been your takeaway? Would it have been managerial malfeasance down on Federal Street, or would have gone with something different yesterday?
I don't know. I think everybody, for the most part, was in the right place from a relief pitching perspective. But I see a guy that's going tonight, Mitch Keller, that would have looked really good on the mound yesterday. Obviously, the Arizona and San Diego series were of utmost importance, more so to an extent than the Dodgers series, because obviously, the wild card situation, and to go 2-4 in that 6-game homestand is just, or I'm sorry, what was it?
1-5, and it should have been 5-1.
Yes. I would have started Keller yesterday because he was rained out 4 innings, 60 pitches. I think.
Who makes that decision, Dan? Is that only Derek Shelton's call to make it not Mitch Keller, or is somebody above him?
Who do we get the pitchforks and torches out for here?
We need to be directed with our ire.
So it falls at the feet of the manager ultimately, but there's a lot of input from a lot of people, starting with Oscar Marine and the air quotations here, the pitching group. So there's a lot of folks that have input on that, I would imagine, and they collectively come to the decision. But like anything else, when you're calling a play in football, the head coach has veto power. I would think that the manager has veto power, and he can scratch that. Maybe the pitcher or the player has something to say about it himself. But if I'm going to venture a guess, Mitch Keller probably would have wanted the ball yesterday. He'll take the ball anytime, right? That's just how
he likes regular rest, from what I heard.
Yeah, and I see no reason as to why they couldn't have brought him back yesterday, threw him yesterday. I think yesterday's game was maybe a little more important than tonight's game for the obvious reasons. And that's what I would have done differently, to answer your question.
Do you think that David Bednar should and will be stripped of his closer duties for the time being?
I'm not necessarily going there, and this has not been a good year compared to the lofty standards that Bednar has set before Game 2 against the Padres. And even though he was protecting a lot of 3-run leads, he did rack up 19 consecutive save opportunities. He's obviously been more prone to giving up the long ball this year, and has done so over the course of those 19 consecutive saves before the other night. So I'm not going there just yet, because he did have some struggles in the early going. He did come through. I think that's a pretty big voice in that clubhouse, pretty big veteran presence. And am I going to make I guess I'm still in that spot where, Chris, I would consider it a knee-jerk reaction, just back-to-back, essentially less than 24 hours of a rough patch. Now, I'm thinking a lot harder about it if something crazy happens tonight or tomorrow. Absolutely.
Dan, O'Neal Cruz decided to not hustle, and he got thrown out at second base. Shelton, for whatever reason, did not get asked a question about that last night, or yesterday. We had last week physical error, trying to do too much. Yesterday we had not trying hard enough and creating an out on the base paths. What should have been the Pirates' response to that move?
So, and not trying to cop out here on that, I know he's been under the weather big time. Now, that if you can't play, you can't play. That's something that you, at least the optics are so bad on that you've got to take yourself out of the lineup if you can't give 100%, especially in a critical situation like that. I don't know what's going on with O'Neal Cruz. The more this goes on, the more you start to wonder, like, hey, what is the issue?
What's your theory?
I really don't. I just think he's a mercurial player, and he's somewhat delicate from that standpoint.
Is he someone who would benefit from maybe a different strategy, even publicly, by the manager as far as how he handled him?
You're talking like a tough love strategy,
Well, just
Chris?
like if there was a guy maybe that
I don't know, talk more like he did about Colin Holderman
talk
than
like
he has
did
about
about
this
Holderman,
guy.
or in general, just somebody with more managerial experience and maybe I don't want to sound like mean to Shelton, but I also kind of am going to be mean to Shelton. Somebody with just more of a history who has won more. Like I remember, Dan, Clint Hurdle benching Andrew McCutchen for not running out like a pop-up or whatever when McCutchen was a very much established player already. And it didn't really affect that relationship or the team. And I thought it won Clint Hurdle a lot of praise from people. And I just have seen very little of that from Derek Shelton where Cruz is concerned.
So this is where it absolutely becomes far more art than science. And many a good manager, and whether or not we consider Shelton that, I guess, is another conversation.
Well,
but,
I can answer that right now. I don't at the moment.
So do you push somebody or do you coddle somebody? I mean, knowing the difference in the personality dynamic of who you can do that with, that is the definition and probably the most important part of managing. Is Holderman somebody that can, for lack of a better term, take that or respond positively to it? Will he kind of puff up his chest and square up his shoulders and proceed to go on the injury list with a wrist injury? But you know what I mean? Like, does that further bury Cruz?
Let me ask you this: if what they have been doing thus far with O'Neal Cruz, by and large, is coddling, because I don't think I've heard like a true tough love situation about him. Are they getting enough out of that strategy to make it a viable one moving forward? I would argue no, because some of the same stuff that's been driving people nuts, whether it's errors, whether it's the occasional trot out of the box, is still happening. And I say that as a guy that thinks this guy could be the anchor of a good team or a very good lineup because he's so talented, but I don't think they're getting a lot of ROI on their current approach with him.
So does that mean that you go completely 180 degrees to the opposite
No,
direction?
you don't have to go taskmaster.
Let's go 45 or 90.
How about like O'Neal? That's not good enough. Like if you're trying to stretch it, like, and Dan, you know me, we've talked off the air. I'm not a guy who, if he hits a one-hop smash that gets fielded right at the first base bag, I expect him to sprint through the base like a fake hustle guy. But if you're already thinking I'm going to try to stretch this into a double, then yes, I think it's reasonable to ask that you be digging right out of the box.
Yeah, and, it's whether or not you know what is not going to work. So why venture into space that you know that's not going to work? Just to say that you tried it? I don't know. I would venture a guess, and again, I don't know all the buttons that you can push with a guy like O'Neal Cruz, but based on their past history, and again, it's a valid argument as to whether or not what they're doing is working, by going to the opposite direction or publicly calling him out, I'm going to guess that that's going to throw him into a shell and throw him into a tizzy, because he himself has publicly come out and mentioned that he's not in a good headspace at times. So I think it's fairly logical, and you could apply common sense to, if you did something to O'Neal Cruz like you did with Colin Holderman, that's probably not going to have the desired result. And to just say, I'm going to try it anyway, I'm not necessarily sure that's the path. It's tough to manage a player in this day and age and in this generation. And there's a lot of head coaches and a lot of managers that have gotten out of it because of that reason, because of reasons just like this. They have more jack players do than they ever have, and some tactics that may have worked in the past 5, 10, 15 years ago just don't seem to resonate. So, again, far more art than science and a lot of unknowns as to how you can get through to guys in this day and age. It's harder than ever, and I would say that, this is a pretty good real-life walking example of that.
Dan will have the leadoff show. It's a late one tonight. It's after the football game, so flip over for it. 10-10 first pitch. Mitch Keller against Jake Flaherty of the Dodgers. All right, Dan. Thank you.
Guys, appreciate it.
It's actually Jack Flaherty. Jake Flaherty's a guy that I went to college with.
Update on your Spencer Lee stuff from Vince DiAugustine, champion wrestler in his own right. One of Westmoreland County's finest scholastic athletes who went on to a great career at St. Vincent.
Congratulations on all his success.
Did Spencer Lee come close to winning, or was it pretty decisive? Not decisive at all. He was winning over half the match. I said, interesting. Pony is suggesting that the fix was in. Not at all.
I merely put it out there.
Not at all.
I wanted that to
nothing questionable.
Okay.
Says Vince.
Well, I'm happy to hear that.
Well, didn't Bob Labriola pioneer the asked and answered column? You asked if it was fixed. I answered it for you.
Your heart care matters. Trust the experts at UPMC. Get your heart screened today. Our Pony and Muller PM team unofficial pregame show starts next for Steelers and Texans. Don't go anywhere. Quick timeout, and we're right back on The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For tonight, expect partly cloudy skies and breezy conditions early. Skies will become clear and winds settle down tonight with a low of 60 degrees, west-northwest winds of 5 to 8 miles per hour. On Saturday, mostly sunny with a high of 79, west-northwest winds at around 10 miles per hour. I'm KDKA First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
Hey, fantasy football fans, do you want to be the owner who was doing a cram session the night before the draft? I didn't think so. You need to start your prep now. This is Faraz from Upper Hand Fantasy. Zach and I are here to get you ready for your fantasy football drafts with insights and advice. From sleepers to busts, we've got you covered and give it the upper hand on your friends. Today is the day to start getting ready for the draft, so join us and stay ahead of the competition. Follow and listen to Upper Hand Fantasy on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When you ask people here, what's the one thing that makes Diamonds Direct their favorite jeweler? For some, it's the unbeatable pricing we get through our direct importer. No middleman connections. The foundation of our business since day one. For others, it's the uncompromising quality. From hand-selected diamonds to handcrafted designer rings. Only the best of the best. Some people put selection at the top of their list, as Diamonds Direct offers up to 30 times the options you expect from a typical jewelry retailer. For some, it's our luxurious showroom with diamond experts who genuinely care about your experience and happiness, and who are empowered to do whatever it takes for you. Others rave about Diamonds Direct's unmatched warranties and guarantees that include free service for life and an extraordinary 110% diamond upgrade promise. But you know the most often answer we get when asking what makes Diamonds Direct stand out? It's not one thing. It's everything. Diamonds Direct. Value, luxury, choices, and confidence. Get directions, hours, and more at diamondsdirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Biana's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hi, this is Frank Walker, Frank Walker Law. Listen, if you have been arrested or injured in an accident, you may think you know what to do. You're going to talk to your friends, you're going to talk to your family. They're going to give you some bad advice. Here's my advice. Give us a call, 412-532-6805. Visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com. Don't make the mistake of thinking you could do it by yourself. 412-532-6805 or visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com.
You better call. You better call Frank Walker.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust. Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything, from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits. A $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-690-8974. That's 800-690-8974. 800-690-8974.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Okay, we are a little more than 3 hours away from kickoff at Acrisure Stadium. Football is back. The Steelers and Texans. Breaking news, Steelers outside linebacker Marcus Golden has retired.
Pretty abrupt there. Life comes at you fast, I guess?
Right after re-signing with the team.
4 sacks last year? I mean, I thought he looked like a pretty good player.
For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's the PM Team unofficial pregame show.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Talk about salacious. Wow.
It's time for the PM team's unofficial pregame show. In a few hours, the Black and Gold returns to the gridiron for the first time since last year's playoff loss in Buffalo. It's our first glimpse of what's in store for 2024.
Will Justin Fields make a push for the starting quarterback job?
Can rookie offensive linemen make a great first impression?
How does the new kickoff rule look?
What third-string player will Bob Pompian go nuts for? Later tonight, we'll have our answers. But first, it's time for Pony, Molsey, and Donnie football to get you ready. Starting right now.
Welcome in to our unofficial pregame show.
Do you tell Steve to say Molsey? Is that like a special direction? Like, we have to read copy for endorsement clients sometimes that has very special pronunciation keys. Did you somehow get Molsey out there to him?
Donnie, clip that. Just get that.
For Pony, Molsey, and Donnie. Chris Mueller!
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
No wonder I feel like Rodney Dangerfield getting no respect here.
Going to react to this Marcus Golden news in a second. But really, it's the return of football for the Steelers, seeing them for the first time. And we've turned over a new leaf, I think, as a fan base, as people that talk about this team and enjoy watching them play, even in games where the final scores don't count. And we see, what's Pompiani's term, future bartenders of America?
Yes.
In the second halves of these games. I'm going into this as a reformed man. I'm a new preseason viewer. I'm not the same as I was last year. Last year, I watched these games, and I read too much into them. And it made me think that Kenny Pickett was going to lead the Steelers to the promised land and become Ben Roethlisberger's rightful heir apparent. And
I
next
think you
great franchise quarterback
you suggested
in Steelers
he'd be
history.
better than almost because he would get MVP votes, have at least a borderline Hall of Fame career. Ben infamously never got an MVP vote.
I called him Joe Burrow 2.0 after watching him on this night 1 year ago, the return of preseason football. He was 6 of 7 for a touchdown in one drive. He went out there, he got it done. He came back to the sideline after throwing a touchdown pass to George Pickens, and Mike said, "We're going to give you the rest of the night off," because that was picture perfect.
Instead of Joe Burrow 2.0, though, he became Joe Burrow .0000002.
Mike, I don't know if this is true, but he might have said to him, "Kenny, that's the best drive I've seen since Ben went 88 yards against Arizona in the Super Bowl." It was just that good.
If you could have put a prop bet down on the Steelers will make the playoffs, who will be their starting quarterback for their playoff game, and bet Mason Rudolph after the first preseason game of the year,
you'd be rich.
Put $100 on that. What would you have gotten? Plus 50,000.
I don't know about that, but you would have made lots of money on that very small bet.
But you're a changed man now.
Yeah, are you?
Well, instead of putting too much stock in preseason, now with the Juju thing, you've put way too much stock in one game played against the Steelers last regular season. So I'm glad you've shifted your toxic behavior to something else.
Do you feel like you are looking at these games differently now because
No, because I never had to. All I said last year. No. We are not doing revisionist history here.
This is accurate history on my part.
All I said was it's still preseason, but he did all you could do.
Exactly.
In the context
you threw the butt in there.
In the context of preseason, he did all you could do to make you feel at ease with his play.
So now maybe the new Chris Miller would say it's just preseason, and you would end it right there. You would not even go into the but this was really, really good, and I am a little bit more excited and optimistic about him. You did put a preseason caveat or preseason
Fine,
disclaimer
I'll be caveat free. So when Justin Fields goes 5 plays, 80 yards for a touchdown on the first series of the game and hits George Pickens with a 40-yard bomb dropped right in the bucket, you're not going to get up on Twitter and just absolutely show your ass with a tweet? I think you will.
No,
I'm already chuckling.
I can already...
Because I can see the tweet now in all caps.
It's all caps.
Justin Fields is the future.
Fields, Pickens, QB1 to wide receiver 1. That's what it's going to say. Pittsburgh, and then it's going to say, Pittsburgh, do you believe it's Justin Fields' time?
No, it's not. I'm telling you right now, I'm not that guy anymore. You live and you learn. If you can't do that in life, That's what I want. That's what I want coaches and players to do. You make mistakes, you get better from them.
All caps. Just in time. Fields here to save Steelers.
I tweeted 4 hours ago, on this date last year, Kenny was 6-7 versus Bucks with a touchdown, nearly perfect. Serves as a reminder and an important lesson. Do not overreact to tonight. We won't get fooled again.
Who butchered
Cue
that?
up the who.
Who butchered that? George W. Bush, when he said, like, fool me once, shame on, fool me twice, we won't, and then he just did the song, basically. You're going to get fooled. You're going to do it.
No,
this is all part of a bit by you.
It's Chris. It's honestly not a bit. It's a real. It's now me doing. Thank you.
It's not a very good mea culpa because all it's done is make people more mad at you.
Why?
Because they just don't even want to remember how over the top you were about all this
I was
last
not.
year.
You see, that's revisionist history. Revisionist history is to say that I was the only person who watched the preseason last year and got more excited for Kenny Pickett and the Steelers offense.
You were driving the Pickett hype and optimism bus. It was a big bus. You didn't even have a license to operate a vehicle like that, and you were just driving that thing right off a cliff.
And you're now claiming I was the only one who was doing it, huh?
Well, everybody else was a passenger on the bus. You were the big guy. You were.
I mean, I was absolutely pumped up.
Yes,
but I think what Chris is saying here. We don't have the pull. We don't have the pull of.
We don't have the juice. You have twice as many followers as me.
So you can keep this song going, but so then
you have 2.5 times as many followers.
So
as
you're
me.
saying I'm the person that. I was the person who was the most over the top. How about our friend Peter Schrager?
If you're a Steelers fan, you might have gone into last season like, I don't know, 20th overall pick. Is he truly the future? And then he finishes the season really good, and you're like, all right, I think we got a guy. And then you come into this year, and you have this preseason, you're like, we got our guy. Like, I feel like that's
we got our guy
with Pickett. Then they get Pickens in the second round after a lot of different wide receivers. I think the Steelers have won, and I can't wait to see them play.
And it wasn't just that.
The number one breakout player in the NFL for the 2023 season. Kenny Pickett. I'm going Kenny Pickett. Wow. I'm going quarterback, Pittsburgh Steelers. I think Kenny Pickett is going to have the season where we're like, oh snap, 19 teams passed on Kenny Pickett.
There you go.
Believe
so let's
it or
not just put me in this little, it was only Pony who got fooled.
I did defend Pony the other night when I was
Peter
talking
Schrager
about...
is a professional talk-out-his-ass guy.
Oh, well, do you think that this guy who is revered by Pitt fans and NFL insiders around the world, people that look at him as an NFL analyst he did the Steelers-Ravens Week 18 game last year. I'm talking about Louis Riddick.
Exactly what you expect Kenny to do. Again, talk about football character, personal character. Is there a better person than Kenny Pickett? You tell me. He will advance cerebrally, mentally, because that's what happens from year one to year two when you're able to back off, kind of break down your game, break down the opponent's game, and kind of understand how you fit into your own offense and how you can get better. He's done that. Physically, he's maturing still. The team's gotten better around him. You've seen how George Pickens looks. George Pickens is going to go to the Pro Bowl this year. George Pickens may be a first-team All-Pro. And that's not even talking about how good Deontay Johnson is, Pat Freiermuth is, Najee Harris is. I mean, they've got studs everywhere. But Kenny is that guy who stands up straight, square-shouldered, looks people in the eye, and the team respects him. They respected him from day one. Mike talks about that. You guys talk to Mike Tomlin. Ask Mike what he thinks of Kenny Pickett. He loves him. Kenny's going to shut a lot of people up this year. He said that he's just a good college quarterback who wears 2 gloves, can't push the ball down the field, all that BS. I'm going to have fun with this one on social media, believe me.
I don't think Lewis has fun on social media.
Wouldn't call it great.
I don't think Lewis.
I'm reformed on this, Chris.
I feel like Lewis would come after me and just call me a clown and a nobody. Which, I mean, if the shoe fits.
Oh wait, but there's more. Ryan Clark.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, right? Being at practice and hearing the way this team is rallying around Kenny Pickett, all of the great things that's being said about his leadership, about his ability to work, about his ability to assess his play and then move forward with an understanding of how to get better, that ain't got nothing to do with dropping dimes. That has nothing to do with being able to step up in the pocket, throw in between the numbers, which is something we didn't see him do well last year. And even though it was against the twos of the Atlanta Falcons, early on in that same drive, drive where George Pickens makes the great catch down the field. Deontay Johnson has one to the opposite side of the field. And then it's Jalen Carter. It's Najee Harris, right? You draft a nose grader in the first round to give you sort of that Marquise Pouncey feel to this offensive line. The Pittsburgh Steelers are getting back to who the Pittsburgh Steelers used to be. And Kenny Pickett is showing why he was drafted 20th overall. And here's another thing we have to remember. When we speak about Joe Burrow and his maturity, a lot of times we forget how old Joe Burrow was when he became the starter of the Cincinnati Bengals. Kenny Pickett is much the same. He played a ton of football as a Pitt Panther. He was a guy that was extremely successful. He isn't one of these players who has to get acclimated to the position. This team is going to be the dark horse team when it comes to playoff contenders in the AFC, and I believe that they're going to be hell the entire season, and it starts with the confidence they have now in their young second-year quarterback.
They were hell.
Yeah, I will say this. Kenny Pickett is 20.
Okay, and that was something that Mike Greenberg tried to say there at the end. Yes,
I feel bad for Ryan there. Here's Pony.
So let's stop blaming me or stop saying that I was the ringleader of this when people that are not even in Pittsburgh with much bigger reaches than me were saying
Schrager doesn't have. Well, Schrager does have.
We're saying he's on Good Morning Football. They were saying equally audacious things about Kenny Pickett.
The praise was effusive, but you know what? That hasn't stopped me. By the way, oh no, you don't have as many followers as Riddick. Wow, he has a ton. Let's get a 3-pack. He had a 3-pack of audio samples for us there, Donnie. I have a 3-pack of Pony's tweets from Pickett about Pickett from last year. You ready? Let's go in chronological order. This one must have been a birthday present to me, March 15th, a mere few days after my birthday. Steelers fans should count their blessings that Kenny Pickett is in town. Instead of selling your soul for Aaron Rodgers or talking yourself into the inaccurate Will Levis, you have a total badass, a guy that won 2 games late in the year with sheer will.
Yes.
August 25th, 2023. My Kenny Pickett takes from more than a year ago are now being regurgitated by many in local and national media. And guess what? I love it. I saw greatness and wasn't shy about saying it. This is an inclusive club. I welcome anyone and everyone. Get on board.
Yep.
September 10th, 2023. Kenny Pickett season predictions. 28 passing touchdowns. 7 rushing touchdowns. 4,100 passing yards, 8 interceptions, 14 wins, MVP votes, trip to Vegas for Super Bowl, 58?
And that's why I'm looking at tonight's game in a completely different way.
Hold on, my favorite one, though, because that last one's September.
You need a fourth here?
That last one's September 10th. September 21st, 2023. Pickett, the odds-on favorite to be the first quarterback benched? Seriously? And it's a get-go ad. You're going through the car wash.
You know, you guys, fine. If you want to continue to overreact to preseason and not learn your lesson and laugh, go ahead.
Mercy.
I'm going to be watching this game totally differently tonight.
With your pants on this time.
Marcus Golden retired a few minutes ago. I'm going to try to bring order to this.
Unreal. Unbelievable.
What?
You just walked right through that one. You know you wanted to fire off a rebuttal.
I'm a new man. I can't stress that enough here.
All right, you're a new man. I am surprised by this Marcus Golden thing because he didn't practice the last 2 days, fine, but man, it comes at you quick as far as you decide what you just can't or don't want to go through what it takes to do this anymore. In his case. And you know what the immediate offshoot question has to be, right?
Go ahead.
What happens, well, like pedigree-wise, what happens with DeMarvin Leal now?
I think he moves to outside linebacker.
Like
that's where he practiced the last couple of days.
He becomes like a big Lamar Woodley type. He's taller than
really
Woodley.
Big.
I mean, Woodley played at the end at like 280 probably.
Yeah, but he wasn't good at the end. That was the problem.
But Leal carries, what is he, 275, and he's about 6'3", 6'4", I think. Woodley was like in his prime about 6'2", 265, 260. He played somewhere in that range. Leal 6'3", 6'4", 275, even 6'5", 275. That makes a little more sense. It's a big rush linebacker like that, but he hasn't gotten it done on the line. I'd like to see somebody with his basic physical skills be given a try to just beat somebody one-on-one like that out there. That's what I want to see happen out of this.
I feel like Nick Herbig, if given the chance, is ready for a big year, but he's blocked by the best edge rushing tandem in the entire league. So I didn't think they needed to bring Golden back. I thought it was kind of a luxury signing when it happened. I actually thought it might mean that Alex Highsmith was getting traded, but you very accurately and intelligently pointed out that Highsmith's contract got restructured in a way where there's so much dead money there that you really couldn't trade him.
Mm-hmm.
What continues to bother me about the one complaint I have about Watt as a player and Highsmith as a player is that I feel like they come off the field too much.
Watt particularly, given you know how good he is.
So that's why Golden, as a backup, say, has more value, would have had more value to the Steelers than like whoever's backing up Myles Garrett in Cleveland. But the Leal thing they drafted him so high in the third round because they thought he was a great athlete for his size, and we just haven't seen it. And it just seems like a lot of square peg, round hole, or round peg, square hole, however the hell that thing works. They're going to now try. It's like
it reflects poorly on them because they felt like they could turn a tweener into a guy who had a definitive NFL position and a weapon, and so far it's been the complete opposite, I would say. Don't you think they felt like we will figure him out and we will find how to use this guy best?
Your third round picks, in my opinion, should eventually turn into good starters. That's what Alex Highsmith is. He's a very good starter, but he was a third round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Leal was a third round pick. This is now year 3 for him. He should be a guy who's good enough to start. He's not even close.
No, you would settle for him finding a position he can handle and starting to become like a decent backup, I think, this year. Do you hear what he was asked if it was now or never time? Did you hear what he said? I don't know about never, but it's definitely now for me. Boy, those are big words.
Ominous words, maybe. A harbinger of big things to come, you think? No, I do not. But
I mean, they could use a guy like him just breaking out as a defensive weapon for them.
I mean, I would think tonight it'll be Herbig on one side and Leal on the other. I wouldn't anticipate them playing Highsmith or Watt at all, would you? Tomlin might
definitely not Watt.
Tomlin might have addressed. Oh, he did?
Neither guy's playing.
Okay. Did he go through the list?
It was out there yesterday.
Yeah, there's 7 guys not playing. It's Highsmith, Watt, Hayward, Fitzpatrick, then
Wilson.
No Wilson, no Sayamalu, no Patrick Queen.
So who is
those are the official ones?
So who is the best player on the Steelers who's expected to play tonight who hasn't been already ruled out by Mike?
PZ Jr. or Pickens?
I was going to say Pickens. Plus
Harris and Warren haven't been actually ruled out, have they?
No.
But I would bet Harris ends up being one of those.
Did you say Freiermuth?
He hasn't been ruled out either.
I bet you Harris doesn't play, right? It'll be just maybe not even
I wouldn't.
I'd prefer none of those guys touch the football.
Well, I know that, but you're saying why wouldn't he play? We've seen him.
Well, didn't they learn their lesson with him?
I hope so.
That's what I mean. Like, they saw him get
Donnie,
hurt
look it
during
up, the Tampa Bay game last year, the first preseason game. Give me a stat line on Najee. We know Pickens caught a touchdown pass from Kenny. He played. Did Tomlin give Najee and Jalen Warren very little reps in that game against Tampa? Or
he might have watched the first Pickett play and then seeing, hey, we don't need you. Kenny is cooking so much. You can just chill. I think the one about your get on board, this is an inclusive bandwagon, everybody and anybody welcome. I think that's my favorite one of the bunch.
Why wouldn't people like that kind of thought from a talk show host? I'm not trying to polarize people. We get accused of polarizing and trying to divide people all the time.
Somebody did that yesterday when they made fun of me and said, they talked about my lack of hair.
Yeah.
Our boss heard that and said I was trying to be a uniter, not a divider.
Harris did play. He did not run the ball. He had 1 reception for -1 yard.
Leal instantly with this news, just knowing how they're thin again now at that position as far as proven talent. They've got their 2 starters in Herbig. Honestly, that vaults Leal up into, like, we did our top 5 guys we're interested to see in this game yesterday. We did a little impromptu power ranking. Leal probably comes in at the honorable mention level now for me.
Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. It is our PM team, unofficial pregame show for Steelers and Texans. You will hear the Steelers explain to us what the hell this new football kickoff rule is when we come back, and we'll tell you if that makes sense to us. We're live here until 6. Let's get Donnie Headline in. We're right back on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines. Picks. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Dodgers tonight, 10:10, first pitch out in L.A. Our coverage on the Fan begins just after 9 o'clock, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey, thanks, Donnie. I want to tell everybody about the Bath Authority. And really, if you've got a really bad-looking bathtub or shower, something that's an eyesore, something that's frustrated you for months, maybe years, actually, at this point, there's hope. There's a group of people who can help you, and they want to help you. That's the Bath Authority. You got to call them if you've got a rough-looking, an outdated, an old, a broken tile-filled bathtub or shower. Call my friends over at the Bath Authority. They're going to get you fixed up right, and they're going to take care of you on the way, too, with great customer service. That's another huge thing with the Bath Authority is the customer experience, top-notch all the way. They've got this exclusive high-tech polymer liner in their tubs and showers that's going to make them easy to clean, low maintenance. They'll last for decades, and they back it up, does the Bath Authority, with a lifetime warranty. Every unit at the Bath Authority, custom built, so you're picking the accents and you're picking the safety features like grab bars, shower seats, whatever you might need. Plus, all Bath Authority products, 100% made in the USA. Call today, 412-249-1140, and get free installation on your new shower or bath, plus 36 months of interest-free financing. TheBathAuthority.com, a better bath awaits.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One-Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I mentioned earlier that the Troll game is so on point for Joel Embiid and KD right now. I don't know, though, that I can say the same thing for USA Basketball's X account, however. They actually posted this, quote, "We don't play for bronze." Everybody is in such a rush to go viral and to get their clicks. Even KD would tell you that is lame and cornball. I'm Jim Rome.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Another black and gold season is upon us. This season, celebrate in style with the Coach T Collection, a collection of Coach Tomlin's famous sayings on a t-shirt. Get the training camp special by using code FAN at checkout to get 15% off your entire Coach T order. Go to kayatomlin.us.
The world is coming to Washington County for the Princescape Pony League World Series, August 9th through 14th at Lou Hayes Pony Field in Washington Park. Join in the tradition of our national pastime and see the world's top youth baseball players compete on the field where it all began. Bring your family and friends for a week of incredible plays, home runs, and unforgettable moments. The Princescape Pony League World Series, August 9th through 14th in Washington, Pennsylvania. Plan your trip today at GoWashCo.com.
Partly cloudy tonight, the low 62.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
How do you weigh the fact that
Frazier is a rookie, but also at the same time Herbig is kind of learning, specifying a new position at center himself?
Herbig's got experience at the position. I wouldn't say that it's new to him. He's done it in the NFL. He's got starter experience at the position on other teams in the NFL, and so I don't know how I would describe him as inexperienced in it.
I hadn't heard that before. That was Tomlin, I think, making it sound like it's not really two guys starting from the same place for the center competition. Nate Herbig and Zach Frazier. Herbig will likely start. Frazier will come in and play, I would think, a bunch of tonight's game. One of the rookie players that Steelers fans are excited about seeing for the first time in uniform in a game. Say goodbye to all your gutter problems with Gutter Helmet. Book a free estimate at gutterhelmet.com. We are counting you down to kickoff, Steelers and Texans. Do we have a line on this game, Donnie? You can bet these things. FanDuel has lines. They don't offer up props. I wish they did. Like, give me a Kyle Allen passing prop tonight. Give me a LaMichael Pirine rushing yard prop. Give me a Scotty Miller
1-800-GAMBLER
receiver prop.
Looks like Houston -2.5.
Okay. C.J. Stroud expected to play. How about that?
I don't know if
That's a season ender if DeMarvin Leal rolls up on him.
Man, I don't love that. And I think Ryans is a very good head coach who's only going to get better. But I'm not a fan of that at all if I'm a Texans fan.
Next hour, PM team Steelers Texans White Hot Takes.
It's time for the PM team Pittsburgh Houston White Hot Takes.
Ooh, listen to how hot that grill is, man. That one got put together quickly. I think I requested something to that effect earlier today.
Those takes were sizzling.
Molar.
And they will be. At 5:30. Do we have that, Donnie? Yeah. Do we have the Steve Wilson gap?
Am I wrong to get mad about that or no?
Go to hell, Mulsey.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
The Steelers just posted this to their Twitter account for fans who are going to watch football for the first time since last year's Super Bowl, and that's most people. I don't think a big share of our audience watched the Hall of Fame game or watched Panthers and Patriots on NFL Network last night.
I did not.
Scott Zolak doing play-by-play.
Ringgold High.
Yeah. His dad was the coach there and athletic director. Did you know that?
I think I knew he was, one or the other. I didn't know if he was both.
Very smug, Scott Zolak. Well, I know he's one of us, but he's gone to Boston, and now I think he's very punchable.
Well, I kind of figured that that's what you were getting at.
Yeah.
Because I have remembered a lot of people saying that. But now as I say that out loud, I believe he's another Awaken 180 success story, so I think he's a great guy.
So I see Scott Zolak, and I just want to go, BAM!
But there's a lot of muscle there where there might have been flab before.
The physical training of me? You're saying with me?
For him, he lost all that weight.
So, yeah, now he's upped his game and I've upped my game, too.
In different ways. But he, being an NFL quarterback once upon a time, might have you beat. I heard you, tough day at the gym, though, today.
It was not my best.
Now, you got to
But I'm getting
shower
better because
well.
I fought through it, exactly.
Push through the pain. Mike Tomlin, by the way, pounding the table for the idea that Nate Herbig's got a ton of center experience. Really?
No, he doesn't.
What are we talking about here, Mike?
Do you have his
stats pulled up? I was looking up on PFF while you were talking there. 2 snaps at center in 2020. 2. Mm-hmm. How many do you think he had in 2021?
0.
He had 47.
Okay.
47 snaps at center. 2022, so we're at 49 cumulatively. Just stay with me.
Yep.
0 the next year. Last year, 0 snaps at center. He doesn't even have 50 snaps in regular season games in his entire career at center.
Yeah, Mike doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, I think he knows exactly how many snaps Herbig has had. I think he's just trying to create veteran rookie dynamic here.
This is Max Starks describing the new NFL kickoff rule for those of you who haven't seen it and will see it for the first time tonight.
The kicker will still kick off from his own 35, but his teammates will now line up on the opponent's 40, which is 25 yards ahead of where they lined up in past years. And they cannot move downfield until the ball is either touched by the opponent or hits the ground. The receiving team must line up at least 9 players between the 30 and 35-yard line in what's being called the setup zone. And they're allowed a maximum of 2 players inside the landing zone, which is between the goal line and the 20. If a kickoff hits short of the landing zone, the receiving team automatically starts at their own 40-yard line. If it lands inside the landing zone and goes through the end zone, the drive starts at the 20. Any kick that is downed in or lands in the end zone and goes through results in a touchback to the 30-yard line. If a kickoff goes out of bounds, the receiving team takes possession on its 40-yard line. Finally, onside kicks are only permitted in the fourth quarter.
All right, Max Starks. Also,
sorry,
no
I
more,
just lost a bunch of that in the middle. Like I just
no more
zoned
fair
out.
catches.
Which ones get the ball back at the 20 for a touchback if the kick is all the way through the end zone?
No, if the ball is kicked through the end zone,
it's the 30.
Then it's the 30.
What was the 20 situation?
If the ball lands, if it's kicked off, and let's say the ball lands at the 2-yard line and then rolls into the end zone and it's covered up, then you'd get it back at the 20.
Incentivizing the return there. You got to return it.
Yep.
See, I have said this from the start. I am actually not in the group of people saying that they've ruined this or that they've screwed this up. They have, but not in the way people think. They have just attached too many rules and caveats to it to try to differentiate it from the original thing they were stealing from the XFL. No. This is our idea. It's got this little tweak. Why is there? Did the XFL have a setup zone, or did they all line up 5 yards apart? And
Where is the setup zone?
Between the 30 and 35.
You were listening to that. Where is the? Where are the kickoff team's 10 players lined up?
The 40.
Okay.
25 yards ahead of where they were last year.
Good job. What is the landing zone?
This is the goal line to the 20.
Okay, so you were listening. You were listening pretty good.
But why do you need a land? Just have the return team be set up 5 yards away and go. Why is there a setup zone? Can they have it staggered where half the guys are set up on the 35 and half of them are set up on the 30?
I think they want them so close together so there's less risk for injury.
No, I understand that. So why are they giving them the option to be an extra 5 yards back? Why wouldn't you just have them set 5 yards apart?
So at the 35 and 40 instead of...
Or they think like that's unfair to the return team. They need a little extra time to set up their blocks.
So those 9 guys then, like, they get to stagger it, or they have to pick
That's
a
what
yard
I was
line?
just asking. Could 5 of them be on the 35 and the other 4 be on the 30?
Donnie, do you know the answer to that question?
Could they be?
Do all 9 guys have to be at like a certain yard line from the 30 to the 35, or
could
can
it
you
alternate?
space them out?
Could it be a guy at the 35, next guy at the 30, back to the 35, and you go in a zigzag pattern? I'm asking this seriously and not to be a jackass.
So am I.
Like, I have no idea if you're allowed to do anything.
I never even really thought of that.
Danny's been chewing gum hard at work figuring all this stuff out.
I think we're going to get to a point this season, and it might even be week 1, where teams just say, the hell with it. We're going to kick the ball through the end zone, and you're going to go 70 yards every drive.
What would be the way that so Belichick, when he was coaching, would have always been the guy to try to exploit this? I guess what would it have been? Try to kick a ball far enough away from the return man, but if they have 2 guys back there, it's hard to do that it bounces into the end zone in such a way that they just feel better smothering it. But that's such a narrow, like that's almost impossible.
I also heard the idea, I forget where. Maybe it was Jeff that brought it up. I feel like somebody brought it up after one day at practice, just having a position player that can kick the football a decent distance so you don't like waste having a kicker out there.
Can you fair catch these or no?
No.
Okay.
So Donnie's point is that Jeff brought up apparently is if you have a good athlete who can kick it,
like Ocho Cinco,
that way the last line of defense is not
athlete.
A kicker, it's actually someone who's a football
wouldn't it
player.
Be somebody who ideally is an off or a defensive player? Because we've seen Gronk be the last line of defense on a Hail Mary, and that worked horribly. You wouldn't want to risk like a wide receiver.
Yeah, I would think like a Minka Fitzpatrick.
Well, Justin Reed, we know, remember Justin Reed would kick some?
Yeah, he has.
Justin Reed would be like an example of this. But again, isn't he a starter quality guy? Who's he
for Houston now?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe we'll see him do it tonight. That would be pretty wild.
But nobody's going to risk, even though the play is supposed to be a lot safer. I don't think anyone's really going to risk until they have to.
If you had to take a guess on the Steelers roster who the best defensive player is,
who could also
kick, who would it be for you?
Minka's up there, but I would think Peasy probably.
All because of the celebration?
Yeah.
The kick celebration?
Or, I mean, then TJ Watt gets that high knee up there.
I'm going to shock you. I'm going to go Benton.
Is he in Ndamukong Suh or something?
I just think the guy he's a wrestler, football player. I think he can do it all.
Wouldn't we have already heard somebody say at practice, like, word leaks out, DeMarvin Leal?
Actually, I'm taking that back. Pretend I never said it. Highsmith. Baseball player,
Pickleball.
fantastic hand-eye coordination. Exactly.
You kick with your feet.
I know.
Hand-eye.
Foot-eye. Has anyone ever said that before?
No, you're a first. What if they had used Kenny for this last year, if it had existed? They found out Kenny was just terrific on kickoffs.
Well, you're allowed to have a 12th guy out there. Someone is allowed to be back there to hold the ball in the tee in windy conditions and then run off the field. With Kenny's dainty hands, he would have been great at that.
Just pick up that tee, scoop that bad boy up. And
Well,
get
I'm
it
saying
out of
just,
there.
his fingers when he puts it on the ball.
Oh, very delicate. There's still a lot of surface area to kick while missing his fingers.
Correct.
But the wind might have been too strong and would have blown the ball off the tee anyway.
I didn't think about that.
I'm holding it for all I can, Coach.
He's playing tonight.
He's going to be
Eagles
the
and
Kyle
Ravens.
Allen of that game, potentially. He's fighting for his backup life right now.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Donnie's spin on tonight's preseason game is next in the debrief, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Steelers and Texans preseason opener for the Steelers tonight at 7 at Acrisure Stadium. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Would you like to feel better than you did in your 20s? Why not get in touch with Regenesis today? Free physician consult and free blood work from those guys. Now, why would you want to feel better? Because you're trying to maybe get better, do things that shouldn't make you feel better about yourself in terms of maybe working out, exercise, lifting weights, eating better, and you're not seeing results. Well, that's where Regenesis comes in with that free physician consult and free blood work to see what's going on. 724-510-0024, freebloodwork.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey Pittsburgh homeowners, to build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now through August 11th, get our best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes, because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than wet paper towels on kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool has been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller, Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
That music means it is football time. The Donnie Football Debrief, and it comes your way 2.5 hours before kickoff. Steelers and Texans on our PM Team unofficial pregame show. Donnie?
The Debrief, August 9, 2024.
And by the way, it comes your way at 4:30. Time to start your weekend off right with Archie's Famous Wings. You love Archie.
Yes. So there is not much you can wager on in this game. They don't really have any player props available, which I think is probably a smart move in the preseason, because if you get caught up there, you're probably in some sort of bad way. So it's really just...
Wait a minute. What do you mean by that? Like, if I'm betting on the over-under Quez Watkins catches, I need to re-examine my life?
Probably, yes. They're playing a relatively meaningless football game.
I agree with you on that.
No, you don't. I can hear it in your voice. You don't.
Well, that's because I go back to my friend Danny Parkin's take on this. Anything you feel like you have an edge on, you should bet. And if you had like knowledge from Jeff being at practice and being around the team that this guy would play more than the experts thought or think, then you should bet it.
Now, would you feel like in Danny's betting career that approach has ultimately yielded?
No, I do not think it's worked. I think he
loses more than he wins.
I think he has a hard time practicing what he preaches.
Has he profited off this approach? You would say no.
Maybe once in a blue moon.
It just sounds good.
But I think the reason why they don't post the player props is because of exactly what I'm talking about. Like, it's just hard to, if you're a sports book, you really have to work extra hard to figure out how much these coaches are going to play the Scribinos and is it worth it? And if somebody's been around the team, they might be able to take advantage of that and, take the casino to the cleaners.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I do like your logic that in preseason games, if you're going to just bet the game, like bet a straight-up winner or use the spread, just look at the backup quarterback situation on both sides.
That is one of my tenets of betting the preseason.
I mean, I do think Houston, you got our guy Mills Davis, R.I.P. John Clayton, and you also have Case Keenum in there.
And you have C.J. Stroud, who's going to play at the beginning of the game.
Yes, which could be 2 touchdown drives. It could be 2 3-and-outs. Who knows?
And they also have a game under their belts.
Yes.
They've shaken the rust off. So now you're talking me into possibly betting the Texans.
The Steelers also have that preseason streak going. They're like the Ravens.
What is it now?
I don't even know. I just know that they haven't lost in like 3 years. 2 or 3 years in the preseason.
So much to consider for a preseason game.
A lot at stake.
How excited would you say, Donnie, on a 1 to 10 scale you are for the return of football, albeit preseason?
8.5, 9.
I said 9.5.
You guys are incredible.
And it doesn't feel like I'm as excited as I was last season.
Yes.
Oh, last season you guys were both at an absolute fever pitch.
I mean, that was like an 11 or 12.
No, I'm
Donnie's learned. He's lowered his meter down to an 8.5.
I'm probably going to cut the grass while this game is at least going on at the start. And I'll just catch it on DVR.
No, you better get it in, Malsey, because apparently that the remnants of Debbie's coming
She's
through.
already passed us.
Little Debbie.
She was hitting where where you're from, your stomping grounds, Westmoreland, your Indiana counties, your Blair counties, your Somerset counties.
Yeah, we haven't gotten an alert today, so that's been
No,
nice.
Little Debbie's already passed.
Okay, so last year we know they went 3-0, and Kenny was 5 for 5 for scoring drives, 5 drives, 5
Listen to
touchdowns.
how wistful he's getting right now.
And
it's like remembering a past relationship.
2022, we have 3-0 again. Seattle, Jacksonville, Detroit.
Oh, Kenny with that big gutsy throw to Freiermuth in Jacksonville.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Filled with
right
guts.
Right down the seam.
Took a big pop when he threw it. Oof, guts.
And he brought him back in that Seattle game. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
That was tremendous.
Oh my
I was in New Orleans for my 5th wedding anniversary, and I said, we got to go to a bar that has Seahawks-Steelers preseason.
Pretty much a miracle you've made it to a 6th and
That's
subsequent.
a true story.
I know.
And then we went to Pat O'Brien's and drank Hurricanes to celebrate. Well, at least I did.
Ooh, I remember, was it your wedding? I got after the Hurricanes pretty good at Pat O'Brien's.
2021. They went 3-1. They won the Hall of Fame game. They beat Philly. They beat Dallas, and then
disaster
a rivalry
struck.
as old as time.
Panthers-Steelers.
Panthers-Steelers. I missed the Steelers and Panthers in the preseason.
Oh, that was always number 4.
Throw away the record books.
You really got those down the liners because they knew that was last chance saloon.
That was Grove
so
City.
You had Pomp just giving it. He's putting everybody over.
R.J. Bowers of Grove City.
That is so true.
Who was the kid they had from Shippensburg who was trying to make the team
Somebody's going to make this roster based on tonight. Who is going to make that great last impression?
Who will be this year's Stephon Logan?
Oh, Stephon Logan. What an era that was. Yep, I mean, Pomp, he was like a jobber from the 80s just putting guys over. He was like S.D. Jones at WrestleMania.
Man, the Steelers got walloped in that game, 34-9.
Pop was the guy already in the ring, and the guy's wearing plain blue trunks and boots. You know he's getting squashed in 2 minutes.
That's right. That was, remember Haskins started? Then it was like a chance for him to see what he looked like with not really the first-team offense, but with some better guys. The Panthers played Darnold in that game. He was 19-25 for 2 touchdowns. The guy otherwise sucks. Every time he plays against a Pittsburgh team, I come away impressed.
Yeah.
Penn State in the Rose Bowl, the Jets game with Duck at quarterback, the Carolina game you were at. I thought Darnold played his ass off, even though they lost. Would you agree?
Yeah, he played a pretty good game.
So, yeah, that's the last time the Steelers lost.
Would you really say Penn
game.
State's a Pittsburgh team? I guess kind of, yeah.
We have beat writers at each paper. When they play, they get mentioned in headlines.
No, I know.
Austin Bechtold also covers them somehow and was at Penn State Media Day.
Little Joe Smeltzer covers them, too.
Yeah.
Wait,
Anything
Austin
else?
was at Media Day?
He was.
Man, that kid is everywhere now. You can't escape him.
I also had another thought going into tonight, but I just feel like the offensive player, if you had to pick an offensive and defensive player, just one guy you're most excited for, the offensive guy, is it anybody besides Justin Fields?
Fautanu. I want to see how he looks. First time going against somebody wearing an opposite uniform trying to get past him. I've heard good things about how he's done in camp so far against Watt, for example. But I want to see him when it's really happening.
My defensive pick is Peyton Wilson.
I think that's I feel like that's everybody. Starky was all over that.
Beanie Bishop is another one.
Beanie for the curiosity factor because it's just unheard of for an undrafted rookie free agent to start for this team.
I am curious to see how much that fullback plays. Jack Coletto. And if he lays waste to somebody, you want to talk about getting Pomp out of his seat. This guy, Jack Coletto. He ain't afraid to hit somebody. He'll run somebody over for a job.
I thought that was Dan Kreider.
Charlie, they say the fullback position is dead. Jack Coletto performing CPR, bringing it back to life.
And are we going to get Pomp doing the reads for like the weirdest CW shows of all time? Remember that?
KDKA Plus now.
Here's what we can do. Jack Coletto, he's single-handedly bringing the fullback position back to life. And coming up this fall on KDKA Plus, he's a former NFL player turned doctor. Check out, just whatever.
We got Vampire Diaries Season 8.
That's the one I always remember.
Jack Coletto's first NFL game, which reminds me, a new season of Jane the Virgin starts up this fall. On KDKA Plus.
Jack Coletto mowing them down in Houston, leaving bodies in his wake. Coming to KDKA Plus, CSI, Houston. The gang, starring Jimmy Smits.
Calvin Austin, listed at only 5'8". Coming August 12th, Smallville. To KDKA. I mean, the CW.
Juju Smith-Schuster, he's been picked up by the Steelers. They owe him $7 million in New England. The Steelers paying him barely north of $1 million. He's had a lot of surgeries. Juju Smith-Schuster, much like coming to KDKA Plus, the reboot, the $6 million man.
The CW really had some wacky shows that he used to have to do reads for.
The vampire ones were always the funniest. Like, it was always some sort of supernatural garbage starring actors and actresses you'd never heard of. His contempt for them underneath, like, the enthusiastic presentation was just unbelievable.
And Bob had to,
he had to give it some, gusto.
Bob had to sell it like MASH was coming back for its final season. He had to
sell it like Hogan hit him for the leg drop, yeah. You could always tell, too, he was such a pro about it. He put everything he had into it, and you could hear in his voice, if you knew what to listen for, that he would never one time in his life watch a second of those shows.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. For tonight's game, 62 and clear, so it doesn't look like we'll have any rain in the forecast. Continue our preview of tonight's game. PM Team unofficial pregame show for Steelers and Texans. Here until 6, and then do we know who takes over pregame coverage from there? At 6?
Well, Josh Roundtree.
Josh Roundtree will. A guy that was in the mix for the Steelers play-by-play job. Will you think the devastation of not getting that job will seep into his coverage tonight?
Are you asking if I think there will be some bitterness, some palpable bitterness in Josh's voice? No.
I'd love for him to just disagree with everything they're doing just because he feels like that should be his job.
Something, by the way, I never thought I would see, but I see the picture posted on Twitter. A fan with a Kenny Pickett jersey has it duct taped over with the name Maddox on the back.
I don't know what to do with my Kenny jersey.
Gabe's?
Do they have
Goodwill?
Do they have an exchange program?
Oh, man.
I think they should. Bring in a Kenny jersey, get a Fields or Wilson. Or get a throwback. Get a Bradshaw.
I think that store that City Limits worked at did something like that early in the offseason. I also think Permanis did some sort of exchange.
What's that store called? It's got a strange name.
Definitely You.
That's right.
Should I text Austin and say, hey,
will Definitely You take a very gently used Kenny Pickett?
Can I trade my Pickett jersey in for a Bradshaw?
You should only be able to get like a sleeve of the Bradshaw jersey for the Pickett.
I was going to say they charge him even more for the Bradshaw than what it originally was.
We're taking this back. It's like the old Harold Ramirez and Reese McGuire getting thrown into the deal. You want us to hold this thing for you and keep it. You got to throw in extra.
Chris Hope gives his pregame thoughts as well next hour. Don't go anywhere. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment as our unofficial pregame show comes right back.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Summer's just getting started, so fill your cooler with the smooth and refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. It tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. And with a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is perfect for the beach, the lake, or wherever you're hanging out and day drinking with your friends. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
It's water heater month at Stahl with special pricing, extended warranties, and more. Plus, on the day of install, save 15% off labor for additional plumbing or HVAC services. Call 412-GO-STAHL or visit stahlplumbing.com for service today.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the Fan.
Transform your business internet with Armstrong Business Solutions. Our advanced 10G fiber optic network gives you the ability to experience lightning-fast upload and download speeds with unlimited data. But that's not all. Wireless internet backup combats network disruptions, and Business Pro Wi-Fi helps monitor and manage your network from anywhere. Get your business up to speed with connectivity that works for you from Armstrong Business Solutions. Go to ArmstrongOneWire.com/business.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchguard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone. Enjoy an unforgettable day at the world's best children's park with over 40 unique family-size rides and attractions. Make it a splash-tastic summer with Soak Zone slides, wave pool, and lazy river. The excitement goes all year with a full season of special events like Neighbor Days and Halloween this fall. Get rides and slides for one low price. Find the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's wrong? My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
As America's largest injury firm, we have advantages few others do. Our results and reputation are well known to the other side, and we have a track record of going toe-to-toe with them and winning big. But what does that mean for you? What does that mean for your case? I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One of the things we're most proud about is that we set up our firm so that your case gets lots of attention from a lot of people. Our technology and army of lawyers give us insight and oversight into every detail and every moment of your case. Paralegals, legal assistants, investigators, buildings with boxes of evidence. Every resource carefully designed to get you the most possible. And at Morgan & Morgan, we even have a dedicated team to make sure that your calls are returned that very same day. Injured? Dial pound law. That's pound 529. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official personal injury lawyers of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
In a world of slot reels and blackjack deals, comes the must-play event of the summer from DraftKings Casino. Don't miss out on the hype, featuring nonstop action all summer long and an all-star cast of games, including A-lister Loki's Luck. This summer blockbuster is one you won't want to miss. Plus, new players can get $100 instantly in casino credits with just a $1 wager. And all players get a blockbuster bonus every week. So sign up with code THEFAN and grab your popcorn. That's promo code THEFAN. It's showtime on DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and other restrictions apply. New customers only. $1 wager to earn $100 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/blockbuster.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
All right, looking at our major roadways, we're seeing some heavy backup on both decks of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. I'm also seeing some heavy congestion as you make your way through the city on Crosstown Boulevard. With traffic, I'm Samantha McGill.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right, we are a little more than 2 hours away from kickoff. The Steelers and Texans. First preseason game, first exhibition game for the Steelers. Justin Fields will start in this one. We will see rookies like Zach Frazier and Troy Fautanu on the offensive line. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more unofficial pregame show with Pony and Muller.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
At the 50-minute mark, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Maybe your heart can't take more Brandon Aiyuk fodder. Your heart care matters. Trust the experts at UPMC. Get your heart screened today. Moments ago, we had a flurry of tweets from Tom Pelissero, Mike Garafolo, Jordan Schultz, and they're all saying that the Niners are now re-engaged with Brandon Aiyuk on contract extension talks. Now, just a few days ago, they said that it was more likely Aiyuk got traded than re-signed there. All the local insiders in San Francisco have said that the Niners had made their best offer to Aiyuk, which was $26 million a year, which is way below the Patriots' offer, which we know to be $32 million a year. And that's below what the Steelers offered. So is San Francisco going to offer him more to keep him? Or is Aiyuk going to say, well, I like it here, I'm going to take less? What I don't understand about this new, and everyone's saying fluid, there's so much fluid out there. The hydration levels between the 49ers and Aiyuk are just at an all-time high, the electrolyte exchange. I always looked at this like they were pretty dug in because they have so many great players that still need to be paid. When we had Palazzolo on